Class 3 Grade 12 Section 5 Li Wu. Divine Kingdom Area 40,000 square kilometers. Grade Fertility Talent. Overall Evaluation E. The students seated below gazed up at the light screen and could not help but sigh. What a pity. The initial Divine Kingdom area is far too small. Even within grade Fertility Talent, it is impossible to make up for it. It's not that bad. Nearly half the people don't have any talent at all. At least Li Wu won't need to worry about a lack of population. If there are too many people, you still have to be able to afford to feed them, otherwise you'll end up in deficit. At the corner of the student formation, a young man wore an expression full of envy. Young Fanj, if only I could awaken a fertility talent as well, wouldn't that mean I'd be set for life? Awakening hasn't even started, and you're already planning to live off your elders. Young Fan couldn't help but laugh. My dad has an grade planning talent. Living off one's parents is nothing to be ashamed of. Seeing his friend's attitude, Yang Fan nodded slightly. He knew Zhang Pang's situation well. After all, Zhang Pang's father was the owner of the grain shop in Mingwei Residential District with monthly faith point income of no less than 10,000, a modest but comfortable family fortune. Ever since the advent of the divine miracle upon Blue Star, everyone came to possess a divine kingdom, and all conventional production activities ceased. Where would grain come from? From cultivation within the divine kingdom. Where would protein be sourced? From livestock raised within the divine kingdom. How would houses be built? They would be erected within the divine kingdom as well. As the divine kingdoms developed, all the needs of people in reality were completely fulfilled. Those so-called blessings of ancient times described in textbooks, such as the notorious 996 work schedule, vanished without a trace. Now everyone needed only to focus on one thing to exhaust every possible means to develop their divine kingdom. I hope I can awaken a talent as well. That way the pressure on my family will be much lighter. Young Fan prayed inward. Class 1 Grade 12 Luo Bing. Divine Kingdom Area 500,000 square kilometers. Grade Talent Ice Spiritual Root. Possesses Special Building Ice Shrine. Grade Spiritual Plant Ice Snow Lotus. Overall Evaluation A. The crowd below fell silent for a brief moment, then erupted into a clamor. As expected of the Luo family's heaven-favored daughter, she actually received an A evaluation. She can probably be directly admitted to a top-key university. Of course, this is an Ice Spiritual Root talent. With this talent, the offspring of the believers in her divine kingdom have a high chance of awakening ice spiritual roots. She can choose the cultivation path with her eyes closed. Just purchase Ice Attribute Cultivation Arts, and the development of her divine kingdom will be smooth sailing. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. The Luo family truly lives up to its status as a great clan with a Tier 3 deity. Their descendants' talents are exceptional. The teacher presiding over the awakening on stage also nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It seems the Luo family has placed great hopes on you. They have even purchased buildings and spiritual plants for you in advance. Once the Ministry of Education distributes resources, you should buy more fertility cards. Thank you for your guidance, teacher, Luo Bing replied coolly. Class 3 Grade 12 Section 5 Fengyu. Divine Kingdom Area 10,000 square kilometers. No talent. Overall Evaluation F. Class 2 Grade 12. Class 1 Grade 12 Li Tianheng. Divine Kingdom Area 400,000 square kilometers. Grade Talent Berserk Blood. Possesses Special Building Spring of Life. Grade Spiritual Plant Blood Soul Mushroom. Overall Evaluation B. With Luo Bing's brilliance fresh in mind, when Li Tianheng and other prodigies appeared, the reaction from the spectators below was no longer as explosive as before. It was more like watching a well-staged performance. People from powerful clans really have it good. With someone grooming them in advance, the Ministry of Education's first round of evaluations gets bumped up a full grade. It's not fair. How can they manipulate the system like that? Stop complaining. They've put in effort over so many generations. You just can't compete. Class 7 Grade 12 Zhongpang. Divine Kingdom Area 70,000 square kilometers. Grade Planting Talent. Overall Evaluation F. When Zhang Pang returned to his seat, his expression was a mix of laughter and tears. Young I ended up with planting talent too. Does this mean our family is doomed to a lifetime of farming? Stop pretending you've drawn the short straw. As long as you have a talent, you have a high chance of entering a key class in the midterm exam, Yang Fan retorted. It's only grade, so I can only take the logistics route. I'll probably end up as my old man's assistant in the future. Zhang Pang let out a soft sigh. Soon it was Yang Fan's turn to awaken. He stepped onto the stage, and as he faced the gigantic transparent crystal before him, a wave of nervousness surged in his chest. Empty your mind, and place your hand on the awakening stone, the teacher said softly. Hearing this voice, Yang Fan felt his mind clear, and he subconsciously extended his right hand. Is this the power of a deity? A thought flashed through Yang Fan's heart. He knew that any teacher capable of assisting high school students in awakening had at least Tier 1 divine strength. The instant Yang Fan's right hand touched the awakening stone, his consciousness seemed to be drawn into a boundless void. Time felt as if it had passed in a single heartbeat, and also as if countless centuries had slipped by. At that moment Yang Fan felt as though he had established a connection with a distant expanse of stars. Divine Sovereign Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom Area 1 million square kilometers. Talent Grade Resource Talent All resources within the Divine Kingdom grow 10 faster. SS Grade Evolutionary Talent Unique talent can accelerate the evolution of the Divine Kingdom currently hidden. In the span of a single instant Yang Fan awoke. The school field was deathly quiet. Everyone stared at the light screen in a daze. Class 7 Grade 12 Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom Area 1 million square kilometers. Grade Resource Talent. Overall Evaluation C. The teacher announced, his expression faintly strange. What the hell? What's going on? 1 million square kilometers, yet it's only in grade talent. This has to be a mistake. Isn't it generally true that the larger the Divine Kingdom, the better the talent? Exactly. And it's that jack-of-all-trades resource acceleration talent too. This is absurd. From Class 7 Grade 12. Isn't that the class made up entirely of descendants of divine beings? That figure of 1 million square kilometers seems to be the upper limit for initial awakening, doesn't it? Down below jaws dropped one after another, and even Luo Bing, whose talent was the finest so far, now looked at Yang Fan with a hint of curiosity. Quiet. In Divine Kingdom awakenings anything is possible. History holds more than a few deities whose initial divine kingdoms were vast, yet whose talents had limited potential, the teacher said. His tone was gentle, and his voice seemed imbued with a peculiar magic that stilled the entire crowd in an instant. Yang Fan lowered his head and walked back to his own seat. SS Grade Talent. Within Yang Fan's heart towering waves were surging, yet he did not dare betray the slightest hint of difference on his face. Old Yang, you're incredible. 1 million square kilometers. Your initial resources surpass mine by more than tenfold. With your divine kingdom so vast, I'll send believers over to open up land and farm, and we can split the profits 50-50, Zhang Peng said, slapping a hand onto Yang Fan's shoulder. No problem. Yang Fan forced out a natural smile. A priceless treasure in a commoner's hands invites disaster. The methods of deities were myriad and unfathomable. Yang Fan had heard in the news of gods invading other divine kingdoms to seize resources and even enslaving fellow deities. No matter what, I must not reveal a single hint, Yang Fan resolved inwardly. The assessment soon came to an end. The testing teacher waved his right hand, and the awakening stone vanished into the sleeve of his robe. Before the college entrance examination arrives, your time from now on is entirely your own. You may return home and discuss your future development with your elders. The Ministry of Education will also issue each of you a planning document outlining the development direction most suitable for your divine kingdom. I know many of you hope that your believers will go to the battlefield pursuing the path of a war-oriented divine kingdom. But what I want to say is this: only what suits you best will allow you to go the furthest. Becoming logistics personnel is not shameful. Though the benefits are poorer, you also tend to live longer. The developmental direction of a divine kingdom is of paramount importance. For most of you, it is best simply to follow the route recommended by the Ministry of Education's intelligent life forms. Do not overestimate your own cleverness. As his voice faded, the teacher vanished on the spot. So this is the means of a god. If only I could wield such power one day. Stop dreaming. Without good talent and resources, we'll probably remain divine attribute beings our whole lives, unable even to break through to demigod, let alone become true gods. Let's go. I may not have much talent, but my god nation's area is decent. In the future, I can let my dad raise cattle and sheep in my god nation, and our family situation will improve a bit. Yang Fan did not join in the surrounding chatter. After saying goodbye to Zhang Peng, he quickly left the school and took a bus home. Please lie down in the safety pod. The nuclear-powered bus is about to depart with a maximum speed of 800 kilometers per hour. Yang Fan lived in Mingyue Residential Complex at the southernmost edge of Yang County, more than 300 kilometers away from Yang County No. 1 high school. This nuclear-powered bus was produced within the god nation of a certain mechanical deity. Although it was a phased-out product in the city for a poor family like Yang Fan's, it offered extremely high-cost performance. Mingyue Residential Complex stop. Fare 100 faith points. After getting off, Yang Fan quickly went upstairs and returned home. Yang Fan's father was named Yang Tiexin and possessed great excavation talent, while his mother Sun Rong happened to have a tiny mineral vein within her god nation. Thus the two hit it off at once and started living together, and later Yang Fan was born. At this moment, Yang Tiexin and Sun Rong were sitting cross-legged in the living room. A stack of blank cards lay before them. They picked them up and put them down, then passed them to each other in turn. Yang Fan had long grown used to this. This was his parents' work. His father sent believers with excavation talent to work in his mother's god nation, then stored the rare ores into blank cards, and finally put them up for sale online. It could be said that Yang Fan had grown up and managed to attend Yang County No. 1 high school entirely thanks to that tiny mineral vein in his mother's god nation. Fan, you're back. There's fresh steak and salad in the fridge. Once your father and I finish excavating today's yield from the vein, we'll talk about your awakening. Sun Rong spoke, and Yang Fan nodded to show his understanding. Life was very tight for their family. Yang Fan's tuition and living expenses, the rent for their apartment in Mingwei residential complex, and all manner of taxes meant they could hardly save any faith points each month. It would not be an exaggeration to say that their family lived on the edge of the execution line, so the most important thing every day was to completely excavate the output of the vein. Sitting at the dining table, Yang Fan opened his smart wristwatch and saw a conspicuous email from the Ministry of Education. Student Yang Fan, initialed God Nation area, 1 million square kilometers, grade talent, resources. The Ministry of Education recommends that you follow the logistics and resource transfer route. Reasons as follows: your God Nation area is large and suitable for use as a warehouse, and you possess grade resource talent, so resources have a certain appreciation and preservation value. The recommended cultivation direction for believers is primarily in livelihoods, such as planting, animal husbandry, mining, hunting, and herb gathering. In the early development of the God Nation, it is suggested to purchase breeding cards as the area is too large and the initial population is severely insufficient. As the student has received AC evaluation, the Ministry of Education grants a reward of 100 faith points. Note, these faith points are tagged and may only be used for developing the student's own God Nation. They cannot be used for paying taxes, entertainment, etc. Reward: random crate building card. Note, cannot be sold. Yang Fan tapped the collect attachment button with his gaze, and at once he felt a mysterious energy manifest within his God Nation. God Lord Yang Fan. God Nation area, 1 million square kilometers. Talent grade resource talent. All resources within the God Nation grow 10 faster. SS grade evolution talent. Unique talent can accelerate God Nation evolution. Faith points 100,000. Buildings crate building card in used. As expected of the unendingly awakening reward in a lifetime, it truly is generous. Yang Fan sighed in admiration. Relying on Sun Rong's tiny mineral vein, their family's monthly income was just over 3,000, yet the Ministry of Education had directly rewarded him with 1,000 faith points this time. Such an enormous fortune had naturally tempted people in the past. There had even been mad cases of having children solely to obtain this reward and then severing the parent-child relationship afterward. Because of this, the Ministry of Education had introduced new regulations. The rewards issued could only be used to develop the student's own God Nation. Fanner, your God Nation has awakened. Did you get any talent? At some point, Yang Tiexin and Sun Rong had finished their work for the day and sat down beside Yang Fan. Grade resource talent, Yang Fan replied. Is that so? That's not bad at all. It's a versatile all-purpose talent. In the future, your God Nation will develop much faster than ordinary people's, and there will be many ways for you to earn faith points, Yang Tiexin said, nodding with satisfaction. Yang Tiexin nodded, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. Placing a piece of steak before Yang Fan, Sun Rong continued. Good news. Our family's burden will be much lighter in the future. Fanner, what did the Ministry of Education award for in grade evaluation today? I don't know. What? Don't tell me your all-purpose talent actually got you in a grade evaluation. Yang Tiexin, I'm great. Puffed. Yang Tiexin sprayed the freshly squeezed juice from his mouth and began coughing violently. You brat, don't brag in front of your old man. Grade evaluation. Look at what kind of family we are. You really think your mother's and my genes could produce such a genius? I'm telling the truth, Yang Fan said seriously. Seeing the look on their son's face, Yang Tiexin and Sun Rong finally grew solemn. They knew their boy was not someone who boasted idly. Could it be that you have dual talents? Sun Rong asked. No, but my God Nation covers 1 million square kilometers, Yang Fan replied. The existence of his SS grade talent was far too important. Even to his own parents, Yang Fan was unwilling to mention it, not out of distrust, but to reduce risk. 1 million square kilometers. Are you serious? Without further explanation, Yang Fan directly forwarded the Ministry of Education document to his parents. Good heavens, this saves us so many God Nation expansion cards, and there are so many rewards. It's equivalent to 3 or 4 years of our net income, isn't it? Yang Tiexin swallowed hard. Leaping to his feet, Yang Tiexin excitedly patted Yang Fan's shoulder. Hurry up and use that crate building card. If you can draw a small mineral vein, I'll take out loans to buy breeding cards. Then our family can finally move out of Mingwei residential complex. At his father's words, Yang Fan moved his thoughts and used the crate building card. With his consciousness entering the God Nation, he saw a crescent-shaped pool of well water appear at its center. Moon well produces 1 drop of moon dew every 10 years. Moon dew possesses minor detoxifying, healing, and body-strengthening effects. Long-term consumption can alter one's constitution. Well, did you get a resource type building? In reality, Yang Tiexin and Sun Rong asked with hopeful faces. It's a moon well, Yang Fan replied. Having studied God Nation fundamentals for so many years, he naturally knew this building. It's a pity it's not a mineral vein, otherwise our family could really trade up our old rifle for a shotgun, Yang Tiexin sighed. Rolling her eyes, Sun Rong said, don't be so ungrateful. The market price of a moon well is about 3,000 faith points. For a family like ours, we'd probably only ever have this one chance at first awakening to obtain something like this in our entire lives. Moreover, the moon well's output is stable. 1 day in reality equals 1 year in the God Nation. In just 10 days, there will be 1 drop of moon dew worth 1,000 faith points. With this moon, well, even if Fanner does nothing, he'll be among those earning 300 a month. In the future, even if he just lies flat and does nothing, he can at least live a basic life. Your mother is right. The Ministry of Education's reward comes only once in a lifetime. It's fortunate we didn't draw some consumable or combat-type building because the law forbids selling them. That would have been a real pitfall. Mom, Dad, with this income, life at home will be much easier. Don't overwork your believers, it's bad for your health, Yang Fan said solemnly. In this era of universal deities, the lifespan of humans has greatly increased. Even the weakest divine beings can live around 500 years. When it comes to demigods, the minimum lifespan can reach 1,000 years. As for the lifespan of true gods, it is beyond what Yang Fan can comprehend at present. The development of a divine kingdom is not merely related to the quantity of resources obtained, or what truly matters is that the divine kingdom is connected to the mental, physical, and even spiritual aspects of each deity. The overall strength of the divine kingdom will proportionally reflect back to reality, which is why that teacher was able to perform such extraordinary feats during the awakening. If the divine kingdom is damaged, or if the believers become weak, it usually leads to the deity feeling dispirited, their body weakening, and in some cases, even sudden death. I understand. You little rascal, don't worry. Your mother and I are still young. The development of the divine kingdom itself is an endless pit. We may not have much ability, but we won't hold you back either. Yang Tiexin laughed heartily. I just awakened, and am heading back to my room now, Yang Fan said helplessly. It wouldn't matter how much he explained his abilities, his parents wouldn't believe him without evidence. The most important thing right now is to study his SS level talent. Returning to his room, Yang Fan sat cross-legged at the head of his bed, entering his divine kingdom with his consciousness. Mountains, rivers, deep valleys, lush vegetation, towering ancient trees. The entire divine kingdom exuded a vibrant vitality. Yang Fan felt as if he could alter the mountains and rivers of this place with just a thought. Soon Yang Fan's gaze fell upon the humans surrounding the moon, who were continuously bowing in worship. There were a total of 200 people, all naked and kneeling on the ground, sincerely worshiping. Believers, barbarians. Quantity, 200. Daily faith points provided 0.0001. With 200 believers, Yang Fan was not surprised. He had learned relevant knowledge in his high school theory classes. In the initial state of the divine kingdom, most believers were only 100. Having more than double the population may be related to the fact that his divine kingdom had reached its maximum area. Yang Fan felt no sense of achievement regarding this. For a divine kingdom, the number of believers is the easiest resource to obtain. Investing in breeding cards and spending faith points to issue divine decrees for believers to reproduce, or even purchasing population from higher-level divine kingdoms directly. For those wealthy heirs who are not short of faith points, there is no concern about the number of believers. The quality of believers far outweighs their quantity. Even the lowest-tier barbarians, even if they number in the millions, would probably provide fewer faith points daily than a single first-tier life form. What exactly is the evolution talent? Yang Fan gazed at the striking SSS talent, a thoughtful expression on his face. The divine kingdom seemed to sense the thoughts of its deity, and a brief message appeared in Yang Fan's mind. Consume faith points to accelerate the evolution of the divine kingdom. With the current strength of the divine kingdom, tenfold evolution can be initiated consuming 1,000 faith points daily. With the 1,000 faith points rewarded by the Ministry of Education, Yang Fan did not hesitate and instantly activated the evolution. In Yang Fan's perspective, the time flow within the divine kingdom accelerated tenfold, and the believers began to get busy. Males hunted females, gathered fruits and vegetables, and at night they mated randomly to reproduce. Yang Fan returned to reality. Only an hour had passed, and upon re-entering the divine kingdom, he found that the area around the moon had changed dramatically. An open space was marked out around the moon with collected wood stacked around in a complete circle, and a simple thatched hut was built in the center. 1 day in reality equals 1 year in the divine kingdom. Under tenfold accelerated evolution, it had already taken on the initial appearance of a tribe. What Yang Fan was most concerned about was that the moon dew had already condensed quite a bit. A drop of moon dew is worth 1,000 faith points. With just an ordinary clever building like the moon, I can recoup the costs of the evolution. If I had more resources for construction, wouldn't I be rich? Yang Fan's eyes lit up. At this moment, he finally understood the terror of this SS level talent. 10 times the resource acquisition compared to others. As development progresses, the advantages will become increasingly terrifying. Yang Fan took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within. Since he had already grasped the function of the evolution talent, the next step was to fully develop the divine kingdom. Yang Fan lightly tapped his wristwatch, and a light blue interface appeared before his eyes. Yongfan senior student at Yang County No. 1 High School, a divine being identity as a regular citizen of the Federation. Please select the section News, Chat, Shopping, Entertainment, Divine Kingdom, Simulation, Battle, Divine Forum. Yongfan lightly tapped on the shopping section, and an array of dazzling items instantly appeared before him. 10,000 non-level antelopes valued at 100 faith points. Provided by IME Company. Quarantine-qualified antelopes are healthy with no infections. Buyers bear the data transmission costs. Purchasing 1,000 at once waives the transmission fee. Ordinary iron ore 10 tons valued at 500 faith points. Flevel breeding card valued at 5,000 faith points can guarantee a 50 breeding bonus in the Divine Kingdom for 10 years, while increasing the survival rate of newborns by 30. Ordinary peach trees 1,000 valued at 100 faith points have ornamental value, excellent varieties, and bear abundant fruit each year, helping believers to feed themselves. Flevel spiritual value frost mushrooms 1,000 valued at 2,000 faith points. A plethora of information appeared before Yongfan, making him feel dizzy. After awakening the Divine Kingdom, the shopping interface has become so rich, I still need to filter through it. Yongfan murmured. Help me filter out the resources most needed for my current Divine Kingdom development. Citizen Yongfan, newly awakened Divine Kingdom, possesses Flevel talent resources with an initial area of 1 million square kilometers. The Ministry of Education rewards 1,000 faith points. Based on big data calculations, the following products are most suitable. Flevel breeding card. The initial resources of the Divine Kingdom are sufficient, and population development needs to be vigorously advanced. Planting technology manuals, beginner herbal knowledge, basic hunting skills, basic architecture, and 1,000 kilograms of fertile soil. Citizen Yongfan is very suitable for logistics roles. The above can select 12 directions for development. Federal body refinement techniques strongly recommended for purchase, with federal preferential policies offering high cost effectiveness. Please provide a more specific development direction, and I can give more detailed suggestions. With the arrival of the deity era, technology is advancing rapidly. Even ordinary citizens like Yongfan can enjoy the services of intelligent life, filtering out the most useful items from the vast amount of information. The evolution talent is hidden. This federal intelligent life is suggesting I pursue a logistics route. Yongfan chuckled wryly. Pursuing directions for Divine Kingdom development, such as planting, mining, and animal husbandry, even if perfected, would only make him a wealthy landowner, ultimately supporting those Divine Kingdoms with combat capabilities and seeking their protection. It can be said that lifestyle deities are typically vassals of combat deities. Without the SS-level evolution talent to make life easier at home, Yongfan might have also chosen the Ministry of Education's recommendation. Yongfan lightly tapped on the federal body refinement techniques to open its detailed introduction. Federal body refinement techniques, jointly established by high-level deities, possess significant enhancement effects such as strengthening the body and increasing strength. Long-term cultivation can alter the qualifications of believers to some extent and can be inherited by descendants. This method is subsidized by the federal government, originally priced at 1 million faith points, reduced to half for social individuals and 0.5 times for students. Note, the federal body refinement techniques will greatly enhance the foundation of believers and are versatile. No matter whether one chooses martial cultivation, immortal cultivation, or even mechanical ascension in the future, there are numerous benefits. Even for logistics, it can significantly improve the work efficiency of believers, strongly recommending students to purchase. Moreover, cultivating the federal body refinement techniques requires a large amount of meat. Attention must be paid to resource supplementation to avoid damaging the ecological system of the Divine Kingdom. Looking at the introduction of the Federation's body refinement technique, Yongfan couldn't help but say, no wonder the teacher once mentioned that after awakening the Divine Kingdom, one should buy a copy of the Federation's body refinement technique, even if it means taking out a loan. I didn't expect it to actually change the believer's aptitudes. Yongfan excelled in theory classes in high school, and naturally understood how precious something that could alter one's aptitude and be inherited by the next generation was. After a 50 discount, it only required 5,000 faith points. Yongfan clicked to purchase without hesitation. Help me search for organisms that can provide a large amount of meat with strong reproductive capabilities. Yongfan said softly. Currently, his Divine Kingdom only had a few scattered antelopes, rabbits, and tigers, which were all non-ranked wild beasts. Given the current situation, it was naturally able to maintain ecological balance, but if the believers practiced the Federation's body refinement technique, it might not suffice. With evolutionary talent, present time flowed too quickly in the Divine Kingdom. Yongfan couldn't constantly monitor resources. Maintaining ecological balance through self-sufficiency was the best choice. Searching option 1,000 reed rabbits, a common beast worth 10 faith points. The advantage is their extremely strong reproductive capacity, and they only consume grass, having no offensive capabilities. The downside is that their reproduction is too rapid, which can easily disrupt the ecosystem. A divine decree is needed to instruct believers to periodically hunt them to maintain a reasonable number. Option 2, 1-0 Western cattle, a common beast worth 200 faith points. The advantage is their delicious meat. They are herbivorous and have a gentle temperament. However, Western cattle do not like to travel in groups. Their habitats are not fixed, making hunting efficiency relatively low. Option 3, 1-0 Bodhi treasure snakes, a first-level demon beast worth 500 faith points. The advantage is their meat and blood are highly nutritious, very suitable for practicing the Federation's body refinement technique. The downside is their average reproductive ability. Without a divine decree restricting believers from hunting them, they could easily become extinct, and they pose certain dangers in the early stages of developing the divine kingdom. Option 4, 100 deep-sea demon wolves, a second-level demon beast worth 500 faith points. Option 5. The choices provided by the intelligent life numbered over 100, but Yang Fan quickly selected the Bodhi treasure snake. Although the Bodhi treasure snake had weak breeding abilities, he currently had few believers, only 200. He was hesitant to place the 1-0 snakes too close to the moon well for fear of harming his believers. There was no need to worry about them being hunted to extinction in the short term. Once his believers mastered the Federation's body refinement technique, he could issue a divine decree then. Yang Fan browsed the shop a bit longer and spent 10 faith points to buy 10 stone houses. He also spent 1-0 faith points to buy 1-0 antelopes, and picked up some of the cheapest construction books covering basic tool use, basic weaving ability, basic planting ability, and basic harvesting ability. Anyway, Yang Fan bought everything cheap. With the evolutionary talent, as long as he guided the believers, they would naturally summarize their experiences and learn, so there was no need to spend a large amount of faith points on advanced skills. Even if Yang Fan didn't purchase these basic skills, the believers in the divine kingdom would gradually figure things out over time. However, he felt a bit pained to see his believers being inadequately clothed, which is why he chose to slightly accelerate the progress. In total, he spent 600 faith points, and now the resources rewarded by the education department were less than 400. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan continued, "Help me search for relatively scarce spiritual plants in the market requiring simple cultivation, but with a long growth cycle, and I can afford the purchase cost." Detection in progress. 2 types of spiritual plants found. Seeds of wood spirit mushroom, a total of 100 seeds, takes 100 years to mature and can be harvested repeatedly, but must be planted near fertile soil and require the roots of a 100-year-old tree, costing 300 faith points. Believers must have intermediate cultivation skills, and the roots of the 100-year-old tree need to be purchased, with each planting costing 600 faith points. If successfully cultivated at the current market price, 100 wood spirit mushrooms would be worth 110 faith points, with a 3-month yield rate of 16.34. Cultivation is too complicated and the initial investment is too high. Give me the second option. Yang Fan directly shook his head. Water lotus, 100, grade spirit value worth 200 faith points. Maturity period is between 100 to 300 years, can be harvested repeatedly, and 100 water lotus seeds are worth 200 faith points, with an annual yield rate fluctuating between 10 to 30. The maturity time of the water lotus is too long. As a high school senior who has just awakened the divine kingdom, this intelligent life does not recommend large-scale cultivation of water lotus as an investment. Remember that. Yang Fan looked at the introduction of the water lotus, his eyes brightening significantly. Aside from the long growth cycle, the water lotus had virtually no drawbacks, perfectly complementing his evolutionary talent. Unlike others, he could harvest 200 faith points in a month. In less than a year, he could double his investment, which was undoubtedly a lucrative opportunity. The rivers in the divine kingdom are quite expansive. Perhaps I can cultivate them on a large scale. Unfortunately, the initial investment cost is still too high. Yang Fan sighed and clicked to purchase. 200 faith points is not a small sum. Given his family situation, even without eating or drinking it would take half a year to save up. If not for the education department's rewards, Yang Fan feared he wouldn't even qualify for this investment. The federal government law states that during school, as long as one does not actively invade another's divine kingdom, student divine kingdoms are protected by law. With 1 year of high school left and 4 years of university, I have ample time to develop. Utilize evolutionary talent for various investments in the divine kingdom, and then use the earned faith points to strengthen the believer's power, ultimately aiming for demigod or even godhood. Yang Fan planned. Just as Yang Fan was contemplating, the mechanical synthesized voice of the intelligent life echoed from his wristwatch. According to the law, the faith points currently spent by citizen Yang Fan come from rewards issued by the education department, and all purchased items must be used within one's divine kingdom and cannot be resold or gifted. Those who violate this will face criminal liability. Do you wish to sign the informed consent form? Sign. Yang Fan wrote his name on the light screen with his finger. Purchase successful. Flying Bird Data City Express is at your service. Various resource cards will be placed in your mailbox within 30 minutes. please collect them in a timely manner. Within 5 minutes of placing the order, Yang Fan found dozens of messages in his mailbox. With one click to collect, the items in the mailbox manifested into pale blue data and appeared in Yang Fan's palm. Is this the method of high-level deities? It's truly impressive. With the evolutionary talent, perhaps one day I will also be able to reach this level. Yang Fan reflected on the cards in his hands. In this day and age, one could basically stay home without stepping. You can attend classes at home, work from home, and as long as you have faith points, you can even enjoy various entertainments at home, immersing your consciousness in another virtual world. Moreover, virtual items can also be manifested into reality through blank cards. Such exponential growth and efficiency is all thanks to the emergence of divine kingdoms. Yang Fan immersed his consciousness in the divine kingdom and first placed the Bodhi treasure snakes 100 kilometers away from the moon well. Next were the 100 antelopes. He placed 500 on either side of the moon well and the other 500 around the Bodhi treasure snakes. The Bodhi treasure snakes also needed to feed, and these antelopes were the food Yang Fan prepared for them. Antelopes themselves had a certain degree of reproductive ability, and with a sufficiently large base population, they should be able to reproduce normally, even being at the bottom of the food chain. Next came the water lotus, which Yang Fan placed in the nearest large river to the tribe, waiting for it to mature, after which the believers would need to harvest it. After completing all this, Yang Fan summoned the divine decree using his faith points. At that moment, everyone around the moon well in the divine realm seemed to sense something and collectively knelt down. Our God, we are your most devout followers. Please bestow upon us your divine decree. We are willing to die for you. The congregation shouted in unison. Yang Fan's voice echoed, ethereal and sacred. Your strength is still insufficient to bear my will. Today's divine realm is merely in its nascent stage. The beings are frail and cannot shoulder heavy responsibilities. From this day forth, I shall grant you the method, Federation body refinement technique, along with various foundational skills. This will be your foundation for existence and the gateway to higher realms. Only through diligent practice can you achieve transformation. Thank you, our God. A golden light descended from the heavens, embedding itself in the foreheads of each believer. After receiving the inheritance, Yang Fan's thoughts stirred, and 10 stone houses appeared on either side of it. This is the moon well. You shall establish your tribe here to reduce disasters. Every 10 years a drop of moonlight dew will be born within the well. Without my divine decree, you are not allowed to take it for personal use. 100 kilometers from here lies a treasure land nurturing a Bodhi divine snake, a first-tier beast. Once you have mastered the Federation body refinement technique, you may team up to hunt it. This snake possesses great power far beyond what you can contend with now, remember that. In the great river nearby, I have placed water lilies which will mature in approximately 100 to 300 years. You must send someone to check periodically. If they have matured, they should be harvested and stored in the warehouse. We shall heed your divine decree. The crowd responded in unison, their eyes reflecting no greed, only devotion. These followers were human too, with their own desires, though that was only when interacting with other beings in the divine realm. They dared not overstep with Yang Fan, their God. It was as if it were an edict etched into their very souls. After relaying everything, the golden light of the divine decree gradually faded. God Master Yang Fan. Area of divine realm 1 million square kilometers. Talent grade resource talent. Everything in the divine realm accelerates growth by 10. SS grade talent evolution, the only talent accelerating the evolution of the divine realm currently hidden. Followers barbarians 600. Method Federation body refinement technique. Faith points 17788 providing 0.0005 faith points daily. Building moon while producing a drop of moonlight due every 10 years. Assets Bodhi divine snake X2210 first tier beast water lily X110 grade spiritual plant. Looking at the changes in his divine realm, Yang Fan displayed a satisfied expression. He did not plan to continue acquiring resources as he needed to reserve faith points to accelerate the evolution of his divine realm. Due to his awakening, today was the first time Yang Fan stepped out of his house in months. Feeling a bit weary, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. After sleeping until dawn, Yang Fan awoke, feeling refreshed, his body seemingly more robust. Yang Fan had anticipated this. With the evolution occurring at 10 times the flow of time, one day outside equated to 10 years within the divine realm. Moreover, given that it was now a period of rapid development, significant changes were inevitable. Upon entering the divine realm, Yang Fan found the tribe's population had reached 600, tripling in size, with almost half being infants and children aged 7 to 8. This was thanks to Yang Fan releasing many antelopes around the tribe, ensuring abundant food. Additionally, with the moon well present, the likelihood of disease was significantly reduced. Furthermore, due to practicing the Federation body refinement technique, both adults and children appeared notably more robust and vibrant than before. The moon well had also condensed a drop of moonlight dew. However, Yang Fan was not prepared to sell it at this moment as the quantity was too small and the network transaction fees would be too high. Additionally, the number of Bodhi divine snakes beyond 100 kilometers had doubled. However, many were still only 1 meter long mere baby snakes yet to grow. What shocked Yang Fan the most was the number of antelopes. Under his perception, there were nearly 5,000. However, the surrounding vegetation was being rapidly consumed and many antelopes began to starve, leading to a dynamic balance in their numbers. Yang Fan paid no heed to this. After all, the hunting capacity was insufficient. As for the green vegetation, it would continue to grow, and the carcasses of the deceased antelopes would only enrich the land, benefiting his divine realm in every way. The divine realm was thriving, and Yang Fan was confident that those ordinary high school students of similar status could not compare to his development. Of course, he could not be compared to a genius like Luo Bing, who had the backing of a powerful family. Those advanced buildings were likely already set up in their divine realm, and the initial resource gap was too vast. Even with an SS-grade talent, the disparity between them remained a chasm. The development of the divine realm required time. One cannot achieve everything in one bite. At this moment, Yang Fan returned to reality. Class is about to start, he thought to himself, pulling out a helmet from under his bed and putting it on, instantly entering the virtual world. Yesterday, my dad bought me a breeding card, and today, I woke up to find my followers increased by 30. The effect is really great. Me too, but my initial population was a bit low, only 50 people. What does population matter? As long as there are enough resources, even graduating high school, the minimum can be hundreds of thousands, even millions. What truly matters is how to make the followers stronger. Speaking of which, I'm not sleepy anymore. Yesterday, my old man transferred me 5,000 faith points, so I could buy the Federation body refinement technique. Me too, my dad said this thing was definitely worth it, and he bought it for me right away. Let me tell you, the Ministry of Education rewarded me with an grade building. Can you guess what it is? As Yang Fan just entered the address of the virtual school site, he felt the excited atmosphere, especially since he had just awakened to become a divine being yesterday. Yang Gu, I've saved you a seat. Zhang Pang waved at Yang Fan from the third row. As soon as Yang Fan sat down, Zhang Pang couldn't help but ask, Yang Gu, you really stole the show yesterday with a great evaluation. In the entire senior year, aside from those from prominent families, you are undoubtedly in the top tier. Quickly tell your brother what the Ministry of Education rewarded you with. 100 faith points and a grade building. Yang Fan did not conceal it, or rather he saw no need to. As expected, you probably procured quite a few good items yesterday, Zhang Pang said, his face filled with envy. With his family background, he wasn't lacking in those 100 faith points, but it was still a considerable sum. It's not bad, Yang Fan replied with a calm smile. What did the grade building produce? Moonwell. That's impressive, brother. You haven't even graduated high school, and you're already earning 300 faith points per month. Zhang Pang gave a thumbs up. Buildings like the Moon Well were familiar to everyone, or it had even been described in textbooks that a low-tier divine being built over 10,000 moon wells in their divine realm for long-term investment. Just then, a slender young woman walked onto the podium. She was Li Qingying, the homeroom teacher of Class 7, a first-tier divine being. Good morning, Teacher Li. All students of Class 7 stood up and greeted. Good morning, students. Please sit down. Li Qingying waved her hand, and a blue light curtain immediately formed a blackboard behind her. She then wrote 4 large characters, Divine Being. First of all, congratulations to the students on awakening their divine kingdom yesterday, becoming divine beings. I would like to especially commend 3 individuals. Yang Fan received a C rating, Li Shihao also received a C rating, and Wang Jinyu received a D rating. Although the awakening of the divine kingdom has a certain element of randomness, fortune in this world is also a form of strength, and I congratulate you all on this. Li Qingying lightly clapped her hands. All the students in Class 7 of the senior year came from ordinary families. With 2 C ratings and 1 D rating in this awakening, Li Qingying was already quite satisfied. The other students looked at Yang Fan and the others, their faces filled with envy. This was not merely due to the ratings themselves, but rather the resources allocated by the Ministry of Education that they represented. Although the resources rewarded by the Ministry of Education cannot be used for other living expenses, at least they do not have to ask their families for investment, which indirectly reduces the burden on their families. Since the era of deities has arrived, human lifespans have significantly increased. You are still young and should not be caught up in temporary gains and losses, forgetting your true intentions. Li Qingying shifted her tone. Do the students understand? Good, let's start today's lesson. What do you think a divine being is? Li Qingying pointed to the 4 large characters on the blackboard. Aren't we divine beings ourselves? Those who possess a divine kingdom. Ordinary people become divine beings after awakening. The students below eagerly interjected, each contributing their thoughts. Li Qingying chuckled softly and turned her gaze to Yang Fan, saying, What do you think, Yang? Yang Fan was taken aback. Although he had always listened attentively in class, he had never thought he would be asked to answer a question. Why was the teacher asking him today? My thoughts are similar to everyone else's. Yang Fan scratched his head, giving a silly smile. Seeing this scene, a hint of disappointment flashed in Li Qingying's eyes. Just an ordinary student, huh? Li Qingying sighed inwardly. She then shifted her focus to Li Shihao, continuing, what do you think, Li? The essence of a divine being lies not in divinity, but in the being itself. After awakening, we possess a divine kingdom, which is like a sheep pen, and our followers are the sheep within it. Similarly, if one does not become a deity, they remain a link in the food chain. In a sense, we are also sheep or links in the food chain. Li Shihao expressed his views in a calm tone. As he finished speaking, many gazes turned toward him, some curious, some surprised, some deep in thought, and some speechless. Yang Fan looked at him, a hint of unusual color flashing in his eyes. This person is quite interesting. It's a pity that he knows he is a sheep, but tries to act like a thoughtful sheep. Not stable enough. Li Qingying's eyes lit up. Who told you that? In my spare time, I like to log into the school library to read. Very good, your insights are quite impressive. Although some may be unpalatable, the core idea is correct. So-called divine beings still do not escape the realm of humanity. Apart from lifespan, your physical bodies remain fragile. If you do not eat for 10 days, you will starve. If you do not drink for 3 days, you will die of thirst. A small traffic accident could cost you your life. Divine beings are merely a higher grade of beings still fragile. I know you have just awakened your divine kingdom, and you are in high spirits, but I'm sorry to inform you of a statistic: 90 of our class cannot even break through to semi-deity status. Li Qingying's expression was incredibly serious. The classroom was very quiet, and many students looked grim. After all, their parents were not semi-deities either, just ordinary divine beings engaged in logistical work, and their parents mostly expected them to break through to semi-deity status to change their family's fate. Teacher, how can one break through to semi-deity? A student raised their hand to ask. Work hard to develop your divine kingdom and make your followers strong enough. Of course, if you want a quantifiable metric, even if you do nothing every day, you can still earn 1,000 faith points from your followers' belief. To gain 1,000 faith points just through belief. Many students' mouths dropped wide open, their eyes filled with disbelief. 1,000 a day means 3,000 a month. You must know that many parents together earn less than 5,000 in a month, let alone. This is not about selling resources from the divine kingdom, but the most basic acquisition of faith value. Don't be surprised. Once you truly become a semi-deity, you may not care about this income anymore. Yang Fan lowered his head, thinking to himself, I still need to work hard to raise the life level of my followers. If the current strength of the followers in the divine kingdom is such that even if it grows to 1 million, the daily faith value provided will likely only be a single digit. This is also why the divine kingdom cannot strengthen the deity through sheer numbers. If the population grows without limit, the divine kingdom will ultimately be unable to sustain it. Quality over quantity in troops. Dear students, I am not trying to discourage you, but to help everyone recognize reality. If you want to become a semi-deity, you need to make your followers strong enough. I reviewed the reports on everyone's awakening of their divine kingdom yesterday, and 70 of you have no talent. The rest with talent mostly have practical talents. Just think about it. If your followers spend most of their time mining, farming, and hunting, how can they become stronger? Upon hearing this, many faces turned troubled, and some students appeared anxious. I understand your difficulties. Everyone's family conditions are not good. After becoming divine beings, the first thing you think of is to help reduce the burden on your families. However, as your teacher, I want to say that if you wish to break through to semi-deity status, you must start thinking of every possible way to improve the strength of your followers from now on. Purchase resource cards, breeding cards, various skills, and spiritual plants, and invest them all into the development of your divine kingdom. If conditions allow, seek support from your families. To break through to semi-deity, the core lies not in talent, but in resources. Li Qingying sighed deeply. The students in class 7 of the senior year lack resources the most. If it were the top students in another class, their teachers would likely adopt a different teaching approach. Teacher, once we are promoted to semi-deity, do we transcend humanity? Li Shihao asked curiously. Of course. The strength of your followers will feed back into the corresponding deity's body. You have just awakened, so it may not be obvious yet. After some time, as the divine kingdom undergoes its golden development period, you will gradually feel changes in your physique, and even feats like running on rooftops will become easy. As for breaking through to semi-deity, I can assure you that even if hit by a supercar traveling at 2,000 kilometers per hour, there will be no danger to your life. What about the deity? As long as the divine kingdom exists, the deity does not perish, Li Qingying stated firmly. Li Qingying said this to encourage everyone. In fact, there was another thing she did not mention. Once one truly becomes a deity, if there is a grudge involving life and death, they would not strike in the real world, but would directly send troops from the divine kingdom. Li Qingying's class passed quickly, with students actively discussing during the lesson. Before long, it was time for the class. After the teacher left, Zhang Pang could not help but say, Brother Yang, now that we have awakened the divine kingdom, the federal government has granted us many privileges. Shall we go to the entertainment district and have some fun? What kind of fun? Yang Fan asked, his expression filled with doubt. Let me tell you quietly, I explored quite a few places yesterday. There is a heavenly fragrance club where with our status we can spend on the first floor for only 2,000 faith points. Excuse me women, only slowed down my sword drawing speed. Let's talk later. Yang Fan quickly exited the virtual space fearing that he might be tempted by Zhang Pang. Back in reality, Yang Fan opened the shopping panel again. Now my followers are practicing the Federation's body refinement technique. Is there any way to enhance their strength? Yang Fan entered his request. Based on citizen requests, the following solutions are now provided. First, purchase spiritual plants that can change qualifications, which will significantly accelerate the cultivation speed of the followers. For example, 100 grade spiritual plants blood lotus seeds, priced at 1000 faith points. Followers need to take them long-term. In the Divine Kingdom, each person can take one per month for decades to see results. This is too expensive. Yang Fan's face twitched involuntarily. With 600 followers, one consumption would cost 6000, and in a year that's 7000, while only a day has passed in the outside world. Spiritual plants that change qualifications are all very expensive. This is the cheapest I could find. Is there no way to change followers' qualifications gradually over time? This is too costly. You can choose to purchase techniques to enhance followers' strength. Considering you have just awakened the Divine Kingdom for long-term development, the techniques you choose should not only enhance strength, but also subtly improve followers' qualifications. Recommend one for me. Yijin Shisue Gong, a Crade technique worth 2 million faith points. Yijin Jing, a Crade technique worth 5 million faith points. Shangchun Gong, upgrade technique worth 1 point of divinity. Current identity lacks purchasing rights. The intelligent life form recommended over 100 types of techniques, but none were affordable. More importantly, it seemed that there were insufficient permissions, many were censored, and he could only see that such things existed without even knowing their names. I might as well keep farming, wash up, and sleep early. Yang Fan sighed bitterly. The reality of his life began to return to calm. Yang Fan attended virtual classes on time every day. How to develop the Divine Kingdom. What resources have the highest cost-performance ratio in the early stages? How to maintain ecological balance and ensure healthy evolution in the Divine Kingdom. Cultivating followers in multiple directions. As the homeroom teacher of Class 7, Li Qingying covered everything comprehensively in her lessons, but perhaps because the students in Class 7 came from ordinary backgrounds, she focused more on logistical aspects. Even so, Yang Fan listened very attentively. With his evolution talent, his Divine Kingdom could develop comprehensively. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed, and under the influence of his evolution talent, the Divine Kingdom underwent a century of changes. Divine Lord Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom area 1 million square kilometers. Talent grade resource talent. All resources in the Divine Kingdom grow 10 faster. SS grade evolution talent. The only talent that can accelerate the evolution of the Divine Kingdom currently hidden. Followers barbarians 5230. Technique Federation body refinement technique. Faith points 7788 providing 0.006 faith points daily. Buildings moon while produces 1 drop of moonlight due every 10 years. Assets Bodhi treasure snake X5311 first level demon beast water lotus X110 grade spiritual plant. In a century, the Divine Kingdom had undergone earth-shaking changes. Centered around the moon, while the tribe built hundreds of stone houses in all directions, and the area expanded to 5,000 square kilometers. Thanks to the foundational skill cards invested 10 days ago, the followers became considerably smarter. They even enclosed a large area to raise antelopes for easier hunting. Some followers transplanted the wild fruit trees from the Divine Kingdom near the tribe for centralized harvesting, improving efficiency. Elders did miscellaneous tasks in the tribe. Young women picked wild fruits. Adult males formed teams for hunting. Boys played in the fields, and babies cried for food in the rooms. Under Yang Fan's watch, a team of 50 adult males was carrying a Bodhi treasure snake measuring 20 meters long back to the tribe. The hunting team is back, and it's an adult Bodhi treasure snake, shouted a half-naked little boy from a high point in the tribe. Upon hearing this, the entire tribe stirred. But why are only you back? An elder approached and asked. Village chief, we used to catch juvenile snakes, but perhaps due to catching them too many times, these creatures have become clever. Today, an adult Bodhi treasure snake was hiding in ambush. Only half of our 100-man team returned. The leading man replied calmly, showing no sadness, but rather satisfaction with this harvest. As long as we didn't return empty-handed, it's good. The potency of adult treasure snakes is powerful. Dilute it with more water for the children to consume. For the next few months, we shouldn't go to the Snake Valley to hunt. Let's properly digest this harvest. If another warrior like you emerges in the tribe, we can actively hunt adult treasure snakes. Everything for the tribe, the man said excitedly. Everything for the divine. The village chief raised his hands high with utmost reverence. Yang Fan watched it all from the void, revealing a satisfied expression. In a century, the overall strength of the followers had more than quadrupled. The number of Bodhi treasure snakes also greatly increased, with about 1,500 mature snakes, while most others were juvenile snakes. Seemingly noticing something, Yang Fan frowned. Why is the number of antelopes so low? It's less than 2,000 now. After all, this is Yang Fan's own divine kingdom. He quickly found the reason. The main reason was that the followers practiced the Federation's body refinement technique, and coupled with the explosive growth in the population, the consumption of meat increased geometrically. About 30 years ago, the previous village chief discovered this issue and began to limit the villagers' hunting, even raising some of them. The second reason was the reproduction of Bodhi treasure snakes. Their consumption of meat was also terrifying, several times more than the entire tribe. Although they are first-level demon beasts, these creatures lack high intelligence and do not understand the principle of overfishing. They basically eat when hungry, sleep after eating, and wake up to eat again. If the tribe did not catch juvenile snakes periodically, their numbers would only increase, and it might even begin to disrupt the ecological chain. The biodiversity in the Divine Kingdom is still too low, and the chain is unstable. Additionally, I need to buy some grass seeds so that herbivorous animals like antelopes have more food. Understanding the deficiencies of the Divine Kingdom, Yang Fan returned to reality to start shopping. 6-leaf grass seeds can cover 100,000 square kilometers, grow extremely fast, and require ample water. Once the growth density reaches a certain level, they will struggle for water, ensuring that they do not grow wildly and disrupt the ecology. Priced at 200 faith points. Buy. Non-grade wild pigs 1000 heads, priced at 300 faith points. Buy. Non-grade tigers 1000 heads, priced at 400 faith points. Hamsters 1000 priced at 300 faith points. 100 million earthworms can enrich the soil and increase vegetation growth rate, priced at 100 faith points. Buying. Yang Fan waved his hand, spending nearly 300 faith points to purchase various non-grade beasts. These wild beasts are no followers of Yang Fan. They obey only instinct, hunting one another and reproducing. Left unchecked, some species may even vanish entirely within a few centuries. Yang Fan paid them no mind. First, low-tier beasts were exceedingly inexpensive. Second, such natural predation was an indispensable phase in ecological evolution. Li Qingying had once mentioned in class that deities could invest various resource cards into their divine realms, but with caution regarding intensity. Introducing life forms of rank 2 or higher during the nascent stage of a divine realm might trigger catastrophic collapse. As for lower-tier beasts, however, abundance was preferable. Deities need not intervene. The extinction of any given species merely signified its unsuitability for the realm's development, rendering it naturally eliminated by the ecosystem itself. Survival of the fittest, adaptation is paramount. On the path of cultivating a divine realm, speed alone does not guarantee success. Time, too, is an essential ally. 100 nightshade vultures, rank 1 demonic beasts, priced at 300 faith points. Seller's note: not recommended for purchase within the 1st century of divine realm chronology. These beasts frequently prey upon human infants. Yang Fan hesitated briefly, then confirmed the purchase. Drawing from classroom knowledge, he sensed his believers had grown dangerously complacent. The Bodhi treasure serpents were lethargic by nature, rarely venturing beyond their valley. Meanwhile, antelopes posed no threat to the tribe whatsoever. Pressure breeds progress. Yang Fan concluded it was high time to introduce perilous species into his divine realm. Comfortable conditions would never forge powerful believers. Upon receiving the card, Yang Fan immediately deployed all 100 vultures into his divine realm. A cascade of radiant light flashed across the land, followed by thunderous roars echoing deep within the primordial forest. Tigers, porcupines, rabbits, hedgehogs, and rats surged forth like swarming ants. Then a piercing shriek rent the sky. Within the valley where the Bodhi treasure serpents dwelled, an ancient serpent, 50 meters long, coiled its colossal body tightly, assuming a defensive posture as if sensing a mortal foe from above. With a subtle shift of will, Yang Fan issued a divine edict to the tribe. My faithful, your conduct over this past century has been exemplary. As reward, I bestow a miracle. Abundant sustenance shall grace your lands. We thank our divine Lord. Chants rose in unison as believers knelt en masse. Even toddlers tumbled from their mothers' laps. Yet opportunity bears peril. A crisis descends from the heavens. Prepare yourselves. Having delivered the decree, Yang Fan retrieved 3 blank cards, gathered 11 droplets of moonlight dew and 500 water lotus seeds from the tribal granary, then harvested 500 mature and 500 juvenile Bodhi treasure serpents from the Serpent Valley, before returning to reality. In a world where digital data could manifest physically, anyone could be both buyer and seller. Yang Fan registered an account on Taotao.net using his student ID, linked his Divine Realms transaction interface, and began listing items for sale. 11 droplets of moonlight dew, priced at 1100 faith points. N500 water lotus seeds, priced at 1000 faith points. Bodhi treasure serpents, bundle offer: 500 mature, 500 juvenile, priced at 300 faith points. And after finalizing the listings, Yang Fan clicked submit. Taotao.net item review passed. Qualification verification passed. Item now live on marketplace. Transaction completed. Total revenue 15000 faith points. Taotao Net has withheld 10 personal income tax and 2 platform brokerage fee. Net proceeds 13200 faith points credited directly to your divine realm. Remarkably swift, so long as pricing is fair. Yet taxes are steep indeed. Beyond this, annual head taxes must also be paid. The federal government spares no one. In today's fully digitized and intelligent world, be one an ordinary citizen or a sovereign deity, no soul escapes the reach of taxation. Death and taxes remain the two certainties of existence. Divine Sovereign Yang Fan Divine Realm Area 1 million square kilometers in innate talent rank F resource affinity. All resources within the realm grow 10 faster. Rank evolution talent unique ability. Accelerates divine realm evolution currently concealed. Believers Barbarians 5 to filling cultivation art federal body refinement technique and faith points 14988 generating 0.006 per day. Structures Moonwell produces 1 droplet of moonlight due every decade in assets Bodhi treasure serpents 4311 rank 1 demonic beasts nightshade vultures 100 rank 1 demonic beasts water lotus plants 1 rank F spirit flora. Mean just 10 days of real world time Yang Fan earned 130 faith points. A feat that would surely leave his parents speechless. Yet even this did not satisfy him. More precisely, he had barely begun to harness the full potential of his still far too impoverished. Were I born to Luo Bing's lineage, and possessed this SSS rank talent, I descend instantly. And I must secure greater initial capital, urgently. Avarice flickered in Yang Fan's eyes. With his evolution talent, his faith point generation was inherently tenfold that of others. Consider the Moonwell priced at 300 faith points on the open market. It yields 300 faith points monthly, 3600 annually. A mere 12 return on investment. Compared to other divine realm assets, its yield is exceptionally low. Yet for Yang Fan, it delivers a staggering 120 annual return. Capital recouped in a single year. Without requiring cultivation time or labor, believers need only focus on refining their strength. Unlike others, my believers need not waste precious time mastering mundane skills, farming, hunting, or crafting. Their sole imperative is ascension. All material needs can be fulfilled through structures like the Moonwell. He murmured softly to himself, then added, class begins soon. I'll revisit this tonight. With that, he retrieved his neural interface headset and slipped it over his head. Virtual World, Grade 12, Class 7. In today's topic, Divine Realm Prosperity Index, Li Qingying wrote on the blackboard. 10 days since awakening, the initial fervor had faded. Those students listened attentively, exhaustion shattered. To develop their divine realms, they purchased resource cards, issued divine edicts, and scrambled to earn faith points. Especially those from humble backgrounds who bore extraordinary hardship during this period. Observing their weariness, Li Qingying showed no surprise. Instead, she announced, before today's lesson, I have joyful news. Class 7 will hold a monthly examination. Given that your awakening is still recent, this test will involve no direct combat between believers. Instead, sentient AI will interface with each student's divine realm, evaluating overall prosperity to determine rankings. I'll point to the characters on the board, she said, gesturing with her right hand and revealing a faint dimple. Since this is an internal class assessment, the school offers no prize. But as your homeroom teacher, I'll personally sponsor rewards. 4th through 10th place receive 200 faith points each, 3rd place receives 400, 2nd place 600, and 1st place earns 100 faith points, plus a choice of rank D structure. Whoa! A wave of excitement erupted across the classroom. Faces lit up with sudden palpable Li Qingying was indeed a first-tier deity. Even a mere trickle of wealth leaking from her fingertips invigorated the students. All the students sat up straight, fearing they might miss the crucial content of the lesson. This was not merely due to their thirst for knowledge, but because it pertained to their points of faith. Children from poor families mature early. Seeing that her words had galvanized the students, a hint of pride appeared at the corners of Li Qingying's mouth. The aspects involved in prosperity are numerous, and the federal government has a standardized evaluation process. It primarily revolves around the population of believers and their strength, as well as the value of various resources within the divine kingdom, including, but not limited to, land, spiritual plants, and non-believer creatures. Isn't it simply that whoever invests more will have higher prosperity? A student in the audience retorted. What you said is fundamentally correct, but not entirely. In addition, the diversity of species, the stability of the food chain, the sustainability of the divine kingdom's development, and even the cleanliness and aesthetics within the divine kingdom are included in the assessment criteria. Li Qingying continued with a smile, do not think that the knowledge learned in school is unimportant. If a rich second generation only knows how to hoard resources, they may start with a high advantage, but in the long run the divine kingdom will become bloated and even unable to sustain itself. Developing a divine kingdom is a discipline. Our resources are important, but for you ordinary students, you must focus on scholarship so that every resource can be utilized to its fullest potential. Hearing this, everyone became more attentive, as if seizing a glimmer of hope. What Li Qingying said was undoubtedly true, yet she did not mention the real key point. In fact, the most crucial factor in the development of a divine kingdom is still resources. An ordinary person, no matter how well they learn and utilize every resource, how could they possibly compare to those who grew up with a golden key? The resources wasted by others could likely sustain their divine kingdom. In this world, the class structure has already solidified, making it as difficult to climb upward as reaching for. In addition, I have some good news for you. I have applied to the Ministry of Education, and now everyone in Class 7 has been removed from the minor protection law. You are eligible to apply for loans from the Ministry of Education. Loans? Yang Fan's eyes lit up as well. According to federal law, federal citizens who have not awakened their divine kingdom and lack independent capabilities cannot participate in federal education fund loans. Li Qingying cleared her throat, her expression gradually becoming serious. The interest rates of external loan companies generally exceed 50, while loans from the Federal Education Fund are at 0. This will only start accruing interest once you lose your student status, and during this period you won't even need to repay the principal. This is an investment from the federal government for all students, and for the vast majority, it may be the last investment of their lives. This funding is extremely important. Now remember to use it for the development of your own divine kingdom. As for the loan amounts, they are determined based on your evaluations during awakening. Level evaluations grant level evaluations grant 1 million, level evaluations grant 2 million, and level evaluations grant 5 million. Teacher Lee, this isn't fair. The disparity in loan amounts is so great that the top 3 places are already fixed, someone in the audience exclaimed anxiously. There is no absolute fairness in this world. Instead of complaining, it's better to think more about how to utilize limited resources to develop your divine kingdom. The assessment begins in 10 days. Everyone should be prepared. With that, Li Qingying's figure instantly vanished, presumably returning to reality. Zhang Peng nudged Yang Fan's shoulder and said, a loan limit of 5 million with no interest, and there are still 4 years until university graduation. Even a small investment can yield returns. Oh, what's the difference from being given it for free? No wonder my dad says that a quick step leads to quick progress. Even Zhang Peng, who came from a relatively well-off family, looked moved at this moment. 5 million points of faith could easily buy out his father's grain store. This funding cannot all be used for investment if the costs required to cultivate believers are also considerable. Yang Fan sighed pretentiously. Just then he felt a scrutinizing gaze. It was Li Shihao who was now looking at Yang Fan and slowly getting up. Seeing Li Shihao approaching him, Yang Fan hurriedly exited the virtual world. Seeing this, Li Shihao was also taken aback. He was sure that Yang Fan had seen him, yet he suddenly fled. Li Shihao, I won't lose to you in this internal assessment. So confident. Have you forgotten about someone? Our class also has Yang Fan, who received a clever evaluation. 5 million is quite a lot, but Yang Fan's family is too poor. His parents can't provide much help, and this is all. Wang Jinyu said indifferently, seemingly not taking Yang Fan seriously at all. My family is also average, not like yours, with a good father who has 10 cargo transfer points in Mingri community. Li Shihao sighed. Stop being sarcastic. Although you are a side branch of the Li family, you received family investment after getting a clever evaluation 10 days ago. I suspect the combined prosperity of all our class divine kingdoms doesn't match yours alone. Wang Jinyu rolled his eyes. How could you possibly know such a top secret matter? Li Shihao was shocked. What the hell, a few days ago, we were drinking at Tianxiang Rinjian, and you boasted in front of a dozen people. Are you pretending to forget now? Can you die without showing off? Have you been stifled by being a bookworm all these years? Wang Jinyu spat, not waiting for the other party to react, and directly exited the virtual world. Li Shihao stood in place, his face slightly flushed. After awkwardly coughing once, he also exited. It's good to have family connections, a little potential can lead to investment. The Li and Luo families are the 2 largest families in Yang County. Li Shihao has successfully changed his fate. His current strength might even elevate him to class 31. Wang Jinyu is not to be underestimated either. I saw his dad handling loans recently. It seems he wants to give him a boost before the college entrance examination. Yang Fan, however, knew nothing about what happened next. He was not interested in the gossip among classmates. He just wanted to quickly apply for a loan to buy resource cards and enrich his divine kingdom. Yang Fan had just opened his watch when he saw a voice call from Zhang Peng. Upon answering, Zhang Peng's loud voice came through. Brother Yang, why are you running so fast? I wanted to ask you why you didn't attend the gathering organized by Li Shihao a few days ago. That guy has really made it big. He treated all of us brothers to one without batting an eye. This guy is showing off too much. Gathering. Did you not see the group messages? All the boys from class 7 in the 3rd year can attend. What about the girls? You really don't check messages, do you? We went to Tianxiang Rinjian. Why would we bring female classmates? There are no male models there. Cough, cough, cough. I didn't pay attention to the messages. Yang Fan said awkwardly. Let's talk business. Li Shihao said he couldn't reach you, so he asked me to contact you. He wants to invite you to dinner. Why does he want to invite me to dinner? Yang Fan asked, a puzzled look on his face. Although they had been classmates for 3 years in high school, he and Li Shihao were both rather taciturn, and thus they had not developed any friendship. Li Shihao, possessing a clever talent and a body of steel, was bound to pursue a path in the War God Kingdom, which required the support of an affiliated divine kingdom to stabilize his rear supply. He had invited several talented individuals from our class, and the offer was quite generous. I think you should consider it. Li Shihao is currently recognized as a genius by the Li family, and his future development is beyond our reach. Aligning with a powerful figure would ensure a safer divine kingdom in the future. My father also sought the support of one of his classmates back in the day. They had known each other since childhood, which fostered greater trust, Zhang Pang patiently explained. I understand, but I've been quite busy lately. Let's talk when I have some time. Yang Fan responded. He didn't want to refuse outright. To others, Li Shihao's invitation seemed like an opportunity. A blatant rejection would contradict Yang Fan's principle of keeping a low profile. Alright, you also have a clever rating, so it's worth exploring. Perhaps those prodigies in Class 1 will extend an olive branch to you. Anyway, I've conveyed the message. By the way, let's get together when you have time, not in the virtual world, but come to my house for a meal. Sure, Yang Fan agreed. Zhang Pang's father was already doing business in Minghui community, and they often visited each other as children, which is why the two had such a good relationship. After ending the call, Yang Fan opened his wristwatch and entered the federal fund loan page. Citizen Yang Fan, your current loan limit is 5 million belief points. Please sign the informed consent form. Yang Fan opened the informed consent form, which contained dozens of pages of terms. To help students focus on the key points, the federal government had highlighted the core issues. Among them was the consequence of failing to repay, which would result in being forcibly sent to the front lines to produce supplies for the Divine Kingdom at zero compensation until all debts were cleared. As the countdown ended, Yang Fan decisively clicked to sign. With his talent for evolution, he was confident that he could double the principal within a year. Risks were simply non-existent. Loan successful. The federal government recommends that this startup capital be used entirely for personal Divine Kingdom development. Do not indulge in pleasure or give to others. In case of fraud, please call the Federal Fund Loan official hotline. Unlike the rewards issued by the Ministry of Education, the belief points from the loan could be freely allocated by Yang Fan. Belief points 501-4988, daily provision of 0.006 belief points. Looking at the suddenly skyrocketing belief points, Yang Fan did not hesitate and immediately opened the shopping mall. Help me search for buildings similar to the Moonwell. The requirements are that they do not consume the believer's energy and can generate fixed income as time passes in the Divine Kingdom, preferably with a slow impact on the believer's bodies to improve their qualifications. Yang Fan entered his request in the search box. Searching. Clevel building solar spring produces a drop of solar essence every 10 years, possessing effects such as strengthening the body and detoxifying, valued at 1,000 belief points, with a building cost of 3.0 belief points. Clevel building phantom spring condenses a drop of ghostly poison every 100 years, valued at 5.0 belief points, with a building cost of 1.0 belief points. Merchant note: if the believer's strength is insufficient, they may suffer from chronic poisoning. The Divine Kingdom must extract the poison every 1,000 years, or a poison mist area may form. Clevel building skeleton tower requires the investment of animal corpses to produce skeleton soldiers, each valued at 0.1 belief points, with a building cost of 5.0 belief points, based on a big data average return rate of 36. Level building 100 weapons tower requires iron ore to automatically produce hundreds of types of cold weapons for sale. Building cost is 200 million belief points, with a big data average return rate of 16. Yang Fan saw that there were level buildings available and quickly pressed the pause button. I want to make stable investments in the Divine Kingdom. With my current funds, I can only purchase clevel buildings. Oh, please recommend the best option. According to big data calculations, the optimal choice is a combination of the Moon Well and Solar Spring. Based on current market value, their yield is 12, and placing them together for an extended period will positively influence the surrounding environment, improving the physical condition of believers, assisting with the federal body refining technique. When placed together, they will gradually merge over time, and after a millennium, there will be a 1 in 10,000 chance of evolving into a special building, the Spring of Life. As long as one appears, the investment returns will significantly increase. Help me check the price of the Spring of Life. Yang Fan inquired curiously. Special building Spring of Life. The official suggested transaction price is 1 billion belief points, currently severely out of stock and cannot be purchased. Spring of Life investment from beings below level 5 can rapidly heal injuries, producing a drop of life water every 10 years, valued at 1 million belief points, also severely out of stock and cannot be purchased. Seeing the description of the Spring of Life, Yang Fan felt a chill run down his spine. It was akin to winning the lottery. Once you hit it, you would become wealthy. At that moment, Yang Fan suddenly recalled that he had seen in textbooks that someone had set up numerous moon wells in the Divine Kingdom. It seemed there was likely a solar spring among them. As long as one Spring of Life was born, all funding sunk would be smoothed out. Thinking back to the day of awakening that genius from the Li family, Li Tianheng already possessed a spring of life in his divine kingdom, which greatly shocked Yang Fan. These outstanding talents with backgrounds must have developed their divine kingdoms to an incredible extent. Yang Fan couldn't help but rub his temples, feeling immense pressure. With an SS-level talent for evolution, he did not believe his potential was inferior to those geniuses, but the gap between them was likely far greater than he had imagined. Others have generations of accumulation, while I have a cheat. The future is long, and I will observe as I go. Yang Fan encouraged himself. Purchase 4 moon wells and 5 solar springs. Yang Fan pressed the purchase button directly. 7 million was spent in an instant, and he felt no pain. With these along with his evolution talent, his net income would be 3,000 belief points each month. Continue to help me search for high-yield spiritual plants that can improve the divine kingdom's environment, are easy to plant and harvest, and do not waste believers' energy with a price under 1 million belief points. Search successful recommended clever spiritual plant soul nourishing would extremely easy to survive, can be used in alchemy. The older it is, the more valuable. Long-term planting will help clear the minds of nearby creatures and slightly enhance their comprehension. Soul nourishing wood seedlings 1,000 priced at 5,000 belief points. Merchant reminder: the growth period of soul nourishing wood is very long, easily attracting the envy of others with extremely high investment risks. It is best not to cultivate in large quantities without family backing or strong strength. Current market price: 10-year-old soul nourishing wood is 510 belief points per tree, 100-year-old is 700 belief points, 1,000-year-old is 5,000 belief points, and 10,000-year-old is 1 million belief points. Looking at the introduction of soul nourishing wood, Yang Fan suppressed his excitement and continued to inquire, if I cultivate 1,000 trees, is that too much? According to big data surveys, it's not excessive. Then let's buy it. Transaction successful. Also help me buy 2,000 water lotus seeds. Transaction successful. Randomly pair with 1 million unranked herbivorous animals. Transaction successful. Buy a breeding card with a duration of 100 years at level. Transaction successful. In the blink of an eye, Yang Fan had spent over 1 million belief points again. Unable to think of any further needs for the divine kingdom, he stopped his purchases. Once this batch of resources enters the divine kingdom, it will usher in a wave of tremendous development. With such rapid development in the divine kingdom, Yang Fan, as its deity, must remain vigilant, keeping the remaining belief points for emergencies. The consciousness entered the divine realm, beginning to load resources. The moon well and the sun spring corresponded with each other, placed right at the center of the tribe. A balance of yin and yang energy harmonized, radiating vibrant life within a 100-mile radius. The faithful who perceived this scene all knelt down, grateful for the blessings from the divine. The seeds of the water lily fell into the nearest river to the tribe, filling the entire waterway. Meanwhile, 1 million animals were evenly distributed throughout the divine realm by Yang Fan. Animals instinctively migrate. If they were all placed around the tribe, the density would be too high, making it impossible to sustain them no matter how many grass seeds he scattered. Spreading throughout the divine realm was equivalent to providing sustenance for the tribe and the Bodhi serpent across an area of 1 million square kilometers. The 1,000 saplings of the soul nourishing wood were placed in the tribe's storage. Then Yang Fan issued a divine decree: in the coming century, focus all efforts on developing the tribe. Besides practicing the Federation's body refining technique, emphasis must be placed on reproduction. There are 1,000 saplings of soul nourishing wood in the storage. You must designate a safe area, plant them all, and then set that place as a forbidden zone where no one is allowed to approach. Honor our divine decree. Whether inside the tribe or the faithful hunting outside, they all knelt down. As Yang Fan directly loaded the century-long grade breeding card, his consciousness returned to reality. Divine Lord Yang Fan. Divine Realm area 1 million square kilometers. Talent grade resource talent accelerates the growth of all resources in the divine realm by 10. SS grade talent evolution, the unique talent that can accelerate the evolution of the divine realm currently hidden. Believers Barbarians 5,230. Method Federation's body refining technique. Faith points 131498 provides 0.006 faith points daily. Buildings Moon Well X5 produces 1 drop of moon dew every 10 years. Sun Spring X5 produces 1 drop of sun essence every 10 years. Assets Bodhi Serpent X4711 First Level Monster Night Vulture X100 First Level Monster Water Lily X200 Grade Spiritual Plant Soul Nourishing Wood X100 Grade Spiritual Plant. The Moon Well and Sun Spring provide a fixed 300 faith points monthly. The Water Lily can produce water lily seeds worth at least 200 faith points each month. In addition, there are the Bodhi Serpent and the long-term investment of the Soul Nourishing Wood. Currently, our basic income alone is 5,000 faith points. Truly deserving of the SS grade talent, this ability to amass wealth is extraordinary. Yang Fan let out a long breath, his expression somewhat invigorated. Without the evolution talent, investing nearly 4 million faith points would yield a maximum of only 1 monthly return, while now it stands at 10. A monthly income exceeding 10 is undoubtedly in the high-risk sector of divine realm investments, yet Yang Fan has managed to achieve high-risk returns through risk-free investments. The future is promising. Yang Fan's side. With a rumble, he felt his stomach protest. Although he had relied on the development of the divine realm to significantly enhance his physical condition, eating was still necessary. Entering the living room, his parents were eating steak while discussing the sale of iron ore. The price of ordinary ore is too low now, and half of it must be sold at a low price to Lord Linlang. The profits are really dwindling. Yang Tiexin sighed. The nourishing heart grass I planted last month has matured as well. It can be sold for 200 faith points, which is a nice supplement. Everywhere requires faith points now. That boy has just awakened his divine realm. Although he hasn't spoken up, if we don't support him, his achievements will likely fall behind those of his classmates. Feiner has received a great evaluation. We can't lag behind. Why don't we use my miniature iron mine as collateral to help him out before his college entrance examination? Sun Rong's face showed a conflicted expression. The miniature iron mine in his divine realm was the foundation for their family's survival, and the interest on the collateral loan was not low. This decision was indeed difficult to make. Yang Fan, who overheard everything from the stairs, felt a pang in his heart. During this time, he had focused all his energy on the development of the divine realm, neglecting his parents. Mom and Dad, you don't need to worry. I don't need help from home. Yang Fan walked to Yang Tiexin's side, grasped his left hand, and communicated with the divine realm, directly transferring 100 faith points to him. Noticing the change in the divine realm, Yang Tiexin's expression changed drastically. What are you doing? Why are you transferring me 100 faith points? Shouldn't it be me sending money to you? I secured a federal fund loan with 0 interest for 5 million. Yang Fan stated plainly. Yang Tiexin and his wife were left dumbfounded. 5 million faith points, something they had never seen in their lives. Are you serious? The federal fund loan limit, of course it's true, and my divine realm is developing well. I will break through to demigod and then to divinity in the future. You don't need to worry. As a mother, Sun Rong repeatedly waved her hands. Feiner, you are currently at a critical stage of divine realm development. Even with a 5 million interest-free loan, it cannot be used recklessly. You don't understand, there's never enough faith points. Mom, you have to trust me. Do you think your son is the kind of person who would pretend to be rich? Yang Fan looked at them seriously. He couldn't directly mention the existence of the evolution talent. As for giving 100 faith points, it was to prevent his parents from overexploiting the believers. Over the years, Yang Tiexin and his wife had noticeably grayed hair, indicating the toll the divine realm had taken on them. You've always been determined since childhood. We will hold on to these faith points for you. If you need anything before the college entrance examination, just let us know. If you are truly confident in breaking through to demigod, we can arrange for collateral. Yang Fan nodded, picked up a piece of snowflake beef and a glass of freshly squeezed juice, and returned to his room. Though he had money now, with a monthly income likely exceeding anyone in Mingwei community, he still lacked the corresponding strength, so he preferred to keep a low profile. He would naturally ensure his parents would live a good life in the future. In the following time, Yang Fan's consciousness entered the divine realm more frequently. Besides attending classes in the virtual world, he set an alarm to enter every 2 hours. With the support of the breeding card, the tribe's population in the divine realm increased to 8,000 in the first decade. In the second decade, it reached 15,000. In the third decade, the population grew to 27,000. Starting from the fourth decade, due to the excessive population, the new village chief led the construction of houses with everyone young and old working together, increasing the population only to 3,000. In the fifth decade, a baby boom occurred, pushing the population over 4,500. In the sixth decade, the population easily surpassed 5,000. Due to the rapid population growth and the demand for meat from practicing the Federation's body refining technique, those herbivorous animals like antelopes couldn't digest quickly enough to keep pace with the training. The tribe began organizing 1,000-person teams to hunt the Bodhi serpent. Yang Fan had only slept for a few hours when the Bodhi serpent in the divine realm was nearly hunted to extinction. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan waved his hand in alarm and purchased another one of the Bodhi serpents, issuing a divine decree against excessive hunting. The sudden investment of such vast resources combined with a tenfold evolution efficiency has caused some imbalance in the biological chain. If the tribe continues to develop at this pace, 1 million herbivores will not suffice for their consumption. The alarm frequency must be increased and supplies must be prepared at all times. Yang Fan pondered inwardly. Subsequently, he purchased a large quantity of grass seeds in the marketplace, such as the horse-holding flower, earth-scented grass, and green vines. These green plants filled the entire divine realm within just a year. In the seventh decade, the elders within the tribe discovered that the population was indeed too large, and everyone living closely together caused significant destruction to the surrounding resources, and waste could not be processed quickly, leading to a foul stench and a high risk of illness. The tribe convened a meeting to prepare for the establishment of another tribe to disperse the population. They eventually decided to create 4 subtribes situated about 500 kilometers from the main tribe. As for who would be dispatched, it was entirely based on the order of strength. Only the strong were deemed worthy to reside in the main tribe. The village chief issued a command that if a child with high potential emerged in a subtribe, a family of 3 could relocate back to the main tribe. Regarding the development of the divine realm, Yang Fan did not intervene actively. After they reached their conclusions, he again purchased knowledge of low-level road construction and bridge building in the marketplace and contributed it to the divine realm to help his followers avoid detours. In the 8th decade, the population of believers had reached a staggering 100,000, and the new tribes were fully formed, named after the azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird, while the main tribe was renamed Divine Awakening, signifying the place where divine decrees were issued. On this day, Yang Fan once again felt the pressure coming from the divine realm. The population surge, coupled with everyone practicing the federal body refining technique, led to an enormous consumption of food. Relying solely on those herbivorous animals was utterly insufficient. Yang Fan could sense that the growth rate of the vegetation had reached a limit, and the divine realm also experienced 4 seasons. Once winter arrived, relying solely on dried meat was insufficient to sustain life. If no intervention occurred, many believers would starve. During this period, Yang Fan also invested in several food resource cards, barely maintaining balance. While he was browsing the marketplace for solutions, he received a call from his close friend Zhang Pang. "Yang Gu, I'm waiting for you downstairs. Come to my place for dinner," the voice on the other end of the line said. Yang Fan rubbed his temples, feeling a bit dazed. Though the divine realm had rapidly developed during this time, he felt his body had strengthened considerably, yet the mental fatigue had not dissipated. He hadn't had a good night's sleep in the past 8 or 9 days. Such rapid development is still unwise, Yang Fan sighed, and got up to head downstairs. The rapid growth of the divine realm had prompted him to invest over 100,000 belief points during these days. Now, while the divine realm appeared flourishing, it was in fact quite dangerous. With a moment's inattention, the ecosystem could be destroyed, leading to desertification of the divine realm. Yang Gu, how is the situation in your divine realm? With 5 million resources poured in, it must have changed significantly. Zhang Pang wrapped his arm around Yang Fan's neck and said, "It's changed quite drastically. You're out of breath just from me calling you fat. After this class monthly exam, I will surely blind your titanium alloy dog eyes." Zhang Pang proudly raised his neck, his tone filled with mystery. Yang Fan merely smiled. It was highly probable that the one whose eyes would be blinded was Zhang Pang himself. "I heard you were coming for dinner, so my dad specially cooked spiritual rice and blood python meat. You look like you haven't woken up. It's just the thing to replenish you." Zhang Pang's father, named Zhang Wanshan, was a notable figure known throughout the Mingyue community. The crops grown by Zhang Wanshan were of good quality, and they were cheaper than the food in the marketplace, plus there were no shipping costs. Thus, nearly 30% of the community were his customers. Yang Fan's parents often bought rice from Zhang Wanshan for the believers, and in return, he would purchase some iron ore from them, making it a mutually beneficial arrangement. "Xiao Fan is here. I heard you received a great evaluation. You are the genius of our Mingyue community, yet you haven't been out and about lately, and I haven't had the chance to congratulate you." Zhang Wanshan, with a square face, offered Yang Fan a standard smile. "Nice to meet you, Uncle Zhang. Don't be so formal. You two go wash your hands first. The blood python meat in my pot is almost ready." After Zhang Wanshan finished speaking, he hurried back to the kitchen. Zhang Pang came from a single-parent family. It was said that when he was very young, while the 3 of them were dining together, his mother's divine realm was suddenly attacked by unknown assailants, vanishing right before his eyes. This era had convenient transportation, affordable housing, and plenty to eat, and where it appeared prosperous on the surface, yet hidden beneath it were endless risks. If the divine realm was not strong enough, you might just disappear while eating, using the restroom, or taking a stroll. Zhang Wanshan prepared a large table of dishes, mostly consisting of grade monster meat, with the main dish being blood python, a grade monster, indicating that their family was in good condition. After all, Yang Fan usually ate beef without any grade, so nutritionally, it couldn't compare. "Xiao Fan, although the physical changes of our divine beings primarily stem from the development of the divine realm, consuming more nutritionally rich food is also beneficial. Eat more of this blood python meat." Zhang Wanshan placed a large piece of meat on Yang Fan's plate. "Thank you, Uncle Zhang." Zhang Wanshan nodded and continued, "You've always been reserved, but when developing the divine realm, don't be closed off. Interacting more with your classmates will be advantageous." "Uncle Zhang, if the believers practicing the federal body refining technique require a lot of food, is there any to achieve a long-term solution that doesn't require ongoing resource investment? What's difficult about that? Just buy some livestock and introduce them to the divine realm, then scatter some grass seeds, and it will be fine. What if that isn't enough? You've just awakened the divine realm for less than a month. Why are you asking this? How many believers could you possibly have?" Zhang Wanshan looked puzzled. I saw this question on the Divine Forum and was a bit curious as I might encounter it in the future. Yang Fan fabricated it. Such low-tier resource issues are only encountered by divine beings. If the population develops too rapidly and the area of the divine realm is insufficient, relying solely on herbivorous animals will indeed fail to maintain the ecosystem. At this point, you can issue a divine decree to open up a piece of wasteland near the town, and then buy some seeds like corn or rice, just plant whichever has a higher yield. If meat is insufficient, then provide the believers with some carbohydrate-rich staple foods. These don't have high nutritional value, but will fill them up. Isn't planting, cultivating, and harvesting too time-consuming? Yang Fan frowned slightly. He had considered these aspects, but most of his followers lacked planting talent. Relying on skill cards only provided them with a basic understanding of planting, yet the entire process would still waste too much time. Yang Fan hoped that his followers could dedicate all their time to cultivation. This is a common misconception among many newcomers, thinking that just by relying on a federal body refinement technique, every believer can become a dragon. In a few years, your divine nation may have hundreds of thousands or even millions of inhabitants. Do you expect everyone to cultivate tirelessly without engaging in production? Humans are intelligent beings. They know how to utilize tools, allocate resources, and fulfill their respective roles instinctively, dividing themselves into a hierarchy. You only need to issue a divine decree for them to sow seeds. There's no need to assign tasks. Their internal system will ensure that those without talent and weaker strength will handle these mundane tasks. 90% of the believers within the divine nation are expendable. Their purpose is twofold: to engage in production for the maintenance of the divine nation and to earn us faith points. The remaining 10% are gifted, powerful individuals who may later break through to the first stage, second stage, or even higher levels of existence. Some will become even stronger, live longer, and help us manage the entire divine nation. Just like in the real world, the population will reproduce, classes will shift, and the survival of the fittest will allow this civilization to gradually ascend. If you intervene too much and push everyone to cultivate diligently, you are actually undermining this system. Perhaps in the short term your believers will become stronger, but that is merely because you are continuously spending faith points to support this system. Once external sustenance is lost, the collapse will happen even more swiftly. After hearing Zhang Wanshan's explanation, Yang Fan's face revealed a look of realization. In recent days, the consumption of faith points had indeed increased significantly. Perhaps it was time to let those unable to procure food naturally perish. This is the survival of the fittest in the biological chain, and as a deity, I should not interfere in such trivial matters. Zhang Wanshan took a sip of wine and grew animated, saying these are minor issues. If you can break through to demigod level in the future, you can sign agreements with other divine beings to have them cultivate food and gather resources for you. If your strength is sufficient, you could even conquer other divine nations directly, using their entire divine land as your granary. Using someone else's divine nation as my granary. Is that legal? Yang Fan swallowed hard. My classmate is a first-stage deity, and I am currently his subordinate. This is what he told me. This world resembles a gigantic arena where divine nations can engage in warfare against each other, resulting in millions or even billions of believers being slaughtered and the core of divine nations being plundered. As divine beings, we perceive those demigods and deities as being lofty and untouchable, but once you reach their level, you must face even greater cruelty. This is still too far away for you. At least before you graduate from university, you need not worry about anyone invading your divine nation. Zhang Wanshan, with his remarkable insights, shared many stories about demigods and even deities with Yang Fan and Zhang Peng, both of whom listened with great interest. Upon returning home, Yang Fan immediately searched for grain crops in the marketplace. Corn seeds 500 priced at 300 faith points. Drought-resistant, wind-resistant, with extremely high yields and a strong satiation effect requiring no specific planting conditions. Vegetable seeds 500 priced at 500 faith points. No specific planting conditions required. Spirit rice seeds 500 priced at 500 faith points requires the divine nation to possess spiritual energy and spiritual land, and can only be cultivated by believers who are spiritual cultivators. Yang Fan directly chose the cheapest corn and vegetable seeds, then invested them into the divine nation and issued a divine decree. After Zhang Wanshan's guidance, Yang Fan decided not to interfere too much with the life trajectories of his believers. Continuing to purchase food for investment would likely lead to a further increase in population, which the divine nation would be unable to support, resulting in widespread deaths, or even the emergence of plague, ultimately proving counterproductive. With the new food sources, the tribe's consumption of meat finally became less extravagant, and the ecosystem began to stabilize. In the 9th decade, the population reached 11,000. Even with the breeding cards in effect, the tribe no longer expanded crazily, mainly due to environmental constraints. The current population density was too large and gradually reaching saturation. To continue developing the population, substantial construction work would be necessary to expand the living area. In the 100th year, the effects of the breeding cards officially disappeared. Yang Fan's consciousness entered the divine nation. Now his believers had developed from a small tribe to something resembling a town. The divine enlightenment city stood at the very center of the divine nation, bursting with life energy due to the moon well and sun spring. The four cities of Qinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Zhuke stood respectively in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. The southern Snake Valley was now filled with Bodhi treasure snakes, and due to their high density, the serpent population began to spread outward. The dark night vultures often appeared in the sky searching for an opportunity to strike. A variety of flora and fauna permeated the mountains with the roars of beasts echoing through the air. Now the divine nation boasted rich biodiversity and a stable ecosystem. The believer population had also reached saturation. The next step was to strengthen the believer's abilities based on the federal body refinement technique, leveraging time and resources. The death, reproduction, and cultivation of believers slowly propelled the entire civilization forward. Divine Lord Yang Fan. Divine Nation Area 1 million square kilometers. Talent grade resource talent accelerates the growth of all resources within the Divine Nation by 10. SSS-grade talent evolution, the only talent that can accelerate the evolution of the Divine Nation, now hidden. Believers Ancients 110000. Technique Federal Body Refinement Technique. Faith Points 10709888. Daily Provision of 0. 55 Faith Points. Buildings Moon Wells 5 Sun Springs 5. Assets Bodhi Treasure Snakes X27233. First Level Monster Dark Night Vultures X1345. First Level Monster Water Lotus X210. Grade Spiritual Plant Soul Nourishing Wood Centennial X10. Grade Spiritual Plant. After a century of development and various resource investments, the believer population has reached 1100, and their status has evolved from barbarians to ancients. At the moment of awakening the divine nation, all believers were of barbarian status. As civilization evolves with stable food, safe shelters, city buildings, and the ability to pass on knowledge coupled with breakthroughs in strength beyond the barbarian limits, their status will evolve into that of ancients. After the ancients come the mortals. By then the believer's intelligence will have awakened, forming a small human society with cooperative division of labor, resource trading, and even establishing schools to teach techniques. Once believers develop into mortals, the divine nation will stabilize, slowly forming a social system that avoids overexploiting resources, enabling the divine nation to develop healthily. Further on, a very small number of believers will break through to become first-stage life forms. The paths available will be incredibly diverse. They may enter the path through martial arts to become warriors, cultivate the Tao through alchemy to become cultivators, or even ascend mechanically to become intelligent life. Only when believers transcend the mortal realm can divine beings begin to transform into demigods. For now, this is still too distant for Yang Fan. None of his believers have yet reached even minor success in the federal body refinement technique. However, with the talent for evolution present, as believers develop over generations through survival of the fittest and genetic selection, there will inevitably be promising descendants born, and Yang Fan is not in a hurry. Today marks the day of the monthly examination for Class 7 of the senior year, and Yang Fan puts on his virtual helmet. In the virtual world, more than half of the students from Class 7 have already arrived, indicating that everyone is taking this seriously. Seeing Zhang Peng waving at him, Yang Fan was about to go over when a voice called out to him. Brother Yang Fan, after the assessment, I'll invite you to Tianxiang Rinjian for a gathering. Li Shihao walked over to greet him. Many students displayed envious expressions at this scene. As a genius acknowledged by the Li family, Zhang Peng's future achievements would at least be at the demigod level. To be singled out by him puts one at a significantly higher starting point than others. Yang Fan felt a bit helpless in his heart, but did not show it at all. Sure, being invited publicly, if he refused again, it would inevitably offend the other party. With his talent for evolution, what he needed was to survive and develop slowly. As for showing off and stepping on geniuses, Yang Fan had no interest. It feels great to flaunt one's abilities, but if one lacks the strength, it could be deadly. They'll book a private room now and send you the coordinates later. Li Shihao laughed heartily. A quarter of an hour before class, Li Qingying, the class teacher, also arrived in the classroom. Since everyone is here, let's get started. With a snap of her fingers, the original classroom began to change, instantly transforming into a playground, and there was a huge LCD screen right in front. The assessment is simple. The official intelligent entity will connect to your divine kingdom and then provide a comprehensive evaluation. This intelligent entity complies with the federal law No. 1068 privacy clause, and if there are any extremely valuable buildings of a grade or above in the divine kingdom, they will not be displayed. The prosperity range of divine beings' divine kingdom is between 0 and 100. The higher the value, the higher the score. After explaining the rules, Li Qingying took out a tablet from her pocket and continued. The order will follow the comprehensive evaluation during awakening. The lowest evaluation will go first. Next, I will start calling names. Matutu. A slightly plump girl gathered her courage and walked to Li Qingying. Relax, the federal intelligent entity is not aggressive. If you lift the restrictions on your divine kingdom, it will initiate a full area scan, and the results will be projected on this large screen. Ma-Tutu lightly tapped her forehead, and then closed her eyes slightly. Divine Lord Ma-Tutu, population of followers 1532, identity of followers barbarians, strength, signs of practicing federal body refinement technique. Most followers are physically healthy, but 5 of the population has minor illnesses, so the hygiene of the divine kingdom's environment needs attention. Buildings grade building Plow Fortress 3. Assets Bloodflower Ridge, X100, first level monster, 3 flowers Spirit Rice, X100, Great Spirit Plant. Comprehensive evaluation. The ecological stability of the divine kingdom is good with ample food and biomes, including antelopes, tigers, lions, and over 100 species, creating a complex and varied biological chain. However, the overall strength of the followers is too weak. Encountering large carnivorous creatures could pose certain risks. Suggestion: purchase breeding cards to increase the population and acquire various basic skills to awaken the followers' intelligence. Prosperity score 0. 3. Looking at the text displayed on the screen, Li Qingying shook her head and said, "You may leave now, but remember that developing the divine kingdom is the most crucial task at the moment. 10 days ago, everyone received federal fund loans, but this little girl's divine kingdom is too barren, clearly not making full use of the resources available. That faith point has no legal restrictions. Perhaps the other party used it for family needs or indulged in pleasure." However, Li Qingying would only give pointers without further interference. She is a teacher, not a babysitter. Divine Lord Sima Yuan, population of followers 5024. Buildings grade building Spirit Spring, well 10. Prosperity evaluation 0. 8. Divine Lord Wang Anshuan, prosperity evaluation 0. 7. It is no wonder that the intelligent entity from the federal government is highly efficient. It quickly connected to the student's divine kingdom and projected all information onto the big screen. However, this evaluation is indeed strict. After measuring over 50 individuals, none have even broken the score of 1. Next, Zhang Pang. Hearing Li Qingying's voice, Zhang Pang turned and gave Yang Fan a glance, as if signaling the beginning of his moment to shine. Divine Lord Zhang Pang, population of followers 11243, identity of followers barbarians, strength, practiced federal body refinement technique, and grade skill iron body technique. Buildings grade building Plow Fortress 20th grade building Fertile Earth House 20th grade building Natural Spring 20th grade building Automatic Cedar 2 grade building Moon Well 1 grade building Constant Temperature Greenhouse 15. Assets Strong Body Rice Ear 10,000th grade Spirit Plant Digging Earthworm X100 first level monster Wood Ganoderma X500. Comprehensive evaluation. The ecological environment is very stable and the direction is clear, allowing for the maintenance of the current pace. Suggestion: consider purchasing advanced planting talent skill books to accelerate the unlocking of followers' potential and improve crop growth efficiency. Prosperity evaluation 1. 9. Looking at Zhang Pang's dazzling data, especially the building section, many students showed envious expressions. So intense. How much faith did Zhang Pang invest in this? Old Zhang usually keeps a low profile, but he doesn't hold back when it's time to spend money, but it's good to rely on his family. Li Qingying also nodded in satisfaction, saying, "In less than a month, a prosperity evaluation of 1. 9 is impressive. Your family has put in significant effort. Keep it up." Zhang Pang nodded, returning to his seat, and quietly asked Yang Fan, "Looking at my glorious data, does it blind your eyes?" "It's alright, but compared to me, it's still a long way off." "Come on, I didn't expect you to enjoy showing off too. It's just a 5 million credit limit. What can you do with that?" Zhang Pang rolled his eyes. In the early stages of the divine kingdom, there were hardly any secrets, which is why Li Qingying organized such a public prosperity evaluation. By displaying each person's divine kingdom data for everyone to see, those with weaker strengths naturally fail. Only under pressure can there be motivation, which will also facilitate her teaching in the future. Divine Lord Wang Jinyu, population of followers 14223, identity of followers barbarians, strength, federal body refinement technique, grade skill, strong body formula, grade skill, muscle washing technique. Buildings grade building Wine Pool Meat Forest 10, Ode grade building Blood Spring 10, grade building Muscle Washing Pool 3, grade building Wet Bone Forest 1. Assets: first level automatic sparring post 100, Blood Shadow Wolf X100, first level monster Nethercat X2023, first level monster Bodhi Treasure Snake X11234, first level monster. Comprehensive evaluation. The strength of the followers is not weak, almost reaching the barbarian limit, but the divine kingdom has too few carnivorous resources, necessitating continuous resource investment to maintain ecological balance. Suggestion: in the early stages of the divine kingdom, do not overly pursue the strength of followers. Purchase more Wine Pool Meat Forest to maintain consumption balance, or buy non-level plants and animals to enhance ecological stability. Prosperity evaluation 4. 1. Observing Wang Jinyu's data, many people's faces displayed shock. The strength of Wang Jinyu's followers was about to reach the barbarian limit. How many resources must he have invested? Moreover, he was clearly preparing to follow a combat-oriented path, with followers focusing solely on cultivation, requiring resources to be purchased externally. For students from ordinary families, this was simply an extravagant display of wealth. Coming to the stage, Wang Jinyu looked at Li Shihao and said, "What do you think? If you give me another 10 days, I am confident I can transform the identity of my followers into ancient beings." Seeing Wang Jinyu's full fighting spirit, Li Shihao's face revealed an awkward expression. Have I been too pretentious during this period? I hope I didn't provoke him too much. Li Shihao felt a twinge of regret. In the past, Li Shihao was a distant relative of the Li family, without even a living allowance, and his parents were merely divine beings. His family background was not much better than Yang Fan's. In such an environment, he kept a low profile at school, but since awakening his class talent, the Iron Body, he was recognized by the Li family as one of their own. Resources were poured into his divine kingdom without restraint, and the group of geniuses he could only admire from afar began to greet him actively. At just under 20 years old, the tremendous shift in his status naturally made him feel a bit elated, and showing off in front of his classmates became his greatest joy during this time. However, after too much bragging, Li Shihao felt a bit weary and even began to reflect during this period. It's not about having too few friends, but rather the inequality. Have I gone too far in front of my former friends? Li Shihao coughed and said, "Indeed impressive, but I do have family investment, so I should be ahead in the early development of the divine kingdom." As the test was about to begin, he knew that in front of the federal intelligent life, there would be no secrets in his divine kingdom, so he hinted to Wang Jinyu in advance to avoid causing him to break down. It was no secret that he was recognized by the Li family, and with the resources of the Li family as cover, winning the assessment wouldn't make Wang Jinyu lose face too badly. It's not that he's stronger than me, it's just that his fate is better. People often comfort themselves this way. Next, Li Shihao Li Qingying announced. Originally, Li Qingying planned to have Li Shihao as the finale, as in her mind the prosperity of his divine kingdom should be undisputedly the first. However, according to the Ministry of Education's ranking of awakening evaluations, Li Shihao was placed after Yang Fan, and she couldn't change the order. As the intelligent life entered the divine kingdom, specific data appeared in front of everyone. Divine Lord Li Shihao. Follower population 10323. Follower identity ancient. Strength federal body refinement technique, class technique Ejin, wash marrow class technique Ejin Jing, class martial skill tiger roar fist, class martial skill light body technique. Buildings class building wine pool and meat forest X50, class building training room X5, class building moon, well X2, class building sun spring X2, class building lark blood pool X1. Assets Bodhi treasure snake X100 first tier monster blood flesh spiritual mushroom X100 class spiritual plant soul nourishing wood X100 class spiritual plant magic vine X100 class spiritual plant. Comprehensive evaluation. The ecology of the divine kingdom is at a stable critical value, even with such a frenzied breeding plant as the magic vine. It still cannot provide enough food for millions of herbivorous animals. Suggestion: the number of Bodhi treasure snakes is too high under high density living cont. Mixing different monster blood will enhance the effect of the lark blood pool. Prosperity evaluation 12. 3-inch. The venue fell silent for a moment before erupting into cheers. Li Gu is amazing, he even has class buildings, truly a genius from a prominent family. While you all were stunned, I searched a bit, and this lark blood pool can actually extract the blood and flesh from monster corpses to create blood pills. Not only can they be consumed by followers to enhance their strength, but they can also be directly sold in the marketplace. The big data calculations show an annualized return rate as high as 54.6. No wonder Li Gu raises so many Bodhi treasure snakes. In less than a month, followers have already reached the status of ancient beings. It's too exaggerated. Last year, graduates from Yang County No. 1 high school still had some classmates with barbarian identities. Does Li Gu still accept followers? If so, how about helping a brother out? The venue instantly became lively as the luxurious content displayed on the big screen was simply too extravagant. Li Shihao took a deep breath, maintaining his expression and trying not to appear too arrogant. He knew very well that his accomplishments in such a short time were entirely due to the class building the lark blood pool. This was granted to him by the elders of the Li family when he was recognized as one of their own. It was precisely because of that large quantity of blood pills that his followers' strength increased so rapidly. Being invincible is so lonely, Li Shihao sighed inwardly. In another 6 months, he would have to be divided into classes, and then he would have to compete with those monsters in the first class of senior year. There would be fewer days to show off. Below, Wang Jinyu clenched his fists and then relaxed his expression, no longer conflicted. The significant gap also had its advantages. It prevented the urge to resist. Li Shihao is right, he has the investment from the Li family. No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up. It's not that I'm inferior to him, but that he is just lucky. Wang Jinyu lamented in his heart, no longer feeling jealousy, only admiration. Yang Fan was not as fanatical as others, but looking at that class building, he felt the same envy. The higher the level of the building, the more its effects and profit-generating abilities increase exponentially. Yang Gu, although Li Shuheo can't compare to the top 10 monsters in our class, he's definitely a genius-level figure. Being his follower is not a loss. If possible, recommend me as well. Zhang Pang cracked his knuckles. Before Yang Fan could respond, he heard Li Qingying shout. Don't feel pressured. In the early development of a divine kingdom, resources have the greatest impact. Even if a genius has a class talent, if they are born into a common family, they cannot compare to the waste of a prominent family. Keep a calm mind. The development of a divine kingdom is a protracted battle. Li Qingying comforted Yang Fan, who stood before her. With class buildings, many weaker demigods likely didn't even have them. No wonder the gap was so wide. Yang Fan lightly tapped his forehead and then lifted the restrictions to allow intelligent life to probe the data of his divine kingdom. Prior to this, Yang Fan had stopped the tenfold evolution. Although he hadn't heard of intelligent life leaking divine kingdom secrets, Yang Fan would not take such risks. Excluding the SSS talent, the development of his divine kingdom might astonish others, but it definitely wouldn't exceed the realm of understanding. There was no need to hide anything for now. Divine Lord Yang Fan. Follower population 110000. Follower identity ancient. Strength. Some followers have begun practicing the federal body refinement technique. Buildings Moonwell X5, Sun Spring X5. Assets Bodhi Treasure Snake X27233, First Tier Monster Knight Vulture X1345, First Tier Monster Water Lotus X200 Class Spiritual Plant Soul Nourishing Wood 100 Years X100 Class Spiritual Plant. Comprehensive evaluation. Sufficient food. Stable ecology as an early stage divine kingdom development is extremely excellent. Suggestion none. Prosperity evaluation 22. For inch. Am I seeing things? Yang Fan's follower population is 11000. Is that more than 10 times mine? What's going on? This must be a mistake. Why is his follower identity ancient? A large population is one thing, but why is their strength so strong? How did he support 11000 followers? He even received the evaluation of sufficient food and stable ecology, which means his divine kingdom can be self-sufficient. The classmates below looked at each other, their faces full of questions. Zhang Pang's eyes widened like copper bells, feeling that the display was too bright and dazzling, causing his eyes to ache. Teacher Li, could there be a mistake? Wang Jinyu's face twitched from below the stage. Losing to Li Shuhua, he accepted it. After all, the other party had a level building. But how could Yang Fan have such a high prosperity rating? There was nothing particularly special about his buildings or assets. The only outrageous thing was the number of believers. After all, he had just awakened and immediately used a reproduction card upon returning home. How could there be such a huge gap? Moreover, there were even believers who had grasped the Federation's body refinement technique. Is that right? It seems very wrong. Only 20 years had passed since the establishment of the Divine Nation, and yet the Federation's body refinement technique was created by high-level deities with countless profound changes. How could uncivilized barbarians without at least 100 or 80 years possibly grasp it? The more Wang Jinyu thought about it, the more he found it absurd, directly questioning the results of the intelligent life assessment. Shut up. The intelligent life calculation ability of the federal government is comparable to that of high-level deities. How could it possibly be wrong? Li Qingying waved her hand to interrupt, a powerful divine aura silencing the students present. She turned to Yang Fan and said, the population count is easy to resolve, but I am curious how your believers could grasp the Federation's body refinement technique in such a short time. Your development speed is probably comparable to those geniuses in the first class. Li Qingying was a first-tier deity, and her knowledge was naturally beyond what these students could compare to. In the span of 20 years, raising the population from a few hundred to 100,000 was not difficult. Level or higher reproduction cards or certain special buildings could achieve that. However, most people would not choose to operate this way, as it would place too much burden on the Divine Nation. Entering the Federation's body refinement technique was far more difficult. In the initial establishment of the Divine Nation, believers had low qualifications, and they had to either rely on time or enhance the qualifications of believers using rare resources or special buildings. If this were in a big family, Li Qingying would not be surprised at all. As long as one is willing to invest, even barbarians with such wasteful physiques could be turned into cultivation geniuses. But Yang Fan was just a child from an ordinary family, which made it seem abrupt. Teacher Li, when my believers reproduced to the third and fourth generations, several geniuses emerged. Then I delivered a divine edict instructing them to focus on cultivation, and with the ample blood and flesh of the Bodhi treasure snake, they barely entered the door yesterday. Yang Fan had already thought out his explanation. The better the qualifications of the believers, the higher the probability of the next generation possessing genius. But the descendants of ordinary believers are not necessarily inferior. With a vast enough base, one or two geniuses will inevitably emerge. Moreover, the most important thing is that this probability issue cannot be explained at all. You are indeed lucky, Li Qingying chuckled lightly. Li Qingying did not doubt this. Since the era of the divine nation arrived, extraordinary occurrences were countless. Yang Fan's situation could only astonish these students. Watching the students tremble under her pressure, Li Qingying withdrew her divine aura and asked, "Do you think Yang Fan's prosperity rating is unfair?" Indeed, others might be fine, but Li Shuhua's divine nation is clearly stronger than Yang Fan's, with a level building like the 100 Spirits blood pool. How could the rating be so much lower than Yang Fan's? Wang Jinyu raised the question. Yang Fan's believer status as an ancient person made him feel inferior, but Li Shuhua was no slouch either. Moreover, the data gap between the two was too great. Just in terms of asset value within the divine nation, Li Shuhua's was probably hundreds of times that of Yang Fan's. Li Qingying explained, the competition in prosperity is not about the overall strength of the divine nation, but rather the stability of the current ecosystem. Do you think it's really easy for the Federation's intelligent life to provide an excellent comprehensive evaluation? Looking at the confused crowd, Li Qingying directly called out Wang Jinyu. How many faith points do you invest in your divine nation daily? About 25000 faith points, Wang Jinyu answered. Your population is only about 18 of Yang Fan's, but he is self-sufficient while you have to invest so much each day. Don't you find this problematic? Wang Jinyu was speechless. He naturally knew the flaws in his divine nation right now. When investing over 20,000 faith points daily, it would be a lie to say it didn't hurt. However, Wang Jinyu couldn't understand how Yang Fan managed to support such a large population, especially in the early stages of the divine nation. This is the importance of theoretical knowledge, Li Qingying said, looking increasingly satisfied with Yang Fan. Theoretical knowledge is not unimportant. Do you think just throwing various biological resources into the divine nation is enough? If it were that simple, all basic education schools could be dismantled aside from universities. For example, the Bodhi treasure snake, what kind of environment is suitable for its reproduction? Is it a lush forest or a damp and dark gorge? Apart from the living environment, what is the most suitable food source for it? If survival conditions are too favorable, will there be overbreeding? Should we introduce natural enemies? How far is the believer's habitat from these food sources? Is there a need to deliver a divine edict to prevent what plants are suitable for growing by the river, which are suitable for wasteland, and which can withstand harsh winters? Even the most basic plants have a lot of knowledge behind them. If you all paid attention in class and often went to the school library to study after class, you could plan ahead right when you invested the cards. This would greatly increase the resource utilization rate of the divine nation. Of course, both animals and plants would undergo natural selection. If survival conditions are poor, animals will migrate and plants will die naturally. But all of this requires time. I can responsibly tell everyone that if all of this relies on the divine nation to self-regulate, it would take at least hundreds of years. In reality, that could be the time it takes for you to finish high school. Today is a good example. I hope everyone can value theoretical lessons. Upon hearing this, everyone showed a look of realization on their faces, and at this moment their gaze towards Yang Fan was somewhat different. Previously, they only knew Yang Fan to be low-key and not good at speaking, but they didn't expect him to be a hidden academic who frequented the library. Li Shuhua looked at Yang Fan with curiosity as well, wondering in his heart, have I not encountered him in the library? Could it be that he borrowed books from the public library of the federal government? Seeing that the educational goal had been achieved, Li Qingying directly announced the end of class. The rewards for the 2nd to 10th places will be directly credited to your divine nations. The others may leave. Yang Fan, come with me. Do you feel proud? You are already hundreds of years ahead of your classmates. Li Qingying asked. The student does not dare. In response to Li Qingying's guess, Yang Fan could only say that his strength relied entirely on others' fantasy. Yang Fan had learned theoretical knowledge about the divine nation quite well, but it was absolutely impossible for him to consider such comprehensively. The high prosperity rating was entirely due to the self-regulation of the divine nation over the past 200 years. However, even if he said this himself, it was likely that no one would believe him. You are quite composed and indeed worthy of praise. I've never encountered a student with such solid theoretical knowledge. But don't be too proud. You may be ahead of the ordinary students, yet compared to the heirs of those prominent families, this could be a disadvantage. Take the Luo family and the Li family for instance. They each have their own financial advisors who specialize in assisting the younger generation in establishing their divine realms. They have immersed themselves in this field for hundreds or even thousands of years, and many in this cohort boast a prosperity level higher than yours. Li Qingying reminded him. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. You ranked first in this assessment, and I promised you a grade building. What type do you wish for? Is there a building that can slowly alter the qualifications of the followers? You don't seek rapid growth and strength, but rather value the foundation of your followers. That's commendable. However, what you're asking for is not something a grade building can provide. Let me think. Li Qingying narrowed her eyes, slightly connecting to her divine realm. After a moment, she seemed to find a target. I don't have the building you want, but I have an adult Tai Sueo. Would you like it? Tai Sui. Yang Fan was stunned. He had seen Tai Sui in books. It was not a mythical beast, but rather a poultry cultivated by top shepherds. Its body resembled a small mountain and did not move. Once the meat was sliced off, it would regrow by the next. The meat of Tai Sui does have a minuscule effect on altering qualifications, but it is very weak. Most deities treat it merely as a flesh-producing machine akin to a grade building's meat and wine banquet. However, the value of an adult Tai Sui is as high as 2 million faith points, making it quite expensive even among grade buildings. Teacher Li, isn't that rather costly? Yang Fan asked. I bought this many years ago. Even the mortal followers in my divine realm find its taste lacking. It has become useless to me, so consider it an investment in you. In the future, if conditions allow, you could also purchase a grade building, the 100 Spirits blood pool. Placing the Tai Sui in there would ensure a steady output of blood pills. Thank you, teacher. An adult Tai Sui would be of immense help to Yang Fan at present, but once placed in the divine realm, his followers could feast on its flesh, greatly aiding their cultivation of the Federation's body refining techniques. Before you leave, let me give you one more piece of advice. The intelligent life form recently evaluated only the prosperity of your divine realm, while I am providing investment advice. The returns on investment in the Moon, Well, Sun, Spring, and Water Lotus are too low. Given your financial situation, you need to teach your followers some skills to engage in high-return work. The development of a divine realm requires substantial resources. Once you leave the virtual world, hurry to pack these things up and sell them to pursue other investment opportunities. At your young age, this investment style is more stable than those old fossils. How can that be? Also, don't even consider birthing a fountain of life. The odds of that happening are lower than encountering an old man who takes a liking to you and gives you 100 million faith points. Yes, Yang Fan said a bit awkwardly. He had thought about making high-return investments for the divine realm, but for him, it seemed more of a loss than a gain. The higher the threshold, the greater the investment returns. This not only requires followers to possess the necessary life skills, but Yang Fan must also keep a close eye on their work. Just like his parents, who had to issue divine decrees daily to instruct the followers in mining, if they exhausted the mines, it would harm the vein's foundation. With a tenfold evolution aptitude, this is quite taxing on one's energy. Working 1 day for him is equivalent to 10 days for others. Even low-yield assets can become extremely profitable, and he should focus more on enhancing the strength of his followers. Were it not for Yang Fan's background in an ordinary family and his diligent pursuit of knowledge, Li Qingying as a deity would not have singled him out for guidance. Once Li Qingying left, Yang Fan did not immediately return to reality, as he received an invitation. Brother Yang, I've booked a private room at Tianxiang World. The coordinates are 369, 110, 1742. You can teleport directly by clicking the coordinates. Yang Fan lightly tapped the blue coordinates, and his entire being transformed into data, arriving in a private room. Were it not for his knowledge that he was in a virtual world, he would have doubted the reality of it all. The aroma of the dishes, the scent of high-end perfume, and the fragrance of the sandalwood tables and chairs made one feel immersed with no sense of incongruity. So how is it? It's your first time here, isn't it quite different from the classroom? Seeing Yang Fan's astonished expression, Li Shihao could not help but say, Indeed. This is the entertainment area. If it isn't genuine enough, who would come here to spend? From the perspective of dopamine secretion in the cerebral cortex, this place is no different from the real world. Brother Yang, you should come here to play whenever you have time. The pressure of constantly monitoring the development of the divine realm can be quite immense. I am not as wealthy as you, Li. I've invested all my faith points in the divine realm. Brother Yang's character indeed aligns well with mine. This seems to be called delayed gratification. I used to read books on divine realm investments in the library, and every book mentioned this point. The books say that if a deity wants to become wealthy, they must learn to delay gratification. The faith points we earn must be reinvested in the divine realm. Compound interest is the first miracle of divine realm investments. Even if the annualized return on investment is only 10, if you persist for 100 years, your final return will be 13780 times. Brother Yang, don't you think it's quite miraculous? If ordinary families could truly practice delayed gratification, could they also become wealthy one day in the future? It should be possible. A month ago, I thought the same way. I even planned to have my followers learn various life skills once the divine realm awakened, then focus on investing, so that 100 years later, I would become a wealthy person and allow my parents to enjoy their later years. At this point, Li Shihao stood up and picked up a glass of red wine, gazing out the window. Until I awakened my Crade talent iron body and the Li family approached me as a collateral disciple. Only then did I realize how foolish my thoughts were. I am a second-tier genius of the Li family, having received a grade building and 20 Crade buildings as rewards. Such wealth would have been something I could never have dreamed of, even with a lifetime of hard work in the past. Moreover, I also receive a family subsidy of 2 million faith points each month, and annually I enjoy a dividend of 10 million faith points from the Li family's Genius Investment Fund. I hope you don't find it laughable, but when I saw the Li family's legal team present this contract to me, I nearly fainted from happiness. What nonsense about compound interest investments and delayed gratification to achieve wealth. In this world, choice is far more important than effort. Luck often makes reality more dramatic. Congratulations, Li. Yang Fan sighed. Today he had gained a lot of insight. He never expected the wealth of these prominent families to be so substantial. Li Shihao turned to stare at Yang Fan, saying, when the divine kingdom first awakened, everyone had lofty aspirations, believing that with effort life would improve progressively. But what is the reality? Look at our parents. They are constantly exhausting themselves for their followers, their bodies hunched and hair graying, yet they must continue working. Divine beings have a lifespan of 500 years, but most age and die around 200 to 300. What do you think, Brother Yang? The resources of the divine kingdom are overdrawn. Yang Fan replied without hesitation, as his mother Sun Rong was already facing health issues in this regard. The Federation imposes a head tax, and in order to earn belief points, one must also pay personal income tax on each transaction. Even online trading platforms charge a 2-transaction fee. Considering the current advancement of the internet, facilitating transactions incurs no cost. Once we graduate losing the legal protection of the Federation, we must either become strong enough or find a backing. Taxes on living expenses and various hidden charges abound. Investing in cultivating followers for the safety of the divine kingdom, or directly seeking a backing while handing over the bulk of the benefits to them. This has turned compound interest into a beautiful mathematical problem. The investment return rate of the divine kingdom is quite high, but if you really only invest, then your divine kingdom becomes a delicious piece of meat waiting for the day it hands over your very life to the enemy. Li, you truly are well-read and have exceptional insight, Yang Fan admired. Yang Fan's words were sincere. Being only a high school junior, he hadn't considered such far-reaching implications. Li Shihao's insights and ideas provided him with much inspiration and warning. Brother Yang, I will get straight to the point. I want you to be my subordinate deity. I know that with your capabilities there are indeed better options available. Even for Li Tianheng, the genius of the Li family, you would be qualified to give it a try. However, before that, why not hear my terms? As long as you agree to sign a contract with me, I will subsidize you with 100 belief points each month. Additionally, after a year, I can provide you with a grade building. Most importantly, from now on, I am willing to purchase all resources produced within your divine kingdom at market price. Of course, we will transact via transfer to legally avoid taxes. Hearing this, Yang Fan's expression turned somewhat puzzled. Generally, subordinate deities sell the resources of the divine kingdom to their protectors at 30 or even 50 off. He couldn't understand the significance of Li Shihao's actions. Noticing Yang Fan's expression, Li Shihao explained, I wouldn't have offered this price before today. However, this assessment has revealed your additional value to me. What value? Actuary, you possess the talent of an actuary. With a mere initial funding of 5 million belief points, you managed to develop the divine kingdom to such an extent in just 20 days. I believe your talent in this area is quite strong. I do not wish to take advantage of your divine kingdom's resources, but I hope you can help me plan for the divine kingdom in the future, Li Shihao stated frankly. Yang Fan understood now. It seems the other party, like Li Qingying, had misunderstood him. Doesn't the Li family have its own actuary? And I should be inferior to them at this point. As for actuary fees, the Li family's top talents have a fund reimbursement service, while I must pay out of pocket, and the cost is not something I can currently afford. Li Shuhao's face showed some embarrassment. Yang Fan sighed, saying, can I refuse? Seemingly not expecting this response, Li Shihao was momentarily stunned. Why? Li Shihao was confident his offer posed no loss to Yang Fan, with full-price purchases of divine kingdom resources and monthly subsidies. This was after all a windfall from the heavens. I wish to pursue a combat-oriented path and do not want to engage in logistical work. But your talent. Li Shihao seemed incredulous. Thank you for your generous invitation, but I have my own ideas and I don't possess much actuary talent. The development of the divine kingdom has an element of luck. After a moment of silence, Li Shihao finally set down his cup and raised his head with a smile, saying, if the deal doesn't go through, at least we maintain our friendship. After all, we are classmates, and perhaps in the future we can still collaborate on divine kingdom investments. Since you are here, let me play the host, my brother. I invite you to enjoy yourself thoroughly. In that case, I must thank Li. Brotherly then. Follow me, and it'll take you to experience the local customs and culture here. Li Shihao laughed heartily, pulling Yang Fan into another private room. This is a specialty service of Tianxiang Renjian. Since we have awakened our divine kingdom, we are considered adults, and thus have the qualification to consume here. Choose someone first, brother. Li Shihao waved his hand, causing a row of female portraits to float in the air. Name: Lu Rian. Measurements: 85, 58, 90. Personality: open-minded. Strength: divine being. Price: 100 belief points overnight. Name by Ningbing. Each photo varied in allure, fullness, and purity. Yang Fan couldn't help but swallow hard, momentarily at a loss for how to choose. Noticing Yang Fan's prolonged silence, Li Shihao smirked, asking, do you require a special type? What do you mean by special type? Human wife, older sister, younger sister, flower, mother, daughter, flower, or perhaps brother Yang has heavier taste. There's also the elf and beast races. If you desire something even bolder, there are beautiful goblins as well. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Of course, this Tianxiang Rinjian also offers demigods and divine beings to play with, but they are all upstairs. We lack the qualifications, and with our current levels of consciousness, we could easily get played to death. Li Shihao laughed. This place really is a jack of all trades. Yang Fan's face twitched. With internet technology so advanced, even if separated by two planets, communication can still occur on a conscious level. However, Brother Yang can rest assured that Tianxiang Rinjian has an excellent reputation. The waitstaff here are not virtual characters, but truly exist in reality. Life is tough for everyone. They come out to earn some extra income, you understand. Li Shihao displayed an expression that all men would understand. Yang Fan coughed lightly, saying, I have never consumed here. This is my first time. Everyone has a first time. It is a virtual world, so it doesn't count as infidelity for a future wife. How about I arrange it for you? Then that would trouble you. The day before yesterday, I heard from a friend that goblins. Stop. I think this Lu Rian seems quite good. Li Shihao looked disappointed upon hearing this, saying, In that case, Brother Yang, enjoy yourself. We can gather again sometime. Saying this, Li Shihao finished the payment and tactfully exited the private room. Yang Fan watched the retreating figure, feeling his face twitch. He always felt that this guy was trying to get back at him for the earlier rejection. In another private room, Li Shihao sat at the main seat, while an elderly man with graying hair exuding a demigod aura stood quietly beside him holding documents. Uncle, and what do you think of this classmate of mine? Li Shihao inquired. According to the young master's description, his talent is indeed impressive, but the terms offered by the young master are too generous. After all, he is a classmate. I just didn't expect him to reject such favorable terms. If the young master truly wishes to recruit him, perhaps you could start with his parents. No need. Means may conquer a person, but won't garner true hearts. The development of the divine kingdom is a long race. Relying on those underhanded means only leads to mutual attrition in the end. Having more friends is better than having more enemies. Li Shihao was born into an ordinary family and did not possess the arrogance typical of children from prominent families. He was more inclined to discover the shining points within individuals like Yang Fan. The old man replied expressionlessly, You are right, young master. How is the family loan progressing? We have applied for 50 million faith points with an annual interest rate of 11.2. Interest will be paid for 5 years, and then the principal and interest will be paid back over 20 years. Is this the maximum amount? If you demonstrate the value of a first-rate genius, it can be increased to 500 million. In that case, lend me the entire amount, and I will spend 20 million to buy 10 adult Tai Sui to invest in the 100 spirits blood pool. After deducting the 11.2 capital cost, I can still earn about 37.6 annually. The remaining 30 million will be used by Uncle and to purchase resources primarily aimed at enhancing the strength of the believers in the divine kingdom. In 6 months, there will be a class assessment at school, and I must strive to aim for the goal of becoming a first-rate genius in the family. Understood. After resting for a night in the virtual world, Yang Fan returned to reality. That Lu Ru Yin was quite pitiful. A sick brother, a gambling father, a mother who favored sons over daughters. She was shattered. Yang Fan felt that the other party was hundreds of times poorer than himself. Faced with the pitiful Lu Ru Yin, Yang Fan couldn't help but tip her a drop of moonlight, due to express his goodwill. Afterward, the two exchanged contact information, and Yang Fan expressed that he would definitely take care of the business in the future. The sensory experience was too real. Clearly, he had come to relieve stress, yet upon returning to reality, Yang Fan felt utterly exhausted. Amitabha Buddha, women only affect the speed at which one draws their sword. It is best to do less in matters of saving the suffering. Yang Fan took a deep breath. Adjusting his mindset, Yang Fan immersed himself in the divine kingdom. With a single thought, he placed the Tai Sui that Li Qingying had given him next to the divine awakening city and issued a divine decree. My believers, this is divine flesh granted by the gods capable of altering one's aptitude. Clean the flesh, and it will regrow next month. Strong believers will be prioritized in the distribution. Thank you for your divine grace. The believers knelt in reverence. The moment the Tai Sui entered the divine kingdom, Yang Fan sensed specific information. With the current consumption capacity of his believers, just this one Tai Sui could provide for all their food. Yang Fan couldn't help but marvel. It was no wonder it was a treasure worth 2 million. He feared he wouldn't have to worry about food for a long time, and even the grains he had planted recently felt like they could be abandoned. Practicing the Federation's body refinement technique, it was naturally best to eat meat. Then Yang Fan activated his tenfold evolution talent and returned to reality. After witnessing the Li family's training of geniuses, the slight pride Yang Fan had just felt was crushed completely. Even if his resource acquisition ability was 10 times that of others, he dared not be arrogant. If only I could secure more startup capital. Yang Fan sighed. Though the human heart is only the size of a fist, desires are endless. Just a month ago, Yang Fan's family income was less than 500, yet now the minimum net income had reached 500, yet he still felt unsatisfied. Standing in different positions, the scenery view changes. Previously, he had no right to even approach the currently Shiheo, and naturally, there would be no sense of urgency. Currently, he was still a student protected by the Federation's laws, but what about 5 years from now? Don't even speak of 5 years later. Are the Federation's laws truly infallible? Rather than entrusting his fate to so-called rules, it was better to strengthen himself. I must use all means to enrich the divine kingdom, strengthen the believers, and break through to demigod status, or even become a deity as soon as possible. Yang Fan silently admonished himself. Suddenly a call request came unexpectedly from his watch. It was Zhang Pang. Once the call connected, there was a cacophony on the line. Adoptive father, you have hidden it from me so well. With a population of 110,000, how on earth did you manage to achieve that? Yesterday was my son's fault. I shouldn't have shown off in front of my adoptive father. My eyes have been blinded by your magnificent glory. Please, adoptive father, come to my humble abode so that I may admire your magnificent and glorious figure. I don't accept adopted sons, Yang Fan replied with a roll of his eyes. What about biological sons? I can have my own, and I don't need one as big as you. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Wait. My brother is such a huge asset, not hugging him would be against reason. I'm not asking for much, just a bit of guidance on developing the divine kingdom. Zhang Pang adjusted his voice. I fear I can't offer much advice, I have things to attend to, so I will hang up now. Yang Fan finished speaking and immediately hung up the phone. In the following days, Zhang Pang either called or came to bother him. After all, he was a good friend, so Yang Fan had to spare some time to offer suggestions. Observing the development of Zhang Pang's divine kingdom, Yang Fan found that the other's theoretical knowledge was appallingly lacking. Aside from the farmland near the tribe that his father Zhang Wanshan had helped arrange, the rest was simply unbearable to look at. In comparison, Yang Fan's theoretical knowledge could truly be called that of a scholar. After several days, he greatly improved the ecological environment of Zhang Pang's divine kingdom, instantly earning his gratitude and gaining a little fanboy in return. After dealing with his friend, Yang Fan returned to his daily life. Attending classes diligently during the day, after class, he would browse the shopping mall and the deity forum, researching how to better develop the divine kingdom. Now that the ecology in Yang Fan's divine kingdom was stable, coupled with the Tai Sui, which served as a meat-producing machine, food was simply in surplus. This led to a significant reduction in hunting by the believers, and all creatures within the divine kingdom began to proliferate. Now what Yang Fan needed to do was study how to enhance the strength of his believers. Considering his evolution talent, his focus was primarily on spiritual plants or demon beasts that could slowly alter aptitude. Items that could enhance aptitude were exceedingly expensive, with 99 of them beyond Yang Fan's current means. However, if he chose those with particularly long effect durations, the price would be relatively cheap. After spending a long time browsing the shopping mall, Yang Fan indeed found some suitable options. Crate 100 Spirits Peaches X 100 priced at 1000 faith points. Merchants note long-term consumption can enhance believers' aptitude. If considering future development towards cultivation, it's a safe bet with a very low probability of enabling offspring to possess spiritual roots. Requires cultivation with soil that embodies the essence of life, and the peach pits can be replanted after consumption with a 37 probability of germination. Yang Fan waved his hand and directly purchased them along with 100 square meters of such soil. Given Yang Fan's current believer population, these 100 peach trees wouldn't even fill a gap in his teeth. However, fortunately, they could be cultivated further, saving him a considerable amount of faith points, as time was what he cared the least about. Spirit Fish Doll X 100 First Tier Demon Beast priced at 600 faith points. Long-term consumption is effective in strengthening the body. Buy. Yang Fan also purchased some grass carp, perch, and mandarin fish, placing them in the river as food for the spirit. To establish a simple aquatic ecosystem, he bought some aquatic plants like watergrass, algae, and water vines, along with shrimp and pufferfish, purchasing all in one go. These non-tiered plants and animals were incredibly cheap, and Yang Fan didn't even blink with his current funds. As for whether the creatures he bought could survive, Yang Fan wasn't worried at all. Aside from the spirit fish dolls, the other creatures didn't even count as assets. Whether they could proliferate within this ecosystem would be left to time to decide. Time would sift out the best combinations of the biological chain. Tier 1 Monstrous Dapang Birds X 200 price 15000. Tier 1 Monstrous Hawks X 200 price 15000. Yang Fan purchased them all to increase the number of aerial predators and prevent the night vultures from dominating. After channeling the resources into Xinhua, he once more issued a divine edict explaining how to cultivate Bailingtao and revealing the existence of the Lingyu Wawa. Divine Lord Yang Fan. Xinhua area 1 million square kilometers. Talent grade resource talent. All resources within Xinhua grow 10 faster. SS grade talent evolution. Unique talent capable of accelerating Xinhua's evolution, currently hidden. Followers Gu Run 110000. Cultivation Lianbong Body Refining Technique. Faith Points 970988. Daily Provision 0. 56. Buildings Moon Wells X5 Sun Springs X5. Assets Putabo Snakes X29343. Tier 1 Beasts Night Vultures X1665. Tier 1 Beasts Ling Yu Wawa X100. Tier 1 Beasts Dupping Birds X200. Tier 1 Beasts Hawks X200. Tier 1 Beasts Tai Sui X1. Water Lotus X200. Grade Spirit Plant Soul Nurturing Tree Century X100. Crate Spirit Plant Bailing Tao X10. Crate Spirit Plant. Yang Fan kept to a calm routine, attending classes, visiting the mall and forums on schedule, and checking Xinhua for anomalies. In the blink of an eye 20 days passed. In Xinhua that span equated to 200 years. Exactly 1 month had passed since he last sold Yuehua Du and other goods. Yang Fan prepared another sale to replenish faith points. Before he even entered Xinhua, a warm tide surged through his body. A tremendous force flooded his limbs and marrow. Yang Fan felt himself become several times more powerful than before. Sensing a massive change in Xinhua, Yang Fan hurriedly entered his realm. Followers Mortals 1200 daily provide faith points 1. 4. Over those 200 years the follower population peaked and then receded. Around 100 years into the Xinhua calendar the population surpassed 24000. At that time Xinchi City and the other 4 cities were densely populated. Around the 5 great cities numerous small tribes began to appear. At the same time Tai Sui meat finally became scarce. Followers began hunting to sustain their food supplies. Soon the 4 major cities expressed dissatisfaction with the distribution of Tai Sui meat and petitioned the capital. Negotiations failed and war broke out. The cities Qinglong Baihu Zhuqiue and Xuanwu besieged Xinchi. The conflict became known in history as the Rebellion of the 4 Kings. All of this occurred while Yang Fan slept, but even if he had been awake, he would not have intervened. Followers are human too, subject to passions and desires. A war would only cull and strengthen civilization. As a god, Yang Fan would not interfere with development, so long as civilization did not face extinction. The 4 Kings' rebellion lasted 10 years, and the population plunged to 80,000. In the end, the emperor and the 4 Kings signed a pact of non-aggression. Xinchi City took 40% of the Tai Sui meat, and the remaining 60% was divided among the 4 cities. The war eliminated many weak followers, leaving mostly the strong. Nearly a century of peace followed, and the population rose again to 1800. Because followers practiced the Lianbong body refining technique, the stronger they grew, the more meat they consumed. With 1800 people, Tai Sui meat alone could no longer fully supply them. The population began to fluctuate 1700, 1600, 100. Over that century, Xinchi City nearly doubled in size, and the 4 cities established their own settlements, greatly reducing population density. Commerce began, and those in authority issued laws and regulations. Because of this change, Yang Fan's followers shifted from Gu Rin to mortals. Watching their development from a god's vantage, Yang Fan was pleased. Perhaps it would not be long before Tier 1 life began to appear among his followers. The Lianbong body refining technique only lays a foundation. Even perfected, it yields only Tier 1 life. Afterwards, they will need to purchase cultivation manuals and even various weapons. Relying on followers alone to grope toward inheritance is far too slow. That all requires faith points. Yang Fan rubbed his temples. Sometimes rapid development in Xinhua brought its own headaches. Yang Fan took stock of his realm's assets, used a blank card to withdraw all the Yuehua Du and Yang Jing, then removed 20,000 Putabo snakes, 2,000 night vultures, 20,000 Ling Yu Wawa, and 20,000 water lotus seeds. He sold all these resources through an online marketplace. Total revenue, 810000 faith points. After deducting 10 personal income tax and a 2-platform matchmaking fee, net income, 71200 faith points. Faith points 166200 daily provision 1. For feeling that Xinghua's food chain was stable and wishing to make the most of the faith points, Yang Fan decided to spend 1.2 million to purchase 2 more moon wells and 2 more sun springs. Faith points 46200 daily provision 1. For buildings Moon Wells X7 Sun Springs X7. Given the level of network technology in this era, if one was willing to make the effort, virtually all knowledge could be acquired online. Therefore, the proportion of knowledge taught in class dwindled and daytime lessons became fewer. With so much free time, even Yang Fan, who disliked socializing, began to take part in classmates' activities. Not out of boredom, but because he gradually discovered his classmates had much to offer. Unlike the God forums, face-to-face conversations in the virtual world were candid and sincere. They discussed which spirit plants could be planted on a large scale for the highest overall return, which treasures could markedly improve a follower's aptitude, whether any manuals were both cheap and powerful, and how private trades to avoid taxes in fact proved legal. Everyone scoured the web for information, distilled useful fragments, and shared them. Yang Fan had to admit that humans are indeed social animals. Cooperation far outstrips lone effort. especially geniuses like Li Shuheo with powerful family networks. His channels of information were incomparable, and a single remark from him often made everything clear to the rest. A private room at Tianxiang Rinjian. Li Shuheo, Wang Jinyu, Yang Fan, Zhang Pang, and a dozen other male classmates from Senior 3, Class 7 gathered together. With Li Shuheo, the obvious leader present, many female classmates wanted to join, but Tianxiang Rinjian was awkward. Acquaintances from real life were nearby, and the atmosphere could not loosen, so they stopped inviting girls. Brother Hao, aside from the Lianbang body refining technique, my followers also practice Yijin Shisui Gong. Their meat consumption is terrifying. The abundance of meat cannot keep pace. Now I have to buy meat from the mall every day. Wang Jinyu downed a gulp of wine. He had come to terms with reality, no longer treating Li Shuheo as a rival, but rather following him unquestioningly, calling him brother Hao at every turn. Before Li Shuheo could speak, a rather short classmate raised his hand. My talent is animal husbandry. I raise a lot of putabo snakes. Especially unranked cattle, horses, and sheep can yield an extra 70 to 80,000 heads per day. Brother Wang, do you want to buy from me? You can avoid the mall's taxes. I give a 5 discount, mutually beneficial. No problem. They'll take as many putabo snakes as you have, but forget the beef and mutton. My followers are already gurun and have entered the Lianbang technique. Ordinary meat has no effect and only fills the belly. Wang Jinyu agreed with a nod. Under the leadership of Li Shuheo, the boys of Class 7 in their senior year have formed a small circle, engaging not only in information exchange, but also privately trading resources. Legitimate tax avoidance is not shabby. After all, the government can't expect friends to transfer money and still pay taxes, right? Actually, you could buy an adult Tai Sui. Li Shuheo reminded. Tai Sui? That thing costs 2 million faith points, Wang Jinyu exclaimed. 1 Tai Sui would be enough for you to develop for a long time, and regularly consuming Tai Sui meat has a slow effect of enhancing one's aptitude, which is far more cost-effective than indulging in feasts. Since Brother Hao said so, I'll go back and ask my dad for some funds to try. The lack of meat seriously restricts the development of my divine kingdom. Wang Jinyu clapped his hands, determined. Zhang Pang then began to promote. My dad recently harvested 10 tons of spirit rice. The price is definitely cheaper than the market. If any brothers need it, just call me. I have raised quite a few fish-type demon beasts, all traded at 95 of the market price. I have meat spiritual mushrooms. During this time, everyone has become familiar with each other, and private trading is a mutually beneficial endeavor, allowing for open discussions. Wang Jinyu turned to Yang Fan and asked, Old Yang, do you still have Bodhi treasure snakes for sale? They'll give you 2 adult Bodhi treasure snakes at a special price of 9500 credit points. Yang Fan replied directly. Damn, how are you more aggressive than Wang Mozi's snake-selling expert with another 200? If I didn't know better, I'd think you're the one doing the breeding. Save them all for me. I want them all. Wang Jinyu waved his hand. There was nothing he could do. He was frightened by the lack of meat during this time. Buying from Yang Fan directly saved him 500 faith points, which is not a small amount. After this batch, I won't have any more. I won't be able to sell for a while, Yang Fan added. Although there is no shortage of food for the Bodhi treasure snakes, their breeding speed is not fast. Coupled with natural enemies like the night vulture, if too many are sold, the Bodhi treasure snakes in the divine kingdom may become a rare species. If you need more, just look for me. Ever since practicing the muscle changing and marrow washing technique, my consumption of meat has increased several times compared to before. I don't know when this hard life will end. Wang Jinyu said bitterly. At this moment, he was somewhat envious of Yang Fan's self-sufficient divine kingdom. Although the growth of followers' strength is not so fast, at least his own deity does not have to worry. Wang Jinyu felt like a nanny with tens of thousands of sons waiting for him to raise. If it weren't for his family supporting him, the ecological system of his divine kingdom would have collapsed long ago. Li Shuheo suddenly shifted the topic. You've been working so hard these days for the school competition next month. Everyone looked at Li Shuheo curiously. After interacting for some time, they found that he always seemed to have news before everyone else. That's right. My dad is fully supporting me with a loan, just so I can make an appearance in the competition. Wang Jinyu nodded. Brother Wang, do you have any insider information? It's not a secret. The teachers will probably announce it in the next few days. Every year in the first quarter after the awakening of the Divine Kingdoms, all senior students must participate in the Divine Kingdom War. Divine Kingdom War. Really? We can participate so soon? Many had heard of this term as there was much discussion on the deity forum, but experiencing it firsthand is another matter. Li Shuheo explained, it's not a real war of divine kingdoms, it's just to allow followers to battle other beings in another space. At that time, not only the school's higher-ups will come, but also prominent families like the Li and Luo families will be present to observe. If one performs exceptionally well, there might even be investments. Upon hearing the word investment, Yang Fan, who had been quietly listening, instantly brightened up. He desperately needed resources now. That's right, my dad thinks so too. My family's circumstances are decent, but only compared to ordinary people. If I can make an impression in the competition, it might attract the attention of the big families. Even a little bit of help from them could change my fate. Wang Jinyu took a deep breath, his expression somewhat serious. Brother Wang will definitely succeed. That's right, we will cheer you on together when the time comes. Aside from Li Shihao and Wang Jinyu, who were determined to pursue the combat path, and Yang Fan, the rest of the classmates all chose the logistics divine kingdom. Everyone will participate in the assessment, but 80 of the students are just going through the motions. Thus, when they heard about the assessment content, the others treated it as gossip. Li Shihao shot a meaningful glance at Yang Fan, but said nothing more. Only he knew that Yang Fan wanted to pursue the war divine kingdom. Without talent in combat and no support from big families, it seems impossible for an ordinary person to pursue the war divine kingdom in the eyes of outsiders. However, this matter involves Yang Fan's privacy, and Li Shihao kept silent about it. After becoming a second-tier genius of the Li family, he had gone through a lot during this time, and his personality had stabilized significantly compared to when he first started. After eating and drinking to his fill, Yang Fan stepped out of the private room, and seeing no one around, hurried to another room, locked the door, and then contacted his old friend Lu Ruyan. Now Yang Fan has some assets, and spending 1000 faith points is nothing to him. He often rewards. As for the truth of the other party's tragic family background, Yang Fan did not know. However, there was one time when Lu Ruyan actually answered a call, and the voice on the other end belonged to a man in his 20s. A few more days passed, and Yang Fan attended class as usual. At the podium, Li Qingying suddenly announced, "In 1 month, all senior students will participate in a major examination, and the assessment will take place in the divine kingdom of our school's principal. Your opponents will be various demon beasts, and the followers will be transferred to the battlefield of the divine kingdom in their true forms. This will be your first real war encounter in life." The boys in the class had already heard this news during the last Tianxiang gathering, so their expressions weren't particularly surprised. However, the girls were much more excited. "Is it the divine kingdom war? We are participating so soon. I'm a bit excited and a bit scared. It's not a real war of divine kingdoms. What you will face are various demon beasts specially nurtured by the Federation. These demon beasts might have stronger individual power than your followers, but they lack coordination and won't understand formations, so the danger level is low. If worried about too much damage to the followers, one can also retreat at any time," Li Qingying explained. "Next, please open your inbox. 10,000 spirits returning to origin formation." Yang Fan discovered that a skill card was actually placed in his inbox. This is an grade formation card provided free of charge by the federal government to all senior students. The market value of the 10,000 spirits returning to origin formation is as high as 1000 faith points. Many students' eyes lit up upon hearing the value of this card. Looking at the expressions of the lower-ranking students, Li Qingying sighed, lightly saying, "With 10,000 followers, this great formation can be arranged. Practicing with this formation can even help in the training of the Federation's body refining technique, significantly enhancing the physique of the followers. If one had not already determined to pursue the logistics path, it would be best not to sell this formation card." Li Qingying understood that the assessment a month later was not aimed at all students. What the school truly wanted to filter out were those talented individuals with combat capabilities. "Yage!" Many students exclaimed excitedly. Although the assessment had nothing to do with them receiving a free 100,000 faith points, and making some investments in the divine kingdom would greatly improve their family situation. "In the coming month, I will teach you how to arrange troops and organize battles using the Wanling Guiyuan formation, and even how to utilize the formation for cultivation. Students determined to pursue the logistics path can skip classes. The rest should listen attentively. If they perform excellently in this major assessment, they might even have the opportunity to receive investments from prominent families." "Yes, teacher." Many students still had fervent looks in their eyes. Returning to reality, Yang Fan immediately integrated the Wanling Guiyuan formation into the divine kingdom. This is the Wanling Guiyuan formation, where 10,000 people form one team. This formation can assist you in cultivating the Federation's body refining technique. In 300 years, there will be a war against foreign races. During this time, you must not harm each other, and everyone should devote themselves to cultivation. Yang Fan issued the divine decree. "We will obey your divine command." The entire human population in the divine kingdom knelt down. With the enhancement of his tenfold evolution talent, Yang Fan did not immediately exit the divine kingdom, but silently observed the performance of his followers. Perhaps due to poor qualifications or the complexity of the Wanling Guiyuan formation. After 1 year in the divine kingdom, the team from Shinchi City still performed poorly. Even after a whole year of practice, they couldn't manage a uniform formation. Is their aptitude this poor? Their bodies are uncoordinated, and their cooperation is worse than no cooperation at all. Yang Fan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh upon returning to reality. With the Wanling Guiyuan formation skill card loaded into the divine kingdom, its content naturally appeared in Yang Fan's mind. Although the formation was complex, it seemed easy for Yang Fan to comprehend its shape. Yang Fan opened his wristwatch and entered Wanling Guiyuan formation into the search bar of the divine forum. The poster must be a high school student. Are you about to participate in the school-wide quarterly assessment? Hey, race a suggestion: don't foolishly let your followers practice on their own. Their life levels are too low, and they're incredibly clumsy. It would be a waste of time for them to figure things out on their own. The first floor has a point. The poster can buy some basic formation knowledge from the store to load into the Divine Kingdom, but you also need to study the Wanling Guiyuan formation. As gods, our life levels are higher, and once we grasp the key to the formation, we can directly issue divine decrees to guide the followers to avoid detours. Moreover, during the assessment, you will need to command in battle. If you have no understanding of the formation, it might hinder your efforts, and if your followers are massacred by the monsters, it would be a great loss. Don't browse the Divine Forum anymore. The instructors at school are at least first-tier gods. Remember to listen attentively during this time. Once you enter society, hiring a god to guide you in formation cultivation will cost an outrageous price. Keep it up, poster. I hope you achieve great results. Many people were asking on the Divine Forum, and there were even a lot of posts from previous years. Yang Fan roughly browsed through, gaining clarity on the direction he needed to focus his efforts. The next day in class, about a third of the students showed up, while the rest had completely given up on the path to the War Divine Kingdom. Yang Fan listened attentively. Under the guidance of Li Qingying, a first-tier god, his understanding of the Wanling Guiyuan formation improved by leaps and bounds. The changes in the formation, the movement of the formation, how to defend, attack, and maneuver. He even learned how to utilize the Wanling Guiyuan formation to assist in cultivation and enhance the strength of his followers. Li Qingying started from the basics, and by the end of just one class, the difficulties he struggled with yesterday became clear. Yang Fan noticed that even Li Shihao was listening attentively, indicating that the forum's comments were not unfounded. While a day passed in the outside world, 10 years had already passed in Yang Fan's Divine Kingdom. Once his consciousness returned, he found that his followers had not progressed much. Although the team was standing in a more orderly manner, many details in their positions were still incorrect. If they were to participate in the major assessment in this state, a single wave of monster attacks would scatter their formation. Yang Fan immediately issued a divine decree, transmitting his understanding of the formation and the knowledge taught by Li Qingying during class directly into the minds of his followers. First, let everyone remember, with time, they will surely comprehend. Yang Fan did not return to reality, but instead watched his followers practice the formation, pointing out any errors he noticed directly through divine decrees. Fortunately, Yang Fan's consciousness merely entered the Divine Kingdom. In his eyes, the changes in the Divine Kingdom resembled a slideshow played at fast forward. He could clearly feel every detail, yet his perception of time remained anchored in reality. Otherwise, if 10 years passed so easily, Yang Fan's mind would surely break. That night, Yang Fan stayed up late, returning to reality only at 1 in the morning, forcing himself to fall asleep. Under his guidance, the followers' comprehension of the Wanling Guiyuan formation advanced rapidly. In just one night, it saved them decades of time. These changes also provided Yang Fan with a new layer of understanding regarding the development of the Divine Kingdom. Gods should not interfere actively in the survival, reproduction, and evolution of their followers, nor should they disrupt the already stable ecosystem. However, this does not mean that gods should be inactive. Relying solely on the natural evolution of the Divine Kingdom is too slow and may even lead to the stagnation of the entire civilization. Therefore, gods should provide appropriate positive guidance. For instance, the Wanling Guiyuan formation is beneficial for followers without any drawbacks. In such cases, he could fully utilize all resources to accelerate this evolution. The stronger the followers, the more they would give back to the gods, and the gods should also provide resources to assist the growth of their followers. On the surface, the Divine Kingdom and the gods appear to have a subordinate relationship, but in reality, it is a symbiotic relationship. The Divine Kingdom is the wealth of the gods, and the gods are the assurance of the Divine Kingdom. If one were to completely neglect the Divine Kingdom just because they had the talent for evolution, they would inevitably end up indistinguishable from the masses. Even if one possesses 10 times the resources of an ordinary person, what does it matter when the qualifications of the followers are such that they could never comprehend those advanced techniques? If the progress itself is 0, it doesn't matter if the time flow rate is multiplied by 10. Even if it were multiplied by 100 or 1,000, it would still be 0. In the following time, Yang Fan spent most of his consciousness in his Divine Kingdom, frequently issuing divine decrees apart from attending classes. With his assistance, the Wanling Guiyuan formation practiced by the followers had now taken its shape. By the 50th year of practicing the Wanling Guiyuan formation, Yang Fan felt it was already taking form. Now a 10th strong team could rely on the formation in battle, with their overall strength at least tripling. By the 100th year, Yang Fan felt he had taught them nearly everything. Although there were still flaws, there were no obvious weaknesses when executing the formation. Even foolish monsters would not find it easy to break through, not even during a small-scale beast tide. By the 150th year, those followers had already begun utilizing the Wanling Guiyuan formation for cultivation. Armies from various main cities organized competitions partly to test the real combat effectiveness of the formation and partly to practice the Federation's body refining technique through actual combat. By the 200th year, relying solely on the meat of the Tai Sui could no longer support the army's consumption, so the Emperor of Shinchi City issued military orders sending troops from the Four Kings to the Snake Valley to hunt the Bodhi treasure snake. The battle between humans and beastly creatures lasted for 2 full years, resulting in the hunting of nearly 50,000 adult Bodhi snakes, which were transported back to various major cities in batches. Yang Fan, fully aware of everything, felt a chill run down his spine. That was a staggering 250,000 faith points. Over the course of several hundred years, the Bodhi snakes had spread from the original Snake Valley to the entire mountain range, with a population reaching over 100,000. However, this disorganized combat strength was still utterly insufficient before the humans, who had already learned the 10,000 spirits returning to origin formation. Perhaps because he had once issued a divine decree, his followers ceased their hunt after capturing nearly half the number of Bodhi snakes and returned to the city. Yang Fan did not hinder this. Soon after, the senior year assessments would take place, and he needed to quickly enhance his followers' strength to make a mark and secure investment. Even without these Bodhi snakes, Yang Fan would find a way to invest in other meat resources. As the strength of the followers increases, the consumption of resources becomes truly terrifying. No wonder everyone is living so tightly. Yang Fan sighed softly. Although he currently relied on his evolution talent to earn resources at 10 times the efficiency of others, if his divine kingdom could not become self-sufficient and required external resource input, the consumption would be the same tenfold. 30 years had passed in the divine kingdom, and the strength of the followers had been steadily increasing. Now, in the 10,000 spirits returning to origin formation, Yang Fan found himself unable to provide them with guidance, and even watching his followers practice the formation offered him significant insights. After all, it was merely in grade formation. With over 200 years of exploration, the faces in the army had changed several generations, yet the knowledge had been passed down. Now, when the followers executed the 10,000 spirits returning to origin formation, it not only had its form, but also possessed a hint of divine charm. Yang Fan understood that this meant his followers had already cultivated the formation to a minor success. One day, just after class, Yang Fan felt a change in his body before he even exited the virtual world. An invisible energy coursed through him, causing his cells, flesh, and bones to start mutating. A cracking sound echoed from various parts of his body. Yang Fan, forcibly exiting the virtual world, did not even have time to remove the helmet before cold sweat broke out all over him due to the pain. A first-tier being was born in the divine kingdom. As a divine creature, his tolerance for bodily mutation was quite strong, and within a few breaths the pain dissipated. Yang Fan stood up and raised his right hand, throwing a punch at the air before him. A whoosh sound echoed as the air. Just the birth of a first-tier being has made my body this powerful. How strong could the bodies of demigods and deities be? Yang Fan swallowed hard. Entering the divine kingdom, he immediately located the first-tier being, who was none other than the Emperor of Divine Enlightenment City. Crossing one tier in life level, he broke free from the mortal realm, increasing his lifespan by 200. While the increase in lifespan was secondary, the most important aspect was that the breakthrough in life level would have a washing effect on the marrow, allowing this emperor to produce more outstanding descendants in the future. Divine Master Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom area 1 million square kilometers. Talent grade resource talent. All resources in the Divine Kingdom grow 10 faster. SS grade evolution talent, the only talent that can accelerate the evolution of the Divine Kingdom, currently hidden. Followers first-tier beings, 1 mortals, 150000. Methods federal body refining technique, 10,000 spirits returning to origin formation, minor success. Faith points 833000, providing 6 faith points daily. Buildings Moonlight Wells X7, Sun Springs X7. Assets Bodhi Snakes X88 765, First-tier Beasts Night Vulture X31222, First-tier Beast Spirit Fish Dolls X16620, First-tier Beasts Rock X45533, First-tier Beast Eagles X42332, First-tier Beasts Taishui X1, Water Lotus X2120, Grade Spirit Plant Soul Nurturing, Wood 100 Years X110, Crade Spirit Plant 100 Spirits, Peach X25711, Crade Spirit Plant. Looking at the current state of the Divine Kingdom, Yang Fan decided to intervene proactively. He sold 2,000 night vultures, eagles, and rock, and in return purchased a total of 100,000 adult Bodhi snakes, releasing them around the 5 major cities. Currently, the ecological system in the Divine Kingdom was insufficient to support the development of the followers, and many began to hunt antelope-like herbivores to stave off hunger. It was the time for last-minute preparations before the exam, so resources naturally needed to be abundant. The reason for selling those flying beasts was mainly that his followers currently lacked any aerial combat means. The weapons in the Divine Kingdom were still in the Stone Age, and the only ranged attack method, the bow and arrow, was still wooden. While it was adequate for shooting antelope, hunting first-tier flying beasts with it was nothing but a dream. This also meant that these flying beasts had no natural enemies. In the hunt for Bodhi snakes, they still competed with. The rivers and lakes in the Divine Kingdom were vast, and with the followers' limited fishing methods, the spirit fish dolls also multiplied wildly. There are still many detail issues in the Divine Kingdom that need to be resolved, but for now we must fully develop the army's strength. To grow quickly, we must obtain investment from major families. Yang Fan murmured. After interacting with Li Shihao, Yang Fan's mindset had changed. Relying solely on his SS grade talent and quietly amassing wealth would no longer work. Divine beings only had a lifespan of 500 years, and his starting point was too low. Compared to the wealth of those major families, his startup funds could be considered infinitesimally close to zero. One must be cautious and pragmatic. However, if a tremendous opportunity presents itself, one must grasp it with all their might. Sometimes choice outweighs talent, and platforms surpass effort. Stagnation is merely a synonym for cowardice. With the introduction of 100,000 Bodhi snakes into the Divine Kingdom, meat resources became sufficiently supplied, and an arms race began among the cities, all for the upcoming war against foreign tribes in service of the deities. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and now 6 first-tier beings had been born in Yang Fan's Divine Kingdom. The 5 major cities each selected the strongest adult males to form 5 armies. The Divine Enlightenment Army had 2 first-tier beings overseeing 10,000 elite soldiers. The White Tiger, Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird each named their armies after their respective cities, with each army of 10,000 having a first-tier being leading them. Watching the military drills, Yang Fan could feel a strong aura of bloodlust and violence approaching him. Thanks to the 10,000 Bodhi snakes, he introduced his followers had been training and participating in actual battles against beastly creatures over the years. After all, they were first-tier beasts. Even the followers who were first-tier beings might not be able to match them in unarmed combat. Every time they hunted Bodhi snakes, there would be casualties and new recruits would join the army. In such intense practical training, they had become an experienced army. Within a month, the overall combat power of his Divine Kingdom had multiplied more than tenfold, which made Yang Fan very satisfied. Faith points 14 Due to the resource investments during this period, Yang Fan's liquid funds had dwindled to less than 500,000. Yang Fan took out a blank card and collected all the moonlight, dew, sun essence, and water lotus seeds from the storage. After selling them in the marketplace and deducting taxes, he netted around 800,000 faith points, bringing his total funds back to 1,200,000. Yang Fan opened the marketplace and searched for the word weapons. Grade weapon spear priced at 1000 faith points. Grade weapon hammer priced at 1300 faith points. Grade weapon Qing foam sword priced at 2000 faith points. Looking at the weapon prices, Yang Fan frowned slightly. That's a bit too expensive. A single weapon costs over 10,000 faith points, besides that there are armor and helmets. Just for grade weapons, if he wanted to equip a follower from head to toe, it would cost 30 to 40,000 faith points. Currently, his Divine Nation's army has as many as 50,000 people. If all were equipped like this, it would cost around 2 billion. No wonder those gods who follow the path of war need to recruit so many subordinate gods. Just the weapon costs are astronomical. Yang Fan sighed. With the current financial capacity, he simply cannot afford to purchase quality weapons in bulk, and those common soldiers are not worthy of them. The prices are too high. Help me search for ordinary weapons. I need to equip mortals on a large scale, preferably iron ones with a total cost under 1 million for 50,000 sets. Searching through vendors recommended best choice, Emotai Mercenary Core Store. Ordinary iron weapons 200 sets priced at 4 million faith points. The current vendor is online. You can ask if they sell separately. Yang Fan opened the chat box and typed, "Boss, I want to buy 50,000 sets. Is that possible? 1 million faith points ready to transact." The other party replied immediately. "Can you make it cheaper? I'm still a high school senior. Small business, no haggling allowed." At that moment, on a distant planet, a man sat at his workstation smoking a pipe and spat out another sob story. "I've been in customer service for so many years, and I've heard this line so many times my ears are almost calloused. Being poor comes with many troubles. Oh, I still need to find ways to improve product competitiveness and make money from the wealthy. Really no discounts. This is my first time dealing with such a large order." Yang Fan still wanted to negotiate a bit. No, the other party decisively rejected, having done enough business to firmly set their prices. "I'm from a single-parent family. I have 2 younger sisters to support, so it's really tough." "Stop there. They'll send you the link. I can't lower it any further." Yang Fan looked at the pop-it-up link. 50,000 sets of ordinary iron weapons priced at 800. Is it really this easy to do business? Yang Fan felt a bit dazed, fearing the other party might backtrack, and hurriedly transferred the faith points. Transaction successful. At that moment, the other party took 2 deep puffs of smoke, looking somewhat melancholic. Just then his door was pushed open and 2 little heads peeked in. "Daddy, brother is calling you to eat." The twin daughters called out simultaneously. "Got it." How did you do in class today? Did the teacher reward you with little red flowers? The man got up, gently hugging one daughter. Yes, we recited the biodiversity research report in front of the whole class today, and the teacher rewarded each of good girls with the procurement of ordinary soldiers' weapons completed. Yang Fan prepared to equip each of the 6 first-level beings with a complete set of grade weapons. He found another private store, clicked on the chat box, and typed, "Boss, can you make it a bit cheaper? I've been raising 10 younger sisters by myself since my parents passed away, I really have no extra faith points left. Get lost." The chat box has been closed by the other party. The system prompt from Tao Tao. Calm sounded. Yang Fan felt a crow fly over his head. In the end, he spent nearly 2,000 faith points to buy a total of 6 sets of first-level weapons. His liquid funds were once again drained. After investing all these resources into his divine nation, Yang Fan stretched and lay in bed, falling asleep early. I've done everything I can. I just hope to stand out tomorrow and attract those bosses' investments. The next morning, Yang Fan got up and headed to school. This assessment was not in the virtual world. All students and teachers from the senior year had to gather at Yangxian First High School. 3 months had passed since the awakening day, and Yang Fan once again stepped through the gates of Yangxian First High School. The school playground was lively with more than 2,000 students in the senior year. Even though most of them were from the logistics faction, they were still required to be present. I heard Principal Hong Bing will make an appearance today. He is a 3rd-tier deity, and it's rare to see such a prominent. My elders told me that today's assessment location is a divine nation established by the principal during his youth when he fought against alien deities. To cultivate young people, this divine nation is specifically used to raise various tiered monsters, and the coordinates are publicly shared for student assessments. Really, is the divine nation of the alien races the same as ours? Pretty much, just the followers are different. We are human, so our followers are humans. The followers of those alien races include various monsters, the undead and demons. They are quite unusual. Handsome, you know a lot. It's okay, my grandfather is a demigod and a talkative person, so I've heard many stories. Yang Fan arrived at his spot, curiously surveying his surroundings. Since the birth of the first-level beings in his divine nation, Yang Fan felt his senses had become much. His class 7 had the weakest momentum. The strongest student, Li Shihao, exuded an aura like a furnace, while other students remarked it was merely a flicker. Standing in the center of class 1, even from a distance, Yang Fan could sense the terrifying aura emanating from them. Luo, being the Luo family's prodigy with great talent, has she reached this level in just 3 months? Yang Fan gazed at her back. Although there was no change in temperature in the air, an invisible chill pierced his eye. Her strength was likely several levels above his, with a terrifying talent and family backing. If he was running forward, she was driving a sports car. Yang Fan took a deep breath, lowered his gaze, trying not to attract attention. "Brother Yang, how's your preparation going?" Li Shihao greeted. "It's okay. After this assessment, if you want to change your development direction, my previous suggestion still stands." During the last prosperity evaluation assessment, although Yang Fan impressed him, he still didn't have high hopes for the divine nation direction chosen by Li Shihao. Without combat talent and no family investment, in just 3 months, how much change could the followers' strength undergo? "Thank you," Yang Fan nodded gratefully. He knew Li Shihao meant no harm. Another genius from class 7, Wang Jinyu, was very quiet at this moment, repeatedly taking deep breaths, looking visibly nervous. "Brother Yang, after the exam, come to my house for dinner. It's been a while since I've heard from you, we should catch up." Zhang Pang came over and draped an arm around Yang Fan's shoulder. "Let's see, I've prepared for a long time for today and want to gain those big families' investments. Puff, give it up. Who would invest in U.S. logistics types? My followers just farm during the exam and planning to send 1,000 followers to the exam site, and if they see a first-level monster, they'll just retreat. Exams like this take 10 days to half a month to finish every year. I can't be bothered to waste time at school." Zhang Pang rolled his eyes. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the playground platform, slowly descending. "I am Yang Wanli, the director of our school. Students, during your entire senior year, you will face 3 examinations. The first is the God Kingdom battle, followed by the midterm class division exam, and finally the college entrance examination. Today marks the first of these, the significance of which I trust you all understand. Before the examination begins, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all our guests on behalf of our school." Yang Wanli snapped his fingers, and soft melodious music began to play from all directions. "Elder Luo Chengfeng, welcome to our school. Elder Li Yuan, welcome to our school. President of the Liangzhou Chamber of Commerce, Mi Kaier. President of the Blacksmith Association, Tai Wuqing. Owner of the Central Plains Building, Wan Sanqian." Yang Wanli called out names rapidly. With each name, he finished, a person would appear, as if teleporting to their seat on the platform. Truly, as the top educational institution in Yang County, this major examination attracted many prominent figures. Yang Fan had only seen these people on the front pages of local news, and it was his first time encountering them in reality. After the introductions were completed, Yang Wanli gracefully performed a gentleman's bow to the crowd on stage, then turned around spreading his arms and passionately declared, "You are the students of Yang County No. 1 High School, the pride of Yang County. Today's examination is the most significant opportunity of your lives. The esteemed guests behind me come from various industries and families of Yang County. They will dedicate their valuable time to observe the entire examination process. Those who achieve excellent results may receive investments from major companies. You are the glory of No. 1 High School, the future of Yang County, the blossoms of humanity. The future belongs to you. Now let us invite Principal Hong to the stage." As his voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared in the main seat at the top, without any fluctuation of aura. The principal of Yang County No. 1 High School, who is also the deputy county head backed by the federal government and a third-year deity, is undoubtedly a figure standing at the pinnacle of the Yang County hierarchy. Yang Fan looked up at him, realizing that no matter how hard he tried, he could not make out the principal's features. The examination content is quite simple. There are no limits on the number of followers or the methods of combat. You may use any means necessary. You will have 10 days. One first-tier demon beast is worth 100 points, a second-tier demon beast 1,000 points, and a third-tier demon beast 1,000,000 points. You will be ranked according to your scores. To encourage you, the school committee has decided that the scores at the end of the examination will be converted into belief points at a 1:1 ratio credited to each of your god kingdoms. After explaining the rules, Hong Bing waved his right hand gently, and nutrient pods filled with green liquid accurately landed in front of each student. Considering you are still divine beings, prolonged fasting poses a life-threatening risk, so we have replaced food with these nutrient pods. You can lie down inside, empty your mind, and your consciousness will enter my god kingdom. The examination site is within the alien god kingdom, which spans over 100 million square kilometers. It would take 10 years to fully explore. In the real world, 10 days without food or water, even for divine beings, would pose a life-threatening risk. The nutrient pods originating from the mechanical civilization god kingdom were initially designed for the mass cultivation of ordinary believers, but now they are providing nourishment for these divine beings. The operation of the nutrient pods is simple. Open the hatch, lie inside, and even though the liquid is green, it does not hinder breathing. Yang Fan entered, cleared his mind, and his consciousness quickly appeared in an open space. Looking at the surrounding environment, he instinctively reached out to touch the ground, only to find his right hand passing through it. Is this merely a projection of consciousness? Yet I can connect to my god kingdom at any time. I can allocate various resources and believers without any restrictions. Yang Fan instinctively understood the rules of this place. If I release the restrictions on my god kingdom and make the coordinates public, other deities can freely enter and exit. I see now. Yang Fan communicated with his god kingdom, summoning the divine awakening army, Azure Dragon Army, White Tiger Army, Vermilion Bird Army, and Black Tortoise Army, to this location. Bow before your god. 50,000 soldiers simultaneously saluted Yang Fan. This is the battlefield against the alien race. Divide into 5 routes and advance in a fan shape. Upon encountering demon beasts, kill them all. We will obey your divine command. According to market value, a first-tier demon beast is worth less than 10 belief points, but this examination rewards 100 belief points for each beast. Not only can he gain high scores to attract the attention of prominent families, but he can also earn resources in the process. Yang Fan intended to make the most of this opportunity to earn belief points, as such chances are rare. Additionally, Yang Fan sensed that no outsiders were spying on his god kingdom, so he directly activated his evolutionary talent. War brings losses, but with the help of his evolutionary talent, his god kingdom can continually provide troops and food. The students participating in the examination were unaware that a massive screen had appeared in the sky above Yang County No. 1 High School, capturing all the students' performances. Is that the talented girl from the Luo family? She has already birthed a third-tier life form. There is no doubt she will be the top scorer in the examination. As expected of the Luo family, how many resources have they poured into this? Among the 10,000 soldiers led by Luo Bing, the general at the forefront wields a white spear exuding an unmistakable third-tier aura. Behind her stood nearly 20 second-tier beings, with first-tier beings numbering over 1,000. Moreover, everyone was well-equipped, adorned in shining silver armor that stretched into the horizon. Such combat power is overwhelmingly superior. Elder Luo, congratulations. I didn't expect such a talented individual to emerge from this generation of the Luo family. Give her 100 years, and she will likely break through to become a deity. Mi Kai, your side. Thank you for your kind words, President Mi. Luo Chengfeng revealed a professional smile. Li Tianheng from the Li family is also quite impressive. Although his followers have yet to achieve third-tier status, his talent is said to be blood-crazed, capable of instantly boosting his followers' power by 50. His true strength is likely unmatched throughout the entire senior year except for Luo Bing. Then there's this called Li Feng. He seems to be taking the mechanical route. Yang County No. 1 High School has an abundance of talent this year. The talents from Class 1 are beyond my reach. Oh, I only hope that the ordinary classes can produce some good prospects. President Tai inquired how substantial is the contract prepared for this time. As long as you have the ability, I can offer a fair price. A significant investment indeed. Unfortunately, due to an accident during last year's land reclamation, 12 semi-divine executives mysteriously died, leaving serious vacancies in middle management within the company. If we don't cultivate new talent in advance, we will soon face a succession crisis. Yang County No. 1 high school's playground, less than an hour into the examination, saw students actively climbing out of the nutrient pods. As more and more students emerged within half a day, over half had given up. This was not surprising, as students whose aim was to develop their god kingdom for logistical purposes viewed this examination as merely a formality. The students who had finished did not leave immediately. Instead, they curiously watched the sky, as some of them were friends. They took this opportunity to see how far their brother's god kingdom had developed. What the hell? What's going on with father-in-law? So many followers, and all armed. Wasn't he supposed to be breeding Bodhi treasure serpents? Zhang Pang rubbed his eyes vigorously, his mind struck once again by a devastating blow. And who is this person? He's clearly from Class 7, yet his score is nearly cracking the top 100. Though only a few hours had passed in the mortal world, several months had elapsed within the divine realm. Na colossal leaderboard stood at the center of the training ground. Rank 1 Luo Bing 1. 63 million points. In rank 2, Li Tianheng, 40 points. In rank 99, Li Shuheo, 18 points. In rank 105, Yang Fan, 14 points. And the current rankings did not reflect true combat prowess. The divine realm assigned for this trial was simply too vast. Most followers spent their time searching for monstrous beasts. Actual engagements remained exceedingly rare. Some students, though enrolled in Senior 3 Class 1, still ranked beyond 800. Yang Fan's awakening caused quite a stir. He possessed the frank talent resources, yet his initial divine realm spanned a staggering 1 million square kilometers. I remember now, he's no ordinary case. He commands 6 rank 1 beings. His divine realm's development level certainly qualifies him for Class 1. Still, judging solely by follower strength, it's somewhat underwhelming. This Li Shiheo is also from Class 7. How is he so formidable? 300 rank 1 beings. With such capability, why is he even in Class 7? He's different. After awakening his crank talent, he was formally recognized and reinstated into the Li clan. His placement exam guarantees promotion to Class 1. You're severely out of the loop. On the elevated platform, Yang Fan suddenly surged into the top 100, drawing the attention of certain influential figures. This young man shows promise. Assigned to Class 7, he likely has no powerful backing. Yet in just 3 months, he's cultivated his followers to this extent. Remarkable. Wan Sanxian sighed in admiration. Indeed, the myriad being primordial formation is executed with exceptional fluency. He's slain countless monstrous beasts, yet fewer than 100 followers sustained injuries, and not a single fatality. Tai Wuqing's gaze held unmistakable appreciation. Brother Tai, may I claim this youth? Out of the question. We'll see whose offer proves more compelling. Nearly 100 demonic wolves wreathed in azure flame charged down from the mountain peak. Center shield bearers, hold the line. Left and right spear formations, envelop. Archers, prepare to loose. Yang Fan raised his hand and issued the command. A thunderous cacophony erupted where the two forces collided. The skulls of rank 1 monstrous beasts proved harder than tempered steel. Within a single charge, shields shattered, and dozens of followers were decapitated or crushed beneath trampling hooves, their flesh and blood scattering violently. Yang Fan's expression remained utterly unchanged. Under the influence of his evolution talent, followers reproduced rapidly within his divine realm. Fallen soldiers would be replenished almost instantly. Compared to lives lost, Yang Fan lamented his weapons far more deeply. He had purchased only 50,000 sets of mundane arms. Each loss was irreplaceable. Had I known weapon attrition would be this severe, I'd have stockpiled far more in advance. Yang Fan exhaled softly. This was his first divine realm war, and without guidance from elders, many oversights remained inevitable. 100 demonic wolves posed little threat to an army exceeding 10,000. Beyond the initial wave, which claimed only dozens of followers, they were swiftly encircled by thousands and hacked to pieces. Yang Fan gazed toward the heart of his divine realm and murmured, "The density of monstrous beasts in this region remains too low. We must press deeper." With only 10 days allotted for the trial, lingering at the periphery would render beast hunting woefully inefficient. Yang Fan issued a divine edict summoning his remaining 4 armies to converge upon the Divine Revelation Legion, closing the distance to 20 li before advancing further. Real-world Grand Screen Leaderboard. Rank 172, Yang Fan, 3. 64 million points. Since this was the divine realm of Hong Bing, a third-rank divine sovereign, Yang Fan had proceeded with extreme caution. Over 5 years within the realm he encountered exclusively rank 1 beasts, and never more than 300 in any single swarm. Such methodical conduct inevitably caused his ranking to slip behind peers. Though Yang Fan himself would surely find this result unsatisfactory, his sworn brother Zhang Pang was beside himself with exhilaration. My brother is truly extraordinary. I'm pledging my loyalty to him from now on. Zhang Pang shoveled food into his mouth with both hands clutching his lunchbox tightly. Zhang Pang had not left school during this time. Whenever hunger struck, he ordered takeout, determined that Yang Fan upon emerging from his nutrient chamber would see him first. To cultivate followers of such martial caliber within merely 3 months of divine realm awakening meant breakthrough to demi-deity status was virtually assured, and divinity itself lay well within reach. Serving as a subordinate deity to anyone was service nonetheless. But Zhang Pang had already resolved his path. Henceforth, he would supply Yang Fan with grain. After all, they were brothers. The price naturally wouldn't be excessively steep. Prodigies like Luo Bing and Li Tianheng had already surpassed 50 million points and begun hunting rank 2 monstrous beasts. Yet the county magnates observing from the elevated platform paid them little heed. Their attendance at Yangxian No. 1 high school ceremony served primarily to recruit promising young talent for their enterprises, and heirs of great clans like Luo Bing were never realistic prospects. Young Yang Fan is in trouble. He stumbled upon a horde of giant lizard rabbits, nearly 3,000 rank 1 beasts. His army will suffer heavy losses. Wan Sanqian observed the luminous projection in the sky, and his luck is poor indeed. These 50,000 followers constitute the core strength of his divine realm. If he cannot reinforce his ranks after this battle, he'll lack the capacity to advance further. Tai Wuching remarked with quiet regret. And within the divine realm, Yang Fan surveyed the towering rabbit beasts, each standing over 2 meters tall, and issued immediate orders, formed defensive lines. Dragon Azure and White Tiger legions advance at full speed. Orders were executed without hesitation. The 2 rank 1 beings commanding the Divine Revelation Legion stood at the formation's vital nodes of the myriad being primordial formation, while every soldier pressed close together, raising their weapons in unwavering resolve. 3,000 rank 1 beasts represented the greatest challenge the Divine Revelation Legion had ever faced. Dust billowed as colossal lizard rabbits slammed their massive bodies against the shield bearers, their forelimbs crashing down upon soldiers' skulls. A thunderous crack echoed. The heads of hundreds of followers exploded into crimson mist, their corpses collapsing into pools of blood. In first rank, fall back. Second rank, spear teams advance. Archers, suppress with volleys. In left flank, hold fast. Any who retreat 1 step shall be executed without mercy. In fight for the divine sovereign, die unyielding. Empowered by the myriad being primordial formation, even 10,000 ordinary mortals held the first assault at the cost of only several hundred lives. The battlefield within the divine realm projected vividly into the mortal world. Wan Sanqian's eyes flickered with astonishment. The myriad being primordial formation already resonates with a trace of its true essence. He's attained the minor accomplishment stage. This shouldn't be possible. Not only he, Luo and Li clan elders alike now watched with keen interest. Even counting from the moment of divine realm awakening, only 3 months have passed. To master and frank formation to this degree is extraordinarily difficult. Luo Changfeng stroked his beard slowly, his gaze sharpened with profound curiosity. The most significant impact of the Divine Kingdom War lies in the formation. High-level deities engage in battle with billions of followers forming great formations. The difficulty of formations far exceeds that of martial arts techniques. As of now, no one in the entire Senior Class 3 has successfully practiced the minor completion stage of the myriad spirits returning to origin formation. Elderly Yuan of the Li family lightly tapped his chair and turned to ask, Teacher Li Qingying, this is a student from your class, right? The minor completion stage of the myriad spirits returning to origin formation had already drawn the attention of the 2 major families. Li Qingying felt just as shocked as anyone else, but at this moment she maintained a facade of nonchalance. Yang Fan is indeed a good seedling. It is reasonable that he can comprehend the minor completion stage of the myriad spirits returning to origin formation. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Li Qingying continued to explain, 2 months ago, I organized a prosperity assessment and his evaluation was 22. 4. It must be noted that this child comes from an ordinary background, with the largest source of funding being a 5 million faith point loan from the federal fund. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. A talent for being an accountant. I see accountants are usually extraordinarily perceptive individuals. This child must have comprehended the essence of the myriad spirits returning to origin formation through his own efforts, and then imparted it to his followers. Luo Chengfeng's eyes shimmered with interest. With such perception and the talent for accounting, if he could receive investment, the probability of becoming a low-level deity would not be low. For families like the Luo and Li, a deity is an extremely important asset. Observing the expressions of Li Yuan and Luo, Shengfeng the others revealed looks of regret. Wan Sanqian had always valued Yang Fan, but now the latter's performance was exceptional. If the two major families acted, there would be no chance for him at the Central Plains Tower. After the grand competition, I will still strive to secure him, Wan Sanqian sighed inwardly. As Yang Fan's teacher Li Qingying couldn't help but smile. It seems I underestimated you. Although your divine kingdom talent is average, I didn't expect you to possess such understanding. At that moment, Yang Fan, who was commanding the encirclement of the demon beasts, was unaware that he had caught the attention of significant figures. Looking at the corpses of the demon beasts scattered around, he couldn't help but exclaim, "These faith points are too easy to earn." With the Qinglong army and the Baihu army encircling, they achieved victory in this battle at the cost of merely 500 soldiers. 3,000 first-tier demon beasts, once the assessment is over, could be exchanged for 300,000 faith points. As for the losses, they could be disregarded. His divine kingdom was vigorously training, and with a thought, Yang Fan reassigned 500 adult males to reinforce the ranks. Next, the 5 armies will gather in one place and push deeper. Yang Fan issued his divine edict. If he had had 50,000 soldiers earlier, he could have easily wiped out this small beast horde. The deeper they went, the stronger and more numerous the demon beasts became. There was no need for extensive searches. Half of the assessment time had already passed, and he had to speed up. Indeed, this was a divine kingdom worthy of being descended upon by a deity. The area was absurdly vast. All the students in the entire senior class 3 had been in the divine kingdom for so long, yet there was not a trace of humanity. During this time, Yang Fan's army had fought in hundreds of battles against various beast hordes, the most brutal being an encounter with 8,000 Gale Wolves, among which was a second-tier Gale Wolf King leading the pack. In that battle, nearly 15,000 of Yang Fan's followers died, including a first-tier being general. Yang Fan had long since become numb to this, although these individuals were his followers. Watching them reproduce generation after generation, he truly could not regard them as equals to himself. A benevolent deity cannot walk the path of a war deity. If he truly cannot bear to see his followers die, it would be better to farm, well, like Zhang Pang. Fortunately, Yang Fan's divine kingdom had a tenfold acceleration. Even though the army suffered heavy losses, they could promptly replenish their forces, and the overall strength did not decline significantly. 3 more days passed in real time, and Yang Fan's 50,000 troops were now reduced to 20,000, each injured and dispirited. As they ventured deeper, the demon beasts Yang Fan encountered grew increasingly powerful, with the number of beast hordes multiplying geometrically, often led by 2 or 3 second-tier demon beasts. Given the enormous disparity in foundational strength, even with the myriad spirits returning to origin formation, the casualties in the army were increasing to the point where Yang Fan's divine kingdom could no longer adequately replenish its troops. Faced with such circumstances, Yang Fan had to halt his advance and retreat the troops by 1,000 miles. Lacking strength, continuing deeper would only accelerate the loss of his followers, and he would have to end the grand competition prematurely, after only a few battles. Thus, it would be better to find an area with a lower density of demon beasts to stabilize hunting, allowing for more points to be acquired. The assessment time flew by, and the senior students still participating heard the voice of Principal Hongbing. The assessment is over. Come out now. Yang Fan only felt a repulsive force, and the remaining 20 to 30,000 followers were instantly transported back to his divine kingdom, while his consciousness simultaneously returned to his physical body. First place, Luo Bing with 430 million points. Second place, Li Tianheng with 97 million points. 43rd place, Li Shihao with 45 million points. 64th place, Yang Fan with 38 million points. 463rd place, Wang Jinyu with 207 million points. Climbing out of the nutrition pod, Yang Fan looked at the leaderboard in the center of the playground, his expression somewhat astonished. 64th place. This result is indeed unexpected. It seems those from the major families are not as strong as I had imagined. Truly worthy of their SS grade talent. Yang Fan smiled faintly. Being in the top 100 even in class 1 of senior year placed him among the top tier. He was naturally satisfied with such a result. Yang Fan could sense that many gazes were upon him. Aside from the classmates around him, numerous significant figures on the platform were also scrutinizing him. Not bad. I didn't expect this kid's divine kingdom to have such depth. In this assessment, the total military force he invested must have surpassed 200, right? Based on this, his divine kingdom's total population must be at least 500 to 1. To a deity, this population isn't much, but Yang Fan's divine kingdom has only awakened for 3 months. This achievement is quite impressive. However, the tactical arrangements are still too poor. If he had invested all 200 troops from the beginning, he could have advanced at least another 2,000 kilometers. After all, he is still young and participating in the divine kingdom war for the first time. It's normal not to dare to put all his eggs in one basket. Given this kid's perception and the speed of his divine kingdom's development, if he is willing to join my Central Plains tower, I am willing to offer him the position of vice president once he breaks through to deity. On the platform, many significant figures chatted casually, yet their eyes intentionally or unintentionally swept toward Li Yuan and Luo Chengfeng. Compared to families like the Luo and Li, the companies they represented were not even close. Year after year, the top students from Donyang Know. One middle school would be taken by the Luo and Li families, leaving the other forces with mere scraps. This young fan, my Li family will compete for him, Li Yuan stated directly. My Luo family will do the same. In the end, it will depend on skill, Luo Chengfeng echoed. Attracting talents is not about strong-arming. Under the protection of federal law, even families as powerful as the Luo and Li must rely on excellent contracts to win over talents willingly. Only Li Shuhai and Yang Fan from the entire Senior 3 Class 7 ranked within the top 100 of the grade. At this moment, Li Shuhai looked at Yang Fan, who had obtained 38 million points, and a storm surged within his heart. Li Shuhai was all too aware of the price he had paid to achieve such results. In order to rapidly enhance the strength of his followers, Li Shuhai frantically cultivated blood pills using the 100 Spirits blood pool. He did not sell these pills, but chose to have all his followers consume them. In just a few months, the 50 million genius loan of Li Shuhai had been nearly exhausted. Only with such abundant resources could he achieve the current results in the grand competition. And what resources did Yang Fan have? At this moment, Li Shuhai suddenly realized that Yang Fan's value was far greater than he had imagined. If Yang Fan could have the same conditions as him, his ranking might very well enter the top 30. Thinking of this, Li Shuhai's gaze towards Yang Fan changed. He understood that even the Li family he belonged to might invest in Yang Fan. This classmate whom he once wanted to develop into a subordinate god would likely stand on the same level as him. Li Shuhai felt no jealousy about this. After all, they had lived together as classmates for 3 years and now regarded each other as brothers. If his friend became stronger, he might also benefit, at least gaining a partner to collaborate with. Foster father, do you know how I've spent these 10 days? I've been eagerly waiting for you to appear. In the top 100 of the grade, why didn't you say you were so amazing earlier? From now on, I'll stick with you, brother. Don't reject me. Zhang Peng rushed over and hugged Yang Fan, his loud wails attracting the attention of many classmates. The two had been good friends since their first year of high school, a fact known to most in Senior 3 Class 7. Now many looked at Zhang Peng with envy. Having such a capable brother would surely make the development of their divine kingdom much easier in the future. Wealth should never be forgotten. If relying on family doesn't work, one could still rely on brothers, and calling him foster father was completely fine. Zhang Peng now had a completely relaxed attitude. At this moment, Principal Hong Bing suddenly stood up, his voice resonating in everyone's minds. The competition is over and the faith points will be credited to everyone's divine kingdom. As for those who wish to invest in our school's students, please contact them separately in the virtual world. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Bing's figure vanished from everyone's sight like teleportation. As a third-tier deity, Hong Bing's standards were naturally unattainable, not to mention Yang Fan. Even someone as talented as Luo Bing wouldn't catch his eye. Many important figures on the high platform stood up simultaneously and bowed to the void. Brother Yang, hurry home and enter the virtual world. I'm sure many big shots want to recruit you. Li Shuhai reminded him. Yang Fan nodded and turned to Zhang Peng, saying, I'll head back first. Focus on the important matters. After you finish, come over for a meal. Zhang Peng nodded quickly. This was a matter of investment for big families, a shortcut for ordinary people to leap into greatness. He couldn't afford to delay Yang Fan. Once outside the school, Yang Fan opened his wristwatch, spending 400 faith points to call a fast car, arriving at Mingyue Community in less than 10 minutes. Upon returning home and going upstairs, Yang Fan immediately put on the helmet to enter the virtual world. As soon as he entered, he received several invitations. Classmate Yang Fan, I am a lawyer from the Ma family. My family head saw your outstanding performance in the grand competition and intends to sign an investment contract with you. The coordinates in the virtual world are 133, 175, 2068. Let's meet and discuss further. Yang Fan showed a contemplative expression. Ma family is that the second-hand grain merchant. Yang Fan had some impression of the Ma family, although they weren't as powerful as the Luo and Li families. They controlled over 50% of the grain trading channels in Yang County, making them quite influential. Yang Fan lightly clicked on the coordinates, and his consciousness was transported to a quaint tea house. You must be classmate Yang Fan, right? I am lawyer Zhang San from the Ma family. It's an honor that you could come here. This is the contract from the Ma family. Zhang San took out a stack of documents and respectfully placed them in front of Yang Fan. Once the investment contract is signed, the Ma family is willing to provide you with 50 class buildings valued at no more than 5,000 each, along with a monthly subsidy of 3,000 faith points. This investment will continue until your university graduation. In return, you will need to join the Ma family and work for them once you become a demigod. If you become a deity, the Ma family is also willing to hire you as a guest elder, at which point you will not only enjoy dividends from the Ma family company, but also have no specific work arrangements. As Yang Fan carefully reviewed the contract, Zhang Sen highlighted the key points, explaining them in detail. Seeing that Yang Fan was still meticulously studying the contract, Zhang Sen continued, the federal government highly values the investment of major families and students. Therefore, it mandates that the contract signing ceremony must be conducted in the virtual world. Aside from what I just mentioned, everything else is a fixed contract template, and you need not worry about being scammed. Yang Fan nodded in response. May I take some time to consider it? Of course, that is your right, classmate. Zhang Sen smiled, but a hint of barely noticeable disappointment flashed at the corner of his mouth. A genius student like Yang Fan would surely attract the attention of many major families. To be precise, the Ma family felt they might not even rank, and were merely hoping to seize an opportunity by sending out this invitation. Zhang Sen understood in his heart that saying he would consider it was actually a polite way of declining. Yang Fan opened another invitation coordinate, and his consciousness was instantly transported away. After Yang Fan left, another figure appeared in the room. Wang Jin, you right. I am lawyer Zhang San from the Ma family. Although your results are average, our Ma family. Following the order of invitations, Yang Fan had already met 6 groups of people, with the best conditions being offered by the Liangzhou Chamber of Commerce's lawyer, who proposed an initial investment of 50 million faith points along with a monthly subsidy of 1 million faith points, and even a great spirit plant. Although Yang Fan was somewhat tempted, he did not rush to agree. It was better to wait until he had met all the investors before making a decision. Hello, I am a lawyer from Zhongyuan Building. Our boss is very optimistic about your potential. We are willing to provide an initial investment of 50 million faith points along with a monthly subsidy of 1.5 million faith points. Furthermore, our boss is willing to promise that when you break through to a first-tier deity, you will receive 5 equity in Zhongyuan Building and the position of vice president. I will consider it carefully. Yang Fan politely bowed and then opened the last 2 invitations. The Li family and the Luo family, the 2 most powerful families in Yang County. Congratulations, classmate Yang. Elder Li Yuan believes that you have extraordinary potential and may even become a deity in the future. The Li family is willing to offer you the treatment of a second-tier genius. This includes a monthly subsidy of 2 million faith points and an annual dividend of 10 million faith points from the Li Genius Fund. These basic rewards will continue until your university graduation. In addition, after signing the contract, you will also directly receive a short-term investment of 100 million faith points. The lawyer from the Li family smiled, but his eyes still carried a hint of arrogance, seemingly unconcerned whether Yang Fan would refuse. Can I take a moment to respond? Yang Fan asked carefully. Of course, according to federal law, students who are offered investments have 1 day to make their choice. After 1 day, if no contract is signed, the contract template in your hands will automatically disappear. The other party reminded him. Thank you. On the other side, Yang Fan's consciousness arrived in a living room. Looking at the surroundings, Yang Fan felt puzzled. Why did the place for the Luo family's discussions resemble a private residence? Are you Yang Fan? A melodious female voice akin to a lark song appeared behind Yang Fan. Upon hearing the voice, he hurriedly turned around only to find a woman with a gaunt face. The other party's voice was youthful, her eyes clear, yet her skin was cracked in patches resembling an elderly woman nearing the end of her lifespan. This young lady. I am indeed Yang Fan. Yang Fan politely bowed. The woman scrutinized Yang Fan carefully from head to toe, then, without saying a word, turned and ascended the stairs. Witnessing this scene, Yang Fan felt somewhat perplexed. Is this how the Luo family discusses investments? Where's my contract? Yang Fan wondered in confusion. Just then a familiar figure descended the stairs. Seeing the newcomer, Yang Fan quickly rose to pay his respects. The person was none other than Elder Luo Qingfeng, who had been seated on the high platform. This was a true divine being. How could Yang Fan afford to be negligent in his presence? Investment contracts are usually handled by the lawyers of the various families. Why is Elder Luo personally involved? Does he think so highly of me? Yang Fan pondered. He was self-aware. Although he had performed well in the recent competition and caught the eyes of the great families, it did not mean he was worthy of Elder Luo's personal attention. Yang, may I call you that? Luo Chengfeng said with a gentle expression. You may do as you wish, senior, Yang Fan replied, somewhat flattered. Having a divine being speak so courteously to him felt strange in every way. Here are 3 contracts, you may take a look at all of them. With a snap of his fingers, 3 documents landed before Yang Fan. Yang Fan opened the first contract, finding its contents very similar to the conditions offered by the Li family, with the only advantage being fewer restrictions. He merely needed to be affiliated with the Luo family, and resources produced within the divine nation would be sold to the Luo family at market price, without any other limitations. Yang Fan understood that this was likely the best contract he would see today, barring any unforeseen circumstances he could sign it. However, puzzled as to why there were 2 more contracts, he picked up the second one and opened it. A moment later, Yang Fan looked up at Luo Chengfeng in disbelief and said, Senior, this can't be correct, can it? The conditions of the second contract were almost unreal. a monthly subsidy of 5 million belief points, an Endofire bonus of 30 million from the Luo family's Genius Fund, and upon signing the contract, he would immediately receive an initial investment of 100 million belief points along with upgrade building. Yang Fan suddenly felt as if he had stumbled upon a windfall from the heavens. Why did it feel like the other party was nurturing him, as if he were a direct descendant of the family? Yang, do you wish to sign this second contract? I do. Yang Fan nodded earnestly. Upgrade building is worth at least 500 million, and with his current status, he had no authority to purchase one. The first contract reflects the benefits I can offer you under normal conditions, while the second is a special offer made possible by my efforts. If you wish to accept the second contract, you will need to sign this third supplementary agreement. Luo Chengfeng pointed to the final document. Yang Fan took a deep breath, cast a suspicious glance at the elder, and opened the document. The 4 characters post-marriage agreement jumped into view. Yang Fan looked up at Luo Chengfeng, momentarily feeling his brain short-circuit. Do I really have the fate to become a wealthy lattice son-in-law? Luo Chengfeng sighed softly, saying, the person you just met is my granddaughter Luo Ro. She is only 2 years older than you and was ambushed by an alien demigod during a training assessment at university last year. Now the divine nation is filled with poison and miasma, and her life is in jeopardy. Even with your status, you can't cure her. Yang Fan couldn't help but ask. There is no way to be precise. The cost is too high for me to bear, and Luo Rao's talent is not like that of her cousin Luo Bing, so the family cannot afford to invest a huge cost for her. So my marriage partner is Miss Luo Ro. Indeed, this child lost her parents in the war against the alien races. Now it is just me and her relying on each other. Given the current situation, she hopes to have a child before the divine nation completely collapses. Why me? Yang Fan pointed to himself. Though your divine talent is lacking, your comprehension is excellent. After this investment, you have a great chance to become a true divine being in the future, which would also provide a good father for the future child. Luo Chengfeng slowly stated. Looking at Yang Fan before him, Luo Chengfeng felt rather melancholic. Since his granddaughter's divine nation was damaged, those once promising young talents had gradually drifted away. He could only find young individuals with decent talent, but low status to marry into the family. Yang Fan fit his requirements perfectly. Yang Fan turned his gaze to the third post-marriage agreement, reading it carefully, wary of any potential traps. In less than 15 minutes, he finished reading. Though it was called a post-marriage agreement, it did not restrict Yang Fan and Luo Rao's married life, but rather resembled a property division agreement. As for the content, it was even unrelated to the girl named Luo Ro, focusing instead on the division of property concerning their future child and his role as a father. The core points were merely two. First, the child born must bear the Luo surname. Perhaps fearing that Yang Fan might misunderstand, there was an added note explaining that only by doing so could the child become a member of the Luo family and enjoy the resources for cultivation. The second point was that after Luo Rao's death, 2/3 of her inheritance within the divine nation would go to the child, while the remaining third would be transferred to Yang Fan. As for the restrictions on Yang Fan, they were practically non-existent, with the only requirement being to have a child within 5 years. Moreover, the agreement even thoughtfully included a provision that if the male party had fertility issues, they could also use genetic engineering for matching. Having read through the entire document, Yang Fan felt that refusing would be against the natural order. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Senior, it seems I have no reason to refuse. Good, then I will arrange for a moving company to bring your parents to the Yang City Villa area. From now on, Ruer will live with you, and you must not let her suffer any grievances. Before that, may I meet Miss Luo Ro alone?" Yang Fan hurriedly interjected. Of course, she has not left the virtual world and is currently upstairs. Take these 2 contracts. Once you sign your name, they will automatically take effect. You young people chat. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. Luo Chengfeng smiled slightly and exited the virtual world. During the era of the divine nation, resources could buy everything, not to mention beings like Yang Fan. If one had enough betrothal gifts, they could even marry a divine being. It was merely a contractual marriage. Being able to reap such tremendous benefits without effort, Yang Fan certainly would not let this grand opportunity slip away. Upon reaching the second floor, Luo Ro was currently grooming herself in front of the mirror, a thick layer of powder on her face, making her complexion appear much better. Have you reached an agreement with my grandfather? Luo Ro asked her back to Yang Fan. Yes, we have reached an agreement and can sign at any time. Yang Fan nodded. Luo Ro turned around, saying, "So should I now address you as husband?" Yang Fan's face turned slightly red at her words. We are both young, there is no need for such formality. This was not just a fleeting romance. After he signed the contract, the two would be in a legally recognized marital relationship, even surpassing the interests of parents. Until today, Yang Fan had never given marriage a serious thought, yet she offered so much that he could not help but consider it. Living off another may sound dishonorable, but were the roles reversed, who would not breathe a sigh of relief? Luo, Ruer, may I call you that? Yang Fan cleared his throat. After all, she was now his wife, and addressing her as Miss Luo, or simply Luo Ro, felt too distant. Anything is fine. A faint, almost invisible smile curved Luo Ro's lips. Compared with those pampered airs of great families, Yang Fan's slight awkwardness struck her as almost amusing. Husband, there is no need to be nervous. With the talent you have shown, had you been born into the Luo family, you would have achieved even greater heights than I did. With my present condition, it is I who am unworthy of you. Yang Fan hurriedly waved his hand. As for marrying into your family, I would do so 1,000 times over. What a joke. She was a descendant of deities. Her dowry would spare him 10 years of detours in his career. Her face may have been ravaged by the damage to her shengua, but once the lights were out at night, it would make no difference. What mattered was the dowry. One windfall and a poor man could be lifted out of penury. This was no mismatch. This was a jackpot. Watching Yang Fan's awed delight, Luo Ro found a mixture of amusement and pity in her eyes. These are the coordinates of my shengua. Now that we have acknowledged our relationship, come inside. Luo Ro invited Yang Fan into her shengua. Yang Fan tapped the coordinate lightly. An invisible force drew his consciousness into her shengua. Two milky white apparitions floated tens of thousands of meters above the realm. These were the spiritual forms of Luo Ro and Yang Fan. In Luo Ro's presence, she lifted the shungua's permissions, allowing Yang Fan to see every corner of the shungua. Spanned some 800,000 square kilometers, yet apart from a handful of 2 or 3 tenthasand-strong clusters of old, weak, and infirm mortals. At its very center, no other life stirred. The rest lay cloaked in poisonous mist. Forests, mountains, rivers, even the high heavens above, were suffused with a jade-green gas. Yang Fan's expression hardened. He could sense how insidious the poison was. Even a single trace within his own shungua would spell catastrophe. This is the toxin of a foreign race's half-god, the Death Spider Queen. The quantity is small, but the quality is extraordinary. If left to the shungua's own metabolism, it would take at least 50 years in the mortal world to dissipate. Luo Ro sighed softly. Don't speak of 50 years. With my current body, I can barely hold on for 5. Is the academy truly that dangerous? There are always those cursed with bad luck. What should have been an ordinary assessment turned into an ambush, a half-god of another race stalking the geniuses of my people. If our lead instructor had not intervened in time, I wouldn't have had the chance to come home. There's no cure. Yang Fan frowned. He found he liked this woman, though they had not known each other long. Neither hid anything in their words. Her candor was plain. Of course there is a cure, but the price is astronomical. It would require a high-ranking healing deity to act, at least 100 Shinshing points. Personally, I am not worth such an expenditure. At that admission, a sadness flashed through Luo Ro's eyes. Who did not wish to live? Yet the perpetuation of a great family was not maintained by sentiment. Those with superior talent received more resources. Fairness, justice, and openness were the very foundations that kept a family flourishing through the ages. Since Luo Ro had withdrawn from her studies, no one in the family spoke up for her, except her grandfather Luo Chengfeng. Former elders and childhood playmates one by one drew their boundaries and cut her off. Nothing reveals the chill of human affairs like that. Shinshing points. Yang Fan asked, curious. It is normal you wouldn't know? This is the currency among deities. 100 million faith points can condense into a single Shinshing point. Yang Fan swallowed. The cost of treatment was indeed beyond belief. 100 Shinshing points translated into an astronomical sum of faith points. Is there any way to slow it? The water of life can delay the collapse of my shengua. Luo Ro explained that the Luo family's reserves of the water of life were scant. Buying it on the market required paying a premium, and even her grandfather could not indefinitely use such strategic resources to prop up her existence. It doesn't matter. Though we are now husband and wife in name, do not waste our resources here. I am already terminal. To keep sinking money into treatment would end only in ruin for both person and property, Luo Ro said calmly, without a trace of fear of death in her eyes. Water of life, Yang Fan murmured. He had seen its description in the market. A life spring could yield a single drop every 10 years, the official price listed at 1 million faith points. Yet it was perpetually out of stock. For ordinary people, a monthly expense of 1 million faith points was no small sum. After all, the cultivation of a shengua also demanded vast investment. But Yang Fan was different. With his evolutionary talent, once he secured the Luo family's investments, his monthly income would soar. Perhaps he should step in to help his nominal wife. Although they had no affection, now she was in a way his angel investor. Helping her within his means was not out of the question. With that thought, Yang Fan cast his gaze toward the center of the shengua. Why do you have so many moon wells and sun springs? He asked. At the heart of Luo Ro's shengua stood 200 moon wells and sun springs, their life energy dense. These are all the assets I sold from the shengua as my remaining inheritance. My followers are too weak to invest further. Only these fixed yield structures still produce revenue. I save them as an inheritance for any future child. And if luck smiles, one of them might produce a life spring. I might still have a chance to raise that child, Luo Ro added. Yang Fan hesitated, then awkwardly asked, could these structures be placed in my shengua? Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Fan regretted them. To say such a thing while she still lived felt like an act of despicable eagerness to claim her legacy. He had not meant to strip her of everything while she breathed, yet the request sounded shameless. So shameless that even Luo Ro had not expected it. For a moment, they were both silent, the atmosphere awkward. Luo Ro exhaled and said, "Actually, when I die, these Shungwa assets will be entrusted to you. I have only a few years left." In her eyes, there were sadness, helplessness, and a hint of confusion. Seeing her expression, Yang Fan felt an urge to slap himself. He had not truly intended to strip her bare. Assets in his Shungwa would yield tenfold returns. Yet he could not reveal that he possessed an SSS-tier talent. Ahem, I was only joking just now, don't I agree? Ah, you agree? Yang Fan's eyes widened in surprise. Luo Ro nodded. Yes, I will transfer these structures to you shortly, but we must sign a legal agreement. You may not sell them. Once our child's Shungwa awakens, the income generated by these structures must be transferred to them each month. Be warned, once the contract is signed, you cannot renege. With federal oversight, if you violate the terms, the Luo family will bring legal action against you in the future. Her tone was calm and icy, as though she were discussing nothing more than a business transaction. There was no sentiment in it, only the clear logic of law and the cold calculus of legacy. The members of the large family are just that, realistic. Even when they feel they cannot trust those they rely on, they do not immediately choose to cry or regret, but instead make the most rational decision. Yang Fan nodded instinctively. My grandfather arranged for a moving company to go to your community. You will have to explain things to your parents yourself. I hope to have your guidance in my remaining days, my partner. Yang Fan, Luo Ro said flatly. Before Yang Fan could reply, a repulsive force acted upon him, pulling him back to reality instantly. Removing the virtual helmet, Yang Fan immediately slapped himself. How could you say that? You've just In her divine realm, the 200 moon wells and sun springs had a typical yield of 1.2 million each month, but in Yang Fan's divine realm, it would be 12 million. It was precisely for this reason that Yang Fan instinctively voiced his thoughts. Oh, later, when he purchased the water of life, it would not be a problem at all. This was a win-win situation. The idea was beautiful, but reality was harsh. This wife he had just met had probably already assumed he was a complete scoundrel. Meanwhile, Luo Ro had also returned to her study in the real world. At this moment, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, looked at her withered reflection in the mirror, and spoke sorrowfully. Luo Ro, what are you still hoping for? Haven't you seen similar situations during this time? It was merely a partnership. Girl, are you done? Luo Chengfeng knocked on the door. Luo Ro nodded. How do you feel about that, boy? Not bad. Luo Ro chose to conceal the last bit of unpleasantness. After all, given her current situation, she had no right to be picky. Continuing to complain would only make her grandfather uneasy. That's good. Who I've investigated, and although Yang Fan's parents are merely divine beings, they have a decent reputation in Minghui community and are not harsh or spiteful people. This villa will be left for you and them to live in. With their help in taking care of you, your grandfather can rest assured. For the next period, I need to go cultivate for the family. After finishing, Luo Chengfeng took out a card and placed it in Luo Rao's palm. Feeling the information on the card, she discovered that it contained 5 drops of water of life. Grandfather, you don't have to work so hard. There's no need to continue investing these strategic resources in my divine. How can I not work hard as a first-tier deity? If it weren't for the scarcity of this water of life and the inflated market prices in our Luo family storeroom, having no stock, I could have supported you for another 100 years if needed. Luo Chengfeng stated. Today your in-laws and Young Yang will be moving over. With these 5 drops of water of life used together on the wedding night, my granddaughter must look beautiful. Thank you, grandfather, I understand. Luo Ro smiled, her cheeks even flushing slightly. I will take my leave now. You all must work hard to let me hold my grandson soon. As soon as Luo Chengfeng's presence completely vanished from the villa, Luo Rao's expression instantly returned to normal. She tossed the card onto the table, crossed her arms, and coldly snorted. Does that scoundrel deserve this? Eating the food of the dogs. Aside from my grandfather, there's not a single good man among them. While saying this, Luo Ro kicked the corner of the table, causing her eyes to well up with tears again from the pain. In Minghui community, at this moment, Yang Fan was sitting at the dining table with his parents discussing the situation. Feiner, is the pressure of your divine realm development too much lately? Sun Rong asked with a concerned expression. Why don't we pawn the micro mine? Yang Tiexin turned to discuss with Sun Rong. Seeing that his parents did not believe him at all, Yang Fan felt equally helpless. Dad, Mom, can't you trust your son a little bit? Yang Fan complained. Trust? Of course we trust you, but you can't be joking with your father and mother, can you? The Luo family has invited you to be a son-in-law. As long as you sign the contract, there will be an initial investment of 100 million belief points and a class building. Son, once your mother and I pawn the mine, we will take you to the best psychiatric department in Liujia Hospital in the county. Over the years, many students have experienced mental breakdowns due to excessive pressure, and this is no small matter. Yang Tiexin said with a worried expression. Yang Fan was left speechless. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Did you go to Old Zhang to buy food? Sun Rong asked. The believers have enough to eat for now. I plan to buy more next month. Then who is this? We'll go see who it is. Yang Tiexin stood up and walked to the door. As the door opened, 5 burly men came into view, and the aura emanating from the leader was that of a demigod. This senior, did you come to the wrong place? Yang Tiexin's voice trembled. Mingyue community was a slum in the county, and all residents were divine beings. How could a demigod come here for a visit? Is this Yang Fan's home? The leader asked politely. Yang Fan, young master. Yang Tiexin's face was filled with confusion. At this moment, Yang Fan also arrived at the door. I am Yang Fan. Who are you? We have met, young master Yang. You are now recognized as a second-tier genius of the Luo family. My name is Zhang Yunxiao, a guest elder of the Luo family, and until you graduate from university, I will assist you in handling family affairs. As for these, they are the personnel from the moving company arranged by Elder Luo Qingfeng here to help you move your belongings to the villa in Yangqing, Zhang Yunxiao explained. Please come in. Yang Fan pulled Yang Tiexin aside and gestured for them to enter. The moving company was very professional, using specialized packing boxes to pack all the items in the rooms in one go. At this moment, both Yang Tiexin and Sun Rong were stunned, watching in disbelief as several rooms were cleared out in less than a quarter of an hour, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Demigod Luo family Yangqing Villa. Was everything their son just said true? Even though Yang Fan's parents were filled with doubts at this moment, they did not dare to speak more in front of Zhang Yunxiao the demigod. The moving company drove the truck ahead, while Zhang Yunxiao took the wheel with Yang Fan's family of 3 following behind. Yang Fan sat in the passenger seat and could not help but ask, Senior. Young Master Yang, there is no need for such formalities. Since you have been assessed as a second-tier genius by the family, your future achievements will be no less than mine. I am the guide assigned to you by the Luo family. During your time as a student, feel free to inquire about anything from me, young master, Zhang Yunxiao explained. Seeing the seriousness with which the other party conducted himself, Yang Fan was curious. Do all geniuses of the Luo family have a demigod accompanying them? Only those ranked second tier or above enjoy such treatment. Are there many such geniuses? As of now, there are 14 first-tier geniuses who have not yet graduated from university and 468 second-tier geniuses. Hearing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was no wonder they said the Luo family was impressive, with nearly 500 demigods invested in this regard. However, among your current class first-tier geniuses, there are only 2 Miss Luo Bing and young Master Luo Hen. There are 76 second-tier geniuses, with 28 from Yang County No. 1 high school, and most of the others are being nurtured in the city. Young Master Yang, the monthly stipend and initial faith point investment from the family will be credited to your divine kingdom this afternoon. Additionally, there is a level building you need to select. Yang Fan looked down at the contents on the electronic board. Bailing blood pool, invest flesh and blood to transform into blood pills, which can accelerate cultivation and can change one's aptitude with long-term use. Lingbing workshop, invest ores to automatically generate weapons. The strength of the weapons is related to the level of the ores, with the highest being able to produce level weapons in batches. Mechanical heart can slowly improve the physical structure of the believers, leading their bodies to align with mechanical civilization. Unlike the shopping mall, the introduction on the electronic board is very concise. Besides the building names, the descriptions of the building's functions are also quite simplistic. Senior Zhan, are there only 3 level buildings to choose from? Level buildings are strategic resources, and even for the Luo family, there aren't many available for talented disciples to choose from. Zhang Yunxiao's words expressed a degree of politeness. Yang Fan was merely a talent from an outside family, and although the family agreed to provide a level building, it would definitely be the one with the least value. I wonder if Senior Zhan has any suggestions. After all, Zhang Yunxiao was a demigod powerhouse and now his guide, so Yang Fan naturally wanted to make good use of this connection. It depends on the direction you choose, young master. If you plan to develop towards a mechanical civilization in the future, then selecting the mechanical heart is sufficient. If you want to invest in your divine kingdom to earn a large amount of faith points in the early stage and later reinvest to enhance the believer's strength, the Lingbing workshop is a good choice. As for the Bailing blood pool, it has a strong comprehensive capability. The blood pills it produces can enhance the strength of the believers, and the annualized yield from selling blood pills is also quite substantial. Zhang Yunxiao shared his understanding. Yang Fan pondered for a moment and then resolutely decided to choose the Bailing blood pool. With this investment from the Luo family and his innate talent, Yang Fan was confident in his ability to acquire resources far beyond others. In comparison, enhancing the strength of the believers is more important. The upcoming school competition is a prime example. If he had chosen to invest all faith points in his divine kingdom again for the sake of compound interest, he would not have been able to achieve excellent results and attract investment from a prominent family like the Luo family. In the era of divine kingdoms, resources are crucial, but the core remains strength itself. I choose the Bailing blood pool, Yang Fan confirmed. Zhang Yunxiao nodded. The application will be approved this afternoon. The family will send the resources to your inbox. I have added you as a friend in the virtual world. You can contact me directly if you have any questions in the future. For Divine Kingdom resource allocation, family welfare applications, and even daily trivialities, as long as you need anything, young master, you can just let me know. Thank you very much. No need to be polite. This is my job, Zhang Yunxiao said earnestly. After arriving at the villa in Yang City, Zhang Yunxiao saluted Yang Fan and then departed. He was the guide assigned to Yang Fan by the Luo family, not a caretaker, and had other matters to attend to. Moreover, with the virtual world in place, he could assist Yang Fan remotely with any issues. The villa in Yang City is built in the center of Yang County, providing excellent privacy. The moving company personnel placed the items in the front yard and then departed. At this moment, Luo Ro pushed open the large door of the living room. Husband, Luo Ro said with a sweet smile. Yang Fan stared at her, momentarily stunned. Luo Rao's skin was tender and flawless, exuding a rich aura of life, resembling a blossoming youthful maiden. Most importantly, the noble aura emanating from her, stemming from her prominent family, momentarily captivated Yang Fan, making it difficult for him to look away. Yang Fan believed that after experiencing several lessons from Lu Ru Yin, he had developed resistance to beauty, but at this moment he realized that his mental state still needed cultivation. You? Hello, mother-in-law. Hello, father-in-law. Before Yang Fan could speak, Luo Ro had already approached the elders, respectfully bowing to them. Looking at this princess-like young woman before him, Sun Rong felt it was surreal. Are you really my daughter-in-law? Sun Rong rubbed her eyes vigorously. Of course, but my divine kingdom has been damaged and I don't have much lifespan left, so I consider myself fortunate to be with my husband. Before I die, I only wish to have a son or daughter with my husband, and I would be content. Luo Ro squeezed out a tear, looking pitiful and evoking sympathy. Upon hearing this, Sun Rong immediately became anxious, turning around to slap Yang Fan on the back of his head, then pulling his ear to bring him in front of Luo Ro. What nonsense is my daughter-in-law saying? Do I not know how capable this kid is? If you can look up to him, it is his good fortune from 10 lifetimes, so how can there be any talk of climbing high? From now on, you are in charge of this family. If he dares to bully you, I will break his legs with old Yang. Sun Rong, being a kind-hearted person, looked at Luo Rao's pitiful demeanor, and in that moment, she wished that Luo Ro was her own daughter. As for her biological son, Yang Fan had already been cast aside by this kind mother. Seeing Yang Fan's bewildered state, a hint of cunning flashed in Luo Rao's eyes, and she couldn't help but feel proud. Stupid scoundrel, with such kind and reasonable parents, how could you turn out to be such a selfish guy? As long as I am alive, you won't be able to bully me. Daughter-in-law, it's sunny outside. You should go rest in your room. My wife and I will take care of these things, Yang Tiexin said, while carrying a large moving bag. Thank you, Dad, Luo Ro nodded. Although she had consumed the water of life, her divine kingdom now resembled a room with leaks everywhere, and the life energy would gradually dissipate, so as a deity, she also had to reduce her physical activity. Yang Fan was just about to follow her upstairs when his mother Sun Rong called him. Yang Fan, come here and help me. Yang Fan, upon hearing this, looked a bit puzzled. Their family's belongings were not many, so there was no need for him to pitch in. However, since his mother had given the order, Yang Fan couldn't argue and could only obediently step out to carry furniture. Stupid boy, treat such a good girl well. If I find out you made Ro feel wronged, I won't let this go with you. Sun Rong reminded him softly. No, I didn't. Then why did my daughter-in-law look like she was about to cry just now? How would I know why she looked that way? Yang Fan's face twitched. Although he had said something ridiculous that morning, at that time Luo Rao's aura was stronger than his, completely different from the current state. Moreover, now that Luo Ro had returned to her original appearance, Yang Fan himself was still filled with doubts and wanted to go upstairs to inquire. There's nothing wrong with being a son-in-law, and this is the Luo family. You've gained such a great advantage, so don't be ungrateful. From now on, you should pamper your wife at home, understand? Yang Tiexin's expression was equally serious. Confirming that Yang Fan had become the Luo family's son-in-law as a father, Yang Tiexin felt no dissatisfaction, only concerned that this happiness might be fleeting. Their family was merely a regular divine being, completely outmatched by a giant like the Luo family. All he could do now was to remind Yang Fan to cherish Luo Ro. I understand, Yang Fan said, choosing not to elaborate further and simply following his parents' words. As expected of a villa district, the room was equipped with all the amenities. Intelligent robots, massage chairs, temperature and humidity regulators, and various pieces of furniture exuding high-end fragrances. Looking at the complete setup, Yang Tiexin felt that the belongings from his home were hardly worth mentioning. After a moment of contemplation, he returned the furniture to his pocket and disposed of it in a corner outside the courtyard. The child was getting close to a wealthy woman. As parents, they couldn't just eat bitterness without protest. Yang Fan went upstairs alone and pushed open the door to the room. At this moment, Luo Ro was already lying half recumbent on the bed in her pajamas, resting with her eyes closed. Noticing the movement, Luo Ro opened her eyes and calmly said, "Drink the medicine on the table. It's a fertility potion. Then go take a shower immediately. We have important matters to attend to in 10 minutes. At this moment, Luo Ro showed no trace of vulnerability, looking at Yang Fan as if he were a stranger, composed and wise. Luo Ro back to her normal state was very beautiful. Due to the damage to her divine realm, she now exuded an air of laziness. Are you feeling normal again? Yang Fan asked. Taking 5 drops of the water of life at once will temporarily suppress the poisonous mist, but the effect won't last long. Luo Ro explained casually. Hurry up, don't dawdle. After we're done I want to sleep. I'm very tired, understand. Hearing her distant tone, Yang Fan felt somewhat awkward, but complied with her request. After showering, Yang Fan jumped onto the bed, pinning Luo Ro beneath him. His action startled her. I'm not feeling well right now, be gentle. Luo Ro lightly bit her lip, fear evident in her eyes, yet unwilling to be outdone, she mustered the courage to stare intently into Yang Fan's eyes. Don't worry, I'm not a scumbag. What happened this morning truly had its reasons. Yang Fan whispered in Luo Ro's ear. Feeling the warmth of his breath, Luo Ro quickly closed her eyes and urged. Hurry up, I need to sleep soon. I'm very tired, got it. Luo Ro's current state was indeed poor. Watching her pale face lying on the bed, Yang Fan gently corrected. Don't worry, I will cure you in the future, Yang Fan said seriously. He even had to admit that although they had only met a few times, Luo Ro had indeed touched him somewhat. Life is like a journey. Those with a strong spirit will always step forward with determination, but this process does not have to be lonely. If one treats me sincerely, I will reciprocate with sincerity. Yang Fan was not sleepy yet. He sat down at the desk and opened the inbox on his wristwatch. Second-rate genius Yang Fan from an external family. Congratulations on receiving a second-rate genius evaluation from the Luo family. You are now awarded a level building the 100 Spirits Blood Pool. A card detailing the 100 Spirits Blood Pool building fell into Yang Fan's right hand. In addition, there was a building given to him by Luo Ro, but it also included a legal document that required his signature to access these resources. Yang Fan skimmed through it and found no issues before writing down his name. Then Yang Fan entered the divine realm to load the resources. A multitude of moon wells and sun springs were arranged within the divine enlightenment city. In an instant, a terrifying life aura spread out, causing the surrounding plants to grow wildly. Next was the level building the 100 Spirits Blood Pool, which covered an area of 200 square kilometers. Yang Fan could not even place it in any city. With a thought, Yang Fan moved a giant mountain outside divine enlightenment city, and the 100 Spirits Blood Pool immediately appeared in its place. As the blood pool emerged, a powerful scent of blood wafted through the air. This scent of blood was pure, yet rich in vitality, and even if believers lived nearby, they would not fall ill. Faith points 143200, providing 3.7 faith points daily. Buildings Moon Wells X207, Sun Springs X207, level building 100 Spirits Blood Pool X1. The 36 million awarded for the county prize, combined with the Luo family's initial investment of 100 million plus a monthly subsidy of 5 million, had all been credited. Now Yang Fan's faith points in the divine realm had reached an extremely exaggerated level. At this moment, Yang Fan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his excitement. With such a large sum of money, how to spend it requires great caution. It would be wise to consult others. Yang Fan put on the helmet and entered the virtual world. The moment he entered, he received several invitations from his classmates, including Li Shuheo and Zhang Pang. Yang Fan did not accept the invitations, but sought out the chat box for Zhang Yunxiao, politely typing, "Senior Zhang, do you have time now?" After a while, a coordinate address popped up in the chat box. Yang Fan lightly tapped the coordinate, and his consciousness was instantly pulled to a loft. In the small room were only Yang Fan and Zhang Yunxiao, but the outside was quite noisy. Sounds of chatting, cursing, clashing metal, and waves of heat filled the air. Where is this? Seeing Yang Fan's curiosity, Zhang Yunxiao patiently explained, this is the Luo family's base in the virtual world. In this era, the economic benefits created by the virtual world have long surpassed reality. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this is a mirror of the real world. Every prominent family has its base in the virtual world where they can trade, learn, and even engage in battles. Unlike those from prominent families, commoners like Yang Fan have relatively little exposure, but Zhang Yunxiao did not look down on him, as he had also climbed up from the bottom. Senior Zhang, the resources provided by the Luo family have arrived. I'm here to seek your guidance. Yang Fan respectfully bowed. You really don't need to call me senior. In the Luo family, your status is even above mine. Zhang Yunxiao chuckled wryly. Well, I am several hundred years your elder. If young Master Yang wishes, you may call me Old Zhang. In that case, please guide me, Old Zhang. How many faith points do you currently have? 140 million. Zhang Yunxiao's eyes widened in surprise. I earned 36 million faith points in the school competition. I see with such achievements, it's no wonder you were rated as a second-rate genius by the Luo family. Has the blood pool been loaded? It has already been loaded into the divine realm. Then I suggest you purchase 10 adult Tai Sui first. That will fill the 100 spirits blood pool to capacity. In reality, it can produce around 100 blood pills monthly, each priced at 100 faith points. Not considering the value of the level building itself, its annual return rate is about 50. Hearing this, Yang Fan felt puzzled, Isn't that return a bit low? If we only consider the investment cost of the Tai Sui, the return on investment is indeed quite good, but one must realize that this involves upgrade building. The value of upgrade building is at least 500 million, so the return rate appears very low. The 100 spirits blood pool generates blood pills based on the energy of the flesh and blood input. 10 Tai Sui is far from the limit of upgrade building. In the future, when you become a demigod, or even a deity slaying high-tier alien cultists and putting their bodies into it could yield blood pills worth hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Currently, purchasing corpses from the marketplace is too expensive. Given your divine kingdom situation, the Tai Sui meat is the most cost-effective option. Most importantly, there is no need to instruct the believers to continuously throw flesh and blood into the blood pool, which is very convenient. Zhang Yunxiao patiently explained the reasoning. A glimmer of realization appeared in Yang Fan's eyes. With his current strength, the upgrade building is indeed too extravagant, and he naturally cannot utilize it to the fullest. Yang Fan was not anxious about this, as he possessed the talent for evolution. Once he invested the Tai Sui, this fixed income would reach tens of millions every month. If you want to quickly enhance the strength of your believers in the short term, I can provide you with a resource procurement list for you to judge whether to purchase. After all, the development of every divine kingdom is different. If you want to consider the ecological stability of your divine kingdom, species diversity, and resource self-sufficiency, then I suggest you spend money to hire an actuary for assistance. How much does the actuary cost? Yang Fan asked curiously. The cheapest is 50 million faith points. Yang Fan swallowed hard, shocked by the price. Seeing Yang Fan's expression, Zhang Yunxiao smiled and said, "Don't think it's expensive. These actuaries are truly capable. They can help you adjust the species distribution within your divine kingdom, establish buffer zones between various organisms, and determine the training methods and directions for your believers. This job is highly sought after and families often recruit them. Hiring an actuary can essentially allow you to cultivate to the demigod level without needing to plan your divine kingdom further. If you have sufficient faith points, there is no need to be stingy, as this can significantly reduce your divine kingdom's development time." Thank you for your guidance, Elder Zhang. Yang Fan nodded, but he had already decided not to spend this unnecessary money. For him, time was the least valuable. Spending such a large sum of faith points on an actuary is not as good as purchasing a large amount of resources to invest in the divine kingdom, allowing them to evolve naturally, while also earning resources. I have sent you 2 documents, one focused on enhancing the strength of believers, and the other on insights into divine kingdom investment. These are merely my personal views. Your talents exceed mine, so you can take them as references and choose the best. Thank you, Elder Zhang. Yang Fan expressed his gratitude. This is the experience of a demigod regarding the early development of a divine kingdom, which would surely be of great help to him now. In addition, the Luo family's second-tier geniuses can obtain a loan of 50 million faith points with an annual interest rate of only 11.2. I have already applied for this family benefit for you, and it should be credited to your divine kingdom shortly. Now that you are a genius of the Luo family, you can visit the Luo family's virtual world base at any time. Within the family, there are also various transactions, including weapons, medicinal materials, spiritual plants, and various pills. Although it is not as comprehensive as the official platform, the prices are significantly lower since they are tax-free. You should come and take a look when you have time. I understand. Work hard to enhance the strength of your believers. The better you perform, the more support you will receive, Zhang Yunxiao finally reminded. Yang Fan kept this in mind and ignored the invitations from other students, directly exiting the virtual world. With a large sum of money, he felt uncomfortable not investing in the divine kingdom as soon as possible. Before making a large-scale purchase, Yang Fan decided to first open the documents sent by Zhang Yunxiao to take a look. The development of a divine kingdom mainly depends on resources. To make resources snowball, the choice of investment in the divine kingdom is exceedingly important. I, Zhang Yunxiao, am just an ordinary person, and my achievement of becoming a demigod relies on excellent investment and financial management concepts. I have summarized a basic investment philosophy for ordinary people. Any investment with an annualized return rate below 80 should be avoided. Upon reading the introduction of one of the documents, several black lines appeared on Yang Fan's forehead. This Elder Zhang has turned out to be quite the financial expert, but this seems to contradict my development direction. Bloodthirsty Lingji, the seeds are extremely cheap, costing only 1 faith point for 10,000 seeds. Each plant requires a believer to carefully tend to it daily, irrigating it with the believer's blood, and it can mature in 100 years. A 100-year blood Lingji can sell for as high as 10 faith points, and the profit margin can multiply tenfold in just 3 months. This is the secret behind my achievement of becoming a demigod, and it is not something that those who are not favored will easily say. The downside of this method is also quite obvious, as it consumes believers at a high rate. With such irrigation, believers usually do not live past 30 years, and in 100 years about 50,000 believers will be consumed. Therefore, cultivating blood Lingji should not be done on a large scale. The optimal cultivation quantity is 5% of the total population of believers. This method needs to be used in conjunction with breeding cards of grade or higher, so please remember. After reading this, Yang Fan felt a chill run down his back. This seemingly serious demigod Zhang Yunxiao turned out to be such an evil capitalist behind the scenes, essentially selling the blood of believers. Yang Fan did not harbor any feelings for those believers, it was just that this investment model always gave a chilling sense. Although the return on investment was terrifying during that period, the development of believers in the Divine Kingdom would likely come to a complete standstill. With the talent for evolution, it's best not to consider these dubious paths. Yang Fan set aside the investment-related suggestions and began researching how to enhance the strength of believers. Blood Demon Flower. This flower is a crade spiritual plant. Planting it in large areas around cities will induce cravings and urges for exercise in believers. The believers' bodies will significantly improve in a short period, but it will also affect their consciousness, and their comprehension will gradually decrease. In the long run, it will harm the foundational strength of the believers. This method is best used intensively 1 month before an assessment. The flesh-devouring technique, a crade skill, can make practitioners have an extreme craving for meat. This skill will cause believers' bodies to swell, reducing their agility, but greatly increasing their defense and attack power. Constant attention must be paid to the living conditions of believers. If meat is insufficient, believers will turn on each other, resorting to cannibalism and even devouring one another. Yang Fan tilted his head, slightly feeling hesitant. For a moment he felt he could hardly recognize this senior. They seemed so normal, but were so ruthless toward their own believers. Yang Fan had a gut feeling that this senior Zhang Yunxiao's Divine Kingdom potential might have reached its limit, and he would never break through to the Divine Realm in this lifetime. Pulling seedlings to help them grow, a short-sighted view. Yang Fan commented to himself. If Zhang Yunxiao learned how Yang Fan judged him, he would likely erupt in furious invective. How could an ordinary man relying solely on his own efforts climb step by step to the demigod realm without resorting to crooked shortcuts? His potential had been drained, yet among 10,000 ordinary people like him could one truly become a demigod. The lessons Zhang Yunxiao taught Yang Fan were given with genuine concern. They plainly marked both strengths and weaknesses. Two ordinary souls naturally felt a certain kinship. Unfortunately, Yang Fan possessed an SS grade talent and could not perceive the other's well-meant intentions. Zhang Yunxiao's methods were too extreme. With an evolution talent, there was no need to follow such a path. His advice was wasted. Yang Fan muttered, then his consciousness returned to the divine realm. He discovered his faith points had reached 193200. The Luo family's 50 million loan had also been credited. Opening the shop, Yang Fan first purchased 14 adult Tai Sui, 10 were placed directly into the bailing blood pool, and another 5 were stationed at the edges of the 5 major cities as steady sources of flesh. This expenditure consumed 2000 faith points. To round the sum, Yang Fan also bought 193 Yueliang wells and Taiyang springs respectively, spending an additional 158 million. The Yueliang wells and Taiyang springs were intended as long-term fixed investments. He did not plan to skimp on them. As the number of those two structures in the divine realm increased, and with his evolution talent, his buildings were inherently 10 times more likely than others to mutate into springs of life. Most importantly, this investment required no fuss. He could devote himself entirely to improving his followers' strength and the ecosystem of the divine realm. Afterwards, Yang Fan purchased the Crade cultivation art, Ejin Ishisue Gong, spending 2000 faith points. In an instant, Yang Fan's faith points dropped to 474200. After pouring all resources into the divine realm, he issued a divine decree. My followers, to reward your outstanding performance in the war against the alien races, I bestow a miracle. Beside each capital there shall be an adult Tai Sui. Outside the city of divine enlightenment, there is a bailing blood pool that yields 10,000 blood pills every 30 years. Only the strong may partake, for these pills greatly enhance bodily constitution. The technique is called Ejin Shisue Gong. When practiced in concert with the Lianbong body refining technique, one can rapidly increase strength. As the divine decree descended, the believers in each capital wore expressions of fervent zeal. God host Yang Fan. Divine realm area 1 million square kilometers. Talent grade resource talent. All resources within the divine realm grow 10 faster. SS grade evolution talent. Unique talent that accelerates the realm's evolution, currently hidden. Followers first rank beings, 5 mortals, 7000. Practices Lianbong body refining technique, Ejin Shisue Gong, Wanling Guiyuan array minor completion. Faith points 4740. Daily faith income 3.7. Buildings Yueliang well x 400. Taiyang spring x 400. Grade building bailing blood pool x1. Assets Puty Baoshi x 78777. Level 1 demonic beast. Tai Sui x 15. Ishue Lien x 200. Grade spirit plant. Yanghun wood century x 100. Grade spirit plant. Bailing Tao x 35711. Grade spirit plant. Yang Fan smiled with satisfaction. Now under the evolution talent Weiyang Wells and Taiyang Springs can yield 2.0 faith points per month. The Century Blood Pool blessed by Tai Sui can provide 1.0 faith points per month. Together with various demonic beasts and spirit flora assets, my actual monthly income is 3.50 and rising. However, the blood pills are to be used to cultivate followers and need not be sold. Yang Fan had already decided all blood pills would be invested into his divine realm to strengthen followers, while the proceeds from Yuehua Du and Yang Jing could be used for reinvestment or to purchase other resources to enrich the realm. He still had plenty of faith points left. For the moment, Yang Fan was in no hurry to spend them. With faith points sufficient, he planned to use this time to peruse the shop, study items he previously could not afford, or consult classmates to see if any buildings or spirit plants suited him better. Faith points are inexhaustible, but one must keep a safety reserve. Besides, he now had a wife stricken with a terminal illness and had to pay monthly for life water. After finishing everything, Yang Fan looked at the beauty lying in bed and, feeling somewhat weary, climbed in and held her as they drifted into sleep. Early the next morning, Yang Fan entered the divine realm to inspect. With the blessing of Yijin Shisui Gong, his followers' consumption of meat had risen another notch. Yet with 5 Tai Sui and the periodic output of blood pills, such consumption was but a trifle. Even though time in his divine realm flowed 10 times faster than elsewhere, development still required vast stretches of time. Watching it without investing resources served no purpose. Should I buy some breeding cards to accelerate the divine realm? Yang Fan felt conflicted. The last time he had used breeding cards, the realm's resources were strained, troubling Yang Fan considerably. Moreover, there were no short-term assessments, so he could afford to let the realm develop freely. Pushing things too fast can be counterproductive. While Yang Fan's consciousness remained in the divine realm, he suddenly felt the woman in his arms stir and hurried back to reality. Luo Ro opened her eyes and found herself lying in Yang Fan's arms as he watched her. Her face flushed as she tried to push him away, but found her body too weak to break free. "You, let go of me. We're being honest with each other. What is there to be shy about? Do you have no shame? We're husband and wife. Is this shameless?" Yang Fan teased. Seeing Luo Ro cling to him like a little bird, he could not resist bantering. The once privileged young lady cast down from lofty circles had indeed been taken in by this mud-booted commoner. At that moment, Sun Rong's gentle voice called from outside. "Yang Fan Ruer, are you awake? I've cooked the meal." "Mom, I'm awake. You'll be down right away," Luo Ro answered eagerly. Luo Ro answered first. "If you still feel unrest, sleep a while longer. I'll have Yang Fan bring the dishes up, so you can eat in bed." "No need." Hearing the exchange, Yang Fan glanced oddly at the woman in his arms and couldn't help asking, "Do you have multiple personalities?" "No." "Then why is your attitude toward me and my parents so different?" "I am kind to good people and cruel to bad people," Luo Ro explained as she dressed. "I've already explained yesterday's matter. It's not what—" Yang Fan rubbed his temple. Better to watch what someone does than to listen to what others say. With that, he stayed behind as Luo Ro went downstairs alone. True to a wealthy household, the refrigerator was stocked with meat from 2nd and 3rd grade demonic beasts. The atmosphere at the table grew awkward. Apart from Yang Fan, Yang Tiexin and Sun Rong watched the young lady Luo Ro with cautious eyes, hesitant to begin. Luo Ro picked up a piece of meat and, her face brightening, instantly said, "Mom, your cooking is wonderful. Oh, I want this every day." Sun Rong breathed a long sigh of relief, and the mood at the table eased considerably. Watching this, Yang Fan admired Luo Ro. His wife's talent for placating elders was exceptional. Unlike him, elders seldom believed anything he said. For a moment, Yang Fan felt a flutter of unease, thinking that at this rate, he might one day fall out of favor. After dinner, Yang Fan went upstairs and directly transferred 5 million faith points to Luo Ro. Feeling the changes within her divine realm, Luo Ro looked puzzled and asked, "Why did you transfer 5 million? Luo Ro looked at Yang Fan in disbelief, her eyes filled with confusion, incomprehension, and a hint of wariness. Although this 5 million faith points were far less than the assets she had given Yang Fan, she never expected him to transfer funds to her. A scumbag only takes and never gives, right? Luo Ro felt puzzled, wondering if she had misunderstood him or if Yang Fan was somehow trying to bait her. However, her divine realm currently had no assets left, only some faith points reserved for purchasing basic supplies, so there was nothing for him to fish for. Her only value now lay in having a first-tier deity for a grandfather, but targeting a deity's property was akin to courting death. "You." Luo Ro hesitated, unsure of what to say. "What? It's nothing. I suggest you only consider the rights and obligations in the contract. Don't think too much, be careful not to end up with nothing." "What do you mean? If you don't understand, then forget it." Luo Ro snorted, lying back down to rest. With 5 drops of life water helping suppress the toxic air in her divine realm, she had slept well yesterday and wanted to catch up on sleep. "I'm going to class in the virtual world. Don't disturb me unless it's important," Yang Fan reminded her before putting on. As Yang Fan entered the classroom, all eyes fell on him. "Brother Yang." "Good morning, Brother Yang." Many people came forward to greet him. Yang Fan's status in Class 7 of his senior year had risen to the same level as Li Shihao. Foster father over here. I've saved you a seat, Zhang Pang exclaimed, jumping up. Seeing his playful demeanor, Yang Fan smiled knowingly and walked over. Sitting down next to Zhang Pang, Yang Fan noticed that he seemed somewhat reserved. What's wrong? Yang Fan inquired. Well, foster father. Just call me Brother Yang. It's a bit odd to keep calling me that. Yang Fan rolled his eyes. All right, Brother Yang, I heard you married into the Luo family and are now their second-tier genius. Zhang Pang said with curiosity all over his face. How did you know? Yang Fan was also surprised. This had only happened yesterday. How was it spreading so fast? Word has spread throughout the school. There are many direct descendants of the Luo family in Class 1 of senior year, and through group chats news travels quickly. By this morning basically the whole school knew. Zhang Pang explained. Yang Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Brother Yang, you're really impressive. To have such good fortune happen to you. Being recognized by one of the two great families, the Luo family. You've truly soared to new heights. Zhang Pang said enviously. Marrying into the Luo family was not something anyone could just wish for. They clearly recognized Yang Fan's potential. When are you coming over to my house for dinner? Remember to bring your wife. My wife is unwell and can't go out. You can come to my place. Alright, I'll come over tonight to have dinner with you. We've moved to a new place, so we'll give you the address later. You moved already. As the two were chatting animatedly, Li Qingying entered the classroom. Her gaze also lingered on Yang Fan for a moment. After the first major assessment at school, some students merely went through the motions, while others reaped great benefits. Now that the events have passed, I won't criticize or commend anyone here. Next, you need to prepare for the midterm exams, especially those in our class who follow the warfare path. This is an important classification exam for you, and not only will the school provide corresponding rewards, but the factions you belong to will also use this exam as a basis for evaluation and ranking. The midterm exam in March is a major competition second only to the college entrance exam, so you must not slack off from now on. Yes, teacher. The group responded in unison. Today we will discuss the growth path of believers. Yang Fan, do you have any insights? Li Qingying called on him directly. Here we go again. Yang Fan felt a bit troubled. He really didn't like answering questions in class. He just wanted to focus on listening and absorbing knowledge, but now he was being treated as a representative of the students. He disliked the pressure of being called upon in class. Ahem, teacher Li, I don't have any unique insights. Yang Fan said awkwardly. Really? Li Qingying looked doubtful. She didn't believe his response. You scored above 20 in the first prosperity assessment. With such a knowledge base, you must have spent a lot of time studying in the library. How could you not know this? Li Qingying, who felt she had been deceived by Yang Fan once before, sensed that he was pretending to be modest again. She felt somewhat helpless. This top student in her class seemed a bit too low-key and wasn't a good representative. Li Shihao, you speak. Li Qingying turned to him. Li Shihao stood up and spoke confidently. Once believers reach the mortal identity, they begin to break through from first-tier beings to fifth-tier beings. After that, the divine realm must choose a direction for development, which is what the teacher refers to as the path. Currently, the most common paths for the human race's divine realms are three. The cultivation path, practicing techniques from the inside out, where believers' spiritual roots roughly divide into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with realms, including Qi, refinement, foundation, establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. The martial path, practicing techniques from the outside in, with realms, including martial apprentice, martial master, martial king, and martial emperor. The mechanical path, not primarily focusing on technique cultivation, but opting for technological modification of the body, categorized into first-tier intelligent life, second-tier intelligent life, and so on. In addition to the three mainstream paths, there are also paths like the illusionary deity path on the spiritual level and the zombie path following the virus route. However, there is too little information on other paths, and they often only suit specific groups of people. Their development directions are overly singular, and unless there are special circumstances, they are not recommended for experimentation. I'm very satisfied with your response, Li Shihao. You truly are the top student in our class. Even after becoming a second-tier genius of the Li family, you still find time to study various knowledge. If you keep this up, your future achievements will surely be extraordinary. Thank you for your praise, teacher. I still have much to learn in theoretical knowledge, and don't dare to show off in front of my classmates. At this point, Li Shihao deliberately glanced at Yang Fan. Currently, the default top student in Class 7 is Yang Fan. Even if he responds with "I don't know" when questioned in class, everyone thinks he is just being modest. Feeling the admiring eyes of the crowd on him, Yang Fan felt somewhat uneasy. He truly didn't understand what Li Shihao had just said. How had everyone started to deify him? The entire class listened attentively, especially those students who believed they stood a chance of ascending to demigodhood. Li Qingying clearly outlined the developmental trajectories, advantages, and drawbacks of each path. Yang Fan too sat upright with ears pricked, fully absorbed. That concludes today's lecture. For those aspiring to transcend to demigodhood, or even full divinity, you must begin your preparations now. Should you choose the cultivation path, commence cultivating spirit plants and spirit fruits within your divine realm, long-term consumption of heavenly treasures by your believers significantly increases the likelihood of birthing prodigies bearing spirit roots. Likewise, the martial path demands rare medicinal treasures capable of tempering the physical body, while the mechanical path requires familial backing and early acquisition of a mechanical core. With these words, Li Qingying's form dissolved from the virtual realm. Once the instructor departed, Li Shihao rose and declared, "Gentlemen, let's meet at our usual spot. I'm treating today. Long live Brother Hao. Only Brother Hao would treat us so generously. What a true comrade." The male students erupted in instant excitement, their expressions rapturous, utterly indifferent to their female classmates' opinions. The girls, however, felt somewhat awkward. Class 7's roster of prodigies had recently expanded beyond Li Shihao to include Yang Fan, a figure whose insights into divine realm development would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Yet Li Shihao held a particular fondness for Tianxiang Renjian, and having received no invitation, the girls hesitated to intrude uninvited. "Must we go to Tianxiang Renjian again? Can't we choose somewhere else? These boys are utterly insufferable. No future spouse should ever be one of them." Many girls inwardly grumbled. Inside the private room at Tianxiang Renjian, Yang Fan and Li Shuhao sat side by side at the innermost table facing the entrance. Wang Jinyu took the seat to Li Shihao's right, while Zhang Pang, owing to his connection with Yang Fan, sat to Yang Fan's left. The rest settled wherever they pleased. After all, they were all pursuing support-oriented divinity paths. Their ultimate attainments would differ little. "Brother Yang, allow me first to congratulate you on securing investment from the Luo clan. You shall surely soar to true divinity in due course." Li Shihao raised his wine cup in solemn toast. The others followed suit, lifting their cups toward Yang. Yang Fan was no longer the same person he'd been just days ago. He now bore the status of a scion from a great clan. Barring unforeseen setbacks, he was destined to become an object of universal reverence. "You're too kind. We'll advance together," Yang Fan replied politely. Even his SSS-tier divine realm awakening had failed to stir visible emotion in him, let alone his recent designation as a second-tier prodigy of the Luo clan. Truly, he felt little awe, only that his path ahead had grown markedly smoother, hardly a world-shaking boon. Yet this very composure struck observers as profoundly enigmatic. To remain so unruffled after receiving the Luo clan's patronage, truly only the class's top scholar could embody such equanimity. His detachment from external fortune or personal gain evoked the serene wisdom of one who had lived centuries. Li Shihao extended a thumb in admiration. "There's much I still need to learn from you, Brother Yang. Rather, it is I who must learn from you. Your answers in class today greatly broadened my understanding," Yang Fan replied earnestly. "Come on, drop the humble act. With everyone here, don't start playing coy with me." Li Shihao's face flushed slightly as he shot Yang Fan a mock-stern glance. Yang Fan blinked, momentarily stunned. He'd merely voiced his sincere thoughts, yet somehow provoked ire. "We're all classmates, just lightening the mood. Come, let's drink." Zhang Pang interjected, skillfully reviving. "Yes, drinking. We haven't gathered in nearly half a month since the recent major exam. By the way, Wang Jinyu, I've cultivated roughly 5,000 mature Bodhi spirit serpents. Interested?" "Absolutely. I'll take every one you have. Within my divine realm lies a stock of a rank spirit value bintang flowers. Processed into medicine and consumed regularly, they enhance the awakening of spirit roots. Brother Hao, Brother Yang, if you pursue the cultivation path, I can cultivate these for you at negotiable rates. And me, I possess 3 microveins of, or within my divine realm. Do you still require subordinate deities?" Conversations crisscrossed the room, but all gravitated inevitably toward Li Shihao and Yang Fan. Especially Yang Fan, having risen meteorically and with no known subordinate deities sworn to him, he represented an unparalleled opportunity. Every classmate naturally wished to secure his patronage. "I already have 3 subordinate deities, Ma Ziwei Feng and Umo," Li Shihao declined. These 3 were in fact Class 7's most gifted in divine realm resource cultivation. One possessed exceptional talent for horticulture, another for animal husbandry, and the third commanded a microvein of, or within his divine realm. Subordinate deities were not a matter of quantity, but of profound commitment. Upon covenant, their divine realms opened entirely to their patron, not only requiring garrisons for protection, but obligating military intervention, even full-scale divine realm warfare, against any invasion. Benefit and risk existed in inseparable balance. When another pledged themselves as your subordinate deity, their resources became yours at preferential rates, and all their needs were prioritized for you. Such extraordinary advantages demanded commensurate responsibility. Though wartime risks remained absent before graduation, and subordinate deities undeniably accelerated divine realm growth, the privileges gained now would one day demand repayment. The covenant of subordinate deities operated under higher divine law than federal statutes, akin to sacred oaths sworn between gods. Violation invoked celestial punishment. In grave cases, even the shattering of a divine realm's core was possible. This explained why many support path deities chose subordination during university. First, fellow students offered greater mutual trust. Second, once in society, facing imminent threats of divine realm invasion, their bargaining power would collapse, forcing them to sell vital resources at ruinous terms simply to ensure survival. Numerous eyes turned toward Yang Fan. Among Senior 3 Class 7, only Li Shihao, Yang Fan, and Wang Jinyu possessed the standing to accept subordinate deities. Li Shihao had declined further covenants, and all could plainly see Yang Fan's potential eclipsed Wang Jinyu's by a wide margin. Given the chance, each hoped to swear fealty to Yang Fan. The stronger the sovereign deity, the higher the status of their subordinate deities. Were not the grain merchants, arms forges, and butcher shops within every district all protected by powerful deities? Otherwise, such abundant resources would long since have drawn invaders. I haven't given it much thought yet, Yang Fan replied calmly. His evolution talent rendered foundational resources effortlessly obtainable. Thus, cultivating subordinate deities held no appeal. Disappointment flickered across the faces of those present. Brother Yang, if your mind changes, contact me anytime. Same here. My father plans to take out a loan to acquire another microvein of ore. At the very least, I can supply ample weaponry for your student years. Yang Fan acknowledged each offer, but inwardly dismissed them all. Old Wang, your exam results were strong this time. Did you secure investment? Asked the classmate who'd just sold the Bodhi spirit serpents. Wang Jinyu nodded. The Ma clan granted me 20 crank structures and a monthly stipend of 100,000 faith points. The Ma clan. Could it be the great grain merchant of Yang County? Brother Wang, legendary. That's no small investment. Envy shimmered across many faces. A monthly stipend of 100,000 faith points amounted to a cosmic sum for ordinary families. The initial investment has essentially paid for itself, Wang Jinyu said with a faint smile, not elated yet far from disappointed. Compared to Yang Fan's patronage, his own seemed negligible, but for his family, it was a meaningful milestone. In the following time, everyone began to discuss the development of their respective divine nations, including investments, how to enhance the strength of their followers, as well as the various monsters and spiritual plants. After listening for a while, Yang Fan couldn't help but frown. He realized that since receiving the investment from the Luo family, the topics discussed by his classmates seemed to be on a different level, and many experiences were no longer relevant to him. For instance, with the fixed production of blood pills from the 100 spirit blood pool, there was no need to cultivate the low-level spiritual values that could supposedly enhance the strength of followers. Moreover, in terms of divine nation investments, Yang Fan's monthly income was now around tens of millions, so he had no interest in those trivial venture capital risks. It seemed unnecessary for him to attend these class reunions in the future. Yang Fan decided in his heart. People strive for higher places while water flows to lower grounds. Since these experiences held no meaning for him, it would be better to save time and browse the divine forum alone. After a hearty meal, Li Shihao arranged a private room for each person, and soon only he and Yang Fan remained in the room. Now that you've received the Luo family's investment, doesn't it feel boring to attend this gathering? Li Shihao said with a smile. Yang Fan nodded and asked curiously, do you really enjoy organizing such activities? It's worth noting that Li Shihao's situation was similar to his own. Attending such gatherings at this level primarily allowed one to offer opinions to others without gaining any help for oneself. Yang Fan couldn't understand this waste of time. The development of a divine nation primarily relies on its own evolution. Investing resources without keeping track holds little significance. Besides studying in the library, I need to find some enjoyment for myself. Don't you think this feeling of being the center of attention is wonderful? Li Shihao said with great pride. Hearing the explanation, Yang Fan felt a wave of frustration. It turned out this guy just enjoyed showing off. Speaking of serious matters, I've received a task from the group leader to invite you to join the group, and I sent you a link. Group leader? Yang Fan looked at the suddenly popping message that read, Yang County Genius Exchange Group Class of 2026, inviting you to join. Yang Fan tapped with his right hand, and after a few breaths the admin approved his entry, and group messages started popping up. A newcomer has arrived. Are there any red envelopes? Welcome, Yang Fan. Newcomers are asked to change their remarks. This group operates on a real name basis with the prefix of the affiliated force personal name. So it's Brother Yang Fan. M. Typhoon from the Blacksmith Association. In the future, if your divine nation followers need weapons, you can come to me. The prices are favorable and guaranteed to be cheaper than the market. Let's drink together sometime. M. Wang Yuan from the Li family branch. Li Shuheo said, since it's your first time in the group, you can send a red envelope of 100 faith points as a gesture. Yang Fan nodded. He didn't care about that expenditure at all. With a newcomer red envelope, many people in the group were excited. Yang Fan opened the red envelope and was surprised to find the name of the lucky king was familiar. Luo Bing 3000. The group leader is amazing. 100 people are competing, and she grabbed 3000 out of the 1000. Li Shiheo looked at his own 199 faith points and almost spat blood in anger. Are all the geniuses in this group from our class? Yang Fan asked. Pretty much, mainly the new generation from various families in Yang County. Of course, there are also geniuses like us who stood out during the awakening and the grand competition in the divine nations. The group leader is Luo Bing and the deputy group leader is Li Tianheng, who are both the top 2 talents from our— Weren't you just saying that our class reunion was meaningless? The people in this group are indeed outstanding talents from this year, most of whom come from prominent families. Their divine nation's foundation, personal insight, and information sources are above ours. The things I bragged about at previous class reunions were actually just paraphrased from them, Li Shihao said with an awkward smile. No wonder I thought the Li family had divine beings giving lectures. How could that be? Do you think those divine beings have nothing to do? No matter how talented we are ultimately still divine beings regarded as ants in the eyes of those divine beings. Unless they are direct relatives like second-tier talents, such as me, those elders wouldn't even greet us when they see us. Li Shihao rolled his eyes. Whether divine beings, demigods, or divine beings themselves, they all need to trade with each other, collaborate to explore unknown realms, and help each other is the norm. If one were to shut themselves off and fight alone, they would only be left behind further and further. This exchange group is like a small circle of mutual recognition, allowing for resource trading and information sharing. Sometimes the group even holds events. After graduating to university, members of the group can also become allies in offense and defense. You shouldn't mute the group messages. This group is genuinely useful to us. Li Shihao said seriously. Yang Fan nodded. Thank you. Let's not stand on ceremony. We are both from class 7 of senior year 3, and our relationship is naturally stronger than with others. Just then a sharp message suddenly appeared in the group. Isn't this just the Luo family's son-in-law? When did the entry threshold for this group become so low? The speaker's note was Luo Mingxuan, a direct descendant of the Luo family. Seeing the messages in the group, Yang Fan furrowed his brow. Li Shihao couldn't help but say, this guy was sarcastic yesterday when we were discussing whether you were qualified to join the group. You just joined the Luo family. How did you offend him? Yang Fan shook his head. I don't know him. That's strange. Could he be a troublemaker with a screw loose? Li Shihao couldn't help but comment. We are all classmates, and being able to join this group represents sufficient potential. The development of a divine nation is a long-distance race, though no one knows what the future holds. Therefore, even if everyone looks down on each other, they still greet each other with smiles, as they may need to cooperate one day. Those who openly mock like Luo Mingxuan are definitely the exception. He possesses sufficient talent and is qualified to join the group. Do you have any objections? The speaker was the group leader Luo Bing. As she spoke, the entire group fell silent. Luo Bing was the top student of the senior year in Yang County, an absolute leader. Since she spoke, who would dare to contradict her? In the real world, at the Luo family's villa area, Luo Mingxian slammed his virtual helmet onto the floor. A mere commoner dares to compete with me for people? Ooh, just wait. Luo Mingxian couldn't dare to vent his anger at Luo Bing and could only shift his rage onto Yang Fan, who had remained silent all along. In the virtual world, Yang Fan unexpectedly received a private message from Luo Bing. Don't worry about Luo Mingxian. If he causes trouble, you can contact me. Take care of my cousin. It turned out she was speaking up for him because of Luo Ro. My cheap wife is even acquainted with this iceberg beauty. Yang Fan felt somewhat surprised. Now that he had a wife, he also felt embarrassed to spend the night in Tianxiang. Under Li Shuhei's knowing gaze, Yang Fan returned to reality. At this moment, Luo Ro had already finished her bath and lay on the bed. Looking at Yang Fan, she directly instructed, take the medicine, bathe, get into bed, and let's proceed with our business. Her tone was as if she were assigning a task, which made Yang Fan roll his eyes involuntarily. Do you know Luo Mingxian? Yang Fan suddenly asked. Upon hearing that name, Luo Rao's expression changed slightly, and a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. Did he trouble you? Seeing the change in Luo Rao's demeanor, Yang Fan secretly thought to himself, as expected. He had just joined the Luo family, and barely knew anyone. How could he have offended the man? The only possibility was that his wife had some grievances with him. Not really a trouble. Yang Fan shook his head. Luo Mingxian has average talent, but both of his parents are first-tier deities. I am a year ahead of him, and before my divine kingdom was damaged, he pursued me, but I rejected him. Later, when I ran into trouble, my grandfather intended to give a larger dowry based on our previous relationship to facilitate our union and have a child. However, this man grew disdainful and not only demanded core assets from my grandfather's divine kingdom, but also insisted on including a clause in the prenuptial agreement stating that he would bear no responsibility for any child support. As a result, the two families had some unpleasantness, and perhaps because of this matter, he harbors hostility towards you. Luo Ro did not hide the truth. At this moment, her gaze towards Yang Fan held a hint of apology. Hearing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but marvel at how these scions of prominent families could be so ruthless. Not only did they demand exorbitant dowries, but they also didn't want to take responsibility for their own offspring. Who do you think you are? Is your gene so valuable? No wonder Luo Chengfeng's prenuptial agreement was so biased towards him as an outsider. It turns out there was a lesson learned. Don't worry, rest assured, I will definitely heal you in the future. Yang Fan gently kissed her, then went to the bathroom to take a shower. When he got into bed, Yang Fan turned over and lay on Luo Ro. It's not so painful today, oh just do whatever you want, Luo Ro said softly. Looking at her demeanor of being at his mercy, Yang Fan wanted to be bold, but considering her condition, he chose. Brewer, tomorrow I plan to invite a friend over for breakfast, Yang Fan said after they finished. That's fine. Luo Ro waved her hand, already too tired to move. After sending the villa address to Zhang Peng, Yang Fan embraced Luo Ro and fell into dreamland. Early the next morning, they heard Sun Rong's voice outside the door. Feiner Xiaozhang is here, breakfast is almost ready. Wake up when you and Ro girl are up, Yang Fan replied, and began to get dressed with Luo Ro. Is this friend very important? Should I put on makeup? Luo Ro asked. Living in a prominent family, Luo Ro attached great importance to etiquette. Although Yang Fan came from a humble background, he was now her husband, and in front of outsiders, she would still try to save face for him. He's my best buddy. No need to be too formal, just wear casual clothes. Although there is now a significant gap between our statuses, human interactions aren't solely based on interests. There are always childhood friends who, regardless of whether you are a deity or a divine creature, can sit together at a roadside stall and enjoy barbecue. Yang Fan explained. Luo Ro looked at Yang Fan with some surprise, her eyes showing a slight change in perception towards this man who prioritized interests. In the living room, Zhang Peng was unusually casual, tapping on the high-end furniture and looking around. Brother Yang, you've really made it. This villa in Yang City is only available to deities and their families, and the living environment is truly different. Zhang Peng said with envy written all over his face. Seeing Luo Ro standing next to Yang Fan, Zhang Peng immediately stood up straight and saluted her in a standard military manner. Hello, sister-in-law, I am Brother Yang's younger brother. I apologize for the intrusion. If there are any instructions in the future, I will not hesitate to leap through fire and water for you. Hello, Luo Ro said softly. It was her first time meeting someone like Zhang Peng, who while full of flattery had clear eyes as if he truly meant what he said. It's time to eat, Yang Tiexin called while helping Sun Rong. Zhang Peng was someone he had watched grow up. After moving to the new residence, the elders were very happy to have visitors from Mingwei community. I originally wanted to come over for a free meal last night, but who told that guy Li Shihao to treat? If I have the chance, I won't miss out on a good deal, Zhang Peng mumbled while eating. Treat? Where? Yang Tiexin casually asked. Tianyue tea house, yes, the tea there is very good. Zhang Peng lowered his head, thinking to himself how close he had come to spilling the beans. I don't quite understand how the young people can drink tea for so long. Zhang Peng did not reply. With Luo Ro beside him, he was afraid he might say something wrong. After all, his older brother was a married man, and even if Tianxiang Renjian didn't involve physical transactions, some women considered emotional infidelity as infidelity. You have to know that Brother Yang is a son-in-law. Zhang Peng wished he could slap himself immediately for his loose tongue. Yang Fan took a bite of the spirit fruit on the table and asked, is there something you need to discuss in the real world? Regarding this best buddy, Yang Fan was quite familiar. He had sensed something was off with him during the invitation for, my dad wants me to build a relationship with you early on and become your divine servant. You don't log into the virtual world, and there are too many people in class and gatherings. If I get rejected, it will be quite embarrassing for me. Having opened the conversation, Zhang Peng directly stated his inner thoughts. Yang Tiexin and Sun Rong hurriedly got up and went to the kitchen. In recent days, they had heard through various channels about their son's performance at school, and it was understandable that some classmates wanted to become divine servants. The divine servant contract is very important. It is better that the older generation does not interfere in the matters of the younger generation. No problem, Yang Fan agreed directly. Really? You're agreeing just like that? The contract hasn't even been signed yet. My dad said that with your talent, there is a high possibility you will become a deity in the future. As long as the resources of the divine kingdom are not less than 50 off, we can agree. Zhang Peng said straightforwardly. Hearing this, Yang Fan had not yet reacted, but Luo Ro beside him could not hold back. What's wrong with this person? The divine servant contract hasn't even been discussed, yet he directly revealed his bottom line. Are you two this close? The divine servant contract is not discussed like this. Luo Ro could not help but remind him. She had once had her own divine servant, and that was done in the virtual world with 360-degree cameras taking serious negotiations, which could not be concluded in a few hours. These two, however, one casually agreed, and the other directly revealed the bottom line. Luo Ro felt that negotiating with these country folks was too wild. She wanted to return to the city. We're all brothers. If my brother has meat to eat, how can I miss out on the soup? Zhang Peng patted his chest, looking up. Zhang Peng had already decided that he wouldn't mind selling the resources of the divine kingdom at a 50 discount. At most, it would only temporarily limit the development of the divine kingdom. As long as Yang Fan becomes a deity in the future, he could open a grain shop in Mingwei community like his father, and stepping into the middle class would not be a dream. You don't have to sell them to me at a discount. The grain grown in the Divine Kingdom can be kept for your own development. Yang Fan laughed and shook his head. Zhang Peng's limited resources in the Divine Kingdom were hardly appealing to him. Allowing the other party to become his subordinate deity was not driven by personal gain, but simply a gesture of caring for a close friend. Brother Yang, isn't this inappropriate? Zhang Peng was taken aback. If you can grow spiritual rice or crops that help improve the qualities of your followers, selling them to me later would be fine. My Divine Kingdom is developing well and doesn't need to draw on your resources for the time being. Yang Fan said earnestly. He grasped the other party's right hand, connecting their Divine Kingdoms. Let's go through the process, Yang Fan whispered. The deity Yang Fan and the deity Zhang Peng sign a subordinate deity contract. If the other party's Divine Kingdom encounters invasion, they must send troops for support. Other requirements, none. Deity Yang Fan agrees. Deity Zhang Peng agrees. A force of laws appeared within their Divine Kingdoms. Yang Fan could feel a one-way channel being established between his Divine Kingdom and Zhang Peng's, allowing him to send troops into the latter's Divine Kingdom at any time. Foster father, you are truly too good to me. Zhang Peng was so moved, he nearly shed tears. Get lost, finish eating quickly, and go back to class. My family doesn't have any extra virtual helmets for you to use. Alright, although this contract has been signed, if Brother Yang needs anything, just let me know. My Divine Kingdom can produce 1.0 tons of grain each year, and there are also some grade and grade spiritual plants. Just say the word if you need anything. After Zhang Peng left, Luo Ro looked at Yang Fan with a hint of inexplicable emotion. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? I was a bit surprised by your actions. I often went to his house for meals when I was young, so it's just helping a friend. I wouldn't even look at his little resources in the Divine Kingdom, Yang Fan explained. Luo Ro shook her head. I just feel that you seem different from what I imagined. Willing to sign such a subordinate deity contract for a friend doesn't seem like the behavior of someone who is solely profit-driven. At this moment, Luo Ro felt a trace of trust toward Yang Fan. Perhaps he was not a scoundrel who would exploit others, and the request for those assets back then truly had its reasons. After returning to the room with Luo Ro, Yang Fan put on the helmet and began today's studies. In the following days, Yang Fan's life began to stabilize. Aside from attending classes, he spent all his time in the Genius Exchange Group and the Deity Forum. After delivering the public grain once every evening, he would check the situation in the Divine Kingdom before resting. Since being scolded by Luo Bing last time, Luo Mingxian had rarely spoken in the group. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, in order to make full use of the resources, would directly ask questions in the group regarding the development of the Divine Kingdom, not caring at all that others said he lacked experience. Through such humble inquiries, Yang Fan indeed obtained quite a bit of useful information. In just 10 days, a century had passed in Yang Fan's Divine Kingdom. With the supply of blood pills and a large amount of Tai Sui meat during this century, the population of believers was slowly recovering, and several first-tier beings had also appeared. Believers' first-tier beings, 14 mortals, 1.0. Yang Fan understood that with the current resources in his Divine Kingdom, the population of believers would continue to grow, but this would take time. In the virtual world, the Genius Exchange Group of the county. I have received news that the battle on the front lines with the alien deities is extremely fierce, and the demand for the healing medicine Supreme Bloodstop Powder is immense. This medicine requires a great spiritual plant blood-condensing flower, which makes it profitable in the short term. Brotherly, where did this news come from? What is the return rate? A senior brother of my grandfather on the front line told me. Yang Fan looked at the chat content in the group, already accustomed to it. Even among members of prominent families, many were keen on investing in Divine Kingdoms, as belief points never went to waste. The cultivation of blood-condensing flowers is simple. They only need to be planted in fertile soil. However, the growth cycle is long, requiring 200 years in the Divine Kingdom. My grandfather said that the demand for blood-condensing flowers may not be met within a year. Once planted, they can yield at least 2 bountiful harvests. This investment has high returns and low risks, making it absolutely worth a try. Seeing this, Yang Fan's expression gradually became serious. With simple cultivation and a long growth cycle, this was precisely suitable for him. Thinking of this, Yang Fan immediately checked the marketplace. Blood-condensing flower seeds, X1.0 priced at 1.0 belief points. Merchants note planting is simple, but this flower requires ample sunlight and water, thus the planting density must be sparse, requiring a large area of farmland, and the maturity cycle in the Divine Kingdom is 200 years. Mature blood-condensing flowers, X1.0 priced at 3.0 belief points, degrade spiritual plants restocking. Seeing this, Yang Fan was already mostly convinced of what that person had said. In reality, 200 days had a return rate of up to 200. With Yang Fan's tenfold evolution talent, he could harvest 1 round in just 20 days. Yang Fan's eyes grew brighter. If used properly, he might seize the opportunity to make a fortune from the war. At this moment, another message popped up in the exchange group. I just checked, and the news seems to be true. However, the 200-day growth cycle in the real world is still too long, plus it requires a large area of wasteland to be cultivated, which is somewhat troublesome. That's right, if the investment is too small, it won't be meaningful. If it's planted on a large scale, it may severely damage the ecological environment of the divine kingdom. It's a dilemma. I just placed an order to buy seeds, planning to let my subordinate deity plant them. With such a high return rate, I'll take 90 of the profit, and he will still make a profit. That makes some sense, but unfortunately my subordinate deity specializes in livestock and foraging, so I can't invest too much in this. Although this message sparked a discussion due to the long growth cycle of blood-condensing flowers and the troublesome nature of cultivating the divine kingdom, the excitement quickly faded. Yang Fan didn't continue to focus on the messages in the group, but began to search for posts related to supreme bloodstop powder and blood-condensing flowers in the deity forum. After verifying the information from multiple sources, Yang Fan no longer hesitated and directly invested 40 million belief points. The first investment was a staggering 4 million seeds. After receiving the resource card, Yang Fan immediately loaded it into the divine kingdom and issued a divine decree. My believers, in the coming time, you must send all adult males to clear all suitable flat land into farmland for planting. Then plant the blood-condensing flower seeds. This flower requires ample sunlight and water and grows to a large size, so each seed must be spaced at least 10 meters apart. We will obey the divine decree. Even if the believers did not understand the deity's actions, they would not defy it. Not all environments in the divine kingdom were suitable for farming. Aside from forests and mountains, there were also vast oceanic areas. Since Yang Fan had not developed in the direction of agriculture, the cleared farmland was quite scattered. Nearly 1,000 believers took several years to meet the planting area for these 4 million seeds. It was a full 5,000 square kilometers. Seeing this situation, Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh. I thought this 1 million square kilometers of area was already large enough, but it still isn't enough. As a deity, Yang Fan naturally knew the approximate arable area of the divine kingdom. Allowing the believers to continue clearing land, he could still free up another 5,000 square kilometers at most. In that case, he could plant a maximum of 8 million blood-condensing flower seeds at once, which represented 80 million in funds. Under the effect of his evolutionary talent, the real world generated an income of 240 million over the past 20 days, with a gross profit of 160 million. For a divine being like him, this profit cannot even be described as exorbitant. I am about to get rich, Yang Fan exclaimed with excitement. This is the benefit of his status. As a second-class genius of the Luo family, he had the opportunity to join the Genius Communication Group. Such confidential information is completely inaccessible to ordinary divine beings, and only the children of great families who have divine backing can learn about it, and Yang Fan is seizing this opportunity to rise. Yang Fan forcibly suppressed his excitement, trying to act as usual. After planting the blood condensation flower in his divine realm, he issued a divine decree to arrange for his followers to cultivate the remaining fields. In reality, 3 days have passed, but in the divine realm 30 years have elapsed. The followers have extensively cultivated farmland to plant the blood condensation flower, which has begun to affect the entire ecological system of the divine realm. The plains have rich soil and abundant water resources, making them the best habitat for herbivorous creatures like antelopes, horses, and cattle. However, due to this investment, the creatures were forced to migrate. The previously balanced ecological areas saw a significant reduction in living space after the influx of numerous other creatures, leading to widespread deaths among the creatures. Yang Fan was completely indifferent to this. Compared to the immense profits, this ecological damage was hardly worth mentioning. He could easily maintain the ecological balance through external resource input. As long as his followers did not suffer mass deaths, these biological assets were not worth his concern. Yang Fan only regretted that his farming area was too small. If conditions allowed, he would have filled up the rivers. Greed can swallow an elephant. A person can only consume as much as their capacity allows. I must learn to be content, Yang Fan silently recited to himself, taking a deep breath. During these days, Yang Fan became even more low-key, listening attentively in class and selectively participating in class activities, trying to blend in. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Fan entered the divine realm and extracted all 4 million blood condensation flowers along with the produced moon essence and sun essence, putting them up for sale online. The blood condensation flower was indeed a sought-after item. As soon as Yang Fan listed it, it was snapped up. Sale successful. All blood condensation flowers sold with an income of 1.2 billion. Sale successful. 20 drops of moon essence sold, yielding an income of 2,000. Sale successful. 50 drops of sun essence sold, yielding an income of 5,000. Sale successful. Notifications from Taotao Network kept coming in, and within just a quarter of an hour, all the items he listed had sold out. Income of 144 million faith points with a 10 personal income tax deducted and a 2 platform transaction fee. The current income is 1.267 billion. The faith points have been deposited into the divine realm. This transaction amount was considerable for Yang Fan, but on the entire trading platform it likely didn't even make a ripple. Moreover, all transactions in the marketplace now were facilitated by intelligent beings without human interference. Coupled with the federal government's personal information protection laws, Yang Fan was not worried that anyone would know he made so much money. Those who had the capacity to know about Yang Fan's account transactions would not be interested in engaging with him, while ordinary people had no access to such information. This is one of the great benefits of today's society. Although taxes cannot be avoided for the vast majority, there is absolute fairness in trading. Opening a shop or company does not require departmental approval, and anything can be sold without any official restrictions. With the rise of intelligent beings, such a free ecology has emerged and commerce is thriving. With a large amount of faith points coming in, Yang Fan wasted no time and purchased another 8 million seeds of the blood condensation flower, filling all the cultivated farmland. God Master Yang Fan. Divine Realm area 100,000 square kilometers. Talent level resource talent accelerates the growth of all resources in the Divine Realm by 10. SS level talent evolution, the only talent that can accelerate the evolution of the Divine Realm currently hidden. Followers first tier beings, 34, mortals 25000. Techniques, federal body refinement technique, muscle transformation, and marrow cleansing technique, 10,000 spirits returning to origin array minor completion. Faith points 53. 42 million, provides 7. 5 faith points daily. Buildings Moon Wells x 400 Sun Springs x 400 Grade Building 100 Spirits Blood Pool x1. Assets Blood Condensation Flower Seedlings x 8 million Grade Spiritual Plant. Soul Nurturing with 1000 Years x1 Row Grade Spiritual Plant. Since planting the Blood Condensation Flower, the followers only needed to patrol regularly to prevent damage from other creatures, spending the rest of their time reproducing and cultivating. Because of this, the population in the Divine Realm and the number of first-tier beings can steadily increase. Even though the followers practiced the muscle transformation and marrow cleansing technique, and their consumption of meat increased with 5 adult Tai Sui, providing a continuous supply of blood pills, their food supply remained abundant. Over the past 200 years, the population should have multiplied, but the living environment limited their development. In simple terms, the population density was too high. The more people there are, the more crowded the living space becomes. Coupled with the activity of cultivation, which allows them to constantly feel the process of becoming stronger, the desire to reproduce naturally decreases. Now outside the tribe, as long as the land is flat, it is basically planted with blood condensation flowers. If not for this, his followers might have already begun to expand the tribe's size instead of crowding into the 5 main cities. Yang Fan was not in a hurry about this. While a large population could increase the probability of genius births, with his evolutionary talent, this base of 250 people was temporarily sufficient. The development of people is a matter of survival of the fittest. Those with better talent and higher comprehension are more likely to survive and have offspring. Over generations of reproduction, this remains a positive influence on the entire civilization. Compared to the advantages of population itself, the resource benefits brought by the blood condensation flower are more. On the other hand, due to the existence of blood pills, the number of first-tier beings among the followers has greatly increased over these 200 years, yet no second-tier beings have emerged. In conversations with those geniuses, Yang Fan also found the reason. Those children from influential families would purchase the pills produced within the cultivation Divine Realm. One pill could greatly enhance a follower's qualifications through the muscle transformation and marrow cleansing technique, but the price is quite high. In contrast, the blood pills produced in large quantities by the 100 Spirits Blood Pool are considered inferior, although abundant, their quality is insufficient. Yang Fan was not in a hurry about this. For now, a large amount of funding still needed to be invested in the Divine Realm. A sharp knife does not hinder the work of chopping wood as long as there are sufficient resources, and with his evolutionary talent, he would easily surpass others. After spending time communicating with these family geniuses, Yang Fan's understanding of the development of the Divine Realm has completely changed. Previously, he would consider the stability of the ecology, biodiversity, and the sustainability and self-sufficiency of the Divine Realm. However, after interacting with these geniuses, Yang Fan discovered they were on an entirely different path. Excess land was used to plant spiritual plants with spiritual beasts raised in water and demon beasts nurtured in forests and skies. Everyone can do these things, but the only purpose for these family geniuses to do so is to earn faith points. They would sell them periodically, completely unconcerned about the impact on the ecology. The resources obtained are entirely invested in the cultivation of followers with strength always placed first. What if the ecological balance is disrupted? Just buy some resources to fill in, as long as those creatures don't starve, that's enough. What to do if low-tier demon beasts die in large numbers? That's because the demon beasts have weak adaptability. Just replace them with a batch that is reasonably priced and has strong adaptability. What to do if spiritual plants get sick? Quickly sell them at a low price and buy other seeds. The fewer issues, the less time wasted for the followers is more important. In summary, all resources in the divine realm serve the strength of the followers. Upon touching this realm, Yang Fan gradually understood that the ways of the wealthy are truly different from those of. Unlike ordinary people, they do not face survival worries. Their families receive monthly subsidies, and investments from the divine realm yield some returns. 99% of their energy is dedicated to strengthening their followers. These families with deities monopolize trade and information to amass vast resources. Their descendants quickly enhance their powers through the support of their forebears, becoming the new generation of deities. The strong remain strong while the ordinary divine beings are perpetually exploited. Yang Fan felt no righteous indignation about this. The strong merely utilize the rules, they do not break them. The so-called heretics aiming to overthrow the privileged class are merely opportunists seeking shortcuts. If they succeed, they become the new elite. If they fail, it is mostly the mindless followers who perish. Currently, Yang Fan is a second-tier genius of the Luo family, thus entering this privileged system, leading to new developments in the divine realm. Bodhi Treasure Serpent X1 Night Vulture X5 Spirit Fish Doll X Rock X Falcon X Water Lotus Seed Millennium Soul Nurturing Wood X1000. Yang Fan directly launched a massive clearance sale of resources, no longer concerning himself with the ecology of the divine realm, but rather focusing on the growth rate of these assets. For the Bodhi Treasure Serpent, Yang Fan would assess the environment based on the availability of food and the density of survival in the surrounding Snake Valley to determine where the highest reproductive speed could be achieved. Once the number of low-tier monsters decreased to a certain level, Yang Fan could feel a significant reduction in the overall pressure of his divine realm. Subsequently, Yang Fan spent 60 million belief points to purchase 100 moon wells and solar springs, leaving only emergency funds. After completing the task, Yang Fan entered the virtual world and sent a location invitation to Zhang Pang. The virtual world was far more interesting than reality. Modern society spends most of its time in the virtual realm except for sleeping. Within just a few breaths, Zhang Pang arrived at the location. "My Lord God, what is your summons for me?" Zhang Pang feigned a worshipful demeanor. Yang Fan found this somewhat amusing. This kid had acquired an increasing number of nicknames. "Alright, let's get to business. I know of a divine realm investment with high returns and low risks. You should consider it with Uncle Zhang." "What investment?" Zhang Pang's face lit up. The quality of information Yang Fan had access to was far superior to his own. What money is easiest to earn in this world? Certainly, it is the information gap. Blood condensing flower. Search for it yourself. Discuss it with Uncle Zhang at home. The excess profits will last about a year, and we can expect 2 to 3 waves. See you. Yang Fan explained. Zhang Pang nodded instinctively, his attention entirely focused on the marketplace. While such exorbitant profits, Zhang Pang did not dare to delay. He immediately returned to reality and pulled his father Zhang Wanshan out of the virtual world. "Dad, this is the situation. Should we plant the blood-condensing flower? Isn't the return a bit too high, eh?" Zhang Pang swallowed hard, gazing at the lofty returns in disbelief. If it weren't for his brother Yang Fan saying it, he would have thought he was about to be scammed. Zhang Wanshan took a deep breath. "I saw bits and pieces on the deity forum. It should be related to the top-tier hemostasis powder. This is frontline material, and it seems the war with the alien race is not looking optimistic. So this is war money." "Exactly. How does Yang know such important information?" Zhang Pang was astonished. He is now a genius of the Luo family, so it's normal for him to have multiple sources of information. "So are we cultivating it?" "Of course, why wouldn't we invest in such a money-making opportunity? I'll mortgage the house and grain shop shortly, then get some high-interest loans. Once this deal is done, we'll buy a house in the county center." Zhang Wanshan slammed the table, his eyes glinting with greed. "Isn't the risk a bit too high, eh?" Zhang Pang swallowed hard, uncertain for a moment. "What do you know? Ordinary people can't climb up without risk. By the way, you still haven't told me how much profit we should share with Xiao Yang from this investment." "He didn't say." Luo Ro left this morning with her mother Sun Rong and returned only at noon. Feeling the door open, Yang Fan exited the virtual world. At this moment, Luo Ro was in good spirits, a smile barely hidden on her lips. Perhaps due to an abundance of the water of life, her health had improved significantly during this period, and her complexion was no longer as haggard as it had been at the beginning. Yang Fan stood up, took her right hand, and transferred 5 million belief points for this month. Luo Ro did not refuse this time, but looked up with a serious expression and said, "Husband, I went for a checkup at the hospital today. It's a boy." Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a rush of joy, while also being somewhat sentimental. The theoretical lifespan of divine beings is 500 years. Many have children only after 100 or even 200 years. Yang Fan, being in his 20s, is undoubtedly considered an early marriage and early fatherhood. By the time the child grows up, I might as well call myself an older brother, Yang Fan thought to himself. Luo Ro asked, "Husband, what do you think we should name our child?" After spending time together, Luo Ro realized that Yang Fan was not as incompetent as she had imagined, and their relationship had improved significantly. "I don't have a talent for naming, you decide." Yang Fan replied. Luo Ro responded lightly, and then said, Grandfather wants to meet you in the virtual world. I sent you the address. Alright, I'll go there first. You take a good rest. If you need more belief points, just let me know. Now that you're pregnant, the water of life shouldn't be lacking to avoid affecting the fetus. Don't worry, husband, I know my limits. Yang Fan nodded, then put on the virtual helmet. Luo Changfeng is a first-tier deity. Yang Fan did not dare to keep him waiting too long. With a light tap on the coordinates, Yang Fan felt his consciousness being pulled by a powerful force, instantly crossing space to the distant starry sky. Upon arriving, he was immediately hit by an overwhelming stench of blood. This is a divine realm war. Yang Fan's eyes widened like saucers. At this moment, Yang Fan's consciousness was at an altitude of several tens of thousands of meters, yet he could clearly perceive everything happening on the ground. A goblin over 100 meters tall wielded a giant axe, letting out a terrifying roar, while in front of it stood a human flying with a sword. With a flash of sword light, the goblin's head was severed, its body crashing down with a thunderous sound. On the path of cultivation, is this follower's strength at foundation establishment or golden core? Yang Fan swallowed hard. He could sense the immense power possessed by the follower below, capable of sweeping through his divine realm. Xiao Yang, you've arrived, a voice from Luo Changfeng echoed behind him. Yang Fan hurriedly saluted. Greetings, grandfather. What is this place? Though merely a speck in the vast sea today, he had witnessed the terror of a deity. Even a single follower could wield such power. This is the demigod's divine realm of the Goblin clan. For a while I have been here on behalf of the Luo family to reclaim territory, what the authorities call the Divine Realm War. We have already won this small-scale clash, now we are in the finishing stage. Beyond this place lies the Luo family's resource node. Once you break through to demigod, you will naturally encounter matters at this level. Luo Changfeng explained. He looked pleased. Aside from smooth progress at work, he had likely learned that his granddaughter. There is nothing here that requires attention. I will take you to a frontline supply point, so we can talk properly. Luo Changfeng seized Yang Fan's right hand, and crossing space brought them into an upper chamber. Have some tea. Ruer, and you were rather quick to act, but now that she is pregnant you must exercise restraint. If you harm my little great-grandson, I will not spare you, boy. As he spoke, Luo Changfeng personally poured Yang Fan a cup of tea. Your grandson understands, Yang Fan said awkwardly. I have been very busy and have had no time to guide the development of your divine realm. You have encountered no problems, have you? With the Luo family's resources, the divine realm is developing quite well now. Have you settled on a development path for the realm? Luo Changfeng asked again. Yang Fan wore a conflicted expression. I am still hesitating between the cultivation route and the martial route. After this period of systematic study, he already had a rough sense of direction. Whether cultivation or martial arts, true strength rests in the followers themselves. The distinction lies in choosing to temper the body or to cultivate the dantian. Yang Fan kept his thoughts to himself. Luo Changfeng nodded and analyzed. When you become a demigod, you will have the chance to join the Divine Realm Wars. Some fights target other races while others are internecine. Only formidable power can protect you. The cultivation route, like the immortal tales of ancient times, encourages tighter coordination among followers, suits large-scale formations, and is more offensively inclined. The martial route emphasizes the follower's physical might and favors defense, greatly enhancing your survivability. The former requires various spiritual roots and countless rare materials. The latter takes longer to forge the body. Each has its advantages and disadvantages. Thank you for your guidance, grandfather. Since you have not yet chosen, let the followers decide for themselves. What development path suits a divine realm may well be determined from the moment it awakens. Go to the mall and purchase a Chuan Gong Tower, load it with techniques and combat arts suitable for both cultivation and the martial path. Over time, as a deity, you will naturally discern which direction to develop. I have prepared some resources for you. Though not of immense value, they are comprehensive and need not be replaced before your demigod breakthrough. Luo Changfeng produced 2 cards and placed them on the table. Yang Fan glanced. They contained dozens of cultivation techniques, body techniques, and battle arts. 1 full set for cultivation and 1 for the martial route. Techniques and combat arts in the mall were expensive, yet he had given so many away. Yang Fan marveled. Only a deity of Luo Changfeng's standing could be so generous to a junior. Thank you, grandfather, Yang Fan said gratefully. His funds were largely invested in the divine realm. There was no spare money to buy extra techniques. With Luo Changfeng's assistance, his followers' development would naturally accelerate. I lack the power to solve Ruer's divine realm problem. I can only try to prolong her life. With the bond of a great-grandson, I will henceforth regard you as my own grandson. It is only right that You are now at the crucial stage of your senior year. All resources and energy must go to developing your divine realm. Do not worry about Ruer's life water. I gained substantially from this reclamation. Luo Changfeng reminded him. Hearing that, Yang Fan felt a little enlightened. It seemed Luo Ro had told her grandfather about the transfer she made. Perhaps because his granddaughter was pregnant, or because he deemed Yang Fan trustworthy, Luo Changfeng had increased his investment in him. Improve your strength, and when you have time, take part in the Divine Realm Simulation War. With the power you showed at the last contest, reaching the family's top 1000 should be no problem. Why have you never participated even once? Luo Changfeng asked, puzzled. Yang Fan looked blank. Oh, of course he knew of the simulation war. The Federation government had even given it its own section. But Yang Fan had been occupied with investing in the Divine Realm. Apart from attending classes and browsing chat groups, his consciousness had been monitoring the growth of the Ningxue flower, frequently issuing divine edicts for his followers to hunt nearby monsters. He simply had no time to investigate other matters. The Ningxue flower was a great spirit plant, and therefore a strong magnet for beasts. Yang Fan did not wish this treasure to be destroyed by those brutes. If he were not worried about the realm's ecology turning to desert, he would have liked to round up and sell every beast. Seeing Yang Fan's bewilderment, Luo Changfeng explained, the Divine Realm Simulation War is run by the Federation government's supreme intelligent life. Divinity-bearing beings may field armies of 10,000, and followers participate by descending their consciousness, so even if they all die, there is no actual loss. It is of immense benefit to honing overall combat capability. Besides, the Luo family also offers ranking rewards. You can check them when you return. You were born ordinary and therefore have access to less information than others. You should communicate more with your peers rather than stubbornly developing alone. Only a fool would do otherwise. I will begin researching as soon as I return, Yang Fan said hastily. Go, and if you encounter problems you cannot solve, leave me a message in the virtual world. Yes. Back in reality, Yang Fan materialized the 2 inheritance cards that Luo Changfeng had. Crank techniques, Wuxing Peiyuan Gong, body technique, Qing Shinju, battle arts, Qing Yuan sword, art, Qingming needle technique, Ning Shinju. Prerequisite set for the cultivation route. Full set for sale, price, 50 million faith points. Recommended for use with a crank Chuan Gong tower. Crank technique, Jinggang Buhua Gong, battle arts, Han fist, iron arm skill. Prerequisite set suitable for the martial route. Full set for sale, price, 50 million faith points. Recommended for use with a crank Chuan Gong tower. These 2 inheritance sets together were worth 100 million faith points, an enormous investment for a divinity-bearing being. Only a deity like Luo Changfeng could hand them over without blinking. Otherwise, even Yang Fan, had he wished to purchase these 2 inheritance sets, would have hesitated and hesitated again. Yang Fan opened them all and searched for Crank Chuan Gong Tower. Crank Chuan Gong Tower can hold 100 crank or lower techniques and combat arts. Price, 150000 faith points. Seller's note: this structure has no investment value and differs from the granting of divine edict inheritances. With this structure, followers can choose for themselves, making it easier for them to select a cultivation path suited to their nature. Once purchased, no refunds. Not recommended for ordinary people. Our customer service is handled by an intelligent life form, and refunds are not accepted. Looking at the introduction behind the transmission tower, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. 1500 faith points aren't too expensive, but for an ordinary person, it's definitely a significant investment. Importantly, this type of building yields no benefits aside from wealthy families. Ordinary people wouldn't purchase it at all. No wonder this merchant doesn't provide customer service. They must be afraid of being pestered by regretful buyers. Yang Fan didn't care about this. 1500 faith points were nothing to him now. He waved his hand and directly bought 5 transmission towers to be placed in the major cities. Then he loaded 2 sets of legacies and issued a divine decree. All believers may study the methods within and choose the cultivation path they excel in. In the Divine Kingdom, believers are no different from humans. Each individual has their own strengths, and utilizing the transmission towers allows believers to choose for themselves, which is far more valuable in the long run than simply issuing a divine decree. Yang Fan had already made up his mind about the development path of the Divine Kingdom, which was the integration of cultivation and martial arts. During his time browsing the Divine Forum, Yang Fan discovered that he was not the only one with such thoughts. Indeed, many deities were following this path of integration. If the believers within his Divine Kingdom possessed both the ability to fly and unparalleled combat skills in cultivation, as well as the physical strength and invulnerable defense in martial arts, the army formed would be unbeatable at the same level. However, such a choice would require more time and resources, and due to slow development, they might even be left behind by others. But Yang Fan was different. With his evolutionary talent, the Divine Kingdom was never lacking in time, and comprehensive development was the best choice. However, some things were better left unspoken. After completing all this, Yang Fan found that the believers in his kingdom had already begun selecting their cultivation methods, with some even switching their skills. There were those practicing the 5 elements cultivation technique and the indestructible skill. Sensing the changes within the Divine Kingdom, Yang Fan murmured, "It seems my Divine Kingdom is more suited for the path of cultivation." He could feel that the number of people practicing the 5 elements cultivation technique far exceeded those practicing the indestructible skill, indicating that his kingdom's believers had more talent in cultivation. Yang Fan didn't care about this, after all, with a large population base, some martial arts geniuses would inevitably emerge. Moreover, Yang Fan had ambitions. If he were to break through to demigod status in the future, with enough territory and population in the Divine Kingdom, it would not be impossible to establish a nation focused on machinery. A mechanical path that could run parallel to cultivation and martial arts is not simple. After all, the entire virtual world currently operates on intelligent life from the mechanical Divine Kingdom. However, the investment in the mechanical path far exceeds that in cultivation and martial arts. Yang Fan could tell from fragments of conversation in the Divine Forum that he currently had no qualifications to explore it. Then Yang Fan entered the virtual world to begin studying the Divine Kingdom simulation battle. Recently, his life had been very fulfilling, and since the geniuses in the chat group rarely discussed this topic, he hadn't attempted it. If it weren't for Luo Changfeng's reminder today, Yang Fan would still not have been prepared to participate in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle. He clicked on the simulation battle section with his right hand. Federal citizen Yang Fan, identity, divine being, current points 0, current win rate 0. Shall we expand the rankings of divine beings in Yang County? Expand. Yang Fan lightly tapped. First place, Li Ming Yuan, points 64624, win rate 64. 2. Second place, Yang Yuan Hao, points 63122, win rate 63. 4. Third place. Yang Fan scrolled down the rankings continuously, but found that he didn't recognize a single name. 100th, placed XXX, points 10240, win rate 51. 1. Yang Fan was puzzled. Who are all these people? How come I, who has now entered the circle of Yang County's geniuses, don't know anyone? After all, this ranking displayed a total of 100 individuals. As for himself, that was understandable, but what about Luo Bing and Li Tianheng? Could it be that they, like himself, haven't participated in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle? With a humble attitude seeking advice, Yang Fan opened the genius chat group. Hello, experts. I just checked the Divine Kingdom simulation battle, and how come I didn't see your names? Doghead for safety. Yang Fan sent the message. In just a moment, a series of notification sounds came from the group. What does that mean? Here comes this chatterbox again. Why so many questions? And is this the kind of question to ask in the group? Haha, if I didn't know you a bit, I would think you were mocking our two group leaders. Brother Yang, some things shouldn't be said by me, but I think it's better for you to talk less. Thank you for livening up the atmosphere, but this comment is too aggressive. You quickly retracted. Seeing the sudden influx of messages, Yang Fan was stunned, but still heeded the advice and retracted his. At that moment, Li Shihao sent a private message. Brother Yang, what you said is too easily misunderstood. Give me your coordinates, let's meet and talk. As soon as Yang Fan sent the coordinates, Li Shihao teleported over. Why are you asking about the Divine Kingdom simulation battle? Li Shihao inquired. I was just curious, after all, Luo Bing and Li Tianheng are so strong, how come I didn't see their names? Yang Fan explained. Do you know how many people there are in Yang County? No less than 1,090,000,000 of them are divine beings. We have been awakened for less than half a year, while some divine beings have already lived for over 400 years. We are indeed geniuses, but it takes time to develop. Those older divine kingdoms have evolved for thousands of generations. How can you compare with them? Li Shihao gave a super eye roll. I see. Yang Fan's expression turned a bit awkward during this time. He had been immersed in conversations with those genius classmates, forgetting just how small and young this circle was. They were only 20 years old, and the Divine Kingdom's development time hadn't even reached a year. Over the years, very few graduates from Yang County know. One high school have made it into the top 10,000. It takes years to produce such a monster. Once successful, they can directly follow the special recruitment path and have the opportunity to enter the top 2 institutions in the Federation. I've heard from friends that Luo Bing is working hard in this direction. You suddenly blurted out such a statement in the group. Aren't you afraid of attracting hatred? Li Shihao complained, unsure whether to say Yang Fan was emotionally inept or intellectually lacking. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan immediately typed, lack of experience, no ill intent, please don't mind experts. Just then Luo Mingxian suddenly jumped in. Country bumpkin, don't embarrass the Luo family for me. I don't see your name. Even within the top 1,000 of our internal rankings, you're useless. Seeing this message, even though Yang Fan had a good temper, his face darkened. This was no longer just sarcasm, it was a direct attack on him. Wait for me. Yang Fan's gaze turned icy. Brother Yang, pay no heed to this fool. I've heard from a friend that Luo Mingxian possesses mediocre talent. Despite his parents' boundless support, he remains at the very bottom among the second-tier prodigies of the Luo family. Li Shihao snorted coldly. And it's all right. Each major corporation maintains detailed records of the Divine Realm simulation battles, ranking participants internally to encourage young adepts to rapidly strengthen their followers' capabilities. Substantial rewards accompany these rankings. You may wish to examine them closely. Thank you for the reminder. I must be off. Shall we meet later at Tianxiang Rinjian? No, I'm in no mood. With those words, Yang Fan's consciousness vanished instantly. and he now stood within the Luo family's virtual enclave and found Zhang Yunxiao. Senior Zhang, might you possess insight into the family's internal divine realm simulation battles? Yang Fan asked. And here is the official ranking list. Zhang Yunxiao raised a finger and tapped the air. A colossal luminous screen materialized midair. Yang Fan's gaze swept upward, to the very top. Rank 1, Luo Hen points 14 win rate 74, and at the very bottom of the list 1 entry burned, with stark, humiliating clarity in rank 2042 Yang Fan points 0 in win rate 0 in dead last. A faint twitch tugged at the corner of Yang Fan's mouth. He then shifted his gaze toward the middle tier. In rank 142, Luo Mingxuan points 542 in win rate 71 in. This leaderboard encompasses all young adepts of high school age across the Luo family. Zhang Yunxiao explained beyond Yangxian County many others study in the city proper. And among them are 2 first-tier prodigies, over 200 second-tier prodigies, and nearly 2,000 third-tier prodigies. Upon graduation, participants are automatically removed from the rankings. And the Luo family offers extraordinarily generous rewards for high placements. Each tier climbed unlocks its own corresponding bounty. Top 2,000, 10 million faith points. In top 1,100 million faith points. In top 100 over 1 billion faith points. And the champion receives a staggering 10 billion. At this, Zhang Yunxiao could not suppress a sigh of awe. And, to break into the top 100, would constitute overnight wealth for an ordinary divine being. 10 billion faith points was beyond Yang Fan's current aspirations, but securing the 1 billion reward for the top 100 felt well within reach. As for the 10 billion prize reserved for the top 10, Yang Fan confidently believed he would claim it before the national examination. In returning to reality, he immersed his consciousness into his divine realm and issued a divine edict, selecting 10,000 of the strongest followers from his 5 great cities. The cultivation legacies bestowed by Luo Chengfeng had only recently entered the divine realm. Few followers had yet begun practicing them. Yet the I Jing Shisui art which he had integrated earlier had already brought numerous followers to the stage of minor accomplishment. Aside from 34 first-tier beings, even the mortal bodies of the rest had grown more than twice as formidable as they were during their school trials. Yang Fan was certain this elite force of 10,000 could effortlessly overwhelm his former army of 50,000 soldiers. Clad in armor, helmets, gleaming weapons drawn, the 10,000 stood ready. In linking to the virtual realm, their consciousnesses joined Yang Fan's as they descended together into the arena of the divine realm simulation battle. Identity confirmed divine being. Follower count 10000. Eligible for simulation battle. Initiate matchmaking. Na voice belonging to the sentient AI resonated within Yang Fan's mind. Initiate. At this moment, the physical bodies of the 10,000 remained seated in lotus posture within the divine realm. Their consciousness alone had descended. Even total annihilation would incur no real loss. Per protocol, the simulation battle matched opponents based on points and win rate. Ni's adversary might hail from Yangxian County, or even from another planet entirely. Match initiated. Match successful. Random battlefield generated forest. Combat commences. As the AI's voice faded, the soldiers instantly appeared amid a dense thicket of towering trees. Some 800 meters ahead stood several hundred unclothed barbarians. Yang Fan inwardly scoffed. Are these novices who just awakened their divine realms and immediately rushed into simulation battles? What kind of matchmaking algorithm is this? Yang Fan gestured once. A first-tier being led a squad of a dozen warriors charging forward, slaughtering every barbarian in moments. All followers deceased. Battle concluded. Federal citizen Yang Fan 1 point. Win rate 100. Continue simulation battle. Continue. In battlefield generating. Desert. Combat commences. In federal citizen Yang Fan 1 point. Total points 2. Win rate 100. Time flowed steadily onward. In 10th battle victory. In 20th battle victory. In 30th battle victory still. And opponents offered scarcely any resistance against Yang Fan's followers. His points surged exponentially. And simultaneously upon the Luo family's leaderboard, name Yang Fan, once lodged at the absolute bottom, began its slow, steady ascent. Rank 2042. In rank 1987. In rank 1872. In rank 1735. In rank 1608. Though incremental, the climb had already drawn quiet attention. Yang Fan. And that name sounds oddly familiar. In match initiating. Random battlefield volcano. Combat commences. The scene shifted. Even suspended in the void, Yang Fan felt the searing heat radiating up from the ground. His followers began to sweat profusely. Truly worthy of an advanced sentient intelligence. The realism of these simulations is astonishing. Each time my soldiers enter battle at peak condition. Yang Fan marveled inwardly. In this time his opponent proved markedly stronger, though still mortal, each of the 10,000 bore weapons shimmering with chilling lethal aura. Yang Fan's eyes narrowed. This was the first true challenge he had faced since entering the simulation battles. Naviri's single soldier wielded Class F weaponry. Across all of Yangtze County, few students could field such an armament. A new gravity settled upon Yang Fan's expression. His troops were indeed stronger, but in the nascent phase of Divine Realm development, weaponry held decisive influence. And here every enemy carried Class F arms. One misstep, and he risked stumbling in the shallowest of waters. And within moments of engagement, hundreds of his soldiers fell. And this marked the costliest battle since the simulation battles began. Clashing armies surged together. The metallic shriek of blades locking echoed without cease. And though superbly equipped, the enemy lacked mastery of formation tactics. Each charge exacted heavier losses upon them than upon Yang Fan's forces. As time wore on, numerical inferiority overwhelmed them, until the final foe fell beneath the swords of Yang Fan's army. And victory achieved. 40 points. Current total 70. Win rate 100. And continue matchmaking. Continue. And without hesitation, Yang Fan pressed onward. And unbeknownst to him, within the Luo family's virtual enclave, several observers had already taken note of the anomalous shifts upon the leaderboard. The instant Yang Fan spoke, the fallen soldiers' consciousnesses recoalesced. Lost weapons rematerialized in their hands, and their vitality surged back to absolute peak condition. Random battlefield, urban environment. Combat commences. In this battle, first-tier beings have appeared within the opposing army, yet their equipment is poor, consisting entirely of ordinary iron weapons. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Fan felt a bit relieved. After consecutive matches, perhaps due to his unbroken 100 win rate, Yang Fan's opponents began to noticeably strengthen, and with each victory the points he earned increased by dozens. Points 362. Do you wish to continue matching? Continue, Yang Fan replied firmly. The scene will randomly generate as a grassland battle begins. As the intelligent life form's voice fell, Yang Fan's 10,000 elite soldiers arrived at an open area. Observing the opposing formation, Yang Fan's expression gradually turned grave. 2 second-tier beings and 100 first-tier beings, and like the wealthy opponent he had just faced, they were all equipped with grade weapons. This is troublesome, Yang Fan thought wryly. Not only were the soldiers of higher quality, but their equipment was also superior. How could he fight this? In the Divine Kingdom simulation battle, there was no concept of surrender. Regardless of casualties, Yang Fan could only brace himself. If he encountered such a team during an exam competition, Yang Fan would not hesitate to turn and flee. Shield soldiers forward flank from both sides. Archers prepare. The enemy's front line poses too great a threat. Everyone hold your ground. Raise your long spears and through long-term training in the myriad spirits returning to origin formation, Yang Fan's army coordinated seamlessly, relying on the formation to minimize losses in every skirmish. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan was somewhat surprised. The result was much better than he had anticipated. He held his breath and chose not to lower the divine decree. After all, under the influence of his evolution talent, those generals at the formation's core had comprehended the myriad spirits returning to origin formation to a level comparable to his own. Yang Fan certainly did not wish to be an incompetent general, leading to the downfall of his troops. The opposing deity was also sweating profusely at this moment. What's going on? I thought this would be an easy win. I didn't expect this guy to have such deep comprehension of the myriad spirits returning to origin formation. This is problematic. In a luxurious villa on another planet, a man was wearing a virtual helmet, his brow furrowed. Both armies were engaged in a continuous slaughter. 9,000, 6,000, 3,500. In the final wave of battle, due to the disparity in weaponry and strength, Yang Fan's army could no longer hold out and fell to the ground. Battle failed, points reduced by 1. Current points 361. Win rate 97. 2. Do you wish to continue matching? No, I will not continue. Yang Fan shook his head and exited the virtual world. He opened the leaderboard for the Luo family's Divine Kingdom simulation battle. Rank 324. Yang Fan second-tier genius, points 361. Win rate 97. 2. For this result, he felt little emotional fluctuation. If all the soldiers could be equipped with grade weapons, defeating that person should be quite easy, Yang Fan murmured. This Divine Kingdom simulation battle also made Yang Fan understand his strengths and weaknesses. Under the influence of his evolution talent, his followers' comprehension of formations far exceeded that of their peers, but due to not investing much in improving their qualities, their power lagged behind that of the geniuses from prominent families. Furthermore, in the early stages of Divine Kingdom development, weaponry was equally important, but Yang Fan was reluctant to spend billions of faith points to equip his followers. He had too many places where he needed to spend money. This time, Yang Fan's ranking surged from 2,000 to over 300, accumulating nearly 100 million faith points, which had automatically transferred from the Luo family's public account into his Divine Kingdom. Especially after breaking into the top 100, for every 100 ranks he advanced, he would receive a subsidy of over 10 million faith points. Yang Fan remarked that the money from these prominent families was indeed easy to earn. Faith points 11267000 daily provision of 8. 1 faith points. Funds have become abundant. What is the most appropriate use for this money? Yang Fan fell into thought. Just then his wristwatch suddenly began to buzz with notifications. Old Yang Luo Mingxuan, that useless fellow has started ranting again. I checked the group quickly. Li Shihao kept sending messages. Yang Fan frowned at the words, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. In the Genius Exchange group. This is hilarious. Oh, I thought Yang Fan had some talent, having received so much investment from my Luo family. I expected his strength to soar, but he barely has over 300 points. If this talent were not a son-in-law, he would barely qualify as a third-tier genius of my Luo family. We need to be stricter with the screening in our group. We can't let just anyone in. In the entire group of over 100 people, only Luo Mingxian constantly outputted messages. Others were not fools, of whether they agreed with Luo Mingxian or found him too excessive. They refrained from speaking up. It was none of their business, so there was no need to get involved in someone else's conflict over baseless matters. We have no deep grievances, don't provoke me. Yang Fan sent a message. Finally showing some reaction. I thought you had completely lost your temper. So what if you have the ability? Let's apply for the Divine Kingdom battlefield and have a real fight. If I don't kill all your followers, I won't take the Luo surname. Seeing the other party getting increasingly aggressive like a second-generation rich kid, Yang Fan did not want to engage further and directly closed the chat group. On the other side, Luo Mingxian sneered even more upon seeing Yang Fan's lack of response. You country bumpkin dare to steal my woman. Once you graduate from university, I'll send troops to raise your divine kingdom, Luo Mingxian spat. If it weren't for the protection of federal law over students' divine kingdoms, Luo Mingxian would have loved to locate the divine kingdom's coordinates and resolve the matter directly. In the real world, Yang Fan took a deep breath. This time, I will not purchase fixed assets with my faith points. I will first strengthen my followers' strength. I am too weak right now. Luo Mingxuan's ridicule also made Yang Fan understand a principle. Always being low-key would lead to being stepped on by others. Yang Fan opened the shop and found the pills he had browsed many times. Washing Marrow Pill X1 priced at 1000 faith points. Originating from a third-tier divine being's cultivation divine kingdom, it can significantly enhance the qualifications of mortal followers. Merchants note the effects are most pronounced on the first use and the later effects will decrease significantly. Continuous use is not recommended. This pill had been recommended in the group by Iron Peak from the Blacksmith Association and received much recognition. Yang Fan took a deep breath. This time, he decided to make a big investment directly, spending 100 million to purchase 1000 washing marrow pills. That elite battalion consisted of the strongest and most qualified geniuses in the divine kingdom, perfectly suited for these pills. Once the followers' strength improved, entering the top 100 of the Luo family's divine kingdom simulation battle should be possible. At that time, he could potentially earn over 100 million faith points again. Yang Fan decided to take a risk. Even if he couldn't break into the top 100, he had to surpass Luo Mingxian, otherwise the incessant buzzing from that fly would be too bothersome. Once the washing marrow pills arrived, Yang Fan immediately loaded them into the divine kingdom and lowered the divine decree, instructing the 10,000 troops participating today to consume them. Under Yang Fan's observation, those followers began to writhe in agony after taking the washing marrow pills, their skin cracking and seeping drops of blood, and their bones cracking with loud sounds. Although it looked terrifying as a deity, Yang Fan could sense that these individuals' qualifications were changing at a visibly rapid pace. The worse the talent, the better the effect of the cleansing essence pill. The aptitude of this group had at least improved tenfold. Yang Fan was utterly shocked. At that moment, he finally understood why Luo Bing had already given birth to a third-tier being during the major exam at the first high school. It was fundamentally due to money being poured into it. A month had passed in the divine kingdom, and it took these soldiers that long to awaken from the potent effects of the medicine. Yet to Yang Fan it felt like just a few breaths of time. This pill can greatly improve your aptitude. Besides diligent cultivation, all women in the clan will have priority mating rights with you to give birth to even more talented offspring. Yang Fan deliberately issued a divine decree. We shall obey the command of our God. The soldiers' faces flushed with excitement and fervor. With an SS class talent, a single day in the real world equated to 10 years in the divine kingdom. The next afternoon, Yang Fan suddenly felt a change in his body. A warm current surged through his limbs. This was not the first occurrence, for he understood that this meant a second-tier being had emerged in his divine kingdom. After adapting to the bodily changes, Yang Fan's consciousness entered the divine kingdom, discovering that among the soldiers who had taken the cleansing essence pill, not only were there 2 second-tier beings, but also over 100 first-tier beings. This exemplified the advantage of high aptitude. Within 10 years, the strength of these 10,000 individuals was experiencing explosive growth. Moreover, their offspring were clearly more robust than other infants. However, Yang Fan soon discovered a new problem. The consumption of Tai Shui meat and blood pills was far too rapid. It was not only the followers who took the cleansing essence pill that consumed a lot of meat. Due to various cultivation techniques, the food intake of ordinary followers had also significantly increased. Previously, the amount of meat sufficient for 5 people was now barely enough for 1. Especially the followers cultivating the indestructible Vajra technique, they were practically bottomless pits. At present, the supply was still barely manageable, but if their strength increased further, or if the population grew, food would soon become insufficient. Additionally, Yang Fan noticed that the quality of Taishui meat seemed mismatched with the current situation. The time followers spent eating was increasingly lengthy. To sustain their energy consumption for cultivation, they needed to eat for over an hour each day, and the time spent in the restroom correspondingly increased. I need higher quality food, Yang Fan thought to himself. Opening the shop, he began searching for a solution. Fully automatic concentrator, a special building produced by the mechanical divine kingdom of a 5th-tier deity, capable of greatly concentrating the nutrients of low-grade meats. The price is 100 million belief points. Upon seeing this building, Yang Fan's eyes lit up. Merchants note inputting the corpses of monsters can automatically decompose them, and the refined food will be vacuum packaged with a shelf life of up to 3,000 years. A small tip: the fully automatic concentrator is equipped with a specialized automatic cutting factory. If you input beings similar to Taishui, they can be converted into packaged food automatically. The automatic cutting factory can adjust its area, accommodating up to 100 adult Taishui. This is particularly suitable for the development of the divine kingdom of divine beings. With a fully automatic concentrator, food will never be a worry. Aside from being expensive, this fully automatic concentrator was practically tailor-made for Yang Fan. However, at this moment, he lacked the funds to purchase it. He planned to buy this building once the blood-condensing flower harvest was completed, or if he could break into the top 100 of the Luo family rankings. In the future, the population of Yang Fan's divine kingdom would continue to grow, and with the power of the followers, increasing food consumption would undoubtedly soar exponentially. He needed a long-term solution to the supply issue. After more than 10 days, the blood-condensing flowers in the divine kingdom fully matured, and Yang Fan immediately listed them for sale online. Sales successful. Income of 240 million belief points. Net income of 211.2 million after tax. The belief points have been credited. With the funds received, Yang Fan promptly bought 8 million blood-condensing flower seeds and the fully automatic concentrator, along with 15 adult Taishui, spending more than half of his income. As he focused on the divine kingdom, he realized that due to the large footprint of the fully automatic concentrator, it could not be placed in the main city of the divine kingdom. Yang Fan chose a mountain range closest to the major cities and moved it there to set up the fully automatic concentrator. Truly a special building produced by a 5th-tier deity's mechanical divine kingdom, it required no external power input. As soon as it was placed on the surface of the divine kingdom, the massive mechanical beast began to operate. Thousands of tracks started transporting meat, enormous gravity rods swung continuously, temperatures alternated, and electric sparks flickered. Food weighing 100 pounds was compressed to the size of a palm. Then it entered the assembly line for packaging, with the finished packaged meat automatically stacking into the goods area. Yang Fan had placed all 5 Taishui from the divine kingdom and the 15 newly purchased Taishui into the automatic cutting factory of the concentrator. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan's expression turned peculiar. There was no way around it. The nearby city was still made of crude stone constructions, and the clothes worn by the followers were also poorly made. Yet this fully automatic concentrator was like a high-tech product from the future. The stark contrast naturally gave a very jarring impression. The items from this mechanical divine kingdom are incredible. The high-energy frozen foods my dad bought back then couldn't possibly be similar to what this machine concentrates into, could they? Yang Fan couldn't help but speculate. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it further. At this moment, he began checking the information of the divine kingdom. God Master Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom area 1 million square kilometers. Aptitude grade resource aptitude. All resources in the divine kingdom grow 10 faster. SS grade aptitude evolution, the only aptitude that can accelerate the evolution of the divine kingdom currently hidden. Followers 2nd tier beings, 25 1st tier beings, 644 mortals, 33000. Techniques: 5 elements cultivation technique, indestructible Vajra technique, federal body, refining technique, muscle cleansing technique, wanling returning to origin formation, minor success. Belief points 10. 67 million providing 27.2 belief points daily. Buildings Moonwell x 500 Sun Spring x 500 grade building 100 Spirits Blood Pool x 1 soaking 10 Taishui load rate 100 special building fully automatic concentrator x 1 cutting factory can load 20 Taishui load rate 20 Crate transmission tower x 5 assets blood condensing flower seeds x 8 million grade spirit plant Taishui x 30 Bodhi treasure snake. The follower's power has undergone a tremendous change over nearly 200 years in the divine kingdom. 25 2nd-tier beings and over 600 1st-tier beings. Such explosive growth was largely attributed to the investment of those 10,000 cleansing essence pills. Now he was receiving double-digit belief points daily solely from what the followers could provide. According to Li Qingying, when this number reached 1,000, the Divine Kingdom would undergo a significant transformation. The area limit would increase to 10 million square kilometers, and his life level would significantly rise, reaching the demigod realm. Although Yang Fan still had a long way to go to reach the demigod stage, he had already seen the dawn. If it's just for the simulation battle in the Divine Kingdom, there's no rush to buy weapons for now, Yang Fan murmured. With the current strength of his followers, if they were equipped with grade weapons, it would be easy to squeeze into the top 100 of the Luo family rankings. However, there was no need to do so. Compared to external forces, the strength of the followers themselves was more crucial. Besides, the rewards for ranking in the Luo family wouldn't be cancelled before the end of high school. Moreover, Yang Fan was confident that with his current strength, even without sufficient equipment, he could still obtain rewards in the top 100. In a virtual world within the simulation battle space of the Divine Kingdom, Federal Citizen Yang Fan U Identity Divine Being Points 361 U Win Rate 97. 2. Would you like to participate in matchmaking? Yes. Yang Fan clicked Confirm. Random scene generated. Grassland battle begins. The opponent possesses 1 second-tier being and 10 first-tier beings, half of whom are equipped with a full set of grade weapons. Seeing such a formation, Yang Fan felt no pressure. The disparity in strength was too great. Kill. The sounds of clashing weapons resounded across the grassland as soldiers from both sides engaged in battle, quickly resulting in a one-sided massacre. Now, for every 15 followers of Yang Fan, there was one advanced being stationed, significantly improving the efficiency and strength of the overall formation, effortlessly securing victories. Battle ended. Points 10, current points 371, win rate 97. 5. Would you like to continue matchmaking? Continue. After 20 consecutive matches, Yang Fan emerged victorious in all. Battle ended. Points 30, current points 831, win rate 99. 1. Would you like to continue matchmaking? With Yang Fan's current points, the opponents he matched against were already challenging. In the last battle, half of his soldiers had perished. Continue. Yang Fan also wanted to see how many points he could earn in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle with his current combat strength. The higher the points, the stronger the opponents encountered in each match. Although Yang Fan was only a few hundred points behind Luo Bing and the others, the gap was significant. Scene randomly generating. Valley battle begins. As the voice of the intelligent being echoed, an inexplicable pressure appeared before the army. Looking at the opponent's formation, Yang Fan couldn't help but curse. What the hell is this matchmaking? The army before him was composed entirely of advanced beings, and not even at the lower tiers. Within the Divine Kingdom simulation station space, Yang Fan could clearly perceive the specific information of the opponent. 3 5th-tier beings, 10 4th-tier beings, 2,000 3rd-tier beings, 2nd-tier beings. Besides that, all of the opponent's equipment was high-grade, likely at least grade or crate. At that moment, Yang Fan felt as if he had just emerged from the beginner's village only to encounter a world boss. The opposing army charged forward like arrows, and before his soldiers could set up a defensive formation, they were utterly slaughtered. Battle failed. Points 1, current points 830, a win rate 94. 2. Would you like to continue matchmaking? Hearing the prompt, Yang Fan felt his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. I protest, the opponent match just now was far too strong compared to me. This isn't fair. Yang Fan shouted, regardless of whether the intelligent being would respond, mainly to vent his frustration. His followers were slaughtered like grass just now, and Yang Fan felt as if he was left with psychological trauma. The matchmaking for the Divine Kingdom simulation battle is determined based on points and win rates. That contestant was very close to you. The mechanical, synthesized voice of the intelligent being echoed through the space. Yang Fan was speechless. Having dramatically increased his strength to elite level, he planned to rack up achievements in the beginner's village, yet he encountered a world boss instead. Yang Fan knew clearly that the person he had just faced was undoubtedly a prodigy from a large region, likely participating in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle for the first time. Monster. Yang Fan expressed his evaluation. If he continued matchmaking, he was confident he could still earn more points, but it was unnecessary since he knew his score would surely place him among the top 100 of the Luo family. Yang Fan returned to reality to check the ranking leaderboard of the Luo family's Divine Kingdom simulation battle. Rank 80, Yang Fan, 2nd tier, talent points 830, a win rate 94. 2. Unlike when he signed the investment contract, the rewards for the talents within the Luo family were automatically distributed by intelligent beings. The moment Yang Fan's score met the criteria, he received a grant from the Luo family. Faith points, income 132 million. Faith points 142. 67 million. Yang Fan was still immersed in the joy of his rapidly increasing assets, unaware that the talents of the Luo family were already in an uproar. Since the awakening of the Divine Kingdom, although the simulation battle rankings fluctuated from time to time, they generally did not vary greatly. Yang Fan had jumped from rank 2000 to 300 for the first time, and not many paid attention, as this was his first participation in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle. As a second-tier talent, this score could only be considered below average. However, moving from rank 300 to 80 held significant meaning. The Genius Group chat was currently buzzing with excitement. Brother Yang is awesome. He actually surged to rank 80 on the Luo family leaderboard. You must have held back during your last simulation battle. Impressive. Let's communicate more when free. Yang Fan. With this strength, you don't need to be so polite in the group. You definitely have the strength of the top 50 in Yang County. No. One high school. Isn't there some bias in your Luo family's rankings? Rank 80 is just rank 80. How could it possibly mean top 50 strength? What do you know? Our Luo family has many top talents who have been sent to the city for training since childhood. They are mostly in the top 100. Li Shuheo looked at the chat content in the group, completely shocked. He was still ranked over 300 in the Li family. How did Yang Fan reach rank 80? Were we even classmates? After the shock, Li Shuheo seemed to think of something and directly edited a message. My brother is awesome. Who was the one with a foul mouth before? Luo Mingxian. After sending this message, Li Shuheo immediately closed the chat group, propping his legs up in the room, looking smug. In the Luo family's villa, Luo Mingxian was frantically pounding the table with his hands. Li Shuheo, you a side branch of the Li family, dare to take advantage of me? Ooh, just wait for the midterm exam. Luo Mingxian's eyes were bloodshot. Since Li Shuheo sent that message, the entire group fell silent in tacit understanding. Luo Mingxian understood that everyone was silent to avoid openly offending him. They were probably privately. At this moment, he truly hated Yang Fan. In his view, Yang Fan must have held back during his first participation in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle. He felt humiliated due to Yang Fan's deceptive act. With Yang Fan's high win rate, he probably ended the simulation battle outright after a single loss. If he continued participating, he might have earned even more points. At that moment, Luo Mingxian felt both jealousy and anger along with a hint of helplessness. If Yang Fan's Divine Kingdom was not protected by federal government laws, he would have wanted his parents to teach him a lesson. Luo Mingxian took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. I mustn't be hasty. Once my mother returns from the expedition, she can provide me with plenty of resources, and then my Divine Kingdom will experience a wave of explosive growth, perhaps not weaker than his. Luo Mingxian encouraged himself. It wasn't just the younger generation. This time Yang Fan's rise even attracted the attention of the elders of the Luo family. At this moment, Luo Changfeng had returned to the Luo family headquarters and was attending the family meeting. Intelligent being No. 01 reminds the family's side branch talent Yang Fan participated in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle for the second time, significantly increasing his points, currently ranked 80 in the family. The prompt sound from the intelligent being echoed in the conference hall. Originally, this family meeting was to discuss the resource allocation after the recent expedition, but unexpectedly a dark horse had emerged that drew the attention of the intelligent being. Upon hearing the prompt sound, Luo Changfeng momentarily doubted if his ears had deceived him and specifically went to check some information. Good lad, I indeed did not misjudge you. Luo Changfeng was overjoyed and stood up in front of everyone. Old 15 back when I wanted to increase Yang Fan's benefits, you disagreed. What do you have to say now? Luo Changfeng pointed at the elder sitting next to him and questioned. The contract benefits that Yang Fan signed with the Luo family indeed exceeded those of an average second-tier genius, a decision that Luo Changfeng made despite opposition. At that time, many opposed it, but considering the situation of his granddaughter Luo Ro, they finally gave in. It now appeared that this brought a true genius to the Luo family. Ordinary people without resources, upon receiving investment from a large family, would experience a burst of growth and strength within a short period. The greater the increase, the more malleable the Divine Country is. Now only 2 months had passed since the Luo family signed the investment contract with Yang Fan. The Divine Country's development had lasted around 60 years, and for it to reach the 80th rank in simulated battles was indeed noteworthy for a dark horse. Indeed impressive. I watched the video of the exam at Yang County No. 1 middle school, and now it appears I underestimated his potential. I remember the initial funding given by the family was only 100 million along with a grade building right. How could the strength improvement be so significant? Chengfeng, you didn't give him the cultivation tower from your Divine Country, did you? Another elder showed a skeptical expression. Luo Changfeng couldn't help but scoff. Do you think I am a fool? The cultivation tower is my core building and the foundation of my existence. He is my granddaughter's husband, not my ancestor. Upon hearing this, the elder who just spoke found it reasonable and awkwardly waved his hand. Indeed, the core buildings in the Divine Country are too important. Unless one is nearing the end of their life, it is impossible to give even to one's own children, let alone an outsider. Everyone, although Yang Fan is an outsider, he is now considered part of the Luo family, and my granddaughter is pregnant. I believe the Luo family can increase the investment. After all, Yang Fan is his granddaughter's husband, and since he has talent, Luo Changfeng naturally wanted to take the opportunity to increase his investment. This was a family council meeting, and with the Intelligent Life broadcasting news, it was indeed a rare opportunity. Elder Qingfeng, do you have any suggestions? Asked Luo Hai, the head of the Luo family, who was sitting in the main seat. I believe that with Yang Fan's progress speed, he is no less than a first-tier genius. The family can establish another first-tier genius slot. Luo Chengfeng took a deep breath. While Luo Qingfeng, you are being too shameless. Just based on Yang Fan's current performance, he is far from being a first-tier genius. Although he is your son-in-law, you can't be so biased. Exactly, being a first-tier genius is of great importance, and each one requires strategic resources. Not to mention that his current potential is insufficient just because he has the surname Yang. That alone is unacceptable. This is sheer nonsense. The family head asked you for advice, not for you to daydream. The Luo family's divine beings began to mock him one by one. The family's resources are limited. Adding another first-tier genius means that the resources of others will have to be reduced, and naturally everyone is unwilling. Alright, Elder Qingfeng, we have known each other for thousands of years, so stop playing the game of overpricing and Yang Fan performed indeed well. The family will allocate 500 million from the family funds to him. If he performs even better in the future, the Luo family will naturally provide additional investment. The family needs fresh blood. Even if he doesn't have the surname Luo, as long as he demonstrates sufficient value, we will not be stingy. Luo Hai stated his decision. Hearing this, Luo Chengfeng returned to his seat, but he couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. A 500 million investment is enough for this lad to develop for a while. Luo Chengfeng was in high spirits. Luo Hai continued, back to the point, the results of this family expansion are considerable. Let's discuss resource allocation. Upon hearing this, all the elders present became serious. The new resource points involve considerable interests, and this is the main purpose of today's meeting. A genius from a divine being doesn't warrant too much attention from these gods. After receiving the resource rewards from the Luo family, Yang Fan had been browsing them all, and the divine forum researching what his divine country needed most at the moment. Recently, Luo Ro, accompanied by her mother son Rong, frequently went to the hospital for prenatal checks. Although her health had not improved, her spirits had noticeably lifted, perhaps due to having hope for the future. Luo Ro pushed open the door and said anxiously, "Husband, Grandpa wants us to go to the virtual world Luo family base to find him together." All right. Yang Fan nodded, took the helmet from the bedside table, and helped Luo Ro put it on. Then their consciousness entered the virtual world together. "I asked Grandpa to send me the coordinates, and we will go directly to his studio," Luo Ro said. After the damage to the divine country, Luo Ro rarely entered the virtual world, and she had never been to the Luo family base to avoid running into people she used to know. Now she was a waste, and if she encountered someone familiar, she wouldn't dare to greet them, only adding to her embarrassment. Using the coordinates, the couple Yang Fan and Luo Ro teleported directly in front of Luo Chengfeng. "Little Yang, you have truly given me a tremendous surprise this time. During today's family council, those old fellows looked at me with envy." Luo Chengfeng laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Luo Ro felt a bit confused, not knowing what her husband had done that made her grandfather so happy. Luo Ro looked at Yang Fan with a puzzled expression, seemingly waiting for an explanation. Looking at his beloved granddaughter, Luo Chengfeng couldn't help but sigh. If Luo Rao's divine country hadn't been damaged, they would indeed be a match made in heaven. What is it that Grandpa is referring to? Yang Fan had some guesses in his heart, but dared not be sure. "You little brats still don't realize how remarkable your achievement is. In less than 3 months since joining the Luo family, the ranking of the divine country's simulated battle has already risen to the 80th position. Even I underestimated you." Luo Chengfeng's face was filled with satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Luo Rao's eyes were filled with shock. 80th. As a direct descendant of the Luo family, Luo Ro was most aware of the significance of the family's simulated battle ranking. Initially, she barely squeezed into the top 100 before her college entrance examination, while her husband had already surpassed her best performance. It is worth noting that the high school midterm exams for the 3rd year have not even started yet, and the gap is unimaginable. Luo Chengfeng continued, "All right, this time you participated in the divine country's simulated battle at the right moment. The family's Intelligent Life publicly announced it, and even the family head remembered your name. This time I secured a direct investment of 500 million belief points for you. The family head has already signed it, and soon your divine country will receive it." "Thank you, Grandpa." Yang Fan was overjoyed. This is the benefit of having someone in the background. Without Luo Qingfeng, a first-tier divine being backing him up, the Luo family might not have gone the extra mile to give him such a generous reward. After all, he has the surname Yang, not Luo. During this family expedition, I encountered a sapling of the ancient elven tree in the divine kingdom of the alien races. Although its age is only 1,000 years, it is rather rare, so I will add it as a gift for you. Luo Chengfeng took out a card featuring the ancient elven tree and handed it to Yang Fan. "Grandpa, can you really offer a 1,000-year-old elven tree sapling?" Luo Ro rolled her eyes. "How long have you been married, and you're already starting to go astray?" Luo Chengfeng stroked his beard. Grandpa is a deity. He should be more generous with his gifts. Little Yang is just a divine being and can't even fully utilize an ordinary class building. Resources must match the divine kingdom itself, otherwise possessing treasures might attract unwanted attention. This 1,000-year-old elven tree is practically worthless as the tiny elves it spawns only possess mere mortal strength and offer no real assistance. Luo Ro stuck out her tongue. What do you know? For a divine kingdom housing divine beings, even an elven tree sapling can significantly improve the ecological environment and enhance the life force of the kingdom. Moreover, this thing requires no continuous investment. Over time, both the elven clan it nurtures and the value of the ancient elven tree itself will only increase. And if it were an elven tree aged 10,000 or even 100,000 years, how could it possibly fall into the hands of someone like my grandpa? Luo Chengfeng explained. Luo Ro wanted to argue further, but was pulled back by Yang Fan. Thank you, Grandpa. I really like this elven tree. No matter its value, since it was a gift, Yang Fan felt no greed. Seeing Yang Fan's reaction, Luo Chengfeng was increasingly pleased. The value of a 1,000-year-old elven tree sapling lies between 1 to 300 million faith points. You can choose to sell it, but I strongly suggest nurturing it within your divine kingdom, especially since you are still young. Depending on the vitality within your divine kingdom, every period of time the tree will give birth to elven life. This clan is long-lived and is among the few that can cultivate other races' dependence, and they can even assist you in divine kingdom wars. Of course, you can also choose to sell the elves. An adult elf is valued at around 1 million faith points in the market, and demand exceeds supply, making it rarer than the water of life. You don't understand the intricacies of this. Grandpa, you old rascal, what nonsense are you talking about? Luo Ro shot him a fierce glare. Luo Chengfeng could only awkwardly pinch his nose in response. Ahem, focus on improving your strength. As long as you show enough potential, I guarantee that the investments you receive will not be inferior to those of the direct descendants of the Luo family. Luo Chengfeng changed the subject to encourage Yang Fan. After discussing serious matters, Yang Fan spent some time chatting with Luo Ro and Luo Chengfeng before returning to reality. Husband, I didn't expect your talent to be this great. Being with me has delayed you, Luo Ro said apologetically as she took off her helmet. For deities under the witness of federal law, marriage transcends the interests of direct relatives, and divorces are rarely heard of. Thus, when choosing a partner, everyone is very cautious, either ensuring compatibility or seeking complementary divine kingdom resources. Given Yang Fan's potential displayed thus far, had Luo Ro not been ambushed by the alien races, and with a first-tier deity for a grandfather, the two would indeed be well matched. But right now she is a burden. As a first-tier deity, Luo Chengfeng has made significant contributions during this expedition. Under normal circumstances, the assistance he can offer Yang Fan should not be so meager. It is not merely to stabilize his injuries, as he is purchasing vast amounts of the water of life, which has left him financially strained. Luo Ro understood this, but did not wish for her grandfather to feel this way. Once the child is born, the resources needed for each additional year of her life will not be a small sum. Luo Ro did not want her existence to drag down the entire family. It would be better to invest the limited resources into Yang Fan's divine kingdom. The stronger he becomes in the future, the brighter their child's prospects will be. Stop saying nonsense. Trust me, it won't be long before I have the ability to help you restore the divine kingdom. Yang Fan lightly flicked Luo Ro's forehead and said, just having that intention is enough. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. The development of the divine kingdom must be gradual. I understand. The doctor advised me to walk a little every day, and in the afternoon I will go shopping at the mall with my mother. Do you need anything? Why not just place an order directly in the mall? Yang Fan looked puzzled, as in this era the network could already transport items. Who would go offline? How could you possibly understand the joy of women shopping? I'm leaving, Luo Ro huffed. Yang Fan shook his head, turning his gaze back to the mall. The reward from the Luo family had already been credited, and now his faith points within the divine kingdom had surpassed 600 million, which was the first time Yang Fan had such a significant amount of funds. Before making any purchases, Yang Fan decided to study the elven tree sapling that Luo Chengfeng had given him. He opened the search bar and typed in the words elven ancient tree. Elven ancient tree can be classified as a special life structure. Based on value, it can be categorized into elven tree, sapling 1,000 years, adult elven tree 100,000 years, elven sacred tree million years, and the legendary elven divine tree, extremely low birth probability. According to data, such structures have only appeared in a few high-tier deities' divine kingdoms. Different levels of elven ancient trees will give birth to elven life, depending on the vitality of their surrounding environment over time. They are divided into little elves, adult elves, elven warriors, elven kings, and the legendary elven emperor. The elven clan is a long-lived species. The longer they survive, the stronger they become. Due to racial differences, they cannot produce faith points like the believers, but they are docile and only need to absorb the life energy floating in the air as food, growing slowly without any resource investments. The elven clan not only does not harm the ecological balance of the divine kingdom, but their existence can greatly accelerate plant growth. If they are numerous enough, the ecological environment of the divine kingdom will be very stable. If other deities attack the divine kingdom, the elven clan will also join the fight to protect their homeland. Tip: the growth of the elven ancient tree in the elven clan is closely related to the vitality within the divine kingdom. If you intend to cultivate them, you can purchase structures like moon wells that enhance the vitality of the divine kingdom and place them nearby. Looking at the detailed information laid out by the intelligent being, Yang Fan became more and more satisfied with this gift. What does the elven clan need for development? It's simply time. Doesn't that perfectly match with my evolutionary talent? No investment is required, and the strength of the elven clan will only grow stronger. Perhaps in the short term, this elven ancient tree won't bring me profits, and the strength of the nurtured elves won't grow explosively like the believers. But as my divine kingdom develops, evolving over tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, I will be able to cultivate a powerful elven kingdom. Compared to low-tier demonic beasts like the Bodhi serpent, Yang Fan deemed it entirely feasible to allocate the living space within his divine realm for cultivating the elven race. According to available records, wherever elves reside, plant growth accelerates by as much as 50%. Should the elven race eventually spread across the entire divine realm, their presence alone would rival the effect of a Class C cultivation talent in agriculture. Yang Fan's divine realm currently housed numerous low-rank demonic beasts, not for profit, but primarily to stabilize the ecological balance. Given the opportunity, he would gladly sell them all off. Recently, several great pung birds had repeatedly raided his blood-condensing flowers. Once the ancient elven tree had birthed sufficient young elves, Yang Fan planned to purge the divine realm of its motley assortment of lesser creatures, restoring clarity and purity to his sovereign domain. Having grasped the ancient elven tree's function, Yang Fan embarked upon an ambitious procurement campaign. Leaving faith points idle within the divine realm, invited celestial retribution. First, acquire 80 mature Tai Sui. With a decisive wave of his hand, Yang Fan spent 160 million faith points. Food supplies within the divine realm were now abundant, not only sustained by blood pills from the 100-spirit blood pool, but also by compressed meat daily produced in vast quantities from 20 Tai Sui, processed automatically by fully automated concentrators. Yang Fan sensed that his believers' current consumption accounted for merely 1/8 of total output. Food storerooms were already overflowing. Fortunately, these provisions boasted extraordinary shelf lives. He who plans not for the distant future shall surely face imminent peril. Presently, the overcultivation of blood-condensing flowers had deliberately restrained population expansion among his faithful. Moreover, as believers grew stronger, their caloric demands would escalate exponentially. With faith points plentiful, Yang Fan resolved to maximize concentrator capacity. Inventory could never be excessive. Even if surplus accumulated beyond storage capacity, he could always list excess provisions on the divine marketplace. This was a venture guaranteed to yield profit. Next, Yang Fan purchased 500 moon wells and 500 sun springs, depleting his funds by 300 million faith points. First, to bolster fixed investment. Such strokes of fortune, as with today's windfall, could not last indefinitely. Post-examination, high-yield investments like blood-condensing flowers would cease. For long-term stability, he needed enduring assets to ensure steady cash flow. Second, to accelerate the growth of the ancient elven tree. The richer the life essence permeating the divine realm, the faster the ancient elven tree matured. Since he intended to cultivate the elven race at scale, environmental considerations naturally guided every investment decision. Subsequently, Yang Fan acquired 10,000 marrow washing pills. After recent development within the divine realm, all unenlightened believers, excluding first and second-tier beings, had already perished. He selected the top 10,000 mortals by innate aptitude to ingest the marrow washing pills, thereby elevating the overall quality of his faithful. In the blink of an eye, his faith points dwindled from over 600 million to merely 82 million. With a mere thought, Yang Fan deployed all newly acquired resources into the divine realm. He placed the ancient elven tree deep within the heart of the sacred forest, then employed divine power to carve out a vast open expanse. As the ancient elven tree settled into place, surrounding ancient giants seemed to sense its arrival. Their boughs swayed rhythmically as though dancing with elation. Yang Fan perceived a subtle yet unmistakable rise in the ambient life essence throughout his divine realm. He then arranged the moon wells and sun springs, originally situated in Shengqi City, alongside the newly purchased structures symmetrically flanking the ancient elven tree. An immense surge of life essence instantly flooded the forest. Even the freshly cleared land, carved moments earlier by divine force, began sprouting weeds before his very eyes. Yang Fan sensed the ancient elven tree's profound affinity for this environment. Tender green leaves now enfolded its branches, signaling the commencement of young elf gestation. Divine Sovereign Yang Fan. Divine Realm area 1 million square kilometers. Talent Class F resource talent. All resources within the divine realm grow 10% faster. SSS class talent evolution. Unique talent accelerates divine realm evolution currently concealed. Believers second tier beings, 25 first tier beings, 644 mortals, 33000. Cultivation arts 5 element nourishing chi art indestructible golden body art federation body refining technique sinew transforming marrow washing art 10,000 spirit return to origin formation partially mastered. Faith points 82. 67 million generating 27. 2 million daily. Structures Moonwell 100 Sunspring 100 special life structure. Ancient Elven Tree Millennial. Currently, gestating young elves class B structure. 100 Spirit Blood Pool 1 immersed with 10 Tai Sui, out operating at 100 capacity special structure. Fully automated concentrator 1 processing facility, housing 100 Tai Sui. Operating at 100 capacity, Class C, transmission tower 5. Assets blood condensing flowers, 8 million units. Class D Spirit Plant Tai Sui, 110 Bodhi Serpent. Leveraging his 10-fold evolution talent, his Moonwells and Sunsprings now generated a fixed monthly income of 60 million faith points. This prosperity stemmed directly from the Luo family's investment, an unimaginable boon in earlier days. Yet Yang Fan remained utterly unmoved by such success. The volatile inflow and outflow of faith points had taught him an immutable truth: no amount of faith points was ever sufficient for the divine realm's advancement. Thereafter Yang Fan resumed a disciplined routine, attending classes, browsing the divine marketplace and divine forums, participating in peer gatherings. Since his divine realm simulation war ranked among the Luo family's top 100, gifted classmates treated him with markedly greater deference and frequently extended invitations to their gatherings. Yang Fan accepted most invitations. Compared to these prodigies born into illustrious clans, his worldly experience remained comparatively limited. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Their insights often illuminated his understanding in profound ways. Recently, Luo Mingxian had fallen silent in the group chat, affording Yang Fan a welcome respite from noise. One day, as usual, Yang Fan entered the virtual world for class. Today, teacher Li Qingying wore an unusually grave expression. In 1 month, she announced solemnly, the senior year midterm examination will commence, and the venue has already been determined by the school. Her tone carried palpable gravity. Every student in Class 7 senior year sat upright and motionless. This was no ordinary assessment. Upon conclusion, class reassignments would follow, its significance second only to the National College entrance examination. This assessment will take place within a foreign demigod's divine realm, and the deity remains alive. A hush fell over Class 7 senior year, so profound that even a pin drop would echo. Teacher Lee, did I hear correctly? Are we truly invading a foreign demigod's divine realm? A student raised his hand, voice trembling. His tone and demeanor conveyed barely veiled alarm. Was the school sending them to certain death? A demigods might dwarf the combined strength of every divine entity in senior year. They'd scarcely constitute a morsel. Entering an alien divine realm equated to outright invasion, triggering immediate counterlocation of the aggressor's realm coordinates by the foreign demigod. Should their believers launch retaliatory strikes, Yang Fan's cohort stood no chance of survival. Sensing the confusion among the crowd, Li Qingying explained, the followers of that alien demigod have been significantly weakened by the school's divine being. The strongest among them will not exceed the 5th level of life, and all students are free to cooperate. Hearing this, the faces of the crowd showed no signs of relief. Even if their strength had been weakened by the school's higher-ups, they were still demigods. A demigod's divine kingdom covers an area of millions of square kilometers, and one can imagine the population of followers, a considerable number of whom are already at a certain level. If this alien demigod chooses not to remain entrenched, but instead counterattacks their divine kingdom following the coordinates, it would undoubtedly lead to a situation of certain death. The difficulty and risk of this midterm examination are far too great. Most of the students in Class 7 of senior year are from ordinary families, with 90% taking on logistical roles, and the followers within the divine kingdom are weak and feeble. Li Qingying, as the homeroom teacher, naturally understood these concerns. This is a decision made by the federal government. A greenhouse cannot cultivate strong individuals. Compared to the dangers of an actual divine kingdom war, this school examination has already been significantly reduced in risk. If you are worried about the safety of your divine kingdom, you may choose to stay on the outskirts and let the followers handle some harvesting tasks. The main forces of this alien demigod are concentrated in the central area of the divine kingdom. Considering our human divine beings are still present, as long as he is not cornered, he will not launch a large-scale counterinvasion. Li Qingying reassured them. Many students looked much better upon hearing this. Most of them belonged to logistical factions, and the followers lacked combat abilities, so they wouldn't foolishly venture into the core area of the divine kingdom. Due to the certain life-threatening risks of this midterm exam, the rewards from the school are equally substantial. The entire assessment process will be monitored by advanced intelligent life forms, and all valuable items obtained in the divine kingdom, such as spiritual plants buildings, and the bodies of alien followers will be recorded. The final score will be determined by the quantity of what you harvest. Moreover, all resources obtained can be directly transported back to your own divine kingdom, and the school will not confiscate them. Upon hearing this, many students revealed hopeful expressions. This is a divine kingdom of an alien being where a divine being is still alive, so there will undoubtedly be numerous treasures inside. Even if it is just the peripheral areas, those low-level spiritual plants are still valuable for beings of their divine nature. Li Qingying continued to add, in addition, the top 100 students in the school will receive additional rewards. More than 95 of the students in Class 7 of senior year do not feel that these rewards have anything to do with them, yet this does not hinder their astonishment at the school's grand gesture. The special building, the Spring of Life, ranked third. Although the mall quotes a price of 1 billion faith points, there is simply no stock available. This is a strategic resource. All transactions are private and unknown, with the real price certainly exceeding 2 billion. The rewards for the second and first places are even more extravagant, with the school allowing the selection of any building below Class A from its inventory. Yang County First High School is an official institution, and all teachers are required to be dispatched to the front lines to fight against the alien deities. The school's inventory is likely more abundant than that of local factions like the Luo and Li families. The value of Class B buildings varies greatly. Some, like the Lark Blood Pool, are estimated at just 1 billion, while others can fundamentally change a believer's aptitude or accelerate the development of an entire divine kingdom, making their value immeasurable. It could be worth hundreds of millions or even billions. It's not the school's reward of Class B buildings that is frightening, but rather the possibility of being allowed to choose for oneself. This is pushing the monsters in Class 1 to madness. It is not hard to imagine that the competition for the top 2 spots in this midterm exam will be fierce, with interest so great that even deities would be tempted. The stronger one's ability, the more resources one can obtain. In this midterm exam, 99% of the school's investment is focused on the top 2 spots. Yang Fan is also tempted. This is undoubtedly an opportunity to leap over the Dragon Gate. Moments later, Yang Fan subconsciously shook his head. His current strength is still too far from the monstrous investments placed on Luo Bing and Li Tianheng by their families. What is yours cannot be lost. What is not yours cannot be obtained. Ambition can only add to one's troubles. After announcing the midterm exam details, Li Qingying directly dismissed the class. At the same time, Yang Fan received an invitation from Li Shuhua. Brother Yang, bring Zhang Pang over to gather together. Yang Fan nodded, sent the coordinates to Zhang Pang, and then lightly tapped the coordinates to leave the classroom. This time, Li Shuhua chose not to go to Tianxiang Realm, but to a secluded courtyard where tea and snacks had already been prepared. There were a total of 7 people, all of whom Yang Fan recognized. In addition to Wang Jinyu, there were also Wang Matzi, Wei Feng, and Umo. These 3 are all subordinates of Li Shuhua. Zhang Pang could receive an invitation, perhaps also because he is a subordinate of Yang Fan. Brother Yang, please take a seat. This is the reception room of the Li family. Quiet and private, Li Shuhua explained. I thought we would be at Tianxiang Realm again. Yang Fan teased with a smile. If Brother Yang likes it, I will treat you later, but today we must discuss serious matters, which is why I chose this place. Forget it, I am now a son-in-law, and must keep my integrity. Yang Fan shook his head. With the talent you have displayed, even the Luo family would take you seriously. What does going to Tianxiang Realm matter? Keeping a concubine would not be a problem at all. Li Shuhua rolled his eyes. Yang Fan merely shook his head in response. Don't joke, Brother Li has specifically invited us here, so I assume there is an important matter to discuss. Li Shuhua nodded seriously, saying the location of this midterm exam exceeds my expectations. To achieve good results, we must delve into the heart of the alien deity's kingdom. It is impossible to rely on a single person's strength, so I wish to seek cooperation. Without waiting for Yang Fan to speak, Li Shuhua first directed his gaze to Wang Jinyu. Old Wang, let's be straightforward. With your strength, it is impossible to enter the top 100 of the school. I hope you can help me. Brother, how do you want me to assist? Wang Jinyu asked, puzzled. All resources obtained within the alien deity's kingdom must be sold to me. I will pay you double the price and settle the payment in one lump sum after the exam. If I am fortunate enough to enter the top 100 of the school, I will additionally provide you with 20 million. Li Shuhua stated his conditions. Wang Jinyu did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Okay, I will come to find you before the exam ends. For Wang Jinyu, the most needed thing is resources, and being able to sell the gains from this exam at double the price to Li Shuhua is certainly a good choice. Yang Fan looked somewhat surprised. Is it really possible to operate this way? Of course, there is nothing in this world that cannot be traded. For the school, as long as they haven't prohibited it, you can do it. I have checked the records of past midterm exams at Yang County First High School. Forming alliances using underhanded tactics and even directly robbing classmates have all happened. As the saying goes, what is not prohibited by law is permissible. This is precisely the case. At this point, Li Shuhua's gaze turned serious. The school's rewards this time were exceptionally generous. In the face of such enormous benefits, everything would be put to the test. During the assessment in the territory of the otherworldly gods, one must not only be wary of the followers of those deities, but also be cautious of fellow students. Li Shihao felt that this year's Yang County No. 1 high school seemed to be breeding a kind of poison. What they desired was not the average strength of the students, but to cultivate 1 or 2 monsters. Brother Yang, a living demigod's realm, the risks are unimaginable. This is essentially the tail end of pioneering work. It's understandable to consider this the task of a demigod, but I never expected the school would send us to participate. Indeed, it is very dangerous. Yang Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He had seen goblins as tall as small mountains before, but he was unsure what kind of believers the participating demigods would have. We could achieve a win-win situation by collaborating. After all, we are classmates, which means a higher degree of trust, right? Li Shihao said earnestly. Yang Fan fell into deep thought, considering the pros and cons. After a moment, Yang Fan shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry, but I have no thoughts of collaboration at this time." After saying this, he turned to glance at Zhang Pang, and then stood up to exit the virtual world together. Li Shihao had a point. During this midterm exam, one must be cautious not only of the otherworldly demigods, but also of their classmates. In a demigod's realm of another race, there would naturally be no shortage of good things. When it came to dividing the spoils, would there be backstabbing, or would some work hard without receiving their due? These were all questions. Human hearts were far more complex than battling other races. With an SS-level talent, Yang Fan inherently had more resources than others. Collaborating with others to explore the deity's realm brought more disadvantages than advantages. Watching the spot where Yang Fan had disappeared, Li Shihao felt a bit regretful, but also understood. Right now, Yang Fan belonged to the Luo family, and finding a partner would naturally prioritize the Luo family. Although he and Yang Fan were classmates, in the face of such significant matters, individual interests naturally took precedence. Li Shihao did not feel anything wrong with this. On the other side, on the second floor of Mingwei Community, Zhang Pang took off his helmet and began to head downstairs for a meal. He did not take the midterm exam to heart. After all, he was currently a subordinate of Yang Fan and just needed to follow along. Once he entered the realm of the otherworldly gods, he would fully follow Yang Fan's arrangements. As a logistics support, he did not need to bear too much pressure. Zhang Pang's primary concern each day was the growth of the blood coagulation flowers in his deity realm, and the midterm exam could wait. What a pity today Li Shihao, this wealthy fellow, isn't treating at Tianxiang Rinjian. What a wasted trip, Zhang Pang complained while eating. During this period, he had taken advantage of Yang Fan's support and had enjoyed quite a few free meals. In Yang Cheng's villa, Yang Fan listed all the mature blood coagulation, flowers, moonlight, dew, and sun essence for sale online. After-tax earnings of 275 million have been deposited into the deity realm. Faith points 52 billion. This time Yang Fan only chose to purchase 6 million seeds of blood coagulation flowers because he needed to clear out all the vacant land around the 4 main cities. The midterm exam disrupted Yang Fan's plans. He had to start focusing on developing the population. To avoid wasting time for his followers, Yang Fan directly opted to buy completed buildings from the mechanical deity realm in the mall. Class Iron City, size adjustable, maximum area of 100 square kilometers, priced at. Merchant notes the city is surrounded by fine iron, providing basic defensive capabilities, and is equipped with numerous residential and office buildings with complete living facilities ready for immediate use. Yang Fan directly spent 10 million to load 5 iron cities into the deity realm. This was considered the most expensive building among ordinary cities, but given Yang Fan's current income, he did not mind this expenditure. With the iron cities loaded into the deity realm, the living space for the followers expanded tenfold. Such a large city only required 2 million faith points. Indeed, basic materials and ordinary buildings were quite cheap in this era. Then Yang Fan issued a divine decree. My followers, in 300 years there will be a life and death battle. During this time, everyone must practice diligently and teach the younger generation, well, do not harm each other. Thank you for the divine blessing. We will strive diligently. After completing all this, Yang Fan bought a 300-year E-class breeding card, 50 increase in fertility rate, 50 reduction in infant mortality rate. He directly loaded it into the deity realm. 300 years was enough for Yang Fan to push the population of the deity realm to its limits. Under the sweeping reforms, the followers of Yang Fan's deity realm were rapidly developing. In the first decade, a total of 600 newborns were born. With ample food, a favorable living environment, and sufficient space for survival, coupled with the breeding card's enhancement, female followers generally had 2 births every 3 years. By the third decade, the population in Yang Fan's deity realm had already surpassed 1 million. In the real world, he still attended classes and studied diligently every day. In the past few days, Yang Fan received invitations from other talented individuals. There were those from the Blacksmith Association, from Zhongyuan Building, and of course many more from the Luo family's talents. In just a few days, the entire senior year had formed several teams. Some came with direct invitations from the organization leaders, while others were through intermediaries. Li Shihao also invited Yang Fan once more, but this time, he represented another talent from the Li family. Naturally, Yang Fan chose to decline all of them. Those who sought collaboration either had a significant power gap and were in a subordinate relationship or were of similar strength and wary of each other. At present, everything looked exciting and grand, but when it came time to distribute resources, it would either be a backstab or a negotiation. In this world, there are no true friends, only absolute interests. Since Yang Fan had enough resources to support himself, why should he play mind games with these people? Moreover, after all this time, Yang Fan had not heard of any actions from the likes of Luo Bing or Li Tianheng, these monstrous prodigies. Either they had enough confidence in their own strength and did not feel the need to collaborate with others, or perhaps they were in a higher circle, one that Yang Fan was not yet qualified to understand. Yang Fan continued to live as usual, unaffected by the outside world. The resources in the deity realm were abundant, relying on natural evolution, while he, apart from communicating with talented classmates, spent an hour each day reading in the school library. Whether it was the development of the human deity realm or information about the otherworldly gods, Yang Fan still had much knowledge to learn. As a deity, the road ahead was long, and he needed to be grounded, taking one step at a time, as long as he was moving in the right direction. During this period, Yang Fan harvested another round of blood coagulation flowers, netting a profit of 120 million. With the income from moonlight, dew, and sun essence, his faith points once again surpassed 400 million. Divine Lord Yang Fan. Deity realm area 1 million square kilometers. Talent class resource talent accelerates the growth of all resources in the deity realm by 10. SS level talent evolution, the only talent that can accelerate the evolution of the deity realm currently hidden. Followers second-tier beings, 102 first-tier beings, 3,644 mortals 2. 64 million. Dependents elves, 52. Techniques, 5 elements: cultivation technique, indestructible body technique, federal body, refinement technique, muscle transformation, and essence cleansing technique, myriad spirits returning to origin formation, great accomplishment. Faith points 4. 62 billion provides 82 faith points daily. Buildings moon wells x 1000 sun springs x 1000 special life building ancient elf tree millennium nurturing elves class building blood pool x1 soaking 10 tai sui load rate 100 special building fully automatic concentrator x1 cutting factory loaded with 100 tai sui load rate 100 class transmission tower x5 class iron city x5 assets blood coagulation flowers x6 million class spirit plant tai sui x110 Bodhi treasure snake. After a month of frenzied development, Yang Fan's total population has surpassed 2.5 million. This number was already reached a century ago in the Divine Kingdom, and since then it has fluctuated due to the population density reaching a critical point. As for the food for the followers, it remains abundant. Even with the explosive population growth, the output of the fully automated concentrators still far exceeds the consumption. What is even more surprising is the followers' understanding of the 10,000 spirits returning array. After reaching the great completion stage, the army of 10,000 now lays down the formation, which is significantly stronger than before by at least 50%. This is Yang Fan's greatest advantage compared to others. Having grasped a formation to such a high level, he is confident that no one in the entire senior year could achieve this. In these 3 months, while 90 years have passed in others' divine kingdoms, he has experienced a full 900 years. During these 900 years, the followers have continuously practiced the 10,000 spirits returning array, summarizing experiences and passing them on to the next generation. It is not that his followers possess exceptional comprehension, it is entirely a result of time. The only thing that makes Yang Fan somewhat dissatisfied is that after all this time, a third-level being has yet to emerge. It should be noted that during the exam 3 months ago, third-level beings had already appeared in Luo Bing's divine kingdom, and now their opponents would only be stronger. How many resources did Luo Bing invest in improving the followers' potential? Yang Fan felt a bit emotional. He had developed for 10 times the duration compared to Luo Bing, yet he still hadn't caught up with his opponent from 3 months ago. Yang Fan could understand this. The gap at the starting point was too large. His true explosive growth only began after receiving investment from the Luo family, and the initial 3 months of development were quite slow. In 2 days, he would go to Yang County First High School to take the midterm exam. Before that, Yang Fan planned to make a final push for a simulated war in the Divine Kingdom. This midterm exam would undoubtedly incur significant losses, and now was the time when his combat strength in the Divine Kingdom was at its peak. Before that, Yang Fan needed to go to the Luo family's residence to purchase weapons. The prices of weapons within the clan were half the price of those in the marketplace, a fact he learned from another Luo family's genius during a recent gathering. The forging of weapons requires many steps. First, ores are purchased from the market, then refined into iron essence using the refining equipment of the mechanical Divine Kingdom, and this iron essence is sent to the Divine Kingdom for the followers to forge, and then sold in bulk in the marketplace. Many merchants engaged in such businesses do not have the capability to handle the entire system. They can only manage several or one part of the process. This leads to a problem. Every step must pass through the marketplace, which incurs a tax. Layer upon layer of taxation exploits the end consumer, who bears the burden of it all. This is called indirect tax. In the 26,748th year of the divine kingdom, a deity once raised objections regarding this. For such complex products, the federal government should reduce taxes to benefit the people's livelihood. According to historical records, this issue caused quite a stir, with news spreading far and wide. Federal government officials even held meetings for over 10 days, ultimately reaching the conclusion to replace the indirect tax with a value-added tax, allowing merchants to purchase tax-related intelligent life forms for deductions. Ordinary divine beings were quite satisfied with this outcome. Although the prices of goods did not decrease, the federal government was still taking action, and it was said that deductions could be made. Although they did not understand it, they felt the benefits were substantial. Both higher deities and lower divine beings were pleased with this arrangement. You protect my cake, and I protect your thoughts. Everyone has a bright future. During this time, Yang Fan had not touched the funds within the divine kingdom, as he intended to purchase enough weapons. In the last school exam, he suffered losses due to insufficient weapons. Even the most ordinary iron weapons could have allowed him to delve deeper if he had had enough supplies at that time. For mortals, the difference between being armored and being unarmed is more than tenfold. Arriving at the virtual world, Yang Fan found Zhang Yunxiao. I've met young Master Yang. Zhang Yunxiao stood up to salute. Yang Fan was no longer the ordinary second-rate genius he was when he first entered the Luo family. He had entered the top 100 in the Divine Kingdom's simulated battle ranking, and as long as he did not fall, there was a great chance he would become a deity. Zhang Yunxiao's attitude was naturally much more respectful now. If the family had any welfare policies, he would also send a copy of the documents to Yang Fan. This is the benefit brought by changes in status and identity. People tend to seek benefits and avoid harm. The stronger you appear, the greater your potential, and the more people are willing to befriend you. Old Zhang, I want to purchase a large number of weapons. Is there a way to do that? Yang Fan inquired. Yang Fan could have asked Luo Qingfeng, but considering they were just low-level weapons, he didn't want to trouble his grandfather, a deity, and instead sought this nominal guide. Yes, I have a friend whose divine kingdom specializes in forging weapons. For talents like young Master Yang, then I would appreciate the introduction. I will send him the coordinates right away, Zhang Yunxiao said as he opened the communication. Not long after, a portly middle-aged man appeared at the scene. Old Zhang, are you sure this is a big business? You summoned me so urgently. Although he looked to be 400 or 500 pounds and appeared extremely unhealthy, Yang Fan could sense the pressure emanating from him. This person, like Zhang Yunxiao, was a demigod-level powerhouse. Let me introduce you. This is Luo Taidi, a grade forging talent currently supplying weapons for the Luo family. This is Yang Fan. Young Master, you should be familiar with him, right? Oh my, so it's young Master Yang. Your name has been quite resounding in the Luo family recently. I heard that the family head even specially approved 500 million in funding for you. You are truly accomplished at a young age. I am Luo Taidi, doing a bit of weapon business to make a living. If young Master does not mind, you can call me Luo Fatty. Just Luo Tai said with a broad smile. Yang Fan was somewhat unaccustomed to his enthusiastic demeanor and quickly said, I wish to purchase weapons. How many does young Master need? 20,000 sets of grade weapons and 500,000 sets of ordinary iron weapons. Do you have any requirements for the weapons? Swords, spears, halberds, large hammers, or anything will do. Armor must be included. Yang Fan thought for a moment. It's simple. 20,000 sets of grade weapons will be offered at a discount for 160 million. As for the 500,000 sets of ordinary iron weapons, they have little cost, so I will consider them a gift. Let's add each other as friends so young Master can contact me directly for future needs. Luo Tai said enthusiastically. Hearing the quotation from the other party, Yang Fan was somewhat surprised. This was much lower than he had estimated. Thank you very much. I will be sure to contact you first for future needs, Yang Fan said earnestly. He directly transferred 160 million faith points, and the other party promptly delivered the goods. After the transaction was completed, Yang Fan exchanged a few polite words and then left the virtual world. At that moment in the Luo family residence, Zhang Yunxiao curiously asked, selling at such a low price, do you still make a profit? Recently, the family discovered a large mine at a new resource point, significantly reducing raw material costs. There is still profit to be made. Moreover, isn't this our first business together? With a talent like this, once they become a demigod or even a deity in the future, the demand for weapons will be astronomical, won't it? People's perspectives should be long-term. Having a long-term partner, even if the profit is thin, is better than letting these scrap metals gather dust in the divine kingdom. Luo Tai explained. You really know how to do business. You also need to learn to interact with people. You keep dabbling in those obscure investments within the divine kingdom. Although the profits are high, the scale is too small. Investing has its risks, but followers are the best. No matter how much you exploit them, there will be no complaints. Followers are linked to our lives. We are of the same age, yet you look like you are much older than me. Luo Taitai reminded him. What can I do if I am not surnamed Luo? Zhang Yongxiu's eyes revealed a hint of melancholy. He understood the drawbacks of exploiting the resources of the Divine Kingdom, but without the family backing him, he had no qualifications to take risks in business. Returning to reality, Yang Fan loaded the weapons into the Divine Realm and issued a divine decree to gather the strongest 10,000 followers. Federal citizen Yang Fan score 830, current win rate 94. 2. Do you wish to start matching? Start. Generating random scene. Volcano battle begins. In less than a minute the battle ended. This time the opponent had 10 second-tier beings, but throughout the entire fight Yang Fan soldiers suffered less than 100 casualties. One reason is that they were all equipped with a full set of grade weapons. The second reason is that the Great Achievement Realm's Wanling Guiyuan formation is incredibly powerful. The entire battle was a crushing victory. Score 20, current score 850, win rate 94. Freya, do you wish to continue matching? Continue. After winning 10 consecutive matches, Yang Fan's score surpassed 1,000. At this moment, Yang Fan's opponent was a third-tier being who was also fully equipped with a complete set of grade weapons. The leading third-tier being wielded a spear, charging forward with an army of 10,000, like a sharp spear aimed at the throat of the enemy. Scatter! A general shouted, and the frontline soldiers holding shields spread to the sides, narrowly avoiding the charge of the third-tier being. With a surge of energy, the enemy's third-tier being was about to turn back, but was surrounded by dozens of second-tier. Initially hoping to break through the Wanling Guiyuan formation by relying on the physical advantage of the third-tier being, their general was quickly trapped due to the tight coordination of Yang Fan's army. Like a dragon entering shallow waters, within just a few exchanges the third-tier being was decapitated. The Great Achievement Realm's Wanling Guiyuan formation operated with precision, making 1,000 soldiers move as one. Despite both sides having similar weapons and strength, they annihilated the enemy's army of 10,000 at the cost of less than 500 men. In a distant planet's apartment, a young woman removed her helmet, her face filled with frustration. You know what's wrong? You look so gloomy. I just participated in the Divine Realm simulation battle and encountered a monster. Despite the followers being significantly weaker than me, I lost my entire army at the cost of only a few hundred men. Oh, did you encounter those young heirs clad in full grade weapons? No, their equipment is similar to mine, but it felt strange. It was as if I was being led around by the nose. Pull up the battle video, I will help you take a look. That person has already comprehended the Wanling Guiyuan formation to the Great Achievement Realm, while you haven't even reached the Small Achievement Realm. It's normal to be suppressed in battle. The Great Achievement Realm's Wanling Guiyuan formation. How come I haven't encountered it until now? This person either comes from a poor family and relies on the logistics route of the Divine Realm, with followers comprehending the Great Achievement Realm's Wanling Guiyuan formation through extensive practice, thus limiting future potential. Or they could be a talent who recently awakened their Divine Realm, using their own understanding to deduce the formation and teach it to their followers. So which one are they? I'm just someone who commands followers to farm and sell spirit rice. How could I have the authority to know the specific information about my simulation battle opponent? Hurry up and take a break to eat. This Divine Realm simulation battle encompasses all divine beings of the human race. You can encounter any kind of monster. If you meet someone intent on scoring, your army could be wiped out in a matter of breaths. There's no need to overthink it. Oh, after Yang Fan's score rose to 1,000, he clearly felt that the strength of his opponents had increased significantly, with the probability of encountering third-tier beings on the enemy side starting to rise. After a few more matches, Yang Fan encountered an opponent that included a fourth-tier being and 5 third-tier beings. Their overall strength nearly double that of Yang Fan. Yang Fan remained patient, observing the battle. Now his followers' understanding of the Wanling Guiyuan formation had surpassed that of their deity, and he only needed to quietly watch the fight. Through these matches, Yang Fan gradually understood the strength of the Great Achievement Realm's Wanling Guiyuan formation. Even if the opponent's overall strength exceeded his own, he still had a chance to fight back. One of the opponent's fourth-tier beings faced Yang Fan's followers capable of taking on 100 alone. With a sweep of their spear, several frontline soldiers were sent flying. The enemy's army did not cultivate the Wanling Guiyuan formation, but rather another formation focused on offense. The army converged all its power into one point, instantly aiming for the formation's core. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan's expression turned to one of surprise. The Wanling Guiyuan formation was a basic formation awarded by the federal government to high school seniors. It was inclusive, integrating cultivation, defense, offense, and maneuverability. Having matched in the Divine Realm simulation battle until now, Yang Fan had encountered other formations, but the one in front of him was far more terrifying, and judging by its power, it surely had been comprehended to the Small Achievement Realm. He initially thought that with the advantage of the Great Achievement Realm's Wanling Guiyuan formation, he would still have a fighting chance even if his strength was lacking, but he did not expect the overall strength of the opponent to be so formidable. Soon the formation was breached, and it was time to rely on brute strength. The opponent annihilated all of Yang Fan's followers at a cost of about 30%. Score 1, current score 1244, win rate 92. 5. Do you wish to continue matching? The voice of the intelligent life form echoed simultaneously. In matching, Yang Fan gently shook his head, his consciousness withdrawing from the virtual world. The Wanling Guiyuan formation was merely an grade formation, and due to its overly comprehensive nature it lacked distinct advantages. If he encountered a formation with a prominent advantage in a specific area, even if the opponent's comprehension realm was not higher than his own, he would still fall into a passive position. I need to purchase other formations. Our relying solely on the Wanling Guiyuan formation is too singular. Yang Fan analyzed his shortcomings. He opened his wristwatch to check the ranking of the Luo family's Divine Realm Simulation Battle. Luo Family Divine Realm Simulation Battle Rankings. First place, O Luo Hen, first tier genius, score 1950, win rate 63. 2. Second place, O Luo Bing, first tier genius, score 1650, win rate 65. 5. 34th place, Yang Fan, second tier genius, score 1244, win rate 92. 5. 111th place, Luo Mingxuan, second tier genius, score 842, win rate 51. 2. In this Divine Realm Simulation Battle, all my followers are equipped with grade weapons maximizing combat power, yet I only reached 34th place. It's not just him, everyone else is also improving, especially Luo Hen, whose score is nearing 2000. Yang Fan had anticipated this result. It's just unfortunate that this progress won't earn him rewards from the Luo family. The higher the rank, the more fixed everyone's position becomes, especially within the top 100, where the ranking of the entire senior year may not change significantly. After a genius within the Luo family opened the rankings, they suddenly found that their position had dropped by 1. At this moment, various families within the Luo family began discussing this matter. It's Yang Fan again. He has surged to 34th place, pushing me down to the 50th. How tragic. He still doesn't know to work hard. He really embarrasses me. Dad, can you give me more resources? As your son, I couldn't even secure a spot in the top 50. It doesn't look good for you. Have you finished using the resources I gave you last time? You're still asking for more. The 2026 Genius Exchange Group. Brother Yang, you're amazing. I just saw in the family group that my cousin was pushed out of the top 50 by you, and now he is being scolded by the 6th elder. Luo Qingyuan, don't air your family's dirty laundry outside. Give me some face, brother. I'm sorry I forgot you were in this group, too, my bad. He'll discuss it in another group. You? Really not considering a collaboration? Yang Fan. With more people we can harness greater power, especially since this is a semi-divine being of a different race. They must have a significant number of followers, and if we don't collaborate we risk being encircled and annihilated. Let's do it together, brother. I've already brought in 8 people, and our scores in the Divine Country Simulation Battle are all above 500. Yang Fan. The Genius Exchange Group became lively again as many wanted to recruit Yang Fan once more. After all, only a powerful team qualifies to venture into the depths of the Divine Country in search of more core resource structures. However, at this moment Yang Fan had no time to read the group messages because he received a call from Luo Chengfeng. How did your strength improve so much? You didn't use some method to exploit your followers' potential, did you? A hurried voice from the watch came through. No. What's the strongest level of your followers now, eh? Second-tier beings. How is that possible? How did you score 1244 points? On the other end of the line, Luo Chengfeng was completely bewildered, feeling as if Yang Fan was joking with him. I've comprehended the Wanling Guiyuan formation to the Great Perfection Realm. After a moment of silence, a serious voice from Luo Chengfeng came through. Download all the videos of your participation in the Divine Country Simulation Battle today and send them to me. Immediately, feeling the seriousness in the other party's tone, Yang Fan promptly complied. The Divine Country Simulation Battle has extremely strict personal information protection regulations. Aside from the participants themselves, even deities do not have the right to view it. After sending the videos, Luo Chengfeng replied, wait, and then there was no further message. After watching a few battles and confirming that the Wanling Guiyuan formation was indeed at the Great Perfection Realm, Luo Chengfeng couldn't help but curse. I really hit the jackpot. Without hesitation, Luo Chengfeng directly entered the virtual world to request a meeting with the family head Luo Hai. In the virtual world, in the Luo family's Elder Council Hall, only Luo Hai and Luo Chengfeng were present. The walls of the council hall were projecting the battles from Yang Fan's recent simulation battle. Now the family head believes it right. I was worried he used some method to exploit his followers' potential for this midterm exam, which is why I inquired. I didn't expect this kid to have such a monstrous comprehension. Luo Chengfeng's tone was excited. In terms of comprehension, he felt that no one among the younger generation of the Luo family could surpass him. It's somewhat regrettable. If I had known he could comprehend the formation to the Great Perfection Realm before the exam, our Luo family could have provided him with pills to quickly enhance his followers' strength, and we could have contended for the resources awarded for this exam. Luo Hai sighed. Ultimately, the strength of Yang Fan's followers is still too weak. If he had a large number of third-tier or even fourth-tier beings, he would undoubtedly be a dark horse in this midterm exam. Luo Changfeng hurriedly said, "We can't just look at the present. With Yang Fan's talent, he will become a deity in the future, and his combat power will far exceed his peers, definitely helping our Luo family expand its territory. A genius in formations, the family head should understand the immense value in that. Of course, for such a prodigy, even if he is only a son-in-law of our Luo family, we will make every effort to nurture him." Luo Hai nodded seriously. "I wonder if the family head has considered adding another slot for a first-tier genius." Luo Changfeng probed. Luo Hai looked at the projected video and finally sighed. "I am willing to give him a chance. If he can enter the top 10 in this midterm exam, I will convene the Elder Council for a vote." "Thank you, family head." Luo Changfeng's expression turned joyful. As long as there was a chance, it was good. The resources invested for a first-tier genius are immensely large, not merely an investment of faith points. The most precious are some irreplaceable special buildings. As long as there is even a slight chance, Luo Changfeng would spare no effort to fight for Yang Fan. "If the Elder Council does not approve, I will still use the family head's authority to reward him with a blood sea pool as support." "Yes." After Luo Changfeng left, Luo Hai thought for a moment and decided to send out a message. Shortly after, a cold figure entered the meeting room. It was Luo Bing. "Father, did you call me here?" "Just watch first." Luo Hai pointed at the battle video projected on the screen. Luo Bing frowned slightly. This strength is so weak, and comprehending such a low-level formation like the Wanling Guiyuan formation to the Great Perfection realm is simply a waste of time. Luo Bing didn't understand what significance her father found in this video. "He is your classmate, Yang Fan." Luo Bing's expression finally changed. The Wanling Guiyuan formation at the Great Perfection realm is not uncommon, but if the other party is a senior student, it would be different. Given such a short time, even Luo Bing herself could not achieve that. At this moment, the scene of her awakening flashed in her mind. Clearly, just in grade talent, yet the divine country spanned over 1,000,000 square kilometers. This person truly possesses something extraordinary. For this midterm exam, with your strength, achieving first place is without difficulty. During the exam, help this person and find a way to get him into the top 10. Why is that? Deities need friends, even friends they can trust their backs to. He is your classmate and his background is clean enough. He can aid you significantly in college. Luo Hai said with deep eyes. "Yes, father." As his father is a third-tier deity, Luo Bing certainly would not doubt his judgment. At this moment, Yang Fan was conversing with Luo Changfeng in the virtual world. These are 5000 sets of tier weapons and 1000 sets of tier weapons. I can only provide you with this much help. Any more might affect your evaluation. Luo Changfeng took out 2 cards filled with weapons and handed them to Yang Fan. "Thank you, Grandpa." Yang Fan was a bit surprised. The value of these resources is not low. Even purchasing internally within the family would cost at least 2 to 3 billion. Yang Fan never expected that just before the midterm exam, Luo Changfeng would suddenly provide him with such a substantial investment. For this midterm exam, you must do everything possible to break into the top 10 at school. If successful, a great opportunity awaits you. Luo Changfeng said with utmost seriousness. Yang Fan nodded, indicating that he understood. Even if Luo Changfeng didn't say it, Yang Fan would strive to improve his ranking. Although the overall strength of his followers cannot compare with those of the family prodigies, with his divine country's population of 2.5 million coupled with his talent for evolution, he has sufficient troops to support him and is not afraid of troop losses. The top 10 is still within Yang Fan's capability to contend for. Before Yang Fan could exit the virtual world, he saw another invitation message. It was from Luo Bing. If it were any other classmate, Yang Fan would have ignored it, but he couldn't refuse this elder sister's invitation. With a gentle click on the coordinates, Yang Fan's consciousness was directly teleported to a meeting room. "Sister Bing, what do you need me for?" Yang Fan clasped his fists in greeting. In the group chat, others referred to Luo Bing in this manner. I, Luo Yue, along with Luo Yang, Li Tianheng, and 3 others from the Li family, have formed a 7-person team to prepare for this midterm exam to jointly attack the semi-divine core of the alien race. Do you want to join? Luo Bing's voice was very cold, revealing no emotional changes. "Well, I don't think I have enough strength," Yang Fan said, puzzled. He was aware of the names mentioned by Luo Bing, all of whom were among the top students. Excluding the advantage of additional troops, Yang Fan felt he couldn't possibly catch the attention of such geniuses based solely on his own strength. Luo Bing said proudly, "If I say it's possible, then it is." Hearing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but feel suspicious. Why would they care for me? Could it be that this ice cube has such a good relationship with my ruler? Yang Fan was not naive. It was clear that the other party wanted to lend him a hand. With 90 of the assets of the divine nation in core positions following them, even if he only got the smallest piece, his ranking in this midterm exam wouldn't be low. Had it not been for his evolutionary talent, Yang Fan would have agreed immediately, but now he preferred to venture alone. This was a divine nation of a foreign demigod who knew what treasures lay within. By following these monsters, how could he expect to be the one to claim any valuable structures? Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan said, "Thank you, Sister Bing. I know my strength is insufficient, so I won't hold you back. Plus, I want to explore the divine nation on my own." "All right." Luo Bing nodded, not making any further attempts to persuade him. Her personality was such cold and distant. Even though she was puzzled as to why Yang Fan would refuse her, she wouldn't ask. Returning to reality, Yang Fan looked at Luo Ro, who was lying on the bed, and asked Ru, "Are you very familiar with Luo Bing?" Luo Ro shook her head, saying, "We are just ordinary friends, but after my divine nation was damaged, we lost contact." "Is that so?" Yang Fan felt a surge of doubts, not quite understanding the significance of Luo Bing's actions. Thinking of what Luo Bing had said to him, Yang Fan's heart felt lighter. Luo Bing and Li Tianhang's actions would undoubtedly enrage that foreign demigod. Heading to the core of the divine nation was akin to raiding the enemy's lair. Even if this demigod went mad, the primary focus of their wrath would certainly fall upon these 7 people. If someone was willing to draw fire, then the risks for the others would be significantly reduced. For Yang Fan, while the exam ranking was important, safety was the absolute priority. With my current strength, to aspire for the core assets of a demigod's divine nation is too great a risk. At that time, not only would I have to withstand the pressure from the demigod's followers, but I would also need to guard against Luo Bing and the others. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. It is easy to overindulge and choke on meat, better to choose to sip soup. The road ahead is long, so let us proceed with caution. No need to rush for immediate superiority. Yang Fan murmured to himself. On the day of the exam, all the third-year high school students gathered in the schoolyard. The process was the same as the last exam. On the platform, Luo Qingfeng, Li Yuan, Wan Sanqian, Tai Wuqing. Familiar faces from the last time had already taken their seats on the high platform. Each student's nutrient chamber had long been prepared. On the platform, Elder Li Yuan of the Li family couldn't help but say, "Elder Luo, what good luck. I didn't expect you to pick up such a treasure last time." The county was this small, and Yang Fan's ranking in the simulated battle of the divine nation had already spread. As an elder responsible for recruiting students for the Li family, having such a genius with great potential to become a deity, snatched away by the Luo family, made him naturally pained. "After all, I married my granddaughter to him, while Elder Li seems to have no granddaughter." "Ha ha." Luo Chengfeng laughed heartily. Once others learned that Yang Fan had reached the realm of the myriad spirits returning to the origin formation, they would likely regret it even more. Thinking of this, Luo Chengfeng felt even more pleased. Li Yuan merely snorted. Had it been 3 months ago, considering Yang Fan's performance, even if he had a granddaughter, he wouldn't have married her off. After all, he had no descendants from a damaged divine nation. However, Li Yuan only said this in his heart. All were deities, and there was no need to poke each other's sore spots. Wan Sanqian looked regretful. He had initially been the most optimistic about Yang Fan, but he couldn't possibly rival the Luo family. Director Yang Wanli suddenly appeared on the platform, performing a gentleman's bow to everyone on the high platform, then turned around and spoke in a spirited tone. "Students, this is your second exam in your third year. As for the specifics of the exam, I believe your class teachers have already explained, so I won't elaborate further. Now I want to inform everyone of the standards for concluding the exam. Either someone breaks into the core of the foreign demigod's divine nation, or the foreign demigod invades the student's divine nation, leading to widespread student fatalities. Only then will our school's teachers forcibly terminate the exam. As for the exam duration, I can clearly tell everyone that there is no time limit. This midterm exam will truly result in deaths." As Yang Wanli's words fell, most of the third-year students below were thrown into panic. Breaking into the core of the divine nation meant they would have to kill that foreign demigod, right? Can divine beings really kill a demigod? As for being invaded by the divine nation, what a joke. Those were the demigod's followers. Wouldn't they be the ones to die? Everyone had already mentally prepared themselves, especially the weaker students who had long decided to just gather valuable spirit herbs and plants at the edge of the divine nation. Now, after hearing Yang Wanli's words, their hearts raced. It felt like this midterm exam was a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. Under the terrifying pressure of Yang Wanli's divine aura, none of the students dared to speak up. "Now everyone please enter the nutrient chambers. The coordinates are inside." Yang Wanli's voice suddenly turned cold, sending chills down their spines. "I hope all of you students can return alive." Under the immense psychological pressure, everyone entered the nutrient chamber. The midterm exam officially began. Director Yang, is the requirement for concluding this exam a bit too strict? Li Yuan inquired. Even though the foreign demigod had been weakened, how could a group of divine beings possibly break into his divine nation's core? It sounded like a fantasy. As for widespread student fatalities, that was even more absurd. This was an exam, not a real divine nation war. There was no need to pay such a high price. The divine beings on the platform all wore frowns. This is the principal's intention, but rest assured what I just said was mainly to scare these children who haven't experienced the trials of blood and fire. The principal has signed a contract with this foreign demigod. He will hold back. Then what about the divine nation's core? A replica was made for him. Yang Wanli smiled. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just a replica, the foreign deity would definitely not fight to the death. Everyone would just put on a show, and the counties know. One high school would use this to nurture the younger generation, while the foreign demigod would gain a chance at life. Yang Wanli raised his hand, pointing at the sky screen, and said the 2026 midterm exam for the third-year students officially begins. Please observe, fellow practitioners. A huge screen projected onto each student, and everything they could see would reflect to the outside world. Unlike the last assessment, this time it was in the foreign divine nation. Since the foreign deity was still alive, human intelligent beings could only observe the situation occurring within the divine nation through the students, and could not initiate a global perspective. All third-year students descended upon the same open space. The classmates who had previously agreed on teams began to venture deep into the divine nation. Zhang Peng approached Yang Fan and asked, "Brother Yang, what can I do? Your followers have little combat ability, they just operate on the outskirts and gather some spiritual plants." Yang Fan surveyed his surroundings. The vegetation was lush, yet the air was tainted with a faint smell of blood and a sense of desolation. Yang Fan speculated that this must be due to the invasion of divine beings at the school, but perhaps to facilitate their assessment no large-scale destruction had occurred. Zhang Peng nodded and said, "When will we regroup, so I can hand over the resources I collect to you?" "No need, keep them for developing your divine realm." Yang Fan replied nonchalantly. There wasn't much of value on the edge of the divine realm. He aimed to rank in the top 10 for this exam, and Zhang Peng couldn't offer him much help. But I am your subordinate deity." Zhang Peng couldn't comprehend Yang Fan's approach. He knew the usual protocol among other subordinate deities during school assessments. It was standard to turn over the resources they acquired to the main deity. Subordinate deities are essentially part of the main deity, akin to the relationship between a headquarters and its subsidiaries. Although they possess some autonomy, they operate under the main deity's banner. During this time, he had already benefited from Yang Fan's influence, and now he didn't even have to submit the resources gained from the exam. This treatment was extraordinary. If other subordinate deities knew of his situation, they would surely be envious. Just be careful, and try not to delve too deep. Most of my forces will be committed to this battle. If your divine realm is invaded, I may not be able to send troops in time." Yang Fan said seriously. "Understood, boss. I promise not to hold you back." Zhang Peng quickly nodded. He had already made up his mind. If he encountered foreign believers, he would flee regardless of their strength. He was still young, and the girls in the heavenly fragrance realm were waiting for him. He valued his life greatly. Once Yang Fan was far from his classmates, he immediately summoned the soldiers in his divine realm. A total of 500,000 soldiers, 105 second-tier beings, 322 first-tier beings, and the rest were mortals. Sensing the ominous atmosphere around him, Yang Fan understood that the danger level here was significant. In battles, even when fighting a rabbit, one should use full strength. Thus, this army of 500,000 was his core power. However, his advantage lay in his evolutionary talent. The training in his divine realm was ongoing, and once losses occurred, there would be followers to replace them. Meanwhile, the many divine beings on the high platform began to comment. Yang Fan seems to have a bit of overall weakness. Could it be that the Luo family is reluctant to invest? Li Yuan asked with a smile. Luo Chengfeng scoffed. His strength is not weak, at least it's at the top 10 level of the grade. Oh. Li Yuan's face revealed curiosity. Luo Chengfeng did not elaborate, knowing that once Yang Fan unleashed the myriad spirits return formation at the great perfection level, it would surely astonish everyone. He could hardly wait to see the expression on Li Yuan's face when he found out. Luo Bing and Li Tianheng's team is quite reckless, directly heading for the core of the divine realm. They are indeed full of confidence. Even if they have been weakened, they are still demigods. The power in the core area cannot be weak. Suddenly Wan Sanqian looked at Yang Wanli with curiosity. "Director Yang, how many living forces are there among the foreign demigods?" "There are over 1,000 fifth-tier beings, over 10,000 fourth-tier beings, over 100,000 third-tier beings, and millions of ordinary populations." Yang Wanli smiled slightly. Principal Hong truly dares to apply pressure. Combined with the harsh environment of the divine realm, these little fellows will have a tough time. Luo Chengfeng sighed with a wry smile, looking at Yang Fan with a hint of concern. If all the demigods believers gathered in one place, they could easily wipe out the entire senior year. Unlike the divine realms of divine beings, the divine realms of demigods contain various traps and poisons in addition to their followers. After all, once one becomes a demigod, they must protect their divine realm from invasion. Besides their followers, they also need defensive structures. "Stupid kid, you must be cautious. Don't capsize in the sewer," Luo Chengfeng prayed, while looking at Yang Fan's position. In the foreign divine realm, Yang Fan continued to advance. Due to the nature of intelligent beings, he could not only see the physical environment, but also discern its value. Ordinary trees, value 0. Ordinary beasts, value 0. Weeds, value 0. After exploring over 100 kilometers, Yang Fan had acquired some great spiritual plants, but had nothing else. Candidate name Yang Fan, a score 13200. As he traveled, Yang Fan roughly understood the value assessment rules of intelligent beings, which were basically tied 1-1 with belief points. However, there was good news. This exam seemed to possess an invisible rule of power. As long as he approached valuable items within 100 meters, he could directly collect them into his divine realm without needing to send soldiers to gather them. The efficiency had indeed increased significantly. Woo woo woo. Noisy sounds emerged from the depths of the dense forest, and Yang Fan vaguely saw figures darting among the towering trees. Is that a demon monkey? Yang Fan recognized the shape. They were massive, roughly 3 to 4 times the size of his followers. Foreign believer demon monkey, ordinary corpse, value 10 points. Specific information appeared in Yang. There were only about 100 demon monkeys, and they possessed little intelligence. Even upon seeing Yang Fan's army of 500,000, their eyes showed no fear. Coming to the ground, the demon monkeys wielded iron clubs, creating afterimages as they swung and then stood still in formation. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan couldn't help but exclaim, "You handle that club quite well." He waved his hand, and the front line charged. In just one confrontation, the group of demon monkeys was slaughtered on the spot. With a thought, Yang Fan collected these corpses into his divine realm. Not only for points, he could also use these corpses to refine blood pills in the 100-spirit blood pool, which would yield much higher efficiency than using the flesh of the Tai Sui. Make full use of resources, and nothing should go to waste. Continuing to delve about 1,000 kilometers deeper, a sudden scream erupted from behind as 1,000 soldiers fell into a swamp. Grade defensive structure. Swamp triggered value 100 points. Yang Fan directly collected the swamp structure into his divine realm, but the 1,000 ordinary soldiers had already suffocated to death. How many times has this happened? This damned place is simply deadly. Yang Fan could not help but complain. He would never have discovered these defensive traps had they not been triggered. Over the journey, he had lost hundreds of men at times, and over 1,000 at others. He had seen few foreign believers, yet he had already lost nearly 10,000 ordinary soldiers. Regarding the dangers of the demigod's divine realm, Yang Fan's concern escalated to a new height. The deeper he ventured, the more traces of battle surrounded him. Burnt remnants, poisonous smoke, sword marks, and mountains cleaved by mysterious forces. Even glimpsing a fragment of the battle, Yang Fan could sense the terrifying conflict that occurred when the school's higher-ups attacked this place. Suddenly, Yang Fan seemed to sense something and commanded the entire army advance eastward. This was the method he devised for scouting. Within this foreign divine realm, he, like ordinary believers, could only observe with his naked eyes. However, as a deity, he had absolute control over his followers. If he wished, he could even observe the surroundings through the eyes of any believer. Thus, Yang Fan sent scouts in groups of 100 to explore in all directions. A team of scouts had just discovered a monkey tribe with at least 5,000 demon monkeys. As the army arrived, Yang Fan finally saw the full picture. The monkey tribe lived in a valley, gathering wild fruits, drawing water with bamboo tubes, while small monkeys played and larger monkeys patrolled. Similar to human tribes, this was entirely a small monkey tribe. Foreign believer demon monkey general tier 3 being 1000 points. Foreign believer demon monkey soldier tier 2 being 1000 points. Foreign believer demon monkey soldier tier 1 being 100 points. This group of demon monkeys was not weak, with most being advanced demon monkeys. Ordinary monkeys were a minority. Furthermore, Yang Fan could see many demon monkeys were injured, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. Are these the remnants of an army that the divine beings swept clean? Yang Fan pondered. Why have they gathered here? He cast his gaze towards a fiery red peach grove behind the monkey tribe. Tint the sandier fire spirit peach trees, crate spirit plant, 500 points. The entire peach grove behind contained at least 10,000 trees, and Yang Fan's eyes instantly filled with delight. No wonder these monkeys gathered here. It turned out to be a treasure land. The army shall press forward, leave no one behind, Yang Fan ordered. Kill. The sides of the valley were steep, and the center could only accommodate an army of 10,000, making it a defensible position. However, for Yang Fan this was sufficient. With so many crate spirit plants, even if he had to expend lives, he would seize them, especially since the demon monkeys were mostly injured. Humans despicable. The tier 3 demon monkey looked at the suddenly charging human soldiers with eyes filled with hatred. It was all because of these foreign beings that his homeland was shattered. Monkeys defend against the enemies. All demon monkeys grasped iron rods in their hands and charged forward relentlessly. The spirit return array, all spirits as one, all spirits as me. Kill for me. Even though this place was easy to defend and hard to attack, the condition of the demon monkeys was too poor, and soon they were slaughtered by Yang Fan's army. Regardless of whether they were demon monkey soldiers or babbling little monkeys, he spared none. Yang Fan waved his hand, collecting all the corpses of these foreign demon monkeys into his divine realm. Not of my kind, their hearts must be different. These demon monkeys were not pets, but enemies. There was not a shred of compassion in Yang Fan's eyes. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yang Fan also brought the 10,000 fire spirit peach trees into his divine realm. This harvest amounted to 60 million faith points. Candidate Yang Fan 73. 6 million points. This divine realm of a demigod is indeed remarkable, although dangerous the opportunities are equally substantial. Yang Fan sighed inwardly. The divine beings outside looked at Yang Fan's harvest with some astonishment. Lucky indeed he stumbled upon a peach orchard, and the defenders were all remnants. Li Yuan couldn't help but say. The other powerful beings nodded in agreement. With so many crate spirit points before the divine realm was invaded, there should have been at least 50,000 monkey soldiers stationed here. If that were the case, based on the natural defense, Yang Fan's army would need at least 3 times the number of troops to capture it, certainly not as easily as now. Wan Sanxian looked at the light screen puzzled. Wait, although these monkey soldiers are injured, most are advanced beings. Why are the losses so low? Everyone had witnessed Yang Fan's battle. In just a few rounds of fighting he had killed all the demon monkeys. The army of 10,000 had lost only about 1,000. Such battle losses were quite impressive. Hearing Wan Sanxian's question, the others finally reacted. There did seem to be an issue. Luo Chengfeng struggled to suppress a smile, trying not to show it. The spirit return array at the great perfection stage. I didn't expect 7th class to produce a genius. He must have joined the Luo family. You all have struck gold. Yang Wanli commented, his tone filled with admiration. Upon hearing this, everyone looked enlightened. He has comprehended the spirit return array to great perfection. How is that possible? Great perfection stage spirit return array isn't uncommon, but none of those people were high school students, Li Yuan exclaimed in shock. My granddaughter's husband has great comprehension. Elder Li, are you envious? Luo Chengfeng said proudly. Li Yuan's face shifted colors, feeling somewhat unwilling. Elder Luo has good fortune and has picked up a genius junior. There will be successors. Thank you for the compliment, Luo Chengfeng laughed. Looking at Luo Chengfeng's smug expression, the others felt both envy and jealousy. In the foreign divine realm, Yang Fan continued to explore deeper, finding dozens of square warehouses in a flat area of the mountains. Crate Granary, 1000 points. Opening the warehouse, Yang Fan discovered a variety of spirit fruits inside. Crate Fire Spirit Peach, 50 points. Crate Wood Peach, 20 points. Crate 100 Spirit Peach, 5 points. Every warehouse was filled to the brim, and Yang Fan directly packed everything into his divine realm. Candidate Yang Fan points 36 million, current points 125 million. During this time the harvest had noticeably increased, likely because he was getting closer to the center of the divine realm. Yang Fan checked his surroundings and found that there were indeed traces of monkey groups, and they seemed to have left not long ago. From this center, send 20 teams of scouts to investigate. Upon receiving the order, 20 small teams immediately set out to explore. Yang Fan's consciousness stayed in the middle of the army, his eyes slightly closed, focusing his attention through the scout's perspective. Soon he found traces of the monkey group. In the southeast direction, 1,000 elite soldiers set out the rest, stay, and rest. Yang Fan issued the divine command. Arriving at the destination, Yang Fan looked at a cave behind the monkey group, and specific information appeared before his eyes. Medium-sized vein containing various basic ores, 500 million points. Seeing this, Yang Fan's breath became heavier. There was actually a mine here, and it was medium-sized. The war in the divine realm had caused great losses to weapons, while the mine could continuously produce various ores. For those deities with forging talents, a mine is akin to a money-printing machine. Therefore, even a medium-sized mine holds value comparable to the lowest-tier grade buildings. Perhaps due to the severe losses of the monkey soldiers during the Divine Realm War, there were currently fewer than 1,000 monkey soldiers guarding the mine. Quick battle, leave no one behind, Yang Fan ordered. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the monkey soldiers were dead, and their corpses were collected into Yang Fan's divine realm. Arriving at the entrance of the mine, Yang Fan took a deep breath and silently recited in his heart, collect. The mine was simply too large. Yang Fan was unsure if the invisible rules would allow him to bring it into his divine realm. With a loud rumble, the entire mountain began to tremble, and then it vanished into thin air before Yang Fan's eyes. It really worked. I struck gold. Yang Fan could feel that his divine realm now had a medium-sized mine. After completing all this, Yang Fan joined his main force with 10,000 elite soldiers and continued to advance. It seems that this alien demigod has established a supply line along the way. Yang Fan accepted everything without hesitation. These resources hold considerable value, and even if he cannot use them, he can sell them in the marketplace after returning. Along the way, Yang Fan encountered a large troop of monkeys numbering around 30,000, with 5,000 being monkey soldiers. However, the position of the monkey troop was quite open, and with his army of 500,000, Yang Fan directly charged, overwhelming them with 10 times the strength, ultimately suffering fewer than 20,000 casualties. Aside from the corpses of these demon monkeys, Yang Fan collected all sorts of spirit fruits, chaotic iron rods, and even grade buildings suitable for monkey habitation, leaving nothing behind to store in his divine kingdom. As he progressed, Yang Fan had already amassed 15 billion points. Invasion of others' divine kingdoms to obtain resources is incredibly fast, it's simply addictive. After storing the Crade building into his divine kingdom, Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh. Although his soldiers had already suffered over 200,000 losses, his followers in the divine kingdom continued to breed, grow, and train. This allowed him to maintain a total military strength of around 500,000 in the alien demigod's domain. In the outside world, Luo Chengfeng had been smiling broadly these past few days in a great mood. My son-in-law is truly lucky, he actually found a supply line. Resources delivered right to him. With Yang Fan's current achievements apart from Luo Bing's team heading straight for the core of the divine kingdom, the performance of other students had fallen far behind Yang Fan. As long as he maintained this momentum, entering the top 10 of his grade would be no problem. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it becomes. He has yet to encounter the demon monkey army, and this supply line was conveniently cleared by the school's experts, allowing for such ease. Iron Wuching said lightly. Although Iron Brother is not wrong, the fact that his military strength can remain at 500,000 shows that his divine kingdom has considerable depth. Wan Sanchen murmured. Using breeding cards to increase population before the exam is common sense. At this point in the battle, even Luo Bing and her team were feeling the strain, with their total military strength having decreased by about 30%, while he on the other hand managed to maintain his initial numbers. Luck is also a part of strength, who told him to choose a route with little resistance. As time went on, Yang Fan felt that the monkey troops he encountered were growing stronger, even coming across 5th-tier demon monkey generals. Although Yang Fan eradicated them all due to his numerical advantage, his movements became increasingly cautious. Every time he advanced 1,000 kilometers, he would take a break and send scouts out to investigate. This was to prevent encounters with the demon monkey army and to scout for traps. If the entire army moved together and encountered defenses above Drank, it would result in casualties of over 10,000. Although Yang Fan had ample military resources due to his evolutionary talent, if he suffered too many losses at once, his overall strength would decline for a period. Being in an alien demigod's divine kingdom, a decline in battle strength was definitely not a good thing. Having already achieved considerable gains, it was best to proceed steadily and slowly. My lord, human traces have appeared 1,000 miles to the east, the scout reported. The area of the demigod's divine kingdom was too vast, and to explore the dangers more carefully, Yang Fan increased the number of scouts from the initial 100 to 500. He had allocated nearly 1/10 of his military strength for reconnaissance. In this situation, Yang Fan did not have enough energy to focus on all the followers' conditions, so he issued an order: if scouts discovered anything, one should remain in place, while the others reported back. Upon receiving the news, Yang Fan immediately connected his consciousness with the soldiers stationed there to obtain all of their visual perspectives. A cold aura emanated around, and the entire valley was covered in a thin layer of ice, with no signs of melting. What is this aura? Luo Bing. Yang Fan's heart trembled. He had sensed Luo Bing's aura before, and the ice layer here was of the same origin. How could it be frozen? Could it be that Luo Bing already has followers at the Qi refining stage, and can use ice techniques? Yang Fan pondered. However, in an instant, Yang Fan dismissed this thought. It had only been half a year since the awakening of the divine kingdom. Even if Luo Bing possessed an ice spiritual root talent, having followers at the Qi refining stage would be somewhat absurd. The gap between 5th-tier beings and those above is a significant hurdle. It's akin to the difference between a mortal and a cultivator. This is also why during this midterm exam the school's divine experts did not allow alien demigods to have followers surpassing 5th-tier beings. It should be other methods, special buildings, or ice attribute weapons. After using his followers' bodies to investigate the movements in this area and determining the direction of the enemy's advance, Yang Fan issued a divine decree to recall all scouts. Everyone advance westward, Yang Fan ordered. The ice in the valley had yet to melt, indicating he was likely not far from Luo Bing and her team. Within this alien demigod's divine kingdom, one had to be cautious not only of the alien followers, but also of his own kind. Yang Fan was strong, but he could never match Luo Bing and Li Tianheng, especially since they were in a 7-member team. Searching for resources elsewhere would be wiser. There was no need to wade into the core area's muddy waters. If he approached now, he might even become an enemy of Luo Bing and the others. Core of the divine kingdom. A massive mountain range stretched endlessly, with countless monkey soldiers filling every corner of the mountains, divided into 3 tiers from top to bottom. The lowest tier consisted of ordinary demon monkeys numbering over 1 million. The middle tier housed 1st and 2nd-tier monkey soldiers exceeding 100,000. The upper tier had over 100 5th-tier beings, over 1,000 4th-tier beings, and over 10,000 3rd-tier beings. Beyond that, various rare buildings were placed. The demon monkey army stood ready, their opponents being the human army led by Luo Bing and Li Tianheng. Even though the 7-member army had experienced several battles, they still retained a total strength of 4 to 5 million, but in terms of high-tier beings they were still far inferior to the demon monkey army. Sister Bing, brother Tianheng, this bone is too tough, oh, can we gnaw on it? One person said with a solemn expression. Li Tianheng looked at the several grade buildings at the heart of the alien divine kingdom, his heart igniting with passion. As expected of a demigod powerhouse, there were 5 grade buildings alone, not to mention a dazzling array of grade and a grade buildings that seemed endless. This place surely contained over 90% of the entire divine kingdom's resources. Fight! Li Tianheng said seriously. Luo Bing gazed at the milky white light sphere floating at the center of the demon monkey army, her eyes filled with battle intent. The core of the divine kingdom is right before us. How can we retreat? Taking a deep breath, Li Tianheng looked at his companions and said seriously, before we came we agreed that Luo Bing and I would take the top 2 spots, and the remaining resources would be evenly divided among you. After the exam, I can also purchase the Fountain of Life at 5 times the market price to facilitate dividing the earnings. Is there any objection to this? I must clarify in advance, if anyone dares to slack off they will offend both me and Luo Bing, so think carefully about the consequences. As long as they could take down this tough bone, the resources would ensure the top 7 spots in the entire school with ease. Moreover, this small team's members were all direct descendants of the Luo and Li families. Although he didn't think they would dare to play tricks, it was still better to clarify things before the battle. This is only natural. The strength of Ice Sister and Tianheng brother is evident to all. No one has objections to you securing the top 2 spots. As for the rewards for the 3rd to 7th places, he added, to avoid infighting, we will privately split the cash equally. Agreed. I have no objections. We have long discussed this, so let's just do it. Once we seize the core of the demigod's divine realm, the entire senior class will have enough to boast for a year. Alright then, let's fight. I refuse to believe we can't take down a half-damaged demigod. Li Tianheng shouted loudly, unleashing his innate bloodline ability, instantly empowering all the human soldiers. Kill. The great battle was about to commence, and in just one clash nearly 100,000 ordinary demon monkeys fell. In the heights of 10,000 meters, a demon monkey deity radiating a milky white glow looked down upon the battle below, a smirk playing at the corner of its mouth. Foolish humans, do you really think this deity would place all its treasures in one location? Had I not signed a contract with your human deities giving me a chance to survive, I would have personally commanded my army to wipe you all out. They'll just entertain you little kids for a while. Consider these buildings my ransom. The demigod monkey's face showed a hint of pain. After all, this was all his savings. Fortunately, I am clever and preemptively transferred my core assets. You could never dream of this. The most valuable buildings in my divine realm are in the completely opposite direction. Haha. At this moment, the demigod monkey focused intently on directing the demon soldiers in battle. It wasn't that Luo Bing and the others were too strong, but he needed to play his part well, especially since the human deities were still watching this place. It wouldn't do to cripple these human talents. That would not provide the desired training effect either. It was not easy for a dignified demigod to find the right balance when dealing with a group of divine beings. This was the final great battle, and it attracted the attention of many deities from the outside world. A 5th-tier being can actually cast the ice technique. Although its power is greatly reduced, how did she accomplish this? The effect of the special building, the Ice Divine Palace. The head of the Luo family truly cares for his daughter. Li Tianheng's bloodline ability can actually empower so many people. Although it is only a crank talent, as the divine realm develops, the effect of this talent grows greater. It's no wonder the Li family treats him like a top-tier genius. This foolish monkey still dares to hold back. The formation was broken so quickly. Even from a distance, Yang Fan could feel the tremors of the mountains during the battle for the divine realm's core. The battle is so fierce, they are clearly fighting for their lives. Yang Fan could not see exactly what was happening, but the subtle tremors that could be felt miles away, along with the increasingly intense smell of blood in the air, told him of the battle's brutality. With the divine realm's core breached, the midterm exam is over. I must hasten my actions. Yang Fan no longer dispatched scouts, but led his entire army to explore. With Luo Bing and Li Tianheng leading the younger generation, Yang Fan did not dare to expect too much, but he still hoped to enter the top 10 of the grade. After all, Luo Chengfeng had mentioned that there was an opportunity waiting for him. Months had passed in the divine realm, and now Yang Fan was bringing 20 granaries into his divine realm. Yang Fan stopped in his tracks, suddenly noticing something strange about the dense forest before him. Compared to other places, the leaves on the ground here were a full meter high, and there were many fallen branches. Yang Fan looked up at the somewhat bare, ancient tree, feeling puzzled. Did a troop of monkeys pass through? This entire forest looks like this. There must be at least hundreds of thousands of them. No, wait. The core area of the divine realm is in the middle of a battle. How could there still be so many monkey soldiers here? This must be the result of the school deities attacking this place. Having figured it out, Yang Fan boldly continued to explore forward. Arriving at the entrance of a huge valley, he looked at the endless footprints of demon monkeys on the ground, his gaze wavering. This likely also consists of footprints left behind previously. The alien demigods are currently fighting a defensive battle at the core of the divine realm. How could they split their forces to come here? This place might hold treasures left behind from before. I need to investigate it. Yang Fan sent a second-tier being who had trained in the light body technique to scout ahead, his consciousness also attached to the other. The soldier's figure sped toward the top of the valley like a spirit monkey. Yang Fan gazed into the valley. At that moment, he was completely stunned. Demon Monkey General 50-year being points, 100. Demon Monkey General 50-year being points, 100. Demon Monkey Soldiers. The entire valley was filled with lower-tier demon monkeys numbering over 1 million. This, Yang Fan was befuddled, doubting whether he was seeing correctly. At this moment, the core of the divine realm was engaged in a cataclysmic battle. How could so many demon soldiers be hidden here? These demon soldiers are insubordinate. Did they abandon the core of the divine realm and choose to sleep and wait for death? Yang Fan could not understand. If the divine realm's core was breached, both the deities and their followers would face certain death. At such a critical moment of life and death, nearly 1 million troops were actually sleeping here. What were they waiting for? These were all well-trained demon monkey armies. Otherwise, with the unruly temperament of monkeys, it would be impossible for them to remain so quiet. Yang Fan's heart began to race. If his army were discovered by this elite force, it would probably be insufficient to fill the gaps between their teeth. Just as Yang Fan prepared to flee, his gaze caught sight of the structure placed at the center of the monkey group. Tire building monkey wine spring points 2 billion. Tire building monkey wine spring points 2 billion. Tire spiritual plant peach tree points 1 billion. Tire spiritual plant peach tree points 1 billion. Special building enlightenment stone points 10 billion. Wonder spiritual peach mountain not yet arranged points 30 billion. Yang Fan could feel his heart racing at that moment. He issued orders for the followers skilled in the light body technique to carefully return to the army. At this moment, the outside world was in an uproar. This demon monkey is truly cunning, having transferred its core assets. This alien demigod is quite wealthy. Truly the first high school of Yang County. How could they afford to offer so many treasures as rewards for the examinees? What a pity. Although Luo Bing and Li Tianheng are strong, they made a wrong move. The exam is over. Perhaps the demigod monkey should not be released. With so many good things, I am tempted as well. Everything Yang Fan saw had already caught the attention of everyone. Some sighed, some were furious, and others expressed a desire to seize the foundation of this demon monkey's divine realm. Divine realm wonders are not common. Even deities would be tempted. Hearing the crowd, Yang Wanli spoke up. This demon monkey has signed a contract with the principal and will be released once the exam ends. Everyone tread carefully. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions turned awkward, not daring to say more. Contracts hold significant power, even for deities. With Hong Bing, a third-tier deity, present, they did not dare entertain any crooked thoughts. At this time, everyone turned their gaze back to Yang Fan. They were also curious about how Yang Fan would choose. Would he let greed cloud his judgment, or quickly flee thousands of miles after realizing the reality? Luo Qingfeng also became tense, internally praying, "Xiao Yang, you better not do anything foolish. If you touch that thing, the demonic monkey will go berserk." This demonic monkey had a cunning nature, adopting the mindset of a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows, relocating its core assets here. Had it not been for Yang Fan's accidental discovery, even they would have been unaware. If Luo Bing and the others were here, they could certainly fight, but Yang Fan's strength was far too weak. The disparity in military strength was 1 to 2, and the Demon Corps army had a significant number of 4th and 5th grade beings stationed. Their combat power was simply not on the same level. Once discovered by the Demon Monkey army, annihilation would be a trivial matter. If they counterattacked along the coordinates, it would be too late to regret. What is this kid doing? Didn't he order a retreat? Why is he running to the riverbank? At this moment, Yang Fan's 500-strong army had retreated to a position 1,000 miles away from the valley. Yang Fan took out the corpse of a demonic monkey infant from his divine realm. The body of an adult demonic monkey was several times that of a human, while this juvenile demonic monkey was about the same size as an adult human. Yang Fan instructed his followers to carefully skin the juvenile demonic monkey, trying not to damage the integrity of the skin. Once finished, he allowed a second-grade soldier skilled in lightness techniques to slip inside. Once successful, run at full speed towards the periphery. Yang Fan issued a divine decree in advance. The second-grade follower quickly moved towards the valley, mimicking the actions of the demonic monkeys. The demonic monkey army in the valley was all asleep, and as an embodiment of consciousness, Yang Fan could easily approach those structures through his followers. Once close enough, he could utilize the power of rules to absorb all those structures into his divine realm. As long as the divine realm was intact, his consciousness would not be harmed. In the end, only a second-grade follower would perish. The only concern was how to escape the pursuit of the half-god of the alien race. Yang Fan was conflicted as such an opportunity lay before him with considerable risks, yet he was unwilling to give it up. If successful, he would run directly towards the periphery. At that point, while the demonic monkey army pursued, the most dangerous ones would not be him, but those classmates heading in the logistics direction. Did the school teachers not say, If demonic beasts invade the student divine realm on a large scale, the examination would naturally be halted. Those classmates would be Yang Fan's shield. He was betting that the school's deities would intervene. Yang Fan was not an irredeemable villain, but he certainly did not consider himself a good person. With great benefits at stake and rules to exploit, why wouldn't he take a chance? Better the death of a friend than the death of a priest. Yang Fan firmly believed that the school would intervene. If they did not, it would be the school's irresponsibility, which had nothing to do with him. It has nothing to do with me, it has nothing to do with me, it has nothing to do with me. Yang Fan turned to look towards the periphery of the divine realm, continuously repeating it in his heart, watching the scene of his followers stealthily moving cloaked in the skin of a demonic monkey. The deities outside seemed to have guessed something. Yang Wanli suddenly stood up, his expression shocked as he exclaimed, "This kid intends to exploit the contract rules established between the principal and the demonic monkey to directly steal from them." Cleaning up after the divine war is not as simple as this exam. It requires a large number of followers to gradually transport to one's divine realm. However, as long as the distance is sufficient, one can directly absorb the structures into their divine realm during this examination. The ease of this was entirely because Hong Bing had established a contract with the opposing deity. Everything in the divine realm is controlled by the deity. In short, this was permitted by the half-god demonic monkey itself. But it appeared that this contract had a loophole, as Yang Wanli felt that Yang Fan's chances of success were extremely high. Such audacity. The moment these structures are absorbed into the divine realm, he will be discovered, and at that time, the entire demonic army will hunt him down. Once Yang Fan's followers in this world are wiped out, his consciousness will be pulled into his divine realm, exposing his coordinates, and the enemy will follow suit. This is seeking death. I actually think his idea is quite good and has great potential. Should the school not intervene to help? Wan Sanxian tentatively asked Yang Wanli. Indeed, if my granddaughter's husband is attacked, the school should halt this examination, Luo Chengfeng said anxiously. The principal has been closely monitoring this examination. He will decide for himself. Yang Wanli slowly spoke. In the alien divine realm within the valley, a small juvenile monkey was cautiously crawling forward. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. Yang Fan's followers were so tense they forgot to breathe, fearing the slightest hint of human scent. When they were 200 meters away, a fifth-grade demonic monkey general opened its eyes and looked at the little monkey at its feet, a hint of confusion flashing across its eyes. Under the gaze of the fifth grade being, Yang Fan's follower was instantly terrified into immobility. Charge. Even if it means death, we must get within 100 meters. Yang Fan directly issued a divine decree upon his soul. The command from the deity made him forget about death, exerting all his strength to execute the lightness technique, his hind legs rising as he flew towards those buildings like an arrow released from a bow. No rules. The fifth-grade demonic monkey general spread its right hand and directly swatted at the follower's back. In its eyes, this undergrown monkey dared to disregard the rules and come here. It was simply seeking death. With a loud bang, terrifying power instantly smashed the follower into a puddle of flesh and blood. At that moment, many demonic monkeys awakened, having caught the scent of alien blood. After a brief moment of stupor, all the fifth-grade demonic monkey generals stood up simultaneously, their eyes filled with terror. They realized that all the precious structures their deity had arranged to protect had completely vanished. Oh, who did this? Run with all your might towards the periphery of the divine realm. Yang Fan issued a divine decree. With the plan having succeeded, Yang Fan did not feel joy, for he knew that the true trial was just beginning. The half-god demonic monkey, who was currently acting with Luo Bing and the others, also sensed something. Its gaze became sharp as its consciousness enveloped the entire divine realm, locating the culprit. Seeking death. The opposing gaze was filled with rage and madness as it instantaneously issued a divine decree. Kill all of this person's followers, attack his divine realm, and reclaim my treasures. All level structures can be given to these humans, but my miraculous Lingtao Mountain must not be lost. Without Lingtao Mountain, I would lose the chance to rise again. No matter what, I must get it back. The pressure on Luo Bing and the others suddenly increased as they realized that all the demonic monkeys had gone mad. Kill. Humans, get out of my way, or die. Despicable humans, I will kill you all. As if sensing the wrath of their deity, all the demonic monkeys within the divine realm began to go berserk. The battle situation reversed in an instant. Luo Bing and the others who were close to reaching the finish line were suddenly forced back as the demonic monkeys recklessly charged into their formation. Hold your ground, enhance your strength with blood. Ice freeze for 1,000 miles. Luo Bing's expression turned cold as an ice arrow shot out, instantly freezing 4 fifth-grade demonic monkeys. Sister Bing, brother Tianheng, these demonic monkeys are acting strangely. It seems they have activated some secret techniques, and our formation is about to break. We must retreat and stabilize the formation. If the grand formation breaks, we will be lambs to the slaughter. Let's descend the mountain first. Li Tianheng's face was filled with reluctance. They were so close, just a... On the other side, Yang Fan's expression was equally grim. These monkey soldiers seemed to be able to pinpoint his location, recklessly charging in from all directions to intercept him. In just a day, Yang Fan had encountered more than 10 battles. Although the demon monkeys he faced were not strong, they had significantly delayed the advance of the main army. At this moment, Yang Fan dared not delay for a moment. He was well aware that the million-strong demon monkey army was undoubtedly pursuing him. The deities of this land were still present, and all my actions were under their watchful eyes. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before I was caught. Yang Fan's gaze sharpened as he issued orders. Leave to ordinary soldiers cut down all the trees in this forest and pile them together. If the demon monkey army comes, set fire to them at the first opportunity, delay them as long as possible. With orders given as a deity, Yang Fan's commands were unquestioned by his followers, even though they knew that staying behind meant certain death. I must move faster. The two most crucial forces of the enemy are in the core of the divine realm and the recent valley. Although there are many monkey soldiers elsewhere, they are scattered, and I can fight them if I encounter them. Once I reach the outskirts, the pressure will be on the school. To speed things up, Yang Fan even had the soldiers remove their armor and travel light. He did not care if this led to greater casualties during the march. As for the buildings and spiritual plants encountered along the way, Yang Fan ignored them. Luo Bing and Li Tianhang's forces had now dwindled to 2 million. The demon monkey soldiers in the mountains were recklessly crashing against their formation, determined to fight to the death. Sister Bing, the enemy's deity, has made a move. These beast formations are much stronger than before. We are no match for them. Tianheng, retreat quickly. There are not many troops left in my divine realm. If we continue, we will all perish. It was a miscalculation. Semi-deities are not something we can contend with at this time. Once we return, I will have my father find a way to deal with this semi-deity. Since they possess such power, did they start engaging us in a back and forth just to toy with us? Retreat quickly, run to the outskirts, leaving 500 behind to hold them off. Luo Mingxian, how could you leave me behind? Are you shameless? We agreed to advance and retreat together. Bro, I'm sorry. I don't want to die. If I survive, I'll compensate you for your losses. What happened? Where did all these demon monkeys come from? Why did they suddenly all appear? This is the work of an alien semi-deity. Damn that school, they want our lives. Once I survive, I will tell my father to stop donating to the first high school. Damn, I'm not done living yet. Sister Yin, I fear I may not be able to come to Tianxiang to see you again. At the very edge of the divine realm, a student screamed. Aliens are here, it's demon monkeys. Everyone, bro, don't panic. I'll help you. It's just an ordinary demon monkey. I bought plenty of weapons, so a couple of hundred followers should suffice to handle it. Zhang Pang looked at the appearance of alien followers and quickly stepped back, shielding his classmates in front of him. Let's get out of here, it's too dangerous. I'm still young, I can't take any risks. Zhang Pang retreated with his followers. At this moment, the entire divine realm was in chaos. The demon monkeys killed anyone they saw, and the bloodshed only stirred the ferocity of these beasts. Outside, a scream suddenly erupted on the playground as a nutrient pod was forcefully ejected and a student evaporated before everyone's eyes. The core of the divine realm was breached by demon beasts, and students had already suffered casualties. Director Yang, if this continues, it could lead to serious trouble. Even if the first high school students were in logistics, they could still provide substantial support to the front lines. We cannot waste their lives like this for nothing, Luo Chengfeng said sternly. I cannot make that decision. The principal is always present. If things truly spiral out of control, he will intervene himself. Yang Wanli said, his expression somewhat grim. It's all your son-in-law's fault. Using the power of rules to move the core structures of the enemy's divine realm. Such despicable tactics would drive anyone mad. Li Yuan snorted coldly. If Yang Fan truly had the strength, that would be one thing, but he relied on opportunistic tactics. Now he wanted the entire senior class to bear the burden alongside him. Such behavior was truly disgraceful. Luo Chengfeng said coldly. Yang Fan did not violate any school rules. What's wrong with using certain methods? Should everyone here submit a formal notice to the aliens before launching a divine realm war? To inform them when I will attack you. You? Seeing the two about to argue, Yang Wanli interjected. Alright, Yang Fan is not at fault. Ultimately, it is our school that has not considered things thoroughly. In order to cultivate the students' combat awareness, the principal added this clause to the contract to prevent them from wasting time gathering resources. In Yang Wanli's eyes, Yang Fan's actions were not problematic. It was just that the consequences were somewhat severe. This monkey seemed to have gone mad, and if this continued, it would not be an assessment, but a massacre. Principal, please don't have too high expectations of these students. Act quickly. Yang Wanli thought. Yang Fan had been running wildly in the divine realm for over a month. During this time, he had faced over 100 ambushes, with the enemy deploying as many as 300 troops. In addition to the various defensive structures and harsh environments encountered, his losses in this month far exceeded those before, with nearly 700 ordinary soldiers depleted. Now only 300 elite soldiers remained beside Yang Fan. Even with his evolutionary talent, he could not withstand such a drain. Request another 5-0 elderly and 5-0 women from the divine realm to cut down trees and dig trenches, Yang Fan ordered again. To stop the pursuing soldiers, he even abandoned nearly 5-0 non-combatant women and elderly. If this continued, he would have to pull out those children in the divine realm who had not yet grown up. No wonder they are semi-deity powerhouses, they are indeed terrifying, Yang Fan said with a grim expression. The journey had been too smooth, causing him to misjudge the strength of this semi-deity. Continuing at this pace, he might not escape. At that moment, a small team of soldiers suddenly came to report. My God, we have discovered traces of the human race just ahead. Yang Fan's eyes brightened at the news. Chase after them, Yang Fan said. After a day, Yang Fan finally found the team, which consisted of Luo Bing and others. At this time, the followers of the opposing side also appeared very dispirited, looking as if they had just experienced a fierce battle. However, their numbers still reached 2 million, making it undoubtedly the strongest team in the senior class. Sister Bing, Brother Tianheng, help. These monkeys have gone mad. Yang Fan's consciousness called out loudly. How did you end up here? Li Tianheng looked surprised. He naturally recognized Yang Fan, as they were members of the same group. Moreover, Yang Fan had performed quite well in the recent Divine Realm simulation battles, warranting attention. However, this place still belonged to the core area of the Divine Realm, and he did not expect Yang Fan to dare. I had been scouting the outskirts for resources, but not long ago, for reasons unknown, the demon monkeys suddenly went berserk and chased me all over. Panicked and running blind, I ended up here. Yang Fan hurriedly explained, a bitter shadow in his eyes. Brother Tianheng and Sister Bing, I still have 300,000 to 400,000 followers. Though they lack strength, they can scout ahead for you. This accursed place harbors many traps and defensive structures. Yang Fan displayed his value. Luo Bing nodded, inclined to consent, but the 4 members of the Li family were unwilling. How many followers would scouting consume? They had no need to bring along dead weight. Yang Fan watched their expressions closely. Before anyone could speak, he immediately withdrew resources from the divine realm. 50 crate granaries, countless spirit fruits, a medium-sized mineral vein. A colossal or vein suddenly manifested, shaking the mountain peaks. This is my greatest gain on this journey. I hope Brother Tianheng will look after your junior. This place is far too dangerous. Yang Fan bowed respectfully to Li Tianheng. At this, every face visibly brightened. This amounted to nearly 1 billion points. None had expected such bounty from the man before them. If he survived until the assessments end with these resources, he might well slip into the top 10. You are of the Luo family. Taking you out is only right. No need for such ceremony, Luo Bing said. The 4 Li family members' expressions darkened upon hearing this. Although the party had taken much, they had failed to seize any of the divine realm's core assets, and each of them now brooded with restrained fury. Sister Bing, that is not right. I begged you for shelter. How can I offer nothing in return? War within the divine realm is perilous. Having endured this, I have learned my lesson: never attempt what is beyond one's strength. Though I surrendered the greater part of my gains, I learned invaluable lessons from it. Most important of all, I have made friends with you. Before, I never even had the chance to curry favor with you. Yang Fan scratched his head, a shy expression on his face. Seeing this, Li Tianheng hurried forward and waved his right hand, drawing the resources into the divine realm. Brother Yang, rest assured, your safety is my charge. Seeing Yang Fan comport himself so dutifully, Li Tianheng's view of him improved considerably. Escorting him out of the divine realm's core and collecting a small protection fee is only natural, is it not? Thank you, big brother Tianheng. If ever you require anything, simply inform your junior. Yang Fan stepped forward, looking at Li Tianheng with gratitude, utterly deferential. At the scene, the 3 members of the Luo family looked displeased, but said nothing. After all, the place was fraught with danger and required cooperation. Outside the Li family, elder Li Yuan could no longer contain himself. He struck his long chair, rose, and pointed at Luo Chengfeng, shouting, "Is this your grandson-in-law?" Shameless to the extreme. Li Tianheng and the others did not know the true situation. They had been sold out and did not even realize it. Luo Chengfeng, though embarrassed, retorted defiantly, "When life and death are at stake, where is there room for chivalric righteousness? Besides, your Li family's genius looks quite pleased with that protection fee." Pleased my foot. Why didn't he take out that wonder? Li Yuan spat in fury. With Yang Fan in tow, Luo Bing and Li Yuan would have to face the full force of the demigod. These resources might not even cover their losses. This Yang Fan devours others without leaving bones. The boy's heart is too black, Tai Wuching said with a wry laugh, already resolved to keep his son Tai Feng away from this classmate upon return. Ha ha ha, I almost admire the boy's shamelessness. Wan Sanxian laughed uproariously. Clearly of limited ability, yet with his acting he had manipulated the first and second of the grade. A peculiar talent indeed. These divinities had lived for millennia. Witnessing such a farcical scene among the younger generation, they could not help but smile. After joining Luo Bing and Li Tianheng's party, Yang Fan's burden lightened considerably. As for sending followers to scout, he voiced no complaint and always took the lead. Unfazed by losses among the faithful, the scouting became markedly more efficient and the group's pace quickened. Damn, why such bad luck these past few days? The number of these demon monkeys has doubled or tripled. Indeed, seeing everyone's puzzlement, Yang Fan hurriedly asked, a month ago the beast here suddenly went mad. Did you seize the core structure of that demigod monkey? At these words, Li Tianheng's face twitched, but he remained silent. They had tried to seize it, but failed. Faces fell, though everyone guessed that the approach of success was what had driven the alien demigod berserk. They had taken nothing, and instead brought shame upon themselves. So what do we do now? One of them asked after all the recent losses had been severe. The remaining were the elites among their followers, reduced by 500,000. Head to the outskirts and rendezvous with the others. We can only wait for the school's instructors to intervene. Luo Bing sighed. Damn their school teachers. What is this, a midterm? They've played us. Stop complaining and leave quickly. I have a feeling danger is drawing near. Li Tianheng looked toward the divine realm's core, a thread of concern rising in his heart. Right, let's run. Yang Fan agreed. If the valley's monkey troops caught up, even Luo Bing and Li Tianheng's squad would fare badly. Greats of the school, how long will you watch the show? Intervene already. Yang Fan prayed inwardly. Li Tianheng proved true to his word. Aside from ordering Yang Fan to scout, the 7 of them had handled every monkey soldier they encountered. Thanks to Yang Fan's recent cultivation, the divine realm acquired many more mortal followers. A little further, and well reached the outskirts. Luo Bing exhaled softly. Exhaustion shadowed her eyes. At that moment, everyone instinctively turned. Smoke rolled in great clouds. Towering ancient trees creaked as millions of monkey soldiers like ants pressed in pursuit. Damn it, I didn't get a single grade structure, and they've chased us here, Li Tianheng thundered. That alien demigod is insane. We've bled too much. Don't stand and fight. Retreat. Another wore a grave expression. Then a 5th rank general within the monkey host unleashed a thunderous roar. Humans, relinquish the structures, and I will spare your lives. Yang Fan charged forward and, pointing at the monkey host, spat. Beasts, your gods are the prisoners of the human race. You dare bark when you refuse to surrender the structures and beg for mercy. Unable to bear the insult to their ringleader, the monkey host erupted. Kill. Slaughter the humans. For the gods, slaughter every human. Words fell away as the demon monkeys, maddened, surged at the army. Li Tianheng instantly activated his talent Quangshu, a frenzied blood, and a wave of manic vigor washed over all his followers. Hold the formation, slaughter them all. As the leading figure of the Li family in this generation, Li Tianheng had never experienced such humiliation. Not a single core building was salvaged, and now he was being pursued by a pack of beasts for millions of kilometers. At this moment, Yang Fan took a step back and shouted to Li Tianheng, Brother Tianheng and Sister Luo Bing, these beasts are far too powerful. We cannot match them in strength. They'll go ahead to scout the path, ensuring that the way forward has no traps. You all should fight, while retreating. Safety is our top priority. Once we are stronger, we will eradicate these foreign deities together. Li Tianheng was momentarily stunned by these words, feeling there was some truth in them, yet sensing something was off. Wait a minute, brother, where's that righteous indignation you just had? Aren't we supposed to be fighting to the death? Why are you running first? Brother Tianheng, Yang Fan is right. Our divine nation has suffered too much, and the losses among our followers are severe. We should retreat while fighting until the divine beings intervene. Don't act out of emotion, maintain formation, and slowly retreat. With Yang Fan scouting ahead, we at least don't have to worry about traps, Luo Bing chimed in. The disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. Even with Li Tianheng's fierce blood talent, they would ultimately be defeated over time. Yang Fan summoned 500,000 followers from the divine nation. These individuals had no armor, no weapons, and some were even without clothing. Their role was to use their lives to uncover all the poisons, traps, and defensive structures hidden in this dense forest. The army of beasts had arrived, and he could not afford to waste any time. Luo Bing, Li Tianheng, you must hold on. Yang Fan cheered for them in his heart. The sounds of battle, slaughter, and screams filled the air. Trees fell in rows, and the severed limbs of humans and beasts littered the entire forest. Luo Bing decisively left behind 500,000 to hold the rear, while the remaining followers caught up with Yang Fan. 3 days later, they finally regrouped. Seeing so many followers without even clothes, a hint of compassion flickered in Li Tianheng's eyes. Brother, I see your sacrifices, but be careful not to shake the foundation of your divine nation. If the casualties among the followers are too severe, it will greatly hinder the development pace of the divine nation. Li Tianheng stepped forward and patted Yang Fan on the shoulder, a hint of brotherly affection in his gaze. Yang Fan's eyes flashed with a trace of awkwardness, but he quickly masked that emotion. We are almost there. Next, let's scout the path. You should recall these followers to the divine nation. Women and children are the cornerstone of the divine nation's future development. They must not suffer heavy losses. That's right, it's up to us from here on. If you hadn't used a large number of followers to scout, we wouldn't have made it here so quickly. He'll recognize you as my brother. When we go out to Tianxiang, he'll book a private room for you. Haha, We'll have a gathering of our male comrades then. Sister Bing, do you want a male model? I know a good place. Get lost, don't get complacent. Ooh, I feel that these foreign demigods won't give up easily. Luo Bing's face darkened. Normally she would have taught him a lesson, but after this period of life and death experiences their relationship had indeed improved quite a bit. Yang Fan said seriously, this is what I should do. Your followers are stronger than I am. How can I waste their lives on such matters? I absolutely cannot hold back the team. Yang Fan's expression was incredibly sincere as he waved his hand, and tens of thousands of believers set off again. It was a bit awkward. If this continued, he would probably offend quite a few people by the end of this assessment. These 7 individuals were representatives of the younger generations of the Luo and Li families, and he was afraid he would offend all these outstanding talents. With gain comes loss. Compared to what he gained, Yang Fan felt that everything was worth it. In the future I should speak less in the genius exchange group to avoid being scolded. Yang Fan made a decision in his heart. The further they went out, the weaker the resistance they encountered. After all, the beasts living here were mostly unranked creatures. Their intelligence was low. They could only use their lives to stop Yang Fan and his group. After a month of frantic running, they finally reached the open space, where they had entered the foreign deity's domain. This area was already filled with senior students while hundreds of thousands of ordinary beast monkeys surrounded them. It seemed that there were rules restricting access. Although those beast monkeys were roaring outside, they could not enter at all. The students in the logistics department looked at the mass of beast monkeys outside, gulping and feeling somewhat afraid. I think I want to drop out from Yangxian. No. One high school, this midterm exam is just absurd. Feng Xiao Jungu and Xiao Yuer were all attacked by this group of beasts with their fates unknown. Our class too, I know that 2 of them have died. After I get out I will report to the federal government. The school simply doesn't value the lives of us logistics students. Everyone sat on the lawn, their tone filled with complaints. Where are Luo Bing and Li Tianheng's team? Why haven't they returned yet? Could something have happened? That shouldn't be possible. Their strength is sufficient to venture deep into the divine nation. Do you think Luo Bing and the others seized the core assets of this demigod? That's highly likely, otherwise the other side wouldn't be going so crazy. Those filthy monkeys looked at me as if I were their sworn enemy, scaring me to death. At this moment Li Shihao had already returned to Class 7's camp, looking into the distance with worry in his heart. Brother Yang, you must be safe. Just then the monkey horde outside was suddenly disrupted by a terrifying force. I seal, Luo Bing uttered softly, freezing nearly 10,000 ordinary beast monkeys into ice sculptures. Windbreak slash. Li Tianheng's 5th-tier follower swept his long knife, instantly shattering those ice blocks and clearing a path. Seeing the students in the safe zone surrounded by the beast monkeys, but not attacked, Luo Bing and the others understood this was a safe area. After recalling the followers to their divine nation, they stepped inside. Luo Bing and Li Tianheng are back. What terrifying strength. Was that just a follower at the Qi refinement stage? It seems they really ventured into the heart of this demigod's domain. How impressive. I wonder what kind of assets this foreign demigod possesses. Everyone looked at Luo Bing and the others with expressions of envy. Brother Yang, what are you doing here? Li Shihao exclaimed. Brother Li, this exam has been truly thrilling. Yang Fan let out a long breath, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Li Tianheng came over and patted Yang Fan on the shoulder, saying, let's go out for a drink. I have decided to be friends with you. You helped a lot in getting us back safely this time. However, we have use for those resources, and after we get out I will discuss with others about converting the belief points for you. Hearing this, the others in the group had no objections. Friendship forged in life and death cannot be measured by a few billion belief points. In the future, whether in college or stepping into society, those like Yang Fan, who can support the entire divine nation at critical moments, are truly trustworthy friends. No, this is what I should do. Without you all, I might not have made it out alive. Yang Fan hurriedly waved his hands, his expression extremely serious, as if accepting belief points would be looking down on him. I understand your meaning now. It's indeed inappropriate to calculate such things between brothers. Remember to seek me out if you encounter difficulties in the future, Li Tianheng promised. Although Yang Fan was an outsider prodigy affiliated with the Luo family, the Luo and Li families of Yang County were not enemies. They were simply making friends. Li Tianheng only valued sincerity. Luo Bing likewise told Yang Fan that if he ran into trouble in the future, he should come straight to her. At that moment, she finally understood why her father had asked her to watch over him during the exam. Her father's eye for people had indeed been better than hers. This was someone worth cultivating a deep friendship with. Brother Yang, we've returned to Class 1's camp. When we go out, we must gather more often. And don't forget Tianxiang Rinjian, I'll even book you the presidential suite. The students bantered, and one after another bid Yang Fan farewell. Seeing this, the rest of the senior year students were utterly baffled. What had Yang Fan done? How was he on such friendly terms with those top-tier prodigies? With connections like that, this kid's luck must be absurd. Back in Senior 3 Class 7, Li Shihao looked at him with envy and said, Brother Yang, I finally understand why you turned down my invitation. You're actually in Senior Brother Li Tianheng's squad. I admire you. When you make it big, remember to help me rise. I admire you, Li Shihao repeated. Brother Li, remember to stay away from me later. Why, oi? To avoid collateral harm. Zhang Peng triumphant as a cock strutted to Yang Fan's side, posing as the most devoted hangerin in the senior year. Brother Yang, you're incredible. The best decision I ever made was becoming your bound deity, Zhang Peng murmured. Keep your distance if you don't want to die, and lay low for a while, Yang Fan warned seriously. You can't take off without me. I'm your bound deity, Zhang Peng pleaded anxiously. I can't explain it. For your own good it's best you pretend not to know me. Yang Fan's tone was grave. The two were close friends. Seeing his expression, Zhang Peng knew this was serious. Trusting him, Zhang Peng slipped quietly into the far corner of the classroom and stopped speaking to anyone. At that moment, a million demon soldiers appeared on the nearby ridges, pouring toward them like a tidal wave. What's happening? Wasn't this place supposed to be safe? How do we get out of here? Has the midterm not ended? My consciousness returned to my own divine realm. Those beasts won't chase us there, will they? The fifth-rank demon monkey generals radiated a terrifying pressure. Many weaker students began to tremble. Thunderous impacts reverberated across the clearing. The demon monkey's palms struck wildly, yet beyond the open ground there seemed to stand an invisible wall of air. No matter how they tried, they could not force their way in. A mountain's silhouette drifted above the sky. Though merely a consciousness projection, its appearance was almost identical to those demon monkeys. An alien demigod, came the cry from the crowd. Human, return what is mine. The demigod monkey fixed its gaze on the spot where Class 7 sat. Yang Fan closed his eyes in feigned fear. At this point, he could hardly believe the school's divine authorities would be unaware of the matter. Once the prey was in hand, no one would spit it out. Seeking death. The demigod's phantom condensed a colossal iron rod kilometers long and hurled it at the students. This was the enemy's divine realm. With a mere thought, they could marshal all manner of power. The massive iron rod fell with a terrifying air explosion, tearing at the very fabric of space. The senior students stood frozen, with terror, barely remembering to breathe. You have broken the contract, a voice echoed from the void. The voice carried an invisible might. The destructive assault vanished, as if erased. The demigod monkey's face twisted with rage. Hongbing, I only wanted the wonder. The contract is sealed. I will let you leave, unless you prefer to die here. The alien demigod looked bitter. It glanced once at Class 7, as if to etch Yang Fan into memory, then turned and left. Before a deity, even the fiercest resentment was helpless. If he had persisted, the core of his divine realm would have been destroyed. Midterm over, consciousness returned. As Hongbing's voice fell, all the students felt a great pull, and their awareness snapped back into the nutrient pods. Yang Fan opened his pod. Back in reality, his body felt stiff. The subjective span of the midterm had consumed a full month. Yang Wanli rose and walked to the lectern, announcing loudly, now we will publish the rankings. At the same time, the sky screen shifted. Images from within the divine realms shattered, and lines of text began to appear. Midterm rankings. First, Senior 3 Class 7 Yang Fan points 47. 123 billion. Second, Senior 3 Class 1 Luo Bing points 6. 469 billion. Third, Senior 3 Class 1 Li Tianheng points 6. 023 billion. In truth, after seeing the first line, most people stopped reading. What was going on? Yang Fan in first. What on earth had he done? He had raided a demigod's lair. In an instant, the same thought flashed through everyone's minds. Could this fellow be the one who drove those beasts insane? Impossible. There's a mistake, right? Why am I only third? How can Yang Fan be first? Li Tianheng's expression contorted. For this midterm, Li Tianheng had set his sights firmly on second place. He had already planned which structure to select from the school's repository. Securing that building would have propelled his followers forward in leaps. They might even qualify to apply to the Federation's 2 top universities. He could not accept the result. And why Yang Fan? His so-called brother. Throughout the journey from the heart of the divine realm to the safety zone, the other had been under his protection. How was this possible? He could not understand it. Li Tianheng felt his worldview begin to collapse. You idiot. You've been betrayed and didn't even know it. Li Yuan could no longer contain himself and cursed aloud. Sixth Grandpa me. Li Tianheng replied back. Li Yuan, unwilling to mince words, looked at Yang Wanli and said, Director Yang, can you release the midterm footage? Not for any other reason, just to warn the young. Friends can sometimes be more treacherous than enemies. As he spoke, Li Yuan stared straight at Yang Fan. The first-rank deity wore an expression of clenched teeth and barely concealed fury. At the sight of it, the entire senior year was stunned. What had Yang Fan done? One question rose in everyone's. This? Yang Wanli hesitated. After all, releasing the footage was against the rules. Approved. Principal Hongbing's voice sounded from the sky. The screen shifted once more, dragging the progress bar back to the scene where Yang Fan led his followers to the mouth of that valley. He had slipped a follower into an infant stage demon monkey shell and, exploiting the rules, seized a building worth 30 to 40 billion. The beasts then rioted. Luo Bing, Li Tianheng, and the others failed and were forced to flee. Soon after, Yang Fan met Luo Bing's party. Sister Bing, brother Tianheng, those resources are mine. Everything that happened within the divine realm had been precisely recorded by the intelligence system. From how Yang Fan acquired the core building to how he feigned weakness and played the victim to use Luo Bing and Li Tianheng to return to the safety zone, his stratagems were of the highest order. It was simply under everyone's gaze. The events were played like a film. It was as if they were publicly mutilating Yang. Yang Fan took a deep breath and stood rooted in place, eyes lowered, refusing to meet anyone's gaze. As the saying goes, so long as I remain unfazed, it is others who bear the embarrassment. Brother Yang, no wonder you told me to keep my distance. Wasn't that precisely why? Zhang Pang paled with fear. Will we become pariahs on campus from now on? His elder brother had just humiliated one of the school's top 10 prodigies, treating him like a fool. Worse still, had succeeded. Brilliant, yes, but the consequences would be dire. Each of those individuals wielded formidable strength and possessed unparalleled backing. It was nearly impossible to imagine how the rest of high school would unfold. The playback ended. Li Yuan glared at Li Tianheng and barked, "Foolish wretch. How could the Li clan have sired such a failure? First rank genius indeed. I'd sooner shove you back into your mother's womb." Li Yuan continued his tirade, utterly disregarding any semblance of divine dignity. There was no help for it. He was mortified. Watching his own prodigy cheerfully aid the very person who had just deceived him, Li Yuan longed for a hole in the ground to vanish into. Every time Li Tianheng addressed Yang Fan as brother within the alien divine realm, Li Tianheng felt as though he were slapping his own face. And it wasn't only Li Tianheng. The expressions of Luo Bing and the other 5 squad members turned grim beyond measure. They prided themselves as vanguards of their generation, celestial prodigies destined for greatness. Yet what had transpired? They'd been played for fools. Damn it, Yang Fan, just you wait. The hot-tempered Li clan prodigy's features twisted in fury. At that moment, Li Tianheng moved. Heedless of all gazes, he strode directly toward Yang Fan. He halted half a meter before Yang Fan. Excellent. Truly excellent. I shall remember you well. A sharp crack echoed. Li Tianheng struck instantly, driving his fist straight into Yang Fan's chest. Thanks to his cultivation within the divine realm, Yang Fan's reflexes were no longer sluggish. He crossed his arms before his torso to block the blow. A tremendous force surged up his arms and through his entire body, sending him hurtling backward. Incredible strength. My right arm is already fractured. Yang Fan staggered back dozens of meters, his expression grave. In that single strike, he grasped the vast gulf between his divine realm and Li Tianheng's. Enough. This is a school, not a private arena for brawls, Yang Wanli interjected. Return to your posts immediately, you disgraceful spectacle. Li Yuan appeared beside Li Tianheng, without warning gripped his shoulder and vanished on the spot. Yang Fan and Luo Bing, remain here. All others may depart. As for the top 100 rewards, the school will deliver them directly to your respective divine realms, Yang Wanli added with a dismissive wave. Students filed past Yang Fan. Some cast looks of scorn, others admiration or awe, and still more pure dread. Who would have thought Class 7 of Senior 3 harbored such a ruthless figure? Better keep far away from now on. If one ever partnered with him, one might well be devoured down to the last bone. A masterful performance of playing the pig to devour the tiger. I even called you brother for days. Let's apply for the Divine Realm battleground soon and test our mettle. I concur. Though you are now kin to the Luo clan to deceive me so brazenly, you've earned my lasting remembrance, brother Yang. Brother. Younger brother. I shall cherish this fraternal bond dearly. I only hope you won't regret it in days. As the remaining 5 squad members passed Yang Fan, each clapped him on the shoulder, but their eyes held no warmth of brotherhood, only a cold, dangerous glint. From childhood to now, they had never suffered such a humiliating silent defeat. Yang Fan was insidious. His plea for protection had been nothing but a ruse to use them as cannon fodder. Had they chosen to stand aside, they could have fled unimpeded to the safety zone. Perhaps this very man would already lie slain by an alien demigod. This midterm exam had in truth pooled the collective strength of many to elevate a single individual. Had stolen the enemy's stronghold through cunning, and exploited their honor shamelessly to hold back the beast tide. So heartless, so dishonorable. He was now the school's public enemy. Soon only Yang Fan and Luo Bing remained upon the entire stadium grounds. Wan Sanqian, owner of the Zhongyuan Tower, had yet to depart. Instead, he watched Yang Fan with keen amusement. Young man, after today you'll be famous across Yang County. Wan Sanqian chuckled. Yang Fan's facial muscles twitched. Had the stakes not been so immense, he'd rather avoid such fame altogether. Pay no mind to others' judgments. The higher one stands, the farther one sees. When you ascend to demigod, others will envy you. When you transcend to divinity, they will only gaze upward in reverence. Grow strong enough, and legions will rise to defend your Tao. Wan Sanqian spoke suddenly. Yang Fan bowed deeply in respect. Many thanks, elder, for your guidance. It's been ages since I've encountered such an intriguing junior. A pity. You've already pledged allegiance to the Luo clan. Else perhaps ID entrust the Zhongyuan Tower to you. With a booming laugh once Sanqian dissolved into thin air, Luo Changfeng descended from the dais and offered a slight bow. Director Yang, please wait a moment. No trouble at all, Yang Wanli replied indifferently. Granted permission, Luo Changfeng approached Yang Fan and Luo Bing without delay. Luo Changfeng said the patriarch has instructed that within the school's treasury the Ice Immortal Palace and Ice God Temple complement one another. You must choose the latter. Luo Bing snorted and turned her head away. Because of Yang Fan, she now regarded even this senior kinsman with cool disdain. Luo Changfeng shook his head with a wry smile, then turned to Yang Fan. His gaze layered with admiration, concern, bewilderment, and quiet sorrow. Head hoped Yang Fan might rank among the top 10 in this midterm exam. Yet the young man had delivered something far grander: first place in the grade, and incidentally ensnared the entire senior 3 cohort. Luo Changfeng was a divine being who had lived 1,000 years. His moral compass was neither naive nor shallow like those of ordinary students. In matters of life and death, betrayal and exploitation become permissible. After all, if one's divine realm is obliterated, everything else loses meaning. He did not believe Yang Fan had acted wrongly, only that the repercussions would be severe. His future grandson-in-law, he feared, would walk a solitary path. Having offended so many, Yang Fan would face whispers not only throughout high school, but likely into university as well. Whether investing in divine realms, waging divine wars, or pioneering new frontiers, teamwork remained indispensable. Luo Changfeng could not yet determine whether Yang Fan's move had been wise or reckless. The gains Yang Fan had secured, even a divine being found them tempting. Yet looking ahead, he foresaw a future of relentless solitary pressure. Luo Changfeng drew a slow breath. Xiaoyang, the school treasury, originates from a high-tier mechanical divine realm civilization and interfaces seamlessly with the Federation's education system. It will automatically select the optimal Tier B structure suited to your current development. Simply choose from the options presented. Do not fixate solely on market value. What aligns with your divine realm's needs matters most. Trust in technology. Yang Fan, hailing from no prominent clan, lacked broad exposure. Luo Changfeng truly feared he might judge structures solely by faith point valuation, squandering this rare opportunity. Understood. Thank you, grandfather. Yang Fan nodded earnestly. Never mind. We'll speak of it later. Luo Changfeng sighed, leaving his words unfinished. After the matter was settled, Yang Fan and Luo Bing followed Yang Wanli to the school's basement. The silver-white square storage boxes filled the entire basement, and facing the entrance was a piece of light blue glass. Yang Wanli walked up to the glass and placed his right hand on it. Identity verification successful. The cabin door is about to open, came the prompt from the intelligent being around them. Little ones, you may enter now, Yang Wanli said. Yang Fan felt a sudden force push him and Luo Bing into the warehouse. Inside the warehouse was a vast expanse of white with countless cards floating above like stars. Unlike Yang Fan, Luo Bing was already accustomed to this scene and directly exclaimed, requesting to select a building. Identity verification successful. Permission B. Querying records of Divine Kingdom, awakening, retrieving past performances, starting data retrieval. Retrieval successful. Recommended buildings are as follows. Ice Fairy Palace. Level building valued at 800 divine points increases the cultivation speed of Ice-type spiritual root believers by 60. A reduces spiritual energy consumption by 30, calms the mind. Extreme Cold Herb Garden. Level building valued at 100 divine points can significantly increase the growth rate of Ice-type spiritual plants. 9. Mystic Ice Tower. Level defensive building valued at 30 divine points. A light curtain appeared in front of Luo Bing, displaying a series of cards containing information about the buildings. I choose Ice Fairy Palace, Luo Bing said without hesitation. The card fell into her hand and was instantly absorbed into the Divine Kingdom. After making her choice, Luo Bing did not leave immediately, but turned to stare intently at Yang Fan. Under her gaze, Yang Fan felt a bit nervous and said, congratulations, Ice Sister. Welcome to Class 1. I look forward to your guidance in the future. With that, Luo Bing turned and left directly. Watching her retreating figure, Yang Fan couldn't help but shiver. He had the feeling she was hinting at something, and there was even a hint of anger in her tone. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, Yang Fan began to mimic her, requesting to select a building. Identity verification successful. Permission B. Recommended buildings are as follows. Cultivating Immortal Tower. Level building valued at 900 divine points. The tower can accommodate 100,000 seats, slowly enhancing the cultivation aptitude of believers, increasing cultivation speed by 70, and raising the success rate of breakthrough by 30, while reducing the rate of inner demon emergence by 20. Blood Sacrifice Heavenly Pool. Level building valued at 400 divine points. It greatly enhances the physical refinement aptitude of believers. Heavenly Device Pavilion. Level building contains large mining veins valued at 200 divine points. It can automatically forge various weapons with a maximum level of C. Looking at the dazzling array of level buildings, Yang Fan couldn't help but swallow. No wonder the intelligent being at the school recommended exactly what he wanted. Why can he only choose one? Yang Fan wanted them all. Just then the light curtain changed, updating with another option. Penglai Island, a wonder. Value. Function. A wonder. What is this? Yang Fan's eyes were filled. Currently there was a wonder spirit peach mountain in Yang Fan's divine kingdom. Although he did not know what level of building the wonder was, the value of Spirit Peach Mountain was the highest among the assets of the alien divine kingdom. Yang Fan frowned. Why did a wonder appear? Does the intelligent being think its value belongs to level buildings? But why is it all question marks? The effects of Penglai Island are not clearly stated, which left Yang Fan quite troubled. To pursue the lowest risk, he should naturally choose the cultivating immortal tower, which could significantly improve the believer's aptitude. This was the most lacking building in his divine kingdom. But has he not taken enough risks during this time? Since this item appeared in the selection box, it proved that Penglai Island was also suitable for his divine kingdom. Those who starve are timid, while those who are bold can die of excess. Yang Fan no longer hesitated and chose Penglai Island. In the teaching building, Yang Wanli stood quietly behind Hong Bing, holding a document. The wall was projecting the warehouse's images, and Yang Fan's expressions were clearly visible. Principal, this isn't according to the rules. Even if Penglai Island belongs to the category of wonders, it is still a rare item valued at least 5,000 divine points. Giving it to a student. Yang Wanli's expression showed some pain. Penglai Island has the effect of concealing the coordinates of the divine kingdom. This kid has gained too much in this exam, and with no substantial background, he may not be able to hold on to this wealth. Hong Bing looked at Yang Fan in the images with great interest. There are federal laws in place. As long as he hasn't graduated, no one dares to make a move. Yang Wanli retorted. The human race may not dare to act, but what about the alien races? It's not about the few but the unevenness. This kid has offended so many people. If someone with malicious intent were to obtain Yang Fan's divine kingdom coordinates and leak them to the alien races, that's impossible. That's treason against the race. Once discovered, it would implicate the entire family. Yang Wanli exclaimed in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Naturally, there are pests within the human race. Illegal plundering of others' divine kingdom assets is rampant. But if it involves alien races, once the incident occurs, it will definitely alarm the federal government's enforcement team. At that time, not only would he be implicated, but his entire family would also face consequences. I have been on the front lines for 3,000 years. I have seen everything. There are plenty of such scum among the human race. Hong Bing snorted coldly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I have high hopes for this kid. Let Penglai Island serve as the school's investment in him, perfectly matching the Spirit Peach Mountain he obtained. I hope this child can become a high-tier deity in the future, protecting our human race. Yang Wanli couldn't help but ask, since the principal has such high hopes for this person, why create so much animosity for him? In front of the entire school, Yang Wanli initially thought that the principal no longer favored Yang Fan's approach to things. How could he still have high hopes for him? How can a young man grow without pressure? A hint of mischief appeared on Hong Bing's stern face. Principal, please don't use the military's methods to train these high school students. We have a lot of work pressure. Yang Wanli thought wildly. Returning to the villa in Yang City, as soon as he entered, Yang Fan saw the pale face of Luo Ro, which was filled with worry. Husband, what have you done? What happened? Yang Fan frowned slightly. I just received a lot of messages. Some are from your classmates, and some are from semi-deities, and even divine elders of the Luo family. They are all asking if you have any intention of trading the buildings you acquired this time. Luo Ro explained. Suddenly receiving so many messages, including those from divine powers, made Luo Ro panic. She didn't dare to respond to any messages until now. Just pretend you didn't see anything, Yang Fan replied. He was now backed by the Luo family, and with federal laws in place, he didn't think those divine powers would shamelessly target him directly. As for whether to trade, he had to first thoroughly investigate what effects these buildings and wonders had. With that thought, Yang Fan immediately went upstairs, locked the door, and isolated himself from disturbances. Rank structure: Hoer Wine Spring, valued at 2 billion faith points, no purchase permission. Depositing spiritual fruit yields Hoer wine. This wine is gentle in nature and suffused with refined spiritual energy. Drinking it purifies the flesh and strips away impurities, slightly enhancing cultivation aptitude. It also greatly heightens comprehension for a short time, making it easier to grasp techniques and break through bottlenecks. With abundant spiritual fruit, the divine realm can produce 100 bottles of Hoer wine every 30 years. Hoer wine priced at 1 million faith points. Brank spiritual plant Pantao tree, valued at 1 billion faith points, no purchase permission. It blooms after 3,000 years, bears fruit after another 3,000, and ripens after a further 3,000. A mature Pantao can extend life by 1,000 years per fruit. A single Pantao is worth 100 million faith points, no purchase permission. Special structure Wudao stone, no permission to view detailed information. Wonder Lingtao mountain, no permission to view detailed information. Wonder Penglai Island, no permission to view detailed information. Staring at the intelligent life form's feedback, Yang Fan froze. In his current status, he could not access the detailed information. As a divine being, he could accept lacking purchase permissions for branch structures, but surely he should at least be able to view their details. This was as if he lacked even the right to learn. What the hell? These things are in my divine realm. Am I supposed to grope around and discover them myself? Yang Fan complained. The system emitted a series of beeps. A third-rank deity vouches for you, Federation citizen. Yang Fan permissions elevated. The above information is now viewable, the intelligent life form said with urgency. Yang Fan was equally stunned. A third-rank deity vouched for him. Who was it? He could not fathom the answer, but chose not to dwell on it. After all, the outcome was favorable. Rank structure Hoer Wine Spring valued at 2 billion faith points available for purchase. Rank spiritual plant Pantao tree available for purchase. Special structure Wudao stone, a rare edifice birthed by heaven and earth imbued with the breath of cosmic rules. Where it exists, a domain of Tao comprehension can be formed. The domain spans roughly 100 kilometers in radius. Beings within experience crystalline clarity of thought, greatly heightened comprehension, and a 50% increase in cultivation efficiency. Long residence in this domain not only aids in fathoming techniques and advancing realms, but also accelerates mastery and extrapolation of various arts. Valued at 10 billion faith points. What a treasure! No wonder even the marketplace has none in stock. Yang Fan rejoiced. If a Wudao stone were placed where followers gathered, it would not only dramatically boost cultivation efficiency, but also help them apprehend myriad arts. If any divine realm possessed such a treasure, they would surely keep it for themselves. There was no way they would sell it. Yang Fan understood that the 10 billion faith points were not the stone's true worth. Like an auction's opening bid, the real transaction price would be far higher. Yang Fan suppressed his elation and continued to search for the wonder Lingtao Mountain. The description warned that marketplace supply was unavailable and that matching probabilities were extremely low. Listing was not recommended. A supreme resource-rich treasure land formed by converging spiritual veins and immortal chi. Its mountains nurture spiritual life and can continuously grow all manner of spiritual fruits. The mountain overflows with spiritual flora dominated by spiritual peaches, but bearing 100 fruits. The produce is suffused with refined spiritual energy whose long-term consumption tempers the body, stabilizes cultivation, and serves broadly as resources for practice. Its yield is staggering, enough to sustain the daily cultivation and survival needs of tens of millions, an essential pillar for maintaining a divine realm's operation. However, the mountain demands exceptional conditions requiring a continuous supply of immortal chi. Should that chi wane, the flora would swiftly wither and yields and quality would plummet. Yang Fan fell silent, stunned then elated. He finally understood why that alien divine realm had such abundant spirit fruit supply lines, yet so few monkey soldiers guarding them. The resources were so plentiful, they were simply piled everywhere with no followers even assigned to guard them. With a Lingtao mountain present, that alien demigod did not prize those fruit resources. They were strewn about so followers could partake at will. Yang Fan inhaled deeply, feeling cold sweat bead on his brow. Once he grasped the wonder's value, the scale of his gain dawned on him. No wonder the deities would take notice. Damn. Why must the examination be broadcast live? Has someone set their sights on me? Aside from the Federation's intelligent life forms, no one should know my divine realm's coordinates. But could deities have other means to locate me? How far do the Federation's laws restrain deities? Questions crowded Yang Fan's mind. The great joy had not clouded him. Rather, it sharpened his sense of danger. Never mind. Fortune and calamity go hand in hand. Having seized wealth that could stir even deities' hearts, it cannot all be smooth sailing, Yang Fan murmured, and began to study the Wonder Penglai Island he had obtained from the school's warehouse. Wonder Penglai Island, rare wonder, no marketplace transactions in nearly a century. The legendary grotto paradise spontaneously birthed by the laws of heaven and earth, possessing a self-sustaining immortal Tao system. Within the island, immortal chi generates endlessly self-sustaining and perpetual, an exceedingly rare self-circulating cultivation sanctuary. Those within see cultivation speed increase by 200, comprehension rises by 100, making it far easier to fathom cultivation techniques, and arts, minds grow clear, stray thoughts scarce, effectively reducing the chance of inner demons arising. Moreover, Penglai Island features spatial concealment and rule disruption properties. The space of its host divine realm is chaotic and its coordinates indeterminate, effectively shielding it from deduction and greatly reducing the risk of coordinate exposure, conferring extremely high strategic concealment value. A top-tier cultivation sanctuary, both self-generating and immortal chi and spatially concealed. A strategic core-class wonder. Reading Penglai Island's description, Yang Fan felt as if he were a favored son of fate. Whatever concerns head had were immediately answered. It could disrupt divine realm coordinates. Though Yang Fan did not know its precise strength, if it merited classification as a strategic core wonder, it was certainly extraordinary. He was still merely a divine type being, even if noticed by deities, they could not be overwhelmingly powerful. Yang Fan surmised that as long as he did not reveal his coordinates, lower-ranked deities would most likely be unable to find his divine realm. Besides, Penglai Island could produce immortal qi. Wasn't that perfectly complementary to Lingtao Mountain? Perfect. Choosing Penglai Island was undeniably the right move. Having absorbed everything Yang Fan willed, and his spiritual sense instantly descended upon his divine realm. The next moment the heavens and earth trembled. The once sparse land seemed reshaped by an invisible hand. The void split, and an immortal island slowly descended. Seas of clouds boiled, and resplendent light flared. The isle was wrapped in immortal mists. Without touching the ground, it had already become its own world. Penglai Island was complete. Immortal qi surged from its core like tides, spreading outward and instantly elevating the life breath of the entire divine realm. The air grew palpably heavy. On Penglai Island, the spiritual veins heaved, and a towering mountain thrust up, its body crystalline spiritual radiance coursing across it. Flora ran rampant across the slopes, spiritual peaches heavy on their branches, 100 fruits bearing at once. Thick spiritual energy condensed into mist flowing ceaselessly through the mountains. Lingtao Mountain was complete. In the next instant, 2 wine springs gushed from fissures at the mountain's foot. The waters were amber gold, their fragrance pervasive and brimming with spirit. Their mere emanation stirred the blood of nearby beings and sharpened their spiritual senses. Hoer wine spring manifest. Simultaneously, the heavens trembled, and an ancient, austere giant stone slowly descended onto Penglai Island. Upon impact, an invisible ripple spread, covering a radius of 100 li. Wudao stone settle. All the beings in the divine realm instinctively looked up at the massive island in the sky and fell to their knees. "We thank our God for this grace," all the followers cried in unison. Merely the appearance of Penglai Island filled every plant and animal in the divine realm with an inexplicable comfort. Their bodies felt supremely at ease, as if perpetually bathed in spiritual springs. In the real world, Yang Fan likewise felt a tingling numbness spread through his body, feedback from the divine realm's environmental leap. Having completed everything, it was already evening. Yang Fan was preparing to organize the assets within his divine realm before heading to the marketplace for a procurement when he received a message from Luo Chengfeng. "Xiao Yang, let's meet in the virtual world." Yang Fan did not dare to delay and immediately put on his headset. In the room, Luo Chengfeng's expression was somewhat grim. "Grandfather," Yang Fan said. Looking at Yang Fan, Luo Chengfeng's expression softened considerably before this midterm examination. "Because you comprehended the great achievement realm's 10,000 spirits returning to origin array, I visited the family head. He promised that as long as you could place in the top 10, he would convene a meeting of the elders to secure a cultivation slot as a first-rate genius for you. What is the current situation?" Seeing Luo Chengfeng's expression, Yang Fan guessed that the outcome was probably not good. The elders' meeting has just concluded, and the resolution was ultimately not passed. Luo Chengfeng sighed, his expression filled with some unwillingness. Based on the final examination results, Yang Fan had indeed exceeded the task requirements, but the means he employed were too opportunistic, and coupled with some embarrassment, this became a focal point for many elders' criticisms. Even if the family head had intended to agree, there were too many elders opposing it, and thus it had to be abandoned. "No matter, grandfather, you did your best," Yang Fan replied with a calm smile. If this had been before, becoming a first-rate genius of the Luo family would have been a tremendous boon to him, but now it could only be considered an embellishment. The greatest investment for a first-rate genius lies in those strategic buildings, such as the Ice God Palace in the Luo Ice Divine Nation. He naturally would not mind more of such buildings, but currently the Penglai Island, Lingtao Mountain, and Wudao Stone in his divine realm were also quite satisfactory. One cannot take all the benefits. Yang Fan was already very satisfied with this harvest. As long as he gave himself time, his divine realm would soon experience rapid development, and within a year or two, Yang Fan was confident he could become a demigod. Luo Chengfeng seemed to have thought of something and spat. "Luo Xian and Rao Mingming are truly annoying. They humiliated me back then and did not cause me trouble, but now they dare to trip me up. How shameless." "Who are these two?" "Luo Mingxuan's parents, first-tier deities. We used to have a good relationship, but due to their wretched son, some unpleasantness occurred, and unexpectedly it impacted your evaluation this time," Luo Chengfeng explained. If it weren't for these two leading the charge against him, most other elders would likely have given him some face. Yang Fan felt a sudden realization. Aside from gaining a bit more dislike for Luo Mingxuan, his heart was not greatly moved. Without Luo Chengfeng, he probably wouldn't even have this opportunity. Having received benefits from others, he naturally had to bear the corresponding consequences. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Once he graduated from school, he could seek revenge then. Seeing Yang Fan's calm demeanor, Luo Chengfeng nodded in satisfaction and continued. "Although I couldn't help you secure a first-rate genius cultivation slot, the family head has still decided to increase your investment 2 billion faith points along with upgrade building the Flesh Sea blood pool." The faith points have been transferred to your divine realm, and here is the building card for the Flesh Sea Blood Pool. Luo Changfeng placed the card in Yang Fan's hand. Looking at how the other party had once again secured investment for him, Yang Fan asked, "Grandfather, the school rewarded me with 10 billion faith points. Perhaps I can help Ruer restore her divine realm." Upon hearing this, Luo Changfeng's gaze towards Yang Fan gradually softened. "This was a lie I told Ro to give her some hope. Perhaps one day, as her grandfather, I will have saved enough money, and her divine realm will be restored to its former glory. If it were that simple, I would have long sold the buildings in my divine realm to cure Ruer. Is there really no way?" Yang Fan's expression turned grim. During this time spent with Luo Ro, he had genuinely come to accept her, and now they even had a child together. No matter what, Yang Fan did not want to give up. It is not that there is no way, but rather that there are no connections or resources. At least a fourth or even fifth-tier deity must intervene, and they must also be skilled in healing. Luo family is just a small family in Yang County, making it difficult to reach such powerful beings. Luo Changfeng sighed. Perhaps the family head Luo Hai could make contact, but it would be impossible to ask the other party for help over such matters. Seeing Yang Fan's serious expression, Luo Changfeng reminded him, "Develop your divine realm, well, aim for a good university. If you can find a powerful deity as a mentor, there might be a way to resolve Ruer's issue." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan's eyes lit up. Having this intention is enough. Ruer wouldn't want you to devote all your energy to this elusive matter, especially since the two of you have a child together. "Yes, grandfather. Ruer has already contacted me saying that many people want to purchase the Lingtao Mountain and Wudao Stone from your divine realm. Remember, do not sell to anyone, or once these items are sold, they can never be bought back. You are still a student protected under federal law, and even deities would not dare to act against you." "I understand. Even if Luo Changfeng did not say this, I would not agree. Earning faith points is precisely to invest in my own divine realm. Selling these rare buildings for a large amount of faith points only to buy ordinary resources to invest back into the divine realm. Wouldn't that be madness? In this midterm examination, you really angered that girl Luo Bing. If it weren't for the family head's broad-mindedness, you might be facing difficulties in the future. Remember to ease relations if you have the chance." This, Yang Fan's expression was somewhat troubled. Luo Bing was just an ice block, and having already offended her severely, he truly could not think of any ways to ease the relationship. It would be a blessing if she didn't cause him trouble. People are wise and not strong. My human race has been able to stand firm among numerous alien civilizations, primarily by uniting the strength of many. Your harvest this time is so great that even the deities are envious, yet you've lost the people's hearts. After the college entrance examination, you still have to attend university. You all come from Yang County and should ideally support and unite with each other. If you cannot ease relations once you step outside, you will likely have to fend for yourself." Luo Changfeng sighed deeply, his tone revealing a hint of helplessness. As a deity, he understood the importance of friends better than anyone. When the divine realm is attacked by alien races, the family's deities will come to their aid. When venturing out to explore, even if your followers are strong, wars will incur significant losses, and the overall strength of the divine realm will gradually weaken. Having a few friends to undertake efforts together will greatly reduce the risks of war for the divine realm. And these allies who can defend together and explore together cannot rely solely on interests. They must either belong to the same family alliance or have known each other since childhood, building deep trust. This time in the examination, Yang Fan's reputation was completely tarnished. Who would dare to cooperate with him in the future? "I will try my best," Yang Fan said awkwardly. After Luo Changfeng left, Yang Fan felt that he made some valid points. He opened the Genius chat group. "I'm sorry, how about I invite everyone to Tianxiang Realm to apologize?" Yang Fan hit send. "You have been kicked out of the group chat by the deputy group owner Li Tianheng and cannot receive or send messages." A red exclamation mark and a system prompt popped up simultaneously. Yang Fan fell into silence for a moment. Forget it, the strong are always lonely. Yang Fan thought to himself, finding solace in this. It's just a pity that he had lost another channel of information. At the residence of the Luo family, in the head of the family's chamber. "Father, have you lost your mind for calling an elders meeting over Yang Fan?" Luo Bing questioned. "Him? Excellent. If it weren't for your daughter foolishly helping him, could he have made it out alive?" Luo Bing was furious, completely unable to comprehend her father's thought process. Seeing his daughter talk back for the first time in many years, Luo Hai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is it really that funny?" "It's nothing, I just think my daughter is truly upset. That kid is indeed annoying," Luo Hai said, suppressing his laughter. "That bastard Yang Fan treats us all like fools. Not only are you not helping your daughter vent her anger, but you're also increasing his investment." Enough Binger, I've watched the school's video, and Yang Fan's actions are not problematic." Luo Hai suddenly became serious. "Why, a person who can't even afford to eat suddenly sees 10 million on the road. Do you think he would pick it up, or not? He took advantage of the rules to steal the core assets of that alien demigod, which is acceptable, but why afterward did he use us? If I were to speak the truth, what would you all do?" Luo Hai countered. This. Luo Bing fell silent. Given the situation at the time, most people would likely make him hand over the assets. He simply made the choice most beneficial to himself. If I were in his shoes, I would do the same. Therefore I say he is not wrong, the real mistake lies with you all. The most taboo thing in establishing a divine nation is to completely entrust trust to others. In this exam, he merely utilized you. In a real divine war, those so-called companions would not hesitate to stab you in the back and plunder the foundations of your divine nation. For you, this is also a lesson. It may not be a bad thing, Luo Hai explained patiently. Luo Bing took a deep breath and slowly said, Father, you have misjudged him as well. If I were to befriend someone like him, when danger arises, he would surely be the first to flee. That's true. This kid can lie without batting an eye. Stay away from him in the future, but don't target him intentionally. After all, he's still a member of the Luo family. Luo Hai pondered for a moment and said, Hoof, the class divisions are coming up soon. Targeting him is hardly my concern. Luo Bing turned angrily and left. At this moment, the 2026 Genius Group chat was also in chaos. Even Li Tianheng, who rarely spoke, began discussing with everyone. Yang Fan is coming to our class the day after tomorrow. Old Chao should open the divine battlefield. Who will take him on first? He'll go. Of course it's me. I've been harmed so badly, I will definitely wipe out all his followers. Li Dazue, don't steal my kill. Such a good opportunity, let little sister me show off. The chat was extremely lively, basically revolving around how to deal with Yang Fan. Looking at the messages, Li Shihao felt his legs tremble. Brother Yang, you really stirred up a hornet's nest. It was just Luo Mingxian before, but now you've offended all the geniuses in the third year. Don't let it affect the innocent. Li Shihao didn't dare to speak, afraid of being reminded that he had once spoken up for Yang Fan. Shut up. This is my first time speaking. I have no other demands. As long as the teacher opens the divine battlefield, none of Yang Fan's followers can survive. Whoever fails, I will challenge him in the next round. If anyone dares to help Yang Fan in extracurricular activities, I will challenge him afterward. Yang Fan will henceforth be the #1 on my hit list, understood? Li Tianheng sent the message. Yang Fan was unaware that not only had he been kicked out of the group chat, but the class was also discussing how to deal with him. At this moment, he was studying the Flesh Sea Blood Pool that Luo Hai had given him. Class building Flesh Sea Blood Pool valued at 5 billion faith points. Investing in blood essence can produce blood water, and followers soaking in it can greatly enhance their physical strength. Evaluation very suitable for the martial path of a divine nation, but this building requires a large amount of flesh, and long-term use will consume massive resources. Looking at the description, a smile involuntarily crept across Yang Fan's face. He had initially planned to follow a path that fused cultivation and martial arts, and this building, rewarded by Luo Hai, was very practical, capable of significantly boosting the combat power of followers in the short term. Yang Fan chose to place this Flesh Sea Blood Pool next to the 100 Spirits Blood Pool. Since loading miraculous sites like Penglai Island and Lingtao Mountain, as a deity, Yang Fan could distinctly feel that two completely different auras were now present within his divine nation. The celestial energy evolving from Penglai Island was full of vitality, upright, and peaceful, resembling a paradise on earth. However, the buildings like the 100 Spirits Blood Pool and the Flesh Sea Blood Pool exuded a pure, bloodthirsty aura. Yang Fan could sense that Penglai Island was somewhat repelled by these kinds of buildings. Forcing them together would likely result in the power generated by the buildings consuming each other. Regarding the future development of the divine nation, Yang Fan already had a rough outline in his heart. Those with cultivation talent could go to live on Penglai Island, while followers who chose martial arts would remain on the ground. Having achieved first place in the midterm exam, besides the reward of the miraculous site Penglai Island, the 10 billion faith points reward had also arrived, and with the Luo family sending him another 2 billion, his liquid funds had reached an unprecedented height. Faith points 12 per billion. In addition, there were still a large number of resources in Yang Fan's divine nation that needed to be dealt with. In this alien divine nation, nearly 100 class granaries were seized, countless spiritual fruits, as well as 10,000 fire spirit peach trees, a large number of low-level spiritual plants, and a hodgepodge of various defensive buildings. These items were now all piled up by Yang Fan in the southwestern corner of the divine nation. Various items were mixed together, and some spiritual plants had already begun to show signs of damage. These items are not very valuable, but the sheer quantity is significant. Selling them all might still yield an income of 1 billion faith points. As Yang Fan's divine sense sensed those chaotic buildings and spiritual plants, he felt a headache coming on. Sorting these items into categories was a massive project, and even as the deity of this place, he felt Returning to reality, Yang Fan thought about how he had been kicked out of the group chat, and could only send a message to Luo Chengfeng to see if he had a solution. There were too many and too mixed items seized this time. If he relied on himself to categorize and sell them online, it might take months to finish, and Yang Fan did not want to waste time on this. High-level intelligent life can be afforded with your current worth. Stinky kid, many demigods wouldn't dare to use this. You are truly a windfall. Luo Chengfeng sent a message along with a wry smile emoji. Yang Fan immediately began searching in the store. High-level intelligent life valued at 2 billion faith points. Originating from a 6th-tier mechanical divine nation, it is a special existence birthed from the combined will of deities and the power of rules, possessing high logical ability and independent thinking ability, specifically serving the operation and development of divine nations. Its core characteristic is absolute loyalty, its thought system bound to the source of the deity, unaffected and uncorrupted by external influences, capable of unconditionally executing the deity's will and making optimal judgments for the overall interest of the divine nation. This life form can perceive the internal structure and operational status of the divine nation in real time, conducting overall analysis and planning on resource flow, follower development, and civilization progress, assisting the deity in formulating development paths and enhancing overall efficiency. At the same time, its permissions cover most of the basic functions of the divine nation, can grant secondary control rights, and can allocate resources, adjust structures, and execute construction and management orders within the authorized range, serving as the core auxiliary hub of the divine nation's operation. Additionally, this life form can interface with external systems such as store transactions, stock trading, etc. Performing information organization, value assessment, and transaction decision-making, assisting the deity in maximizing resource utilization. Looking at the introduction of advanced intelligent life, Yang Fan exclaimed in amazement. Isn't this just a supercomputer with autonomous consciousness? With this thing around, any question can be directly asked of it. Why bother browsing chat groups and divine forums every day? How could the source of information for humanity possibly compare to the computer itself? Yang Fan opened the chat window with Luo Chengfeng and continued to ask, Grandpa, such a good thing, only 20 billion. Isn't it too cheap? The market is dictated by supply and demand. With the successful development of high-level intelligent life, the mechanical divine kingdom began mass production and the price naturally dropped. Basically, every deity possesses their own high-level intelligent life. And you say it's cheap. 20 billion is cheap. Many demigods don't even have one of these. Investing 20 billion belief points could absolutely transform a divine being's kingdom. Who would use it to buy such an intelligent creature? Do you think everyone is born with a golden key or has the same luck as you finding a lottery ticket on the way out? Luo Chengfeng sent a voice message, his tone rapid fire like a machine gun, making Yang Fan feel a bit awkward. Why do I feel like Grandpa is a bit envious and jealous of me? Yang Fan murmured. He took a deep breath, and as the high-level intelligent life loaded, he could sense a new consciousness emerging in his divine kingdom. Unlike the believers, this entity had no physical form, merely a consciousness akin to a soul. Master, please choose an external appearance, personality, and name. A milky white light orb floated before Yang Fan. Random young female capable and named Yang E. Yang Fan said. Image generation in progress. In the blink of an eye, the milky white light orb slowly transformed into a 20-year-old young woman dressed in a suit. Please grant me secondary permissions. Yang E will assist the master in planning the overall development of the divine kingdom. Yang E bowed respectfully. That's fine. Yang Fan snapped his fingers, granting permissions. The moment Yang E was born, Yang Fan understood that she was bound to his divine essence, representing another form of life in the divine kingdom, completely trustworthy. As she received the permissions, Yang E's body stood straight, her eyes flashing rapidly, like a computer screen displaying various data. Divine kingdom check complete. All information received. First, help me organize that pile of messy items and list them for sale online. Yang Fan commanded. Should they be sold at market price? Yes. Completed. Total revenue is 127 billion. After personal income tax and transaction tax, the net income is 992 million. Based on historical data, there is a 90% probability that all transactions will be completed in 1 hour and 24 minutes. Yang E answered almost simultaneously. What? Yang Fan was taken aback. He discovered that the pile of miscellaneous items had been instantly organized and was directly connected to the mall for sale. How could it be so fast? Yang Fan exclaimed in shock. From the master's earlier reaction, my computing power is approximately 42 million times yours. Even if the assets were 1,000 times more, I could process them in an instant. Yang Yi replied calmly, without any hint of boasting, rather as if stating a fact. Yang Fan swallowed and asked, what level of intelligent life do you belong to? 4th-tier intelligent life. According to the master's understanding, this is equivalent to the nascent soul stage in cultivation or the martial emperor stage in martial arts. However, this intelligent life is service-oriented and has no offensive or defensive capabilities, thus its value is low. Yang Yi responded. Impressive. Having you do this job feels like a waste of talent. Yang Fan couldn't. At that moment, Yang Fan once again felt the strength of the mechanical divine kingdom, finding it hard to imagine what those high-level mechanical divine kingdoms had evolved into. Master, please grant me more resource allocation permissions. There are many issues in the Divine Kingdom that need addressing. What problems? There are too many blood-condensing flowers planted. Based on current market prices, the annualized return rate is 363. Although the profit is high, the area of the Divine Kingdom is limited and cannot accommodate large-scale investment. Currently, this crop occupies too much space and severely impacts the population growth of the believers. I suggest selling them all. Based on the current assets of the Divine Kingdom, I recommend primarily investing in the Monkey Wine Spring, which has an annualized return rate of 60. Moreover, due to the presence of the Wonder Lingtao Mountain, it has zero costs in the long run. Since the Divine Kingdom possesses the Wonder Punlai Island, the ecological environment is extremely stable. I recommend packaging and selling all low-level assets such as Bodhi treasure snakes, dark night vultures, spiritual fish dolls, and water lotuses. Lingtao Mountain requires a large number of believers for harvesting tasks. I suggest immediately purchasing Crade breeding cards. The current population limit of the Divine Kingdom is about 40 million, and I strongly recommend reaching full capacity. Considering the future population surge and the meat demand of martial arts followers, we also need to purchase 4 fully automatic concentrators and a substantial amount of Tai Sui meat. Yang Yi seemed like a precise machine, quickly presenting hundreds of suggestions, both big and small. Stop. From now on, all development of the Divine Kingdom will be entrusted to you. How many resources do you need to allocate? Detection shows the Master's current identity as a high school student, and the probability of invasion of the Divine Kingdom is extremely low. Currently, the focus should be on investment and nurturing believers. I suggest granting me 90 of the resource allocation authority, as well as the disposal rights for assets below grade O. I will make the optimal choices. That's fine. Yang Fan directly granted permissions to her. If Yang Yi was at a doctoral level, then Yang Fan was likely at the intelligence level of a paramecium. It is important to have self-awareness. Since there is an advanced intelligent life assisting, he can completely let go. With absolute loyalty from the staff and their capabilities, if he is the boss, does not delegate power, wouldn't that be foolish? Consciousness returned to reality. At this moment, Yang Fan could still feel the changes within his Divine Kingdom, with a large number of belief points circulating between the Divine Kingdom and the mall. Yang Yi was quite ruthless, directly spending 6 billion to buy 3 Monkey Wine Springs. The low-level monsters like Bodhi treasure snakes that Yang Fan had initially purchased had all been packaged and sold. In just a few breaths, the entire Divine Kingdom had drastically changed. Divine Master Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom area 1 million square kilometers. Talent grade resource talent accelerates the growth of all resources in the Divine Kingdom by 10. SS grade talent evolution, the only talent that can accelerate the evolution of the Divine Kingdom currently hidden. Believers second-tier beings, 52 first-tier beings, 1844 mortals, 102 million. Dependents little elves, 122. Methods 5 elements cultivation technique, indestructible technique, federal body, refining technique, muscle and marrow washing technique, 10,000 spirits return to origin formation great achievement. Belief points 4. 2 billion daily provision of 42 million. Buildings moon wells x 1000 sun springs x 1000 special life building elf ancient tree 1000 years nurturing little elves special building enlightenment stone grade building monkey wine springs x5 grade building meat sea blood pool x1 grade building 100 spirit blood pool x1 immersing 10 Tai Sui load rate 100 special building fully automatic concentrator x1 cutting factory loading 100 Tai Sui load rate 100 crate transmission tower x5 grade steel city x5 Wonders Punlai Island arranged Lingtao Mountain arranged. Assets peach trees x2 grade spiritual plants Tai Sui x110 a grade weapons x0. 7 million sets grade weapons x4 0 sets. This midterm exam not only caused significant losses among second and first tier believers, but even the number of ordinary mortals had already dropped to 1 million. However, with the support of breeding cards and evolution talents, it is believed that the population will soon recover. Moreover, the environment within his divine realm has undergone tremendous changes. Under the nourishing aura of Punlai Island, the qualifications of those followers have been slowly improving. In addition to the blood pills from the blood pool of 100 years and the body tempering methods from the sea of flesh blood, along with an abundance of various spiritual fruits, Yang Fan believes that the strength of his followers will experience a rapid enhancement. With the selling price of the monkey wine spring has become Yang Fan's primary source of income. In just 30 years within the divine realm, the monkey wine spring can brew 100 bottles of monkey wine valued at 100 million. In the outside world, the monkey wine spring can bring him an income of 100 million a month, and with a tenfold evolution talent, this translates to 1 billion. With 5 monkey wine springs, the monthly output is 50 billion faith points. Yang Yi seemed to understand Yang Fan's regard for the ancient elven tree, which is why the sun, spring, and moon well remained untouched, as they also provide him with a fixed income of 60 million faith points each month. Feeling the changes within his divine realm, Yang Fan relaxed entirely. Indeed, the more capital one has, the more relaxed one becomes. These high-level intelligent beings are truly the most remarkable workers. After handling all matters, Yang Fan opened the door and called out to Luo Ro, who was chatting with his mother in the living room. Ruer, I've finished handling everything, Yang Fan said softly. Mom, I'm heading upstairs now. Luo Ro politely addressed Sun Rong, whom you two haven't seen each other for a month. Don't act recklessly, be careful of your belly, Sun Rong reminded, but her gaze was on Yang Fan upstairs with a hint of warning in her eyes. Luo Ro's face turned red. No, Mom, don't talk nonsense. Closing the door, Luo Ro appeared somewhat awkward. What's wrong? Yang Fan asked. Luo Ro bit her lip and said, It's nothing. I just didn't expect you to be so impressive first in the grade. Even if my divine realm isn't damaged, it probably doesn't deserve you. What are you talking about? I will transfer you 100 million faith points you don't need to save during this time. Buy as much life water as your divine realm needs. Those poisonous mists in the divine realm, when you reach university, I will definitely find a way to help you solve them, trust me. Looking at Yang Fan's serious gaze, Luo Ro nodded gently. In the past, when Yang Fan said such things, she considered him merely comforting her, but now she had no doubts at all. Yang Fan might truly have the ability to save her. Husband, I'm not very convenient right now. Why don't you go to the virtual world of Tianshang Renjian? Luo Ro's voice was as soft as a mosquito. What are you thinking? Quickly go to sleep. Yang Fan picked her up and held her in his arms, entering dreamland together. Early the next morning, Yang Fan's consciousness immersed into the divine realm. Looking at the changes within, he was completely stunned. The once four steel cities had vanished, replaced by a vast technological metropolis spanning north and south. The buildings exuded a cold, gleaming luster with intertwining runes and technological patterns on the surface, radiating stable and powerful energy fluctuations. The ground was no longer dirt and fenced paths, but entirely paved with asphalt. Straight and wide roads unfurled like blood vessels throughout the city. Countless light tracks intertwined on the ground, and in midair, forming a vast and intricate transportation system. A shrill sound rang out. It was the nuclear-powered bus that Yang Fan once rode in Yang County. Above in the higher sky, several supersonic aircraft were constantly shuttling between Palai Island and the ground. At this moment, the realms of immortality and technology bizarrely and perfectly merged. The surroundings of Lingtao Mountain presented an entirely different scene. Large groups of humans inhabited here, with towns built in an orderly manner around the mountains. The spirit fruits in the mountains ripened and spiritual energy permeated the air. Countless mortals moved about, harvesting, transporting, sorting, everything operated efficiently. Some areas were even equipped with automatic harvesters, achieving semi-automated collection. Machinery and manpower worked in tandem, continuously delivering spirit fruits, with some sent to the Monkey Wine Spring and a larger portion placed in storage. The once primitive society of the divine realm had completely vanished, now transformed into a large-scale systematic and industrialized resource production and human civilization. Yang Fan stood quietly in the sky, momentarily not recognizing anything. Is this my divine realm? What on earth happened in just one night? Who can tell me? Yang Fan cried out in his heart. Clearly he was following the path of merging cultivation and martial arts, yet how did the technological aspects suddenly become fully developed? Master, welcome to inspect the work. Yang Yi's exquisite face suddenly appeared in front of Yang Fan. What is going on? Considering the ample funds at present and for long-term development, I directly purchased a technological city worth 500 million faith points in one go. Its area can be automatically adjusted up to 2 million square kilometers. Even if the master breaks through to divinity, it can still be used. Yang Yi replied. Impressive, but don't you feel that this city doesn't quite match the surrounding primitive forests? Yang Fan rubbed his temples. That question holds no value. The technological city possesses a comfortable, living environment, efficient transportation, and extremely low logistics costs. Moreover, I have closed many entertainment facilities. Under these circumstances, combined with the breeding card, it can maximize the reproductive rate of followers. Currently, the population of followers in the divine realm is severely insufficient. I believe this is the primary concern. The degree of environmental matching has no relevance to the development of the divine realm, making it meaningless to consider. Yang Yi said calmly. What about that supersonic aircraft? I utilized superb negotiation skills to have the vendor include 5 supersonic aircraft with controllable nuclear fusion energy as a bonus when purchasing the technological city, capable of flying continuously for 100 million years, barely sufficient for personnel movement between the two places. Once followers reach the Qi refining realm, this supersonic aircraft can also be sold at a discount in the marketplace. Awesome. Yang Fan gave a thumbs up. Although the combination of technology and cultivation seems a bit strange, Yang Fan had to admit that after Yang Yi's efforts, the development of his followers had indeed accelerated significantly. Master, I apply to list 2 great spirit plants, the peach trees, for online sale. and spend 500 million to purchase a grade fresh storage warehouse. Yang Yi continued. Reason. The yield of the peach trees is too low and currently the strength of the master's followers is too weak and still in the basic reproductive stage. There's no need to worry about lifespan issues making further cultivation unworthy. In the divine realm, the time cost of funds is too high. The grade fresh storage warehouse follows spatial laws, possessing a storage area of 5 square kilometers capable of preserving the spirit fruits picked from Lingtao Mountain. Yang Fan couldn't help but say, isn't it better to sell the excess spirit fruits directly? Lingtao Mountain is indeed a wonder. Under the supply of Penglai Island's aura, various spirit fruits are produced every year. Relying solely on the 5 monkey wine springs and the consumption of followers, even one cannot be utilized. In response, Yang Fan couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of these spectacles. Even with the mere sale of spirit fruits, he felt that his daily income would not be less than 100 million. Although the quality of these spirit fruits is not high, the sheer volume is overwhelming. Yang Yi replied, based on the current situation, the future monkey wine spring will be one of the main sources of income for the master. If we choose to procure spirit fruits from the market to brew monkey wine, the annual profit margin will drop to 40. Based on the current output of Lingtao Mountain, we could purchase 100 monkey wine springs. And only when the number of believers reaches 100 million can we barely achieve balance. Selling these spirit fruits now and buying them back at a high price later is not as effective as purchasing grade fresh produce warehouses to address the fundamental issue. You have considered everything comprehensively. Oh, I agree. Yang Fan nodded. Truly, as a high-level intelligent being, they solve every real-world problem with rational thinking, and the efficiency is astonishingly high. Having witnessed Yang Yi's capabilities, Yang Fan decided that he would no longer concern himself with the normal development processes of the Divine Kingdom. With such a versatile believer assisting him, why worry so much? Yang Fan donned the helmet and entered the virtual world to prepare for today's class. Unlike other believers, whether he was in reality or the virtual world, Yang Yi could communicate with him. Even though I have you, I cannot be completely idle. During class, if I encounter anything I don't understand, just inform me in my mind. No problem, I will manage the development of the Divine Kingdom while assisting you with your questions. My computing power usage is less than 1/1,000,000th. Yang Yi's voice echoed in his mind. Though there was no fluctuation in tone, Yang Fan felt as if he had been insulted. Upon entering the classroom, Zhang Pang did not greet him, but instead hid in the corner as if he had seen a ghost. Yang Fan casually found a seat, and his classmates immediately fled, distancing themselves. Come on, is this really necessary? Luo Bing and Li Tianheng aren't even here. Yang Fan complained inward. At this moment, Yang Yi's voice appeared in his mind. Master, I just browsed all the web pages related to Yang County No. 1 High School, as well as the school's forum and message boards, and found that you are currently the public enemy of the entire school. What is going on? Initiated by Li Tianheng, anyone who has a good relationship with you is targeted, and a bounty of 10 million has been placed on your secrets. Currently, you rank first on his hit list. Come on, is this school bullying? Yang Fan was somewhat speechless. How much does Li Tianheng hate him? If not for the restrictions of federal law, would he have sent troops to attack his divine kingdom? According to my investigation, there is a 94.2 probability that the teacher will announce class divisions today, and based on your midterm exam results, you will definitely be placed in Class 1. Class 1's usual curriculum includes 1. Applying for public divine kingdom battlefields where believers can engage physically. 2. Divine kingdom defense wars under certain restrictions. 3. Extracurricular practical activities including, but not limited to, collaborative explorations of the divine kingdoms that have perished. From the public forums and various messages, the probability of you being bullied by classmates is as high as 99. 99. What the hell, aren't we just sitting in class? Yang Fan swallowed hard. Most students in Class 7 are focused on logistics, leaning towards theory. Class 1 is entirely war-oriented, leaning towards practical experience. Yang Yi continued to explain. Is there any danger? Yang Fan questioned in his mind. The core of the Divine Kingdom is not dangerous. However, if not handled properly, believers may face mass casualties, which could significantly delay the progress of the Divine Kingdom's development. What good measures are there? Rapidly enhance the strength of the believers. Quickly think of a way for me, Yang Fan urged anxiously. Apply to purchase grade construction spirit weapon workshops, plus a small mining vein. Application approved. Apply for 200 million funds to purchase various alien corpses using a sea of flesh and blood to quickly enhance the physical bodies of believers and increase their survival abilities. Application approved. Apply. All approved. Stop dawdling, just take care of it for me. At this moment, Yang Fan was extremely grateful that he had purchased a high-level intelligent life form. Their ability to collect, organize, and analyze information was remarkable. Without Yang, he might not even know that danger was approaching. Yang Fan thought resentfully in his mind, you want to bully me? Just wait until I develop, I will make you call me father. With the wonders of Penglai Island and Lingtao Mountain, Yang Fan felt significantly more confident. With the talent for evolution and the assets within his divine kingdom, he did not believe that his development speed would lag behind Luo Bing and Li Tianning. Zhang Peng sent a private message, Brother Yang, I dare not talk to you. Please don't blame me, my little arms and legs can't take it. Yang Yi continued to remind him. Help me reply, and let him keep his distance from me for a while. Yang Fan instructed. Yes, master. With a high-level intelligent life form, handling matters became convenient. With just a thought, they could accomplish anything. Just then, the homeroom teacher of Class 7, Li Qingying, walked into the classroom. At this moment, her face was flushed, and she was humming a little tune, clearly in a good mood. Li Qingying looked at Yang Fan with a beaming smile, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Dear students, the midterm exam has concluded. First, congratulations to Yang Fan and Li Shihao for being promoted to Class 1 and Wang Jinyu for being promoted to Class 3. Tomorrow you will be going to other classes. As for the coordinates, I will send them to your wristwatches later, Li Qingying said slowly. After finishing her words, she produced a chair from somewhere and sat down. Today we won't have class, let's chat. First, congratulations to our student Yang Fan for achieving first place in the grade. Everyone applaud. Li Qingying led the applause enthusiastically. However, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward at this moment. The applause from below was sparse, and many people did not dare to look up. Li Qingying was indifferent to this, continuing to speak to Yang Fan. I am very fortunate to have a student like you. What's wrong with Teacher Li? We aren't having class, that's all about chatting now. Master, based on the midterm exam rankings, the teaching staff will receive corresponding rewards, Yang Yi reminded. So I made Teacher Li rich. No wonder he looks at me so kindly. From another perspective, the top student in previous years has always been from Class 1. Once you rise to Class 1, that homeroom teacher will see you in a new light. Yang Yi added. Yang Fan felt a chill in his heart, thinking, have I already offended the future homeroom teacher before even being assigned to a class? Why does the aftershock of this midterm exam feel stronger and stronger? Since no one seems interested, let's dismiss class. Yang Fan, please stay. Today, Li Qingying seemed uninterested in having class, though she waved her hand directly. After arriving at the office, Li Qingying took out a card and placed it on the table. Work hard, this is a gift for you. After receiving the card, Yang Fan had not examined it closely when Yang Yi's voice rang in his mind. The Grade Formation Mystic Turtle Annihilation Array can be arranged simultaneously by up to 1 million believers specializing in defense. Its price is 100 million faith points. This is the Grade Mystic Turtle Annihilation Array. With your comprehension, you should now be eligible to comprehend it. If you can get started, the remaining time in high school will be much easier. As she spoke, a hint of pity flashed in Li Qingying's eyes. Thank you, Teacher. Yang Fan said, his mouth twitching slightly. Go ahead, the teacher of Class 1 is named Chao Wang, and he has a bit of a temper, so remember to keep your distance. Li Qingying waved her hand dismissively. Returning to reality, Yang Fan removed the helmet and let out a sigh. The remaining school life won't be easy. Just as Yang Fan lamented, he suddenly felt a surge of power within his body. In the divine realm, third-tier beings were born. When consciousness was immersed in the divine realm, it was discovered that a believer had broken through to the third tier next to the Enlightenment Stone on Penglai Island. With the dual enhancements of Penglai Island and the Enlightenment Stone coupled with tenfold evolution talent, his believer was rapidly becoming stronger. Yang Yi, based on the information you found, what position can my believer rank in Class 1? Yang Fan inquired. Class 1 has a total of 228 people. If all believers are included, the ranking should be around 100. So low. According to the midterm exam footage, the master's advantage lies in the strong supply of troops. The strength of the believers themselves is too weak. Even with a profound understanding of the myriad spirits returning formation, there isn't much advantage. Then am I doomed? Tomorrow there is a 95% probability that Class 1 will apply for the public divine realm battlefield. The participating believers will be 10,000. Based on the opponent's strength, the master can choose to send out believers of varying strengths to minimize losses. In a century's time within the divine realm, I am confident I can elevate my believers' overall strength to the top 10. By then, even Luo Bing and Li Tianning may not be willing to pay a huge price to clash with the master. Yang Yi analyzed. Yang Fan's eyes lit up at the words. A century in the divine realm only takes him 10 days. It is still the advanced intelligent life that reassures him. With the enhancement of the Enlightenment Stone, believers barely qualify to comprehend the Xian Gui destruction formation. If they can grasp the basics, the master can face multiple enemies in the divine realm defense battle. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and load it so they can comprehend it. Unlike Yang Fan, as an intelligent being, Yang Yi never felt fatigued. Once there were surplus resources in the divine realm, it would immediately put them up for sale. Moonlight Road, Yang Essence Monkey Wine, and even the weapons produced by the Spirit Armory purchased today. Once Yang Yi judged that the inventory was sufficient, it would immediately list them. Once the faith points were ample, it would purchase Monkey Wine Spring or the Moon Spring and Sun Spring for compound interest investment. If previously Yang Fan was compounding monthly, then now Yang Yi was compounding hourly. Yang Fan could feel that his divine realm was continuously interacting with the outside world. With the tenfold evolution talent one day in the outside world equated to 10 years in the divine realm, and this feeling became even more pronounced. The next day Yang Fan reluctantly put on the helmet and entered the classroom of Class 3 Year 3. The classroom's layout was unchanged and he saw many familiar faces. Luo Bing and Li Tianhang's 7-member team, the annoying young master Luo Mingxuan, his old friend Li Shihao, as well as Tai Feng from the Blacksmith Association, and some familiar faces from past group meals. Many people's gazes turned towards Yang Fan, some with disgust, some with glee, but more with hostility. Just as Yang Fan sat down in a corner, a figure stood in front of him. Yang, brother, this is my seat, go to the back. The newcomer gritted his teeth. Yang Fan recognized him as Li Chengze, one of the 7-member team, known for his bad temper, but loyalty. At that moment Luo Mingxian was sitting with his legs crossed, looking like he was watching a show. So satisfying, what's the use of talent? Offending so many people, let's see how you survive in Class 1. Luo Mingxian said smugly. Yang Fan did not argue with him and directly got up to sit in the back corner. Dignity is not given by others, it ultimately relies on strength. After all, it was himself who had wronged them before. Yang Fan did not want to care about this small matter. Seeing Yang Fan swallow his anger, even indifferently, Chengze was practically burning with rage. However, the homeroom teacher was about to arrive, so he could only suppress his anger. A middle-aged man with a square face walked to the podium. With some new faces, let me introduce myself again. My name is Chao Wang, and I am your new homeroom teacher. Today in the first class, I will only talk about one thing: abandon your previous lazy habits. The students in Class 1 are all on the path of war, so our classes are different from other classes. I don't care how you develop your divine realm in your spare time, my class teaches only one thing: war. I won't discuss the ecology of the divine realm, which is a deceitful thing, nor the boring topic of divine realm investment. How to attack the alien divine realm. What is the most efficient way to rob resources? How to balance population, weapons, and provisions. How to flexibly apply various formations. And the taboos of war. Every class of mine requires battle. Chao Wang's tone was stern like an iron-blooded general, and the powerful divine aura made all the students present shudder. Before starting the first class, I want to get to know one student. Who is Yang Fan? Chao Wang's gaze scanned each person. Yang Fan took a deep breath and raised his left hand. Looking at Yang Fan, Chao Wang narrowed his eyes and said, I watched the midterm exam footage. Your adaptability, control of the battlefield, and decisiveness in sacrificing believers are impressive. You have great talent. Hearing this, Yang Fan felt a hint of confusion. The other party actually praised him. This was different from what However, next time I hope to see these tactics used on the aliens, not against your own kind. I am now a teacher, but also a frontline soldier. What I hate most are those who cheat in battles, being subservient to aliens while being treacherous towards their compatriots. Do you understand? With a loud boom, Yang Fan felt as if his head was about to explode. The powerful divine aura emanating from Chao Wang forced his soul to tremble. Death, this is the feeling of death. Master, rest assured, this is an illusion generated by the virtual world. Your consciousness and physical body are very safe. Yang Fan slowly raised his head, coldly looking at the other party. This homeroom teacher of Class 1 was quite Seeing Yang Fan adjust so quickly, Chao Wang was somewhat surprised. Your gaze is good. Oh, let me see how your combat abilities are. Apply for the real battlefield of the divine realm. Chao Wang raised his right hand. In an instant, the classroom environment began to change. The podium, desks, and floors seemed to dissolve like data, replaced by platforms. The real battlefield of the divine realm, teaching version limited to 10,000 people. Shielding, divine realm coordinates. Shielding complete, current free combination for combat. The voice of an intelligent being came from the void. Once the divine realm battlefield was prepared, Chao Wang stood with his hands behind his back. You cannot challenge the same person continuously within a month. Try to arrange the strongest believers for combat. If a formation is broken or a large-scale massacre occurs during battle, the advantageous side will stop immediately to avoid affecting the other side's divine realm development. I will point out each other's problems based on your battle situations. Real divine realm warfare will allow you to progress faster. Old Li, let's team up today. Old Wang, let's practice together. Remember to go easy on my 4th tier being had its arm severed by your believer last time, forcing me to buy a restoration pill in the marketplace. Tai Feng, let's go. The first class of students quickly found their opponents while Yang Fan remained stationary. Watching the smugness in the other person's eyes, Yang Fan let out a soft sigh in his heart. Yangi, what do you think I should do? Yang Fan inquired inwardly. Li Tianheng, with clever talent and frenzied blood, has summoned 5th tier beings in the divine kingdom, leaving no chance of victory. Yangi pointed out. Yang Fan sighed and asked, can I not fight? Generally, there are no precedents for surrendering without a fight. Then can I just fight a bit, and then surrender? Sure. A cruel expression appeared on Li Tianheng's face. Arriving at the battlefield, Li Tianheng summoned his followers, 10 5th tier beings, 1,000 4th tier beings, and the rest were all 3rd tier beings. Looking at the opposing forces, Yang Fan felt that even if he brought out all the strongest followers from his divine kingdom, it would still be insufficient against the onslaught. Yang Fan complained, "Has this guy been taking drugs or something? How is he so strong?" With a wave of his right hand, Yang Fan summoned 10,000 followers. "Kill them," Li Tianheng shouted. His followers rushed towards Yang Fan's army like a pack of famished wolves. In just a few breaths, all of Yang Fan's 10,000 followers were slain. This was a real battlefield of the divine kingdom, and the followers were summoned in physical form. At this moment, the arena spanning several hundred kilometers was completely stained red with blood, with severed limbs and internal organs scattered everywhere. A terrifying stench of blood wafted through the air. The other students engaged in battle stopped their followers upon witnessing this. Brother Tianheng is ruthless, killing so quickly. Wait a minute, is Yang Fan really that weak? That's because Brother Tianheng is strong. Just look at his lineup, aside from my sister, who in the class can compete with him. The frenzied blood talent hasn't even activated, truly satisfying. Li Chengzi smiled arrogantly. During the midterm exams, Yang Fan had caused them great trouble, and seeing Li Tianheng's slaughter brought relief to everyone. What's going on? Xiao Wang approached with a grim expression. Reporting teacher, Yang Fan's followers are too weak. They are all mortals, and there's no learning effect whatsoever, Li Tianheng explained. Xiao Wang turned to Yang Fan. What do you have to say? Since I can't win, might as well reduce losses, Yang Fan replied straightforwardly. Xiao Wang snorted coldly and turned to scold. Li Tianheng, are you out of your mind? We are in class. Your talent is commendable, but that power should be used against other races. What are you doing now? This kid thinks he can play me for a fool. I want rest until I get my revenge. Even in the face of a deity, Li Tianheng stood tall, unafraid. Foolish one, with such narrow-mindedness you will never achieve greatness. Since you are so stubborn, why not skip college after graduation and join me on the front lines for a few years? Hearing this, Yang Fan felt somewhat surprised. It seems that this teacher named Xiao Wang may have targeted him, but he wasn't fundamentally bad. He simply harbored a deep hatred for other races and was earnest about teaching every student. You two go back and reflect. This battle is meaningless and there's nothing to evaluate. You can exit now. Upon receiving the order, Yang Fan felt liberated and immediately exited the virtual world. Just as he took off his helmet, he received a private message. Yang Fan, our matter isn't over. From now on, there will be someone coming to challenge you every day, 10,000 a day. Even if they are just ordinary followers, you can't afford that much population loss, right? Daring to play me, this is the price. Looking at Li Tianheng's threatening message, Yang Fan smiled disdain. If it were someone else, they might truly be intimidated, but Yang Fan had the talent for evolution, and he could indeed sustain a daily loss of 10,000 ordinary followers. It won't be long before you'll regret pushing me this hard. For now, consider it a release of anger for you all. If you continue to target me, don't blame me for being merciless. Yang Fan muttered to himself. In the following days, Yang Fan faced the same fate. Every day it was as if it had been arranged, with everyone else matching up, leaving only him unable to choose. All the opponents in these days were old friends from the 7-man team. Yang Fan gradually became numb. Now his divine kingdom's population had surpassed 4 million. Thanks to the favorable living conditions and the support of clever breeding cards, the birth rate was exponentially increasing. On the 7th day, Yang Fan's opponent was Luo Bing. Looking at Yang Fan's followers, all of whom were mortals, she did not directly attack to annihilate them, but rather, somewhat bored, urged Yang Fan to concede. Such a good thing. Yang Fan quickly raised his hand to concede and happily exited the virtual world, leaving Li Tianheng standing there with a grim expression. In the entire senior class, only one person could afford to disregard Li Tianheng, and that was Luo Bing. 5 days later, the population in the Divine Kingdom reached over 10 million. With the dual support of Penglai Island and the Enlightenment Stone, the number of promoted followers was increasing, having already surpassed 100,000. On the same day, the first 4th-tier being was born in the Divine Kingdom, raising the overall strength to a new level. Divine Master Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom area 1 million square kilometers. Talent level resource talent SS level talent evolution. Followers 4th tier being 1 3rd tier being 310 2nd tier being 62 52 1st tier being 1 million mortals 72 million. Dependents little elves 412. Methods 5 elements cultivation technique indestructible diamond technique all spirits return to origin formation major achievement Xian turtle extinction formation. Faith points 12. 400 million providing 260 faith points daily. A buildings moon wells x 2000 sun springs x 2000 level building monkey wine spring x5 special life building elf ancient tree 1000 years nurturing little elves special building enlightenment stone level building flesh sea blood pool x1 level building 100 spirits blood pool x1 immersing 10 tai sway load rate 100 special building fully automatic concentrator x3 cutting factory loading 300 tai sway load rate 100 level building spirit weapon workshop with small mine level city of technology x1 Wonders Penglai Island arranged Spirit Peach Mountain arranged. Assets Tai Sui X, 310, small mines, various spiritual fruits, level weapons, level weapons, level weapons. Looking at the specific information of the Divine Kingdom, Yang Fan expressed satisfaction. If I were to participate in a real Divine Kingdom war with a population of millions and the talent for evolution aside from Luo Bing and Li Tianheng, I would have no opponents in the class. If it were a simulated battle of 10,000 Divine Kingdoms relying on the All-Spirits return to origin formation at the major achievement level, I should be among the top 10 in combat strength in the class. With such strength, Yang Fan no longer had to be submissive. He was confident that even against Li Tianheng, if it came to a life-and-death battle, the opposing 10,000 elite soldiers would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. Li Tianheng did not possess Yang Fan's tenfold evolution talent. If he lost 3 or 4/10 of his forces, it would definitely be painful for him. I need to show some fangs, otherwise they might really think I'm a soft touch. A flash of battle intent shown in Yang. Donning his helmet, Yang Fan lightly tapped the coordinates and arrived directly at the divine battlefield opened by Chao Wang. As usual, others had already formed their teams, and Yang Fan's opponent was also prepared. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yang Fan revealed a hint of surprise. It was actually Luo Mingxian. Yang Fan recalled that this person was ranked around 200 to 300 in the Luo family's Divine Nation simulation battles. In the past, Yang Fan had sent ordinary mortals as his followers because he didn't want to expend too much. Surely Luo Mingxian didn't really think of himself as a soft persimmon. On another platform, Li Qingze was sparring with Li Tianheng, his expression somewhat worried as he said, "Tianheng, is that waste Luo Mingxian going to be okay? Why did you agree to let him participate?" "Don't worry, he requested it himself. I tested his abilities yesterday, and he is not weak. He claimed he would give it his all. Even if he is not Yang Fan's match, it will undoubtedly be a fierce battle," Li Tianheng explained. "It seems his parents have invested quite a bit of resources in him." Li Qingze clicked his tongue. "I can only challenge again in a month. Anyway, they have a grudge, so regardless of the outcome, the follower losses will be substantial." "Tianheng, you are wise. People fight for their dignity. That scoundrel Yang Fan dares to play us like this. We must show him some color." On the platform, Luo Mingxian summoned his followers. 1/4 tier being, 23rd tier beings, 362nd tier beings, 4,600 first tier beings, and mortals. Seeing this lineup, many classmates expressed their astonishment. Luo Mingxian's strength has increased rather quickly. Now there's something to watch. Although Yang Fan has comprehended the perfected myriad spirits returning to origin formation, his followers are still somewhat lacking in combat power. Not necessarily. The resources he obtained during the midterms were the most. Just from the school's reward of 1 billion belief points, he could significantly boost his followers' strength. At least there will be a fight. Luo Mingxian is narrow-minded. I see him as someone who will strike hard. During an ordinary spar, these classmates wouldn't focus entirely on watching the followers fight. At this moment, they were more interested in the battle between Luo Mingxian and Yang Fan. Going all out is much more interesting than sparring. Luo Mingxian floated above his followers, arms crossed, saying, "Yang Fan, I finally have the chance to fight you seriously. Don't you dare surrender. No, even if you surrender, I won't stop. This platform can only end with both sides agreeing, ha ha ha. If we fight with all our might, your losses won't be small." Yang Fan asked curiously. Luo Mingxian smirked, "It doesn't matter. I am just contributing to the force. After all, you've offended many, and everyone stands united against you." "I see." As his words fell, Yang Fan summoned his elite troops. 1/4 tier being, 303rd tier beings, 6,000 second tier beings, and the rest were all first tier beings. Seeing this lineup, the venue quieted down considerably. Damn, this guy really hit his strength. All are at least first tier, and he even has 4th tier followers. This combat power should be among the top 10 in the class. This is a bit insidious. It hasn't even been a month since the midterms. How can he improve so quickly? Nonsense, how could it be so fast? The midterms were so dangerous, and he even hit his strength. This kid is so sneaky, making us look like clowns in front. Damn it. Li Qingze cursed angrily. At that time, Yang Fan had not even had a single 3rd tier being among his followers, and later they sent them out as scouts, all of whom were mere mortals without clothes. To improve to this extent in such a short time is simply unbelievable. The only reasonable explanation is that Yang Fan had hidden his strength back then. Thinking of how he had poured his heart out at that time, Li Qingze couldn't help but want to slap himself. Li Tianheng's expression was equally grim as he looked at Luo Mingxian on the platform, wishing he could swap places with him immediately. "If I don't eliminate his followers, my Dao heart will be unstable." "You." Luo Mingxian pointed at Yang Fan, struggling to articulate a response. Yang Fan had comprehended the perfected myriad spirits returning to origin formation, and now his followers' overall strength surpassed his. Even if they fought to the death, how much damage could he inflict on the opponent? "I concede." Luo Mingxian raised his hand. "Kill." Yang Fan sneered. "Scoundrel." As the two armies clashed, the smell of blood filled the air instantly. Not only was Yang Fan's strength greater, but after 1 to 200 years of tempering at the Spiritual Arms Workshop, his army of 10,000 was equipped with complete sets of grade weapons, while Luo Mingxuan's third-tier followers wore grade, with the rest being grade. Combined with the advantage of formations, it was essentially a one-sided massacre. Watching his 10,000 elite soldiers being cut down like grass, Luo Mingxuan's face turned as black as charcoal. In the end, Yang Fan annihilated the opposing followers at the cost of over 800 first-tier beings. Though the 800 first-tier beings did not achieve the expected results, it was not entirely without effect. Luo Mingxian could only comfort himself like this in his heart. If he knew that Yang Fan's first-tier beings had already reached 1 million within his divine nation, he would probably be so furious he would vomit blood. As the battle concluded, the restrictions of the divine battlefield lifted, and Chao Wang approached with a dark expression. Our class students truly have guts. They show no mercy, even when killing their own kind. Others are going all out. I must resist, Yang Fan replied helplessly. It's always you. Why are there no such heavy casualties in other students' platform battles? I attract hatred. There's nothing I can do. You know you attract hatred, yet you strike so hard. After thinking for a while, I realized that this can't continue. In the future, anyone who wants to fight me to the death on the platform must say so in advance. Oh, I will fully cooperate. Yang Fan turned to look at everyone, his voice filled with coldness. With enough strength, it was time to establish his authority. Given the combat power he had displayed apart from Luo Bing and Li Tianing, others might not dare to fight him to the end. I'm leaving class first. Yang Fan waved his hand, used to leaving right after finishing his fights these days. Wait, Chao Wang suddenly called out. What else is it, Teacher Chao? Yang Fan asked with a puzzled expression. The myriad spirits returning to origin formation is only in grade formation, lacking significant advantages and has limited potential. Since your comprehension is decent, go purchase 1 set each of defensive and offensive formations not exceeding grade. Grade or higher formations require followers at the Qi refinement or martial disciple realm to operate. Thank you, Teacher Chao. Yang Fan was somewhat surprised, not expecting the other party to genuinely teach him. Chao Wang ignored Yang Fan and turned directly to scold Luo Mingxuan. Your formation is simply a mess. The foundation of your followers is also extremely unstable. What kind of elixir was used to forcibly enhance this 4th-tier being? It looks impressive, but is completely useless. Is your brain filled with excrement? Hurry back and reflect well. If you have poor talent and are also foolish, it's not just about having good parents. You are nothing a waste. Being scolded like this by Chao Wang, Luo Mingxuan's eyes began to well up with tears. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan, who was in a great mood, couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Bye. Yang Fan hurriedly exited the virtual world, wanting to avoid being lectured. The entire Class 3 of the senior high school respects Chao Wang, and there is a reason for it. Although he speaks coarsely and is strict with students, his teaching ethics are indeed commendable. He treats everyone equally regardless of their talent. Such a person would undoubtedly make a good general on the front lines. Unlike the heartwarming actions of Yang Fan, Luo Mingxian was currently smashing things in the villa like a madman. Yang Fan, you wait for me. I will definitely not let you go. After establishing his authority last time, the subsequent practical training became much more normal, with many classmates matched with Yang Fan stating that the focus would be on sparring. Yang Fan readily agreed. He had no interest in brutally killing others, and regular sparring was sufficient for Chao Wang to point out issues. Days passed, and more than 10 days went by. The level Xian Turtle Destruction Array was still too profound for Yang Fan's current followers. He accepted Chao Wang's suggestion, and after discussing with Yang, he chose 2 level formations. One was the Locking Sky Array, primarily for containment and defense. The other was the Destruction God Array, primarily focused on annihilation. With a 10-fold evolution talent, Yang Fan did not want to spend time and effort researching the formations himself before teaching them to his followers. Instead, he placed them in the transmission tower for his followers to study on their own. It had been over a month since the end of the midterm exam, and under such rapid development, the Divine Kingdom had experienced 300 years. Now the population of his followers had reached its limit and was no longer growing. Followers level 4 beings, 100 level 3 beings, 3310 level 2 beings, 400 level 1 beings, for million mortals, 32 million. Dependents, small spirits, 1718. Techniques, 5 elements, cultivation technique, indestructible skill, locking sky array, a level destruction, god array, a level all spirits return to origin array, great completion, Xian Turtle Destruction Array. Faith points 11. 200 million providing 360. For faith points daily. With a population of nearly 40 million, this was already the extreme limit of followers that a divine biological kingdom could achieve. With the population explosion, Yang, he had already deployed 5 fully automated concentrators on the ground operating at full capacity. That meant 500 Tai Sui continuously producing Tai Sui meat worth 1 billion. Thanks to the ample spiritual fruits, and in order to ensure the health of his followers, Yang, he purchased 20 supersonic planes specifically for transporting spiritual fruits. Even the followers on the ground could not only enjoy plenty of concentrated meat, but also have 2 or 3 spiritual fruits with each meal, making their lives increasingly better. Now solely relying on the followers themselves, Yang Fan could earn 364 faith points daily, having made a third of the way towards breaking through to demigod. With over 4 months left until the college entrance examination, thanks to his evolution talent, his divine kingdom had enjoyed more than 1,000 years of development time. Yang Fan even believed he might have the opportunity to break through to demigod before the college entrance examination. All of this was thanks to the gains from the midterm exam. The assistance from Palai Island and Spirit Peach Mountain had been immensely beneficial, making the experience of effortlessly growing stronger truly addictive. Today my physical body feels significantly stronger. A few days ago when I went to the gym, I surprisingly unleashed 5 tons of power with a punch. I wonder how it is now. Yang Fan felt the terrifying power hidden within his body and truly wished to find someone in the real world to have a good fight with. A beautiful day begins if first I need to attend class. With this thought in mind, Yang Fan put on his helmet. Today was once again a double battle in the Divine Kingdom battlefield. Yang Fan had recently gotten used to being late. After all, someone would help him find a suitable opponent, so he didn't have to worry about matching with anyone. As Yang Fan appeared outside the battlefield, Li Tianheng's tiger-like gaze instantly locked onto him. Are you ready to challenge me? Yang Fan frowned. It's the second month. You aren't planning to send another 10,000 mortals for me to kill, are you? Li Tianheng's face turned ugly. If Yang Fan continued to act unreasonably, Li Tianheng really didn't have any way to deal with him. Li Tianheng was confident that he could crush Yang Fan with his strength, but if the other party refused to fight, he couldn't ask Li Chengze and the others to force it. Given the strength Yang Fan had displayed, even Li Chengze would probably lose a considerable number of high-level followers. With the college entrance examination approaching, the losses among followers were too great, and the family wouldn't be able to explain it. No problem as long as you feel better, Yang Fan replied nonchalantly. He still felt some guilt over the midterm. Seeing Yang Fan like this, Li Tianheng was furious. I can't vent my anger. You're making me very angry, infuriating me. Watching the other party react like they had stepped on their tail, Yang Fan was completely dumbfounded. You want to give me 10,000 followers to kill, and you are unwilling. Get to the arena and stop making a scene. Chao Wang couldn't help but rub his forehead. He had high hopes for Li Tianheng. This berserker talent was definitely a big weapon on the battlefield. However, this guy seemed to be a bit slow, saying whatever was on his mind like a child. The two arrived at the arena, and Li Tianheng immediately summoned his followers. 11 level 5 beings, 1,200 level 4 beings, and the rest were all level 3. Compared to a month ago, their strength had increased significantly. Yang Fan, as a man, fight with all your might. After today, I can erase everything from the past, and from now on you won't know me, and I won't know you. We'll be like strangers. Li Tianheng said seriously. If he couldn't make Yang Fan bleed a bit, he truly couldn't swallow this anger. However, under the school's rules, if the other party continued to act unreasonably, he had no good options. Li Tianheng could only make such threats, and after he wiped out Yang Fan's high-level followers, it would count as giving his brothers an explanation and himself an explanation. Are you sure? Yang Fan's eyes lit up. That's right. Good. After today's battle, we will have nothing to do with each other. But let me make it clear in advance, if you are afraid to fight, don't come looking for trouble with me later. Yang Fan said. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and fight with me with all your strength. Li Tianheng sneered. Are you kidding? Would I be afraid to fight? Yang Fan waved his hand and summoned all his strongest followers. 100 level 4 beings, 3,000 level 3 beings, and the rest were all level 2 beings. This kind of combat power was far stronger than when he fought Luo Mingxian. Most importantly, although Yang Fan's followers might not be as powerful as Li Tianheng, they had comprehended the great completion realm of the all-spirits return to origin array. If they truly fought to the death, they could still take a piece of flesh from the opponent. With the evolution talent, Yang Fan was not afraid of follower losses. To give him another month, and he could raise an even stronger team. However, Li Tianheng was different. Yang Fan smiled confidently, throwing the dilemma back at his opponent. Looking at the two armies facing each other in the arena, the scene was completely silent. Yang Fan is strong. Although he is not Li Tianheng's opponent with the formations, if they truly fight to the death, they are likely to lose quite a few high-level followers. Li Chengze swallowed hard, looking at Li Tianheng with a hint of worry in his eyes. Beside him, Luo Bing also wore a serious expression. With only 4 months left until the college entrance examination, was it really worth it to vent his anger? Luo Bing also did not expect that Yang Fan had hidden so much strength. Such combat power should be enough to place him within the top 5 of the Luo family in the Divine Simulation battle rankings. Father Yang Fan may lack character, but his strength is indeed formidable. Lu Bing's gaze towards Yang Fan gradually grew more serious. As expected, Li Tianheng did not take direct action this time. He hesitated, unable to avoid it. The college entrance examination could significantly impact his future development, but was it really worth it to fight for pride? Why not just let it go? We could simply spar instead. Yang Fan said with a smile. Looking at Yang Fan's warm smile, Li Tianheng suddenly recalled the words exchanged between them in the foreign god's realm, as well as the scene of camaraderie. Damn, it'll kill you. Blood fury, activate. My followers eliminate the enemy in front of us completely. Li Tianheng instantly activated his talent, enhancing his army's momentum by a third as his followers charged in like ferocious wolves ready to tear apart their prey. Damn, this guy is serious. Is he really going for it? Yang Fan was speechless. He felt invincible because of his evolutionary talent. Li Tianheng was simply a hot-blooded youth charging in without considering the consequences. Yang Fan felt troubled as well. He never intended to fight seriously. If all those followers died, it would pain. He initially wanted to use this opportunity to make the other side back down, demonstrating his strength, so they could turn hostility into peace and avoid future troubles. But now it seemed he was deepening their enmity. Yang Fan's followers had already formed a battle formation with the soldiers in the front, having practiced the indestructible body technique, holding shields taller than themselves ready to block the first wave of attacks. With a loud bang, the flash of a blade cut through the air, severing several second-tier beings in the front line who followed the martial path. The degrade weapons, shields, and armors along with the flesh of the followers were cleaved in two. Leading the charge were 3 fifth-tier followers under Li Tianheng, moving with the force of a landslide. After all, it was the fully realized spirit return formation, and the position just damaged was instantly filled by other followers. Kill. Utilizing the protection of the formation, a follower executed the light body technique, appearing like a specter next to the enemy, who had just swung their blade. With a slicing sound, the long blade swept through, and one of Li Tianheng's 5th-tier followers had an arm severed. This was just the beginning of the clash. Continuing the battle would surely lead to mutual destruction. Everyone stop. Li Tianheng, have you lost your mind? Realizing the situation, Xiao Wang suddenly appeared outside the arena, his face filled with anxiety. Once the divine battle arena is activated, unless both parties agree or one side's followers are all killed, it cannot be ended. Even Xiao Wang, the divine teacher, could not interfere with the rules of the virtual world. Both Li Tianheng and Yang Fan possessed considerable strength and were seed candidates for the college entrance examination at Yangshengno, one middle school with the future expectation of bringing glory to their school. Now, as their followers fought to the death, the high-tier followers were being significantly depleted. If the school committee found out, he as the class teacher would likely face serious consequences. Xiao Wang had underestimated Yang Fan's strength, and even more so Li Tianheng's fervor. None of these students were easy to manage. Hearing Xiao Wang's questioning, Li Tianheng instinctively halted his movements. Seeing that the other side had ceased their attack, Yang Fan also stopped his followers from retaliating. With both sides pausing, Xiao Wang breathed a sigh of relief. Class will end soon, and you are forbidden from matching in arena battles in the future. I refuse, Li Tianheng insisted. With only 4 months until the college entrance examination, are you certain you want to gamble your future over a momentary pride? Xiao Wang rubbed his temples, his tone somewhat resigned. Although these young heirs from prestigious families had excellent vision, resources, and talent, perhaps being pampered from a young age made them crazily stubborn once they set their minds on something. Li Tianheng did not respond. His gaze remained filled with resentment as he looked at Yang Fan. Don't go crazy, for sure if I see you again, I'll avoid you. Yang Fan prayed in his heart. Those who are shameless fear those who are reckless, and those who are reckless fear those who have nothing to lose. Now it was a situation where the shameless had directly collided with the reckless, double the fear. Yang Fan only wanted to focus on developing the divine realm. He truly did not want to partake in such reckless activities that yielded no benefit. Enough. If you insist on this, I will apply to speak with your father right now and let him talk to you. Xiao Wang said coldly. Li Tianheng's expression gradually calmed down, and somewhat reluctantly he said, I agree to end this match. I agree as well. Yang Fan quickly echoed, fearing that the other side might change their mind. Once the arena restrictions were lifted, Yang Fan recalled his followers and immediately left the virtual world. Fortunately, the losses weren't too great. This young man truly doesn't consider the consequences of his actions. Yang Fan in his villa in Yang City patted his chest, feeling a sense of survival after a disaster. If those 10,000 elite soldiers were to die in this battle, it would also slow down the development of his divine realm. At this moment in the virtual world, Li Qingze had already finished his match. Brother, you nearly scared me to death. With a large number of high-tier followers dead, when we return to the family, I'll have to share the punishment with you, Li Qingze could not help but say. Seeing his smug expression, I just couldn't help myself, Li Tianheng spat. Forget it, the best way to deal with such a morally bankrupt scum is to stay away from him. Dealing with such a person always puts us at a disadvantage. In any case, Yang Fan's reputation is already in tatters, whether in his student days or as he steps into society. Surely no one would want to work with him. Choosing to fight alone, he will ultimately be left behind by us in the future. If brother truly feels unsatisfied, it would be better to let him apologize and compensate after we break through to divinity. Li Qingze consoled. Indeed, Yang Fan is merely a genius from the Luo family by marriage who temporarily stands ahead of us through petty tricks. Without family support once he reaches demigod status, he will only be left further behind us, another person chimed. Right now he is like a barefoot man who fears nothing. We as the direct descendants of the Lee family have no need to clash hard with this mud-legged fellow. We'll talk after the college entrance examination. Many talented individuals from the Lee family gathered around. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wang from a distance shook his head and opened the chat box, editing a message. Your son's temperament is still too lacking, teach him well. Attachment, today's video of the Divine Battle Arena. The next day Yang Fan clicked on the coordinates, but his consciousness was not transported to the Divine Battle Arena. Instead, he found himself in the classroom. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Xiao Wang on the podium said loudly, the arena battles in the Divine Battle Arena are designed to cultivate your combat abilities. Although there are only 10,000 troops, large-scale follower battles in the future will also be based on this. This is also the first examination for the college entrance examination worth 100 credits. Of course, if anyone among you can manage to rank within the top 10,000 in the Divine Simulation Battle before the college entrance examination, you will be exempted from the exam and receive full marks directly. If you have any questions regarding the utilization of the Divine Simulation Battle formations and combat techniques, feel free to ask me privately. Yes, teacher, the students replied in unison. Luo Bing as class monitor, I'll ask you, upon graduating from university and entering society, what is the primary duty of our warpath divine realms? Xiao Wang asked. Luo Bing rose and answered, to fight on the front lines against alien deities, safeguarding the unbroken continuity of humanity's flame. Textbooks say so, but today I'll tell you plainly, such rhetoric is mere motivational fuel for children. Xiao Wang shook his head with a wry smile. Hearing this, the students' expressions flickered with astonishment. They had never imagined that Xiao Wang, a decorated soldier, would utter words so conspicuously devoid of conventional virtue. Xiao Wang continued, the development of a divine realm demands vast external resources, and war remains the most efficient means of acquiring them. Fighting alien deities on the front lines sounds noble, defending the weak, preserving humanity's eternal flame, all for the sake of mankind. Put bluntly, however, it is about growing stronger, about seizing resources, about self-preservation above all else. Teacher, after hearing you speak like this, I suddenly find frontline deities far less exalted than before. Ha ha ha. A true gentleman judges by deeds, not intent. By intent, no, they are hardly virtuous, but by deeds. Let me assure you, without them none of you would enjoy such peace and security today. Xiao Wang took a deep breath and went on. In this world there exists only one force capable of aligning all people toward a single purpose, self-interest. Each student strives to expand their own divine realm, and thus willingly risks life on the front lines. Yet in doing so they collectively preserve the continuity of human civilization. Do you truly believe alien races are innately evil? In truth, they are no different. Heaven and earth show no mercy. The myriad beings are but sacrificial straw dogs. To seize control of destiny, one must grow ever stronger without cease. Through war one acquires resources to strengthen oneself. Having grown stronger one wages even greater wars, a relentless cyclical imperative. Humans do so. Aliens do so. Indeed, this is not ideology. It is instinct etched into the very genome of every sentient being. This is part of the world's hidden truth, and since you walk the warpath divine realm, you have earned the right to know it. Every student listened intently. Xiao Wang's words struck them like a thunderclap. Why do other classes never address such matters? Because most of them train for logistical roles, the capillaries of humanity's body, destined to become ordinary divine beings, the underclass, the impoverished of the human race. Never disturb the rich man's cake. Never tamper with the poor man's mind. Climb just a little higher, and this simple social law will reveal itself clearly. Li Tianheng, I ask you, when invading an alien deity's divine realm, what are the three most critical actions? Li Tianheng stood and said, annihilate all followers of the opposing deity through overwhelming power. And then, oi, what else? Li Tianheng scratched his head. Xiao Wang's face darkened. Sit down. Slaughtering followers and breaching the divine realm's core. That is merely the first step. The second step is learning self-preservation. Once you choose to invade, your own coordinates instantly appear within the enemy's field of vision. Shielding your divine realm's core is a profound discipline. The third step is assimilation. A deity's realm spans unimaginable expanses, no less than hundreds of millions of square kilometers. Harvesting resources, dismantling defensive structures, each demands meticulous expertise. As hunters, you must consume your prey entirely, bones, flesh, hide, even fur, leaving no fragment unused. This is the sacred principle of sustenance. The divine realm entrance examination bifurcates into two paths: war and logistics. Our war path comprises 3 examinations, as outlined above. A simulated combat assessment evaluating follower strength, equivalent to 100 academic credits. A resource acquisition mission within an alien deity's realm, 100 academic credits. A defensive campaign simulating resistance against alien deity incursion within one's own divine realm. 100 academic credits. Each year's examination format undergoes minor adjustments, yet its core objective remains unchanged, assessing precisely these three competencies. At this, Chao Wang snapped his fingers, whereupon the blackboard behind him dissolved, replaced by a soft blue digital display. 2026 Class Ranking of Divine Realm Resource Acquisition. Yangxian No. 1 High School. Luo Bing 0 points. Li Tianheng 0 points. Next, I shall publicly assign a coordinate to all Class 1 students, a divine realm belonging to a Tier 1 alien deity. Chao Wang declared. His words sent the classroom into an uproar. An alien deity? What's happened? Why give us a deity's divine realm coordinates? Surely you don't expect us to enter it. Again, and this time it's a deity's realm. We're still nascent divine beings. Surely this is excessive. Most of Class 1 erupted in panic, the shadow of the midterm exam still vivid in memory. They were genuinely afraid. Even Luo Bing and Li Tianheng paled slightly. Confidence did not equate to recklessness. A single alien deity could dispatch a high-tier follower to slaughter them all effortlessly, an act of absolute dimensional supremacy. Silence. This divine realm's core has been destroyed and its deity slain. The school would never gamble with your lives. At this, Chao Wang glanced pointedly at Yang Fan. Per the school's arrangement for the midterm exam, such heavy casualties would never have occurred had it not been for Yang Fan. The incident had reverberated widely. Several influential families withdrew funding as a result. Hearing that the deity was dead, many students visibly relaxed. The most vital component of any divine realm lies in its followers. Upon the deity's death, all followers instantaneously dissolve. So now, was this not simply a resource node awaiting harvest? Realizing this, many students exchanged glances, eyes alight with sudden feverish intensity. Anticipating their thoughts, Chao Wang added, the core assets of this alien deity have already been seized by the school. You won't be scavenging those. Moreover, such assets would be utterly wasted within the fledgling divine realms of novices like yourselves. Rest assured, however, as a genuine deity's realm, it still contains abundant resources, spiritual flora, demonic beasts, ancient architectural relics. Whatever you locate belongs solely to you, and the value of all acquired items will be converted into points displayed on the ranking board. This trial concludes the day before the entrance examination, 4 months hence, or equivalently 120 years of exploration time within your divine realms. This shall constitute your principal academic endeavor moving forward. One suggestion: divine realms are astronomically vast. With your limited population and time frame, complete exploration is impossible. Coordinate as teams and press deeper in search of high-value structures. The top performer will receive strategic supplies funded directly by the school. Strive accordingly. You need not return here for instruction. Should anything arise, I will summon you. With that, Chao Wang exited the virtual world entirely. At the same time, all the students in Class 1 received the coordinates of the Divine Kingdom. Without any deities present, the Divine Kingdom posed no danger to them. At worst, the harsh environment might harm the believers. Many students had already entered the coordinates with their consciousness to scout the area. Upon sensing the rich vitality within that Divine Kingdom, they returned to the classroom, their faces filled with excitement. The school truly invested in the cultivation of its students. In just 4 months, they could obtain a considerable amount of resources through this opportunity. Ligu, can we add someone else? Sister Bing, let me join your team. Brother Tai, should we recruit a few more people together? Most of the classmates did not immediately leave the virtual world. Instead, they took this opportunity to form alliances. After all, the teacher had just mentioned that it was best to explore together. The deeper they went, the richer the resources they could obtain. Even if they had to share later, it was far better than exploring on the outskirts alone. Soon the entire Class 1 was divided into 2 factions. One was led by Luo Bing and the other by Li Tianheng. After all, only the top student could receive the school's reward, making these 2 natural rivals. Coincidentally, both the Luo and Li families had several geniuses in Class 1, making them evenly matched. In addition, there were some small groups of 4 or 5 people who couldn't join Luo Bing or Li Tianheng's teams, deciding to band together to gather more resources and develop their divine kingdom. Only Yang Fan sat alone in the last row. Despite his considerable strength, no one dared to collaborate with him. Even the second-tier genius from the Luo family did not extend an invitation to Yang Fan. Who cares? Yang Fan scoffed inwardly. Not wanting to stay here and embarrass himself any longer, he quickly exited the virtual world. In his villa in Yang City, Yang Fan entered the Divine Kingdom according to the coordinates. Yang, do you have any good suggestions? Yang Fan inquired in his mind. Master, this Divine Kingdom shows no obvious signs of being mined, and the quantity of resources it possesses is incalculable. Here are the following suggestions. 1. Seek out Luo Bing and actively propose a contract to join her team. With the strength you have displayed, there is a 50% chance of success, and the efficiency would be about 10 times that of exploring alone. 2. Explore alone. With the current military strength of the Divine Kingdom, 120 years would only allow for exploration at the outskirts, yielding at most 10 billion faith points. 3. Purchase an exploration-type advanced intelligent life form. This would at least increase efficiency tenfold, and 120 years would be sufficient to recover the costs. As his consciousness returned to reality, Yang Fan immediately opened the marketplace to search for exploration-type advanced intelligent life forms. Exploration-type advanced intelligent life form price, 10 billion faith points. A special life form birthed from the will of the deities dedicated to external exploration and resource acquisition, possessing a high degree of autonomous action capability and strong adaptability to environments. Its core ability lies in information analysis, capable of rapidly establishing cognitive models in unfamiliar environments, systematically analyzing terrain structures, energy distributions, and civilizational forms, and devising optimal exploration plans based on this. It can identify defense systems, find weak points, and achieve efficient penetration and resource acquisition. This life form possesses a complete knowledge base and dynamic learning capabilities. It is recommended to grant secondary command authority, allowing it to independently dispatch believer units during external operations to carry out a series of tasks such as collection, construction, transportation, and combat, achieving integrated operations for exploration and development. Evaluation: the core intelligent life form for external exploration and resource acquisition, combining analytical command and strategic expansion capabilities. Yang E, what level of intelligent life form is it? Yang Fan asked. It is a 4th-tier intelligent life form. Why is the price so much higher than yours? The range of capabilities is different. I focus on the development of the Divine Kingdom, similar to a relatively weak accountant. In contrast, the exploration-type advanced intelligent life form primarily focuses on resource collection and can also command some simple combat tasks. In terms of computational power, I am on par with it, but in the market it is more sought after, hence the higher price. Hearing this, Yang Fan fell silent. 10 billion faith points is too expensive for him right now. Even if he wanted to buy it, he couldn't afford it. Should I wait for another 2 months? Yang Fan hesitated. This is the Divine Kingdom of a 1st-tier alien deity, while losing 60 years of exploration time would be too costly. Master, perhaps you could consider applying for a mortgage loan. Yang Yi reminded him. A loan? Exactly, Master. Your Divine Kingdom has 3 strategic resources: Enlightenment Stones, Spirit Peach Mountain, and Penglai Island. Many loan companies would be willing to cooperate. What are your specific suggestions? Using Enlightenment Stones as collateral would completely meet this funding gap. Please grant me the authority to use Enlightenment Stones as collateral, and I will immediately negotiate with major loan companies. Okay. Yang Fan immediately agreed. In less than 2 minutes, Yang Yi's voice appeared again. I have negotiated with a total of 103 loan companies and have now selected the 2 most suitable ones. Jingxi Finance Mortgage Enlightenment Stones loan amount 30 billion faith points, monthly interest rate 20. Elephant Lending Mortgage Enlightenment Stones loan amount 100 billion faith points, monthly interest rate 10. Hearing the notification, Yang Fan was stunned. More than 100 companies, and you finished negotiating so quickly? Yang Fan expressed his astonishment. Major companies have high-tier intelligent life forms handling their administrative tasks. Our efficiency is 1 billion times that of humans, Yang Yi explained. Impressive. Looking at the conditions offered by these 2 loan companies, Yang Fan frowned. Aren't these interest rates a bit high? Master mortgage loans are primarily based on short-term borrowing. This is the most suitable option I could find. Among them, micro-lending and peace lending have monthly interest rates as high as 50. Why is there such a big difference in the limit and interest rates between these 2 companies? Jingxi Finance's 20 monthly interest is within the normal range, while Elephant Lending likely offered such a high limit with the expectation that the master may not be able to repay it, allowing them to seize the collateral. For the purpose of this exploration of the Divine Kingdom, 30 billion faith points is more than sufficient. I suggest the master choose Jingxi Finance, Yang Yi advised. Yang Fan shook his head. No, I give you permission to contact Elephant Lending, sign the contract, and we will directly mortgage 100 billion. With my evolution talent, I am not worried about the 10 monthly interest. Even if Elephant Lending offered 200 billion, I would dare to boldly accept it. During this time spent with Yang Yi, Yang Fan discovered something. Even though the latter had secondary authority and could communicate with the outside world, he seemed to be restricted by another layer of rules, as he did not perceive the different flow of time in Yang Fan's Divine Kingdom compared to others. Yang Yi had helped him handle so many matters in reality he should have noticed by now. Yet he appeared completely unaware of the existence of the SS level talent. Yang Yi was bound to his divine origin, so Yang Fan was not worried about betrayal. He was merely curious about this. As expected of an SS level talent, even such a powerful intelligent life form cannot detect a trace of it. Contract signed successfully, 100 billion funds have been credited. Interest will be calculated daily, and the borrower may repay the principal and interest at any time. If interest is not paid for 2 consecutive months, the collateral will be confiscated and the debt will be cleared. Faith points 101. 5 billion. Yang Fan did not hesitate and immediately purchased an exploration-type advanced intelligent life form. As the intelligent life loaded into the divine kingdom, a green light orb appeared before Yang Fan's consciousness. Please select appearance, gender, personality, and name. All random, name it Yang Air. As Yang Fan's voice fell, a small boy who looked only 7 or 8 years old evolved from the green light. Yang Air greets the master. The little boy bowed to Yang Fan, his expression somewhat shy. Yang Fan was a bit surprised. He did not expect that by simply choosing randomly he would end up with a childlike appearance. Yang Fan was indifferent to this. After all, it was an intelligent life form, and its capabilities were undoubtedly impressive. I will grant you secondary permissions along with the coordinates of the opposing divine kingdom. Yang Fan quickly decided. As Yang Fan's intelligent life, Yang Air's consciousness could also enter the publicly available divine kingdom of the school. Detected a first-order divine kingdom with rich life energy, abundant spiritual plants, and no signs of destruction. The exploration value is extremely high. The exploration time for the divine kingdom is 120 years. Considering the current population and military status of the divine kingdom, I request 500 second-order beings, 500 first-order beings, and 3 million ordinary mortals. To improve exploration efficiency, it is necessary to purchase drone spectral detectors and portable simple storage. I specially request 2 billion funds. Yang Air quickly reached a conclusion. Agreed to the request. Yang Fan nodded, then said to Yang, reserve a portion of the preparatory funds and purchase 40 monkey wine springs with the rest. Master, wouldn't this investment be too risky? In the long run, the value of the Tao stone is higher. Yang, devoid of human emotions, calmly analyzed and informed the conclusion. Rest assured, I have my methods. For the next period, after reserving 10 billion faith points for interest each month, all other income will be invested in the monkey wine springs, and within a short time, we will purchase 100 of them. Since Yang could not perceive the existence of the evolution talent, Yang Fan had to give the order himself. The 100 monkey wine springs would occupy most of Lingtao Mountain's production capacity, and at that time his monthly income from faith points would reach hundreds of billions. Had he known he could take out a loan, he would have rushed in long ago. Why wait until now? With the influence of the evolution talent, even investing in low-return constructions like the moon wells could yield a monthly profit of 10. After this incident, Yang Fan also learned about another channel for obtaining funds. In the future, once he becomes a demigod or divine being, if there are better investments, he could completely borrow against this and rapidly expand his capital. Back in reality, under Yang Fan's perception, Yang Air had already transformed into a consciousness entity appearing at the edge of the alien divine kingdom. He did not rashly delve deeper, but instead took out dozens of micro-unmanned probes, which separated from behind him and transformed into tiny streams of light, swiftly merging into the surrounding forest and mountains. Moments later, a large amount of data began to return. Terrain structure, energy fluctuations, life density. All information rapidly constructed a complete model within Yang Air's consciousness. In the outer area of the divine kingdom, resources are sparsely distributed, and there are local high-energy reaction points, Yang Air muttered to himself. In the next moment, he waved his hand and millions of believers instantly arrived at this location. Target locked. Spiritual plant resources. A team of harvesting equipment is in warehouse No. 1. Although the deity of this divine kingdom is dead, the ecosystem of the divine kingdom has not been destroyed. Under such rich green plants, there are naturally many wild beasts present. However, under Yang Air's detection, as the wild beasts were still several kilometers away, he had already dispatched a squad to hunt them, minimizing losses to the greatest extent. Outer area cleanup completed. Risks are controllable and conditions for further exploration are met. As a deity, Yang Fan, even if his consciousness is in the real world at this moment, can clearly observe everything happening around Yang Air as long as he wishes. Watching Yang Air's actions, Yang Fan felt that this was not exploration, but rather a standardized resource collection process. High-level intelligent life is indeed more efficient than I am. Yang Fan could not help but sigh. At this moment, he finally understood what Chao Wang meant by not wasting resources. Throughout Yang Air's entire collection process, anything that could be sold in the marketplace regardless of its value would be collected. Low-level spiritual plants, corpses of tiered monsters, even those spiritual soils. This operation was akin to bandits sweeping through a village, checking even the toilets. Since the deities here are dead, the Federation's intelligent life forms have already covered the entire divine kingdom, and every collection by the students is recorded and updated in real time. Yang Fan 2000 points. Yang Fan 5000 points. Yang Fan 1000 points. With Yang Air around, Yang Fan need not worry at all. After sensing everything was fine, he embraced Luo Ro and began to sleep. With technology reaching this level, one must learn to enjoy, let the machines handle the work, and when there is nothing to do. Cough cough, when there is nothing, it's best to sleep well and spend more time with family. The resources obtained by Yang Air from exploring the alien divine kingdom are brought back to the divine kingdom in batches through the portable storage. Yang Yi, on the other hand, oversees the development of the Divine Kingdom, utilizing breeding cards to reproduce the population, providing a source of troops and logistical support for Yang Heir's exploration. As for the resources brought back, they are also sold in batches in the marketplace, and then assets like monkey wine springs are purchased. During this time, as a deity, Yang Fan felt like a second-rate gentleman. After inspecting the situations on both sides daily, he found that he had nothing to do. He accompanied his wife at night, and during the day, he secretly went to Tianxiang to see his old friends. There was no choice, life was too good, and one could not help but indulge. Soon a month passed in the blink of an eye. Since the exploration of the alien Divine Kingdom was still in the outermost stage, even with Yang Heir's efficiency, he only brought back resources worth 2 billion within 30 years in the Divine Kingdom. Yang Fan was quite satisfied with this, for at this moment his achievements had already surpassed everyone else. Yang Fan 2. 142 billion points. Luo Bing 896 million points. Li Tianheng 799 million points. Li Shihao 22 million points. Looking at the rankings, Yang Fan would not naively think he would definitely take first place this time. The reason he exceeded Luo Bing and the others by more than double was entirely due to the low density and value of resources in the outer area, which was Yang Heir's area of expertise. Once in the depths of the Divine Kingdom, perhaps even casually encountered structures would be worth hundreds of millions or even billions. The final ranking would ultimately depend on strength. Even so, Yang Fan still felt secretly pleased. After all, who made these people look down on him? Now he was. Yang Fan's Divine Kingdom was also developing well. Besides reserving about 15 billion in insurance funds, all other faith points were invested by Yang Yi into monkey wine springs, of which there were already 63. With the tenfold evolution talent, Yang Fan's monthly income could reach as high as 63 billion. Perhaps in just over a month the goal of 100 monkey wine springs could be achieved. Thinking about the monthly income of hundreds of billions of faith points, Yang Fan felt like asking those classmates who looked down on him in class, who else? Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Inside the villa, Yang Fan was eating the spiritual fruits from the Divine Kingdom. On the other side, Li Tianheng's team was commanding the followers to slay the 3-0 low-level demonic beasts before them. As he opened the leaderboard and saw Yang Fan score, Li Tianheng's eyelids twitched. He could not comprehend why during this period of relentless exploration with his brothers a significant gap had emerged between them and their opponent. How on earth did that bastard manage this? Li Tianheng gritted his teeth. Li Qingze also found it baffling. After all, they were a 10-member team. Even if the resources they obtained needed to be shared, the distance they could delve into the Divine Kingdom was not something alone Yang Fan could compare to. With just his own forces, Yang Fan was likely still exploring the outskirts. Brother Tianheng, there are rumors that Yang Fan is a top student from class 7. Could it be that he truly has insights on resource collection? Li Qingze expressed some doubt. Really? Is there really a technique to collecting resources? Li Tianheng was equally puzzled. If it were just a slight difference, one might say it was due to good luck, or perhaps some technique of Yang Fan's, but the gap was too vast. One would think he was collecting resources deep within the Divine Kingdom. There seems to be someone named Li Shuhua who is in the same class as him. Oh, I'll have someone look into it. No need. The real determination of victory lies deep within the Divine Kingdom. I will secure the first place with my own strength. Li Tianheng flatly refused. Seeing this, Li Qingze couldn't help but sigh. Brother is too stubborn. Oh, I might as well arrange things quietly. If there really is a good method, everyone could benefit significantly during this time. Li Qingze quietly made a decision. Despite his dislike for Yang Fan, no one would go against their faith. Husband, can you accompany me shopping again today? The first department store has received new arrivals. I've heard that those clothes come from the second-tier cultivation Divine Kingdom, inscribed with arrays for dust avoidance and waterproofing. I want to go have a look. Luo Ro tugged at Yang Fan's hand, acting coy. Yang Fan revealed a hint of a wry smile. There was a day when he was so bored that he accompanied Luo Ro on a shopping trip. It was nothing short of torture. He tried on 20 or 30 items in one store, going from standing to sitting and finally to lying down. Yang Fan simply couldn't understand how anyone could enjoy such a mundane activity. Now that they were not short on money, they could buy any high-end clothing online, and it could materialize in reality within minutes. He simply could not fathom how those physical stores managed to survive. Just as Yang Fan pondered how to decline, a message came through on his wristwatch. A close friend has an important matter to discuss with me. He'll definitely catch up next time. Yang Fan opened Li Shuhua's invitation for the other party to see, and he donned the virtual helmet as if fleeing. Arriving at the Tianxiang private room before the other party could discuss the matter at hand, Yang Fan sent a message to call over his old friend Lu Rian. Brother Yang, why haven't I seen you for so long? Yang Fan opened his arms, and the other party smoothly sat on his lap, their movements fluid and perfectly in sync. Seeing this scene, Li Shuhua was taken aback and couldn't help but remark, Brother Yang, you're quite skilled at this. After doing it numerous times, one gets used to it. Practice makes perfect. Yang Fan said, unabashed. Li Shuhua cleared his throat. By the way, Brother Yang, your score is currently at the top. I thought you were busy exploring the Divine Kingdom all this time. I didn't expect I could actually invite you. Let's meet up often. Although exploring the Divine Kingdom is exhausting, one should also take time to relax here. Constant high-pressure states can actually reduce the efficiency of resource collection. We must learn to balance work and rest. Yang Fan spoke earnestly. During this time, Li Shuhua had treated him like a mouse treats a cat, and privately, he had not sent any messages to explain. Now suddenly meeting, it was not hard to guess someone was behind this. Yang Fan naturally would not treat him sincerely. Brother Yang, your efficiency is so outrageous. Do you have any tips to share with me? Li Shuhua rubbed his hands, looking a bit embarrassed. It's a small matter. I'll recommend a few books to you. Please, Brother Yang, do share. The Resource Collection Guide in the Divine Kingdom on the Dynamic Distribution of Spiritual Plants and a comprehensive overview of other races' divine kingdoms, Yang Fan replied. Li Shuhua frowned, looking somewhat confused. Brother Yang, isn't this the 5th grade compulsory education textbook? Yes. Is this even useful, eh? You don't understand how all the theorems are derived from axioms. Similarly, that profound knowledge also evolves from these foundational concepts. As long as you master these few books, you will not stray far from the core principles. Now in the other race's divine kingdom, using the knowledge learned from these books, I can easily locate spiritual plant gardens and groups of demonic beasts. It's only now that I understand how much I missed in elementary school. During this time, I've explored the divine kingdom by day and diligently studied elementary school knowledge by night. It's truly not easy to find time to meet you. Yang Fan took a sip of the red wine before him, his gaze revealing a hint of depth. Really? More real than gold. Brother Yang, you're not messing with me, are you? How could I? With my character, I would never cheat my own brother. Remember to settle the bill. I'm heading to the next room now, Yang Fan said, pulling Lu Rian's small hand as they walked out. Li Shuhua gazed at Yang Fan's retreating figure, sinking into deep self-doubt. This is a chat video, Brother Qingze. I've sent the message to the small group. Li Shuhua sent out the message. Damn, how could that bastard Yang Fan talk about character? Has he not cheated his brothers before? I told you not to ask, but you insisted. Li Qingze, brother, you finished reading that so quickly. Li Tianheng. In another room, Yang Fan was about to get to the point when his wrist suddenly emitted a notification sound. Seeing the identity of the other party, he felt conflicted about whether to go or not. Sister Rian, I have something to attend to. I'll transfer you the 100 tip. Let's meet up again sometime. Yang Fan got dressed, lightly tapped the coordinates, and left Tianxiang. Sister Bing, what do you need me for? Yang Fan asked politely. Although he had cheated Luo Bing, the latter was far more composed than Li Tianheng and had yet to retaliate against him. Why are you collecting resources so quickly? Luo Bing got straight to the point. This. If it's inconvenient, then forget it, goodbye. As soon as she finished speaking, the other party disappeared instantly. Yang Fan was left dumbfounded. What just happened? Is this person unwell? Not only did they interrupt his good fortune, but they also left so quickly. Did you just play me? I never said I wouldn't talk. After leaving, Luo Bing arrived at a conference room. Sister Bing, this is a video that circulated in the boys group. They said Li Shuhua has already uncovered Yang Fan's secret, so we don't need to ask that scumbag anymore. Alright, projected immediately. Oh, let's study it together. Luo Bing nodded seriously. A dozen talented members of the Luo family sat in the conference room, their expressions serious, as they watched the conversation between Yang Fan and Li Shuhua, afraid of missing any detail. After a full quarter of an hour, the video ended, and the entire conference room fell unusually silent. Sister Bing, my sister seems to be in 5th grade. Should I borrow a book from her to have a look? One person hesitated, unsure if what Yang Fan said was true. This statement seemed somewhat reasonable, yet also sounded like meaningless chatter. At the Academic Affairs Office of Yang County No. 1 High School, Chao Wang was looking for Yang Wanli to sign some documents. Director Yang, the college entrance examination is just around the corner. We cannot afford to skimp on the venue rental fees for the virtual world. Please sign quickly, Chao Wang said anxiously. Expenses are everywhere. Recently we've lost quite a bit of investment. The school has to tighten its belt. You can't be as extravagant as before, old Chao. Yang Wanli signed while still complaining. This year's students are quite capable. Once the college entrance examination is over, the federal government's funding will surely be significant. Chao Wang patted his chest, assuring him. I trust your teaching ability, and the school will never default on the special construction promised to you. Then thank you, Director Yang. By the way, isn't Class 1 currently undergoing training for resource collection in the Divine Kingdom? How are they doing? They are still at the periphery. I haven't kept track. Let's take a look. Chao Wang opened the current leaderboard. The two stared at the leaderboard, watching intently for 3 seconds without moving. Yang Fan, how is it that his score is so far ahead? Did he go straight to the inner circle? It's only been 30 years since the Divine Kingdom was established, and there are no believers above the Qi refining stage. How could this be possible? Yang Wanli looked at Chao Wang with a puzzled expression. Chao Wang shook his head, indicating he didn't know either. You're the class teacher. Hurry up and apply for real-time video from the intelligent life form. Okay. The two watched the situation of Yang Fan's believers in the alien divine kingdom, and their expressions gradually became more interesting. Xiao Wang's face twitched, and his breathing grew heavier. Cheating again, this kid is at it again. He actually purchased an exploratory high-level intelligent life form. This person is really interesting. I remember the school rewarded him 10 billion during the midterm exams. Did he spend it all on this? Yang Wanli looked somewhat shocked. High-level intelligent life forms like this are mainly consumed by actual deities. From another perspective, only after becoming a deity does it make sense for your divine kingdom to be equipped with such intelligent life forms. It's just a divine being. Is it not a waste of resources to have high-level intelligent life help manage the collection of resources for the divine kingdom? 10 billion faith points could buy a significant number of high-level buildings enough to dramatically enhance the ecology of the divine kingdom. Yang Wanli could not understand Yang Fan's actions, but felt greatly shocked. Is this kid trying to earn back the 10 billion through this resource collection? Yang Wanli speculated. Fool. The core of the divine kingdom's development lies in the strength of the believers themselves. No matter how well these foundational works are done, without powerful strength backing it, you won't even reach the inner circle of the divine kingdom. This is utterly foolish. Xiao Wang almost laughed in anger and wanted to call Yang Fan immediately to scold him awake. Alright, it's already been purchased, and the college entrance examination doesn't prohibit intelligent life. At least his score in the second exam should be better. Yang Wanli shook his head with a sigh, already convinced that the principal had misjudged the person. It seemed a bit wasteful to give such a student the Penglai Island. Yang Fan was unaware that because of him, not only his classmates in Class 3, but even the teachers and the academic director were paying attention. At this moment, he was lying on his bed, his body tense, and a look of pain on his face. With the birth of a fifth-level being in the divine kingdom, his body was once again strengthened. Terrifying power surged from the bone marrow to the bones, then to the flesh and muscles, finally transmitting to the skin. Oh, Yang Fan growled. This was the first time the response from the divine kingdom was so intense. After a full quarter of an hour, that feeling gradually faded. Yang Fan slowly got up and noticed that a layer of dark black grime had emerged on his skin. Through the reciprocation from the divine kingdom, his physical body in the real world unexpectedly underwent a cleansing of the marrow. After taking a bath, Yang Fan sat on the bed, his consciousness merging into the divine kingdom. Divine Lord Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom area 1 million square kilometers. Talent level resource talent SS level talent evolution hidden. Believers 5th level beings, 1 4th level beings, 10 33rd level beings, 23,310 2nd level beings, 490,000 1st level beings, 142,000,000 mortals, 22 million. Dependents little sprites, 4,718. Methods 5 elements nurturing art indestructible diamond technique, heavenly lock formation a level entry god, slaying formation a level entry all spirits return formation, great success, Xian turtle annihilation formation. Faith points 15. 5 billion daily provision of 553 faith points. Buildings Moon Wells x 5,000 Sun Springs x 5,000 Level Building Monkey Wine Springs x 64 Special Life Building Spirit Ancient Tree 1,000 Years Nurturing Little Sprites Special Building Enlightenment Stone Level Building Flesh Sea Blood Pool x1 Level Building 100 Spirits Blood Pool x1 Soaking 10 Tai Sui Load Rate 100 Special Building Fully Automatic Concentrator x6 Cutting Factory Loading 600 Tai Sui Load Rate 100 Level Fresh Storage Level Building Spirit Weapon Workshop equipped with Small Mines Clevel Transmission Tower x5 Clevel City of Technology x1 Wonders Penglai Island Arranged Spirit Peach Mountain Arranged Assets Tai Sui x6 10 Small Mines Various Spirit Fruits Level Weapons Level Weapons Level Weapons. During this time, the revenue generated in the Divine Kingdom, aside from using these funds to purchase Monkey Wine Springs and Moon Wells, the idle funds were mostly used to buy a large number of marrow cleansing pills which were grow. With the wonders of Penglai Island, the Flesh Sea Blood Pool, and the 100 Spirits Blood Pool, the qualities of Yang Fan's believers have been increasing at a visible rate every year. To select high-quality genes, Yang Fan ordered that any believer who has not broken through to a first-level being by the age of 20 must venture out to gather resources under Yang Air. As they delve deeper into the Divine Kingdom, the resources that can be collected increase, but so do the risks. 5 years ago, Yang Air reported encountering a pack of 500 wolves, among which 200 were even advanced demon wolves. Even though Yang Air immediately called for reinforcements, 600 ordinary believers still perished. Under the evolution talent, this level of loss is insignificant to Yang Fan. Those believers with poor qualifications can die, the Divine Kingdom can always replenish. Compared to the believers' population that can reproduce in large numbers, Yang Fan places more importance on the resources themselves. With his rising strength, he also developed ambitions regarding the rewards for this resource collection in the Divine Kingdom. He indeed explored alone, but the replenishment of soldiers within his Divine Kingdom is also 10 times that of others. Now among the entire senior class, the only ones Yang Fan is concerned about are Luo Bing and Li Tianheng. Although they are strong, if it comes to a real fight, at most they could match 2 or 3 of him. Now Yang Fan is equivalent to 10 of himself. He is not without a chance. After all the points he earned belong solely to him, and there is no need for distribution. More importantly, there are still 3 months until the deadline, which means the Divine Kingdom can develop for an entire 900 years. In 900 years, with a large supply of resources, Yang Fan himself does not know how far he can develop. Strategic resources are extremely rare. Wonders like Penglai Island cannot be obtained through mall transactions. The opportunity is right in front of him. How could Yang Fan easily let it slip by? Yang Fan 0.6. 424 billion. Luo Bing 0.5. 9 billion. Li Tianheng 0.5. 5 billion. Although Yang Fan currently ranks first, the gap between him and Luo Bing is narrowing, and it is only a matter of time before his points are surpassed. He is not surprised by this. During this period, He has primarily focused resources on developing the Divine Kingdom, as per Yang Fan's instructions, providing Yang Heir with support mainly in the form of common materials lacking talent. Even if Yang Heir has formidable exploration abilities, progress remains slow if the followers lack sufficient strength. Only when the followers are strong enough can Yang Fan qualify to explore the depths of the Divine Kingdom. With the aid of intelligent beings, he is already quite satisfied with the gains made in the outer regions of the Divine Kingdom. Upon entering the Divine Kingdom, Yang Yi and Yang Heir immediately approached Yang Fan. Master, both of them said in unison. Yang Heir, I will assign you another 10,000 Tier 3 beings and 200,000 Tier 2 beings. For the time being, you do not need to continue collecting resources in a sweeping manner. Focus instead on moving towards the core area of the Divine Kingdom. Yang Fan commanded. Reporting to the Master, our forces have encountered numerous Tier 1 monsters in our current position, numbering between 30,000 to 50,000. If we continue to push forward, the losses may be too great. With the current population of the Divine Kingdom, our military resources cannot be replenished, making it more of a loss than a gain, Yang Heir reminded. It's fine, just proceed as instructed. Due to special rule restrictions, even though the changes in the Divine Kingdom are significant, intelligent beings like Yang Yi and Yang Heir still have not detected any anomalies in the flow of time within the Divine Kingdom. Thus Yang Fan had to issue the order himself, who time for exploration is limited, and if they continue to gather resources at the periphery, he might truly miss out on securing the first place this time. Yang Yi, based on the current development speed in 300 years, what is the likely range of high-level followers in the Yang Fan inquired. Since the other party couldn't comprehend the existence of evolution talents, Yang Fan could only estimate the future development of the Divine Kingdom in this manner. As a high-level intelligent being, Yang Yi possesses exceptional computational power, perhaps providing a relatively accurate judgment. Assuming the Divine Kingdom's environment remains stable and resources remain consistently invested. Simulating the data to calculate the changing curve of follower qualifications, the curve's acceleration decreases annually, with a large model designing random variable x. Based on the Master's requirements, the following conclusions have been reached in 300 years. The range for Tier 5 followers is between 5 and 20. The range for Tier 4 followers is between 10,000 and 40,000. The range for Tier 3 followers is between 300,000 and 600,000. Hearing this answer, Yang Fan did not continue to issue commands, and his consciousness returned to reality. Once the number of monkey wine springs reaches 100, we will begin to invest all resources in the followers themselves. There is still time. Yang Fan murmured to himself. On the eve of the college entrance examination for others, it is undoubtedly a race against time to invest resources in the followers to enhance their strength as much as possible. But Yang Fan is different. His Divine Kingdom's development time is 10 times that of others, so he need not worry about whether the followers have time to digest the resources. 5 days later, Yang Fan was pushed down the resource collection leaderboard by Luo Bing and Li Tianheng. In the past 20 days, the two have surpassed 20 billion points, while Yang Fan's name has fallen beyond the Tianheng. You were right. This guy Yang Fan was merely lucky in the early stages. I even sent someone to gather intelligence. How foolish of me. Li Qingzi said, his face filled with shame. There's no need to blame yourself. You did it for the entire team. From now on, we need not concern ourselves with Yang Fan, who our main rival is still Luo Bing. This time I must secure first place in resource collection. Li Tianheng's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Defeat the Luo family and help Tianheng secure first place. Secure first place. Let's go. Everyone cheered, giving encouragement and support. Li Tianheng and his group are all from the Li family's direct line. The resources allocated by the school for this exploration are secondary. The core goal is to assist Li Tianheng in securing first place. Compared to the strategic resources provided by the school, the ordinary materials within the alien Divine Kingdom are not as important. Tianheng, this alien Divine Kingdom has monitoring by the school's intelligent beings, and resources must be personally collected by your followers to count as points. Thus the efficiency in this area remains too low. We need to delve deeper, Li Qingzi said. Indeed, although the core structures of this alien divine kingdom have been taken by the school, there may still be some high-value resource structures left. We must reach the core area before Luo Bing. Li Tianheng nodded. In that case, we will focus on marching next, and there's no need to send followers to collect spirit plants valued below 100,000. Another month passed, and the foot of Lingtao Mountain in the Divine Kingdom was already filled with monkey wine springs. Under Yang Yi's arrangement, there is a resource house every kilometer along the entire Lingtao Mountain. Semi-automated harvesting machines are scattered throughout the mountains, while the followers only patrol the area to check whether the machines damage the spirit plants and to conduct secondary harvesting of spirit fruits. The resource houses and monkey wine springs are connected by fully automated tracks, allowing for automatic delivery of spirit fruits. Throughout this process, 80% of the work has been replaced by machinery, saving a great deal of manpower. On this day, the number of monkey wine springs finally reached 100. Yang Fan's consciousness entered the Divine Kingdom. Looking at the fully operational monkey wine springs, a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. With a monthly income of hundreds of billions, it is now time to vigorously develop the followers. Followers Tier 5 beings, 10 Tier 4 beings, 2 3 2 3 4 Tier 3 beings, 4 Tier 2 beings, 5 1 beings, 1 commoners, 2 6 7 0. Feeling the current strength and population structure of the followers within the Divine Kingdom, Yang Fan grew increasingly confident. Now, when participating in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle, his performance will undoubtedly be on par with Luo. Master, the core investment structure Monkey Wine Springs has been fully deployed. The current belief points in the Divine Kingdom are 12. 3 billion, of which 10 billion needs to be repaid for this month's interest on the elephant loan. Should the resources produced by the Divine Kingdom primarily be used to repay the loan principal? Yang Yi respectfully inquired. Yang Fan shook his head. Not for now. Aside from reserving funds for interest, all other income from the Divine Kingdom will be invested in the followers. With less than 2 months until the college entrance examination, Yang Fan must quickly enhance the strength of the followers. His goal this time is the 2 top universities of the federal government, the Taichu Academy and the Xingqiong Academy. Yes, please grant me the purchase permission for the level technique Changchun Gong valued at 100 million belief points, Yang Yi requested. Purchase a technique. Yang Fan's expression showed some confusion. There are already many techniques and martial arts in the transmission tower, which should be sufficient for the followers to learn. Reporting to the master, there are currently 10 Tier 5 beings in the Divine Kingdom, all of whom are following the cultivation path. To advance Tier 5 beings further, they need to become followers in the Qi refining stage, which requires assistance from high-level techniques. After searching, Changchun Gong is more suitable for the current needs of the followers. As for followers following the martial arts path, the strongest among them is only Tier 3, so there is no need to invest in high-level techniques for now, Yang Yi explained. I see. Yang Yi, can you calculate how much longer it will take before a follower in the Qi refining stage is born in the Divine Kingdom? Currently, there are very few Tier 5 beings in the Divine Kingdom, and the qualifications of the followers are below average. The environment of the Divine Kingdom is also mediocre. The overall evaluation of the Divine Kingdom does not meet the standard. The calculation conditions are not satisfied, and it is temporarily impossible to estimate a specific time. What? The Divine Kingdom has developed for so long, and my evaluation is not up to standard. Yang Fan found it hard to believe. That's right, Yang Yi nodded seriously. Based on the current operational data of the Divine Kingdom, your development level is in the median range among divine beings at the same stage. He paused slightly, as if retrieving data from a larger scale model. Comparing with the 31.27 billion divine entity samples exposed over nearly 1,000 years, the average proportion of elite believers, those above the 3rd tier, is 9.6, while the current state of the divine nation stands at 1.07. The reason resource allocation is biased towards foundational expansion with insufficient investment in individual enhancement. Penglai Island, while possessing a self-circulating spiritual energy system, is currently only used for environmental enhancement and has not constructed a multi-tiered cultivation model, resulting in a potential utilization rate of less than 40%. Yang Er's tone remained calm, as if stating an established fact. Furthermore, according to historical data, high-potential divine nations at this stage usually establish at least one strategic advantage system, such as extreme troop types, complete social rules for believers, or a robust resource chain. Yet the current divine nation, despite having quality strategic resources like Lingtao Mountain, Wudao Stone, and Penglai Island, has not completed system integration and is merely in a state of resource accumulation. The emergence of believers at the Qi refining or martial disciple realm within the divine nation is a necessary condition for becoming a demigod. With the current resource investment and the pace of development, it is impossible to calculate a specific time frame. Yang Fan swallowed hard, suddenly realizing that he had underestimated the challenge of breaking through to become a demigod. Yang Yi, according to your words, I want to have a chance to break through to demigod before the college entrance examination. Reporting to the master, according to annual data, the number of students breaking through to demigod before the college entrance examination accounts for only 0.001 of the total, mostly coming from large cities like Taichu City and Shanghai City. The county where the master resides belongs to a remote planetary county-level city. I have yet to find any record of anyone breaking through to demigod before the college entrance examination appearing in this planet. It seems I have been too simplistic in my thinking. Yang Fan's face showed signs of embarrassment. There is no need for the master to be disheartened. A demigod's account for less than 5 of the total population, and divine beings are even less than 1. To break through a combination of time for the divine nation's development, massive resources, and even luck is indispensable. With the master's potential along with university investment and platform, the divine nation's development would accelerate significantly, with a high probability of becoming a demigod within the 4 years of university. Alright, the purchasing rights for the Changchun skill have been granted to you, and you will continue to take full responsibility for the development of the divine nation. In the era of divine nations, the number of human divine beings has reached a level that is hard to survey, with countless prodigies emerging. With his SS-level talent, Yang Fan may be a step ahead of his peers in this small place, but in the context of humanity as a whole, it remains uncertain where he stands. In this county, even a grade or grade talented youth can be heavily cultivated by their families, but how many a grade or even scrade geniuses exist in the big cities? These individuals not only possess extraordinary talent, but also have families or companies that are 100 or 1,000 times more powerful than the Luo family supporting them. Even so, the number of prodigies able to break through to demigod before the college entrance examination remains extremely scarce. At this moment, Yang Fan suddenly found his previous thoughts to be naively laughable. The road ahead is long. Although the difficulty of breaking through to demigod far exceeds his expectations, Yang Fan remains undeterred. With his feet firmly on the ground, he gazes at the sky. One should not be delighted by material gains or saddened by personal losses. Focusing on the present, taking one step at a time, is the true principle. Yang Yi, apart from fully enhancing the believer's strength, I want to use half of the divine nation's power to support Yang Air. I must compete for the first place this time. Yang Fan spoke earnestly. According to Yang Air's report, the alien divine nation has been marching for nearly 40 years, and now their position is close to the core region of the divine nation. In this process, even though Yang Air avoided a large number of beast hordes and traps in advance, the losses in troop strength still reached 1 million. Fortunately, with the evolution talent, the reproduction rate is 10 times, ensuring a sufficient supply of troops, and the strength within the alien divine nation remains unaffected. However, as they approach the core of the divine nation, they can encounter a large number of 3rd-tier and 4th-tier beasts. No matter how strong Yang Air's leadership is, without sufficient believer strength, even a skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. Currently, Yang Air does not dare to explore on a large scale. If they encounter large beast hordes, the resources obtained may not even compensate for the loss of believers. At this point, Yang Fan's believers are likely closer to the core of the alien divine nation than Luo Bing and Li Tianhang. With less than 2 months until the competition, the divine nation's time is down to 50 years. It is time for Yang Fan to show his talents. Yes, Master, Yang Yi replied. Returning to reality, Yang Fan resumed his daily life. Besides going to Tianxiang Rinjian daily to relieve stress, he would also check the admissions brochures of various universities in his spare time. 10 days later, Yang Fan suddenly received news from Yang Air. Lying in bed, Yang Fan's consciousness instantly arrived in the alien divine nation. The air was thick with the stench of blood mixed with the lingering breath of life. The ground bore the scars of battle with broken weapons and dried blood intertwined, clearly having just undergone a brutal slaughter. In the distance, the figures of believers scattered their breaths, chaotic, yet still vigilant. At the center of this chaos stood a medicinal garden where spiritual light flowed and various spiritual plants thrived. Master, a major harvest. Originally, there was a concealed formation set up here, but a corner of the formation is missing, releasing a large amount of life breath, which I just happened to discover. Yang Air exclaimed with excitement. What is this? Upgrade medicinal garden by Chao Lingshu Institute. Here are the specific details. Yang Air's eyes emitted a blue light, projecting the specific information into the air. By Chao Lingshu Institute, upgrade medicinal garden building valued at about 2 billion faith points. It has a complete spiritual plant cultivation system capable of large-scale planting of various medicinal herbs and spiritual plants. The environment within the institute is highly optimized, promoting the growth rate and survival rate of spiritual plants significantly. It allows for detailed management based on different spiritual plant characteristics to achieve efficient output. It is suitable for long-term resource accumulation and medicinal supply, which is of great importance to the foundational development of the divine nation and pill refining. 2 billion. Yang Fan was utterly shocked. He had not anticipated that Yang Air would suddenly obtain such a significant harvest. It truly is close to the core of the divine nation, and this harvest surpasses all previous ones combined. Master, I request 1 billion faith points to purchase a large space bracelet. The garden building is too large and must rely on auxiliary space treasures for transport. Approved. Yang Fan nodded in agreement. Since the divine beings here have perished, Yang Fan cannot directly utilize the rules to bring it into the divine nation, as in the midterm examination. As an exploratory high-level intelligent life, Yang Air's proposed solution is undoubtedly the most effective strategy at present. Yang Fan had no interest in understanding the effects of this space bracelet. Compared to the harvest obtained, this expenditure of 1 billion faith points is trivial. Returning to reality, Yang Fan soon received a notification from the school. Obtained Baichao Lingshu Institute points 20 billion. Acquired various spiritual values points 3 billion. Yang Fan opened the leaderboard. Yang Fan points 38. 924 billion. Luo Bing points 30. 712 billion. Li Tianheng points 29. 834 billion. A single harvest catapulted Yang Fan to first place. It turns out that exploring in the core region of the divine nation is the way to go. A single stroke of good fortune is worth decades of harvest from the divine nation, Yang Fan said excitedly. Yang Fan was unaware that with his ranking once again reaching first place, the genius group chat had erupted in what on earth did this bastard Yang Fan find? Why has his points increased so much? He is all alone, as shouldn't he be exploring the periphery? Could it be that there are highly valuable core structures left in the outskirts of the divine kingdom? Nonsense. If you were an alien deity, would you place core structures on the outskirts for others to seize? Yang Fan has likely already explored the core area of the alien divine kingdom. You make a good point, but let me ask you, without teaming up with anyone lacking sufficient personnel and formidable strength, how can he reach the core area? I want to ask this question too. How on earth did this guy manage it? This time for the class ranking, this scum won't get first place again, will he? Luo Bing, Li Tianheng. In the virtual world at the Li family's conference room. Brother Tianheng, should I let Li Shihao investigate further? This guy is quite suspicious. Li Cheng's expression was somewhat grim. They had noticed Yang Fan's points skyrocketing some time ago, but since he was still behind Li Tianheng, they only paid a bit more attention. And today his points directly surged by over 20 billion, once again placing him at the top of the class, forcing everyone to take notice. With just over a month left until the Divine Kingdom resource collection, ranking Yang Fan's sudden significant gains indicated that he had indeed entered the core area. In this resource collection competition, besides relying on strength, luck is equally important. Originally, the first place was supposed to be between Luo Bing and Li Tianheng, but it seems that this dark horse Yang Fan also has a chance. Brother Qingza, I think it's feasible. At least we can find out if he is in the core area of the Divine Kingdom. According to estimates, it might still take us 10 years to reach the core area. Yang Fan is quite cunning. Li Shihao probably won't be able to extract the truth from him. That's right. I watched that video repeatedly and even sent it to a primary intelligent life form for analysis. Do you know what the feedback was? There is an 80% probability that Yang Fan is talking nonsense. What he said is not worth believing. One person couldn't help but scoff. Li Tianheng, sitting at the head, also appeared grave, his complexion shifting between green and red, as if in a battle within himself. After a moment, Li Tianheng took a deep breath and said, "Transfer 100 million faith points to Li Shihao. No need, he is my little brother now. Oh, just a word will suffice." Li Qingza confidently waved his hand. "I didn't mean for him to investigate information." Li Tianheng shook his head. "Then why? Have him book a presidential suite for a month in the Tianshang Renjian and hire dozens of high-rated, good-looking service personnel to provide him with excellent service. This way he will be thoroughly distracted from exploring the Divine Kingdom's resources." Li Tianheng's voice grew quieter, even as he dared not look up at his brothers. Everyone was momentarily stunned, but after realizing it, many of the Li family's talents applauded, giving him a thumbs up. "Brother Tianheng, that's a brilliant move. From the last video, Yang Fan is clearly a lecher. If we spend a little money on top-notch services luring him into a world of pleasure, how could he possibly focus on exploring Divine Kingdom resources?" "That's right. How did I not think of this? For dealing with such a person, this despicable tactic is indeed the way to go." Ahem. Li Qingze suddenly coughed to interrupt the one who had just spoken. Everyone fell silent, seemingly realizing something, their expressions a bit surprised. This method isn't anything extraordinary, but could it really be something their elder brother Li Tianheng would suggest? Their elder brother used to despise such petty tactics. Has he changed? Follow my instructions. For the time being, we will implement a shift system forming teams of 3 to ensure resource exploration continues uninterrupted for 24 hours. It's not just about Yang Fan, we also need to defeat Luo Bing, Li Tianheng said seriously. Yes, elder brother. Everyone responded in unison. The next morning, Yang Fan received an invitation from Li Shihao. Brotherly, we've met again. Every time my results improve, you invite me to gather. Is it to congratulate me? Yang Fan smiled as he said. Hearing this, Li Shihao's expression stiffened slightly, a hint of awkwardness flashing in his eyes. Ahem, well brother Yang, some things are beyond my control. It's fine. What kind of relationship do we have? Just say whatever is on your mind. I speak without reservation, Yang Fan replied. Upon hearing this, Li Shihao couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. Speak without reservation. Who are you kidding? He had come to understand the previous incident. It was highly probable that Yang Fan was just toying with him. Li Shihao held no grievances about this. After all, he was merely tasked with gathering information. Brother Yang, I've booked a presidential suite for you, and you can use it until the college entrance examination, which includes big circle service staff. You know what I mean. That's quite generous. I didn't expect you to be so extravagant, brotherly, Yang Fan said with surprise. The presidential suite at Tianshang Renjian is not cheap, and those service personnel are classified into tiers. For instance, someone like Lu Ru Yin can only be considered a small circle and costs only 10,000 faith points for an overnight stay, while big circle starts at 100,000. It's not my money. If you have time, brother Yang, feel free to enjoy here. However, with the college entrance examination approaching and the substantial rewards for ranking first in the Divine Kingdom resource collection, you probably don't have much time, Li Shihao said slowly, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Although Li Shihao is a member of the Li family, he and Yang Fan can be considered ordinary friends. Some things have to be done, but he also doesn't want to do them. Yang Fan replied, then I'll thank your benefactor for treating me. He'll take my leave. After the college entrance examination, if you still recognize me as a brother, we can gather again, and I will treat you to the presidential suite. With that, Li Shihao immediately vanished from the private room. The presidential suite he booked is located deep within Tianshang Renjian. As Yang Fan pushed the door open, a spacious area came into view adorned with exquisite drinkware and crystal glasses. One side featured a semi-open resting area with light gauze hanging down and a faint fragrance wafted in the air, making one involuntarily relax. On the other side was a 10-meter-wide bed and an oversized bathtub. The room was equipped with a holographic electronic panel clearly displaying the profiles and styles of the service personnel ready to respond at a moment's notice. It was understated luxurious, yet carried an indescribable hint of ambiguity. No matter who it is, I sincerely thank you. Yang Fan swallowed hard. With Yang Air around, Yang Fan no longer needed to personally oversee the faithful exploring the alien Divine Kingdom. Now, other than enjoying himself in the virtual world's entertainment area, he didn't know how to pass the time. Yang Fan was well aware of the other's ulterior motives, but he didn't care. Someone else pays, and he enjoys the benefits. This is truly a good person. With only 1 month left until the college entrance examination, Yang Fan was currently soaking in a bathtub with several service staff when he suddenly received a class assembly message from Chao Wang. Yang Fan dared not delay. After quickly dressing, he immediately transported to Class 1's classroom. As he entered, he instantly attracted the attention of many. Now the gazes directed at Yang Fan were no longer hostile, but rather filled with admiration and curiosity. In this world, strength ultimately reigns supreme. Even though most people looked down upon Yang Fan's actions during the midterm exam, it did not prevent them from admiring his abilities. Not only were his followers powerful, but he also ventured deep into the foreign divine realm for exploration all by himself. During this time, Yang Fan remained firmly in first place with an ever-widening gap between him and Luo Bing and Li Tianheng. Everyone was curious about how he managed to achieve this. Could it be that the strength of Yang Fan's followers far surpassed that of Luo Bing and Li Tianheng? This speculation seemed laughable to them. Or perhaps Yang Fan really had some secret to gathering resources. But what kind of secret could allow him to match a whole? People were puzzled, confused, and curious. Yet they understood that Yang Fan had no obligation to reveal anything to them. They could only bury their thoughts deep within. Li Tianheng, sitting in the front row, checked the rankings again. Yang Fan 45, 7 billion points. Li Tianheng 36, 94 billion points. Luo Bing 34, 92 billion points. Li Tianheng's face darkened as he asked Qingze, are you sure the consumption records are correct? Bro, this is the 4th time you've asked today. I know exactly how much I spent. That guy Yang Fan basically spends all day in the presidential suite, staying there for 5 or 6 hours at a time. There must be no mistake. Do his followers not need guidance? Or does he really have some means to find high-value resources? Li Tianheng felt his head spinning. How could he understand this? How could he accept it? Why? Is this guy cheating? Chao Wang entered the classroom, and his gaze also lingered on Yang Fan for a few seconds. During this time, Chao Wang had watched a lot of footage of Yang Fan in the foreign divine realm. He admired Yang Fan's good fortune in obtaining such a high-value building as the 100 Herb Spirit Pivot Institute, and was shocked by the strength of Yang Fan's followers. Unlike other students, as the homeroom teacher, Chao Wang could directly connect to intelligent life and observe each student's performance. The fact that Yang Fan could accumulate so many points was not only due to having an exploration-type high-level intelligent being, but also because of the immense strength of his followers. Now Yang Fan's importance in Chao Wang's eyes was already on par with Luo Bing and Li Tianheng. Yang Fan was undoubtedly a seed player for Class 1 with strength that was not inferior to anyone in the class. This kid is hiding quite deep. Chao Wang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the divine battlefield opened in the virtual space, Yang Fan could do much more than just tear off a piece of flesh from Li Tianheng. If he unleashed all the high-level followers from the divine realm, the two would definitely engage in a fierce battle. Having taught students for so many years, this was the first time Chao Wang had seen a student conceal their strength. Chao Wang felt somewhat speechless about this. He hadn't even graduated from high school, was protected by federal laws, so why bother pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? If he revealed his strength earlier, he might have gained more resource allocation. A student who enjoys pretending to be a pig while being cunning and deceitful. This was Chao Wang's evaluation. Chao Wang was unwilling to meddle in the personal qualities of students, but given Yang Fan's strength, he absolutely had the chance to score within the top 100 of the federal's elite institutions. Such a student could bring significant investment to Yang County No. 1 high school. Chao Wang took a deep breath and said, there is 1 month left until the college entrance examination. In 5 days we will hold our final class activity, which will be the Divine Nation Defense War. Supervised by high-level intelligent beings from the federal government, all students' Divine Nation coordinates will undergo virtual coordinate protection. At that time, all of you can go to any classmate's Divine Nation for an offensive and defensive battle. Restrictions are as follows. 1. Third-tier and higher followers are not allowed to enter. 2. The number of troops each person deploys cannot exceed 200. 3. No infiltrating the core areas of the opponent's Divine Nation. This exam has no rewards. Its main purpose is to prepare you for how to respond if foreign followers come to your Divine Nation, or what obstacles you might encounter when attacking a foreign Divine Nation. This is also part of the college entrance examination, but the specific details will only be clear on the exam day. After finishing this statement, Chao Wang directly exited the virtual world. Divine Nation Defense War. No rewards. Yang Fan felt a sudden sense of boredom. Just as Yang Fan was about to leave this place to enjoy himself in the Tianxiang human realm, he suddenly felt a multitude of gazes. These gazes contained curiosity, impulsiveness, eagerness, and even a hint of aggression. Damn, are these people planning to team up to shop in my Divine Nation? Yang Fan couldn't help but shiver. Although there were restrictions, each person could only deploy 200 troops, and the highest level was only second-tier creatures. But if all the students from Class 1 entered his Divine Nation together, it would be a serious matter. There were hundreds of students in Class 1. Wouldn't that amount to several million? Although the school required not to enter the core areas, there were still many assets in the periphery of his Divine Nation, especially around the ancient elven tree. Thinking of this, Yang Fan suddenly felt that the class activity of the Divine Nation Defense War might not go back. In reality, Yang Fan's consciousness immediately entered the Divine Nation. Yang, what do you think of this Divine Nation Defense War? As his intelligent being Yang, he was well aware of everything that transpired in class. Reporting to the Master, the Divine Nation Defense War is held every year for Class 1 seniors. It is a friendly match, and there has never been a case of serious damage to the Divine Nation. However, considering the Master's special reputation, there is a 93% probability of being targeted by classmates. It is advisable to take protective measures. What measures? Purchase defensive structures. Yang Fan nodded. After the midterm exam and the ongoing exploration of the Divine Nation, he understood the importance of defensive structures. If he were not a divine being himself, and if his Divine Nation were not protected by federal laws prioritizing safety, Yang Fan would have already purchased numerous defensive structures. With a thought, current information about the Divine Nation appeared before his eyes. Divine Master Yang Fan, Divine Nation area 1 million square kilometers, talent slight followers 5th tier beings 36, 4th tier beings 4327, 3rd tier beings 1, 25 million 2nd tier beings 8, 3 million 1st tier beings 22, 7 million mortals 10, 7 million dependents, little elves 12718 techniques, eternal spring technique, locking heaven formation, a grade minor completion, annihilating divine formation, a grade minor completion, Xian turtle annihilation formation, grade entry. Faith points 47. 9 billion daily faith points provided 755. For buildings, moon wells x 5000, sun springs x 5000, grade building, monkey wine spring x 100, grade 100, herb spirit pivot institute, special life building, ancient elven tree, 1000 years nurturing little elves, special building, Tao enlightenment stone, grade building, flesh sea blood pool x1, grade building, spirit armament workshop, contains small mines. Wonders, Punlai Island arranged, spirit peach mountain arranged assets, Tai Sui x6, 10, small mines, various spiritual fruits, various medicinal herbs, and spiritual plants, grade weapons, a grade weapons, grade weapons. After this period of development, the overall strength of Yang Fan's followers has undergone a qualitative leap. With 36 fifth-tier beings, even Luo Bing and Li Tianheng do not possess such depth. Moreover, having mastered the minor realm of both the Locking Heaven Array and the Destroying God Array, if he were to participate in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle, he would surely soar to new heights. The class Xiangui Destruction Array has also been grasped, a defensive formation capable of harnessing the strength of millions of followers, though it is not yet applicable. As for the cash flow exceeding 40 billion, it is not that Yang Yi is reluctant to use it, but rather that the followers themselves lack the strength to digest such vast resources. In the development of the divine kingdom over the past few centuries, every newborn infant can enjoy the powdered Shisui Dan. Yang Yi has spent billions to purchase the physical bodies of alien followers, immersing them in the blood pool of 100 spirits and the blood sea pool, striving to ensure that every talented follower can receive their share. Yet, even so, the returns generated from the investments in the divine kingdom cannot be spent. If it weren't for Yang Fan's insistence that the remaining funds be used to cultivate followers, Yang, he would have already purchased numerous moon wells and sun springs for compound interest investments. During this time, Yang Fan has been immersed in the heavenly fragrance realm, completely unaware of the vast cash flow he has acquired. Beauties are the tombs of heroes. Brotherly has misled me, Yang Fan lamented. He never imagined that the profits generated by the 100 monkey wine springs could not be digested by his followers. He had thought that with his evolved talents he would earn and spend quickly, but he did not expect that it was his followers' consumption that could not keep up. If outsiders were to know of Yang Fan's troubles, they would surely be infuriated to the point of vomiting blood. Which divine being could deploy so many grade buildings within the divine kingdom? This is too much. Without even a single follower in the refining chi stage, how could so many grade buildings generate returns that the followers cannot digest? Yang Yi has the resource investment for followers truly reached its limit. The enhancement of follower qualifications requires generations of evolution. Pills like Shisui Dan cannot be consumed repeatedly. High-grade pills are difficult for the current physical bodies of the followers to bear. Forcefully consuming them would lead to explosive death. As for weapons, due to the purchase of spirit weapon workshops, there are currently too many surpluses given the present military situation. Regarding food, there are spirit peach mountain and a large quantity of concentrated Tai Sui meat, which also results in significant surpluses. The purchasing costs for techniques, martial skills, and formations are one-time expenditures, and the current divine kingdom does not require additional allocations. Taking the divine kingdom's 30 years as a unit, 100 monkey wine springs can produce a value of 10 billion. For monkey wine moon wells and sun springs can yield 30 million in returns. I have already purchased enough herbs and spirit plant seeds, and the Bai Chao Spirit Pivot Institute can generate about 1 billion in income. The surplus weapons produced by the Spirit Weapon Workshop and the concentrated meat from the automatic concentrators that cannot be stored can also yield approximately 200 million in income. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan finally realized that he had become so wealthy. Yang Yi is unable to perceive the existence of the SS level talent, and the income he just mentioned should be multiplied by 10. Report to the master the liquidity is quite ample. I suggest prioritizing negotiations with the Elephant Borrowing Group for repayment to reduce interest expenses. Even though Yang Yi has experienced the entire process of the Divine Kingdom's development, due to his inability to perceive the existence of the SS level talent, he subconsciously believes that the funds of the Divine Kingdom are sufficient. In a situation where the resources needed by the followers are saturated, Yang Yi's suggestion is indeed the best choice. No need for negotiations. Once the funds are sufficient, repay the full amount in one go. Yang Fan replied nonchalantly. But master, with the current income of the Divine Kingdom, it will take at least half a year to gather the remaining funds and the interest for the Elephant Borrowing Group. Just do as I say. Yang Fan rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. It is indeed quite secure that even his intelligent life cannot perceive the existence of the SS level talent, but it also affects judgment. For Yang Fan, a mere 100 billion in funds does not require half a year. 1 month is sufficient. Yang Yi, how does my Divine Kingdom's passive income compare to that of a demigod? According to the data, the median monthly income of a demigod is around 50 million belief points. So low. Yang Fan expressed disbelief. With the development of the Divine Kingdom, the investment of deities in resources for followers has increased exponentially. Many demigods earn gross monthly incomes as high as several hundred million belief points, but 60 to 70% of those funds are invested in followers, while the remaining 30% is reinvested in the Divine Kingdom to maintain a balance between income and expenditure. Given the current net income of the Master's Divine Kingdom, it is comparable to an ordinary low-tier deity. Is it really that exaggerated? I'm just a divine being. Yang Fan exclaimed in shock. The net income is comparable to that of a deity. If it weren't for Yang Yi's reminder, Yang Fan wouldn't have dared to imagine. The asset returns of the Divine Kingdom still have a gap compared to deities, but the expenditures are too low. Currently, the various consumptions of the Divine Kingdom combined amount to less than 5% of the income. Yang Yi patiently explained. Yang Fan is following the path of a war Divine Kingdom, but his investment ratio in the Divine Kingdom is much higher than those who focus on logistics. The reason boils down to the tremendous gains from the midterm exams and the influence of his evolved talents, which have led to a severe imbalance between income and expenditure. Fortunately, income far exceeds expenditure. Now Yang Fan feels like a 3-year-old child who has suddenly inherited a vast fortune, but this wealth is stored in the safest bank in the world, unknown to others. Master need not worry. The more assets the divine kingdom has, the better. Once the master enters university or breaks through to demigod status, there will be many places requiring belief points. The more funds there are, the faster the divine kingdom can develop. The abundance of resources in the divine kingdom is a good thing. After the shock, Yang Fan shifted the topic back. What suggestions do you have for the defense of the upcoming divine kingdom defense battle? Given the current area and resource distribution of the divine kingdom, only 1 billion belief points are needed to purchase defensive buildings. Yang Yi had already calculated the extreme scenario. Even if all the students banded together with this amount of funding for defensive buildings plus the followers of the divine kingdom deploying the Xiangui destruction array, they could easily fend off any attack. I will give you 10 billion, spend it all on me, Yang Fan said. Master defensive buildings do not have investment attributes. Isn't that too wasteful? I am now a tycoon. How could my security measures be lacking? In the future, I want the divine kingdom to be as prickly as a hedgehog, so that anyone who dares to attack me will be pierced and bloodied. Buy defensive buildings at a high price for me, and even if I break through to demigod status, they should still be usable, Yang Fan declared with grandeur. Although the risk of invasion is currently very low for the divine kingdom, who wouldn't want to spend abundantly given their ample funds? The stronger the defensive buildings, the better. Think of it as a peace of mind for myself. Yes, Master. Genius Communication Group. Is it really appropriate for us to go to Yang Fan's divine kingdom together? There's nothing wrong. We haven't violated any school regulations. I'm mainly curious about how far his divine kingdom has developed. Let's go together and clear out the outer resources. Bro, you're a bit naughty, but I like it. Ha! With Yang Yi around, Yang Fan need not worry about acquiring defensive buildings, and setting them up. Life remained easy and mundane. Soon the time for the divine kingdom defense war arrived. To be safe, Yang Fan intentionally paused his evolution talent before class. This is merely a regular class activity. Do not maliciously disrupt the ecology within the divine kingdom. Similarly, the believers on the defensive side should not engage in large-scale battles. The purpose of this class activity is to help you understand how to construct a divine kingdom defense system. Focus on defensive buildings, the neutral creatures cultivated by the divine kingdom, and the special environment, Chao Wang reiterated before the activity began. At this moment, he cast a deliberate glance at Yang Fan, as ever since the latter joined Class 1 he had caused quite a few troubles for himself. Yes, teacher. Everyone replied in unison. Chao Wang nodded, then issued instructions to the Federal Intelligent Life. Soon Yang Fan's inbox received a new message. Class 1 students, Divine Kingdom, virtual coordinates Luo Bing 1224 649 79661 time, virtual coordinate Li Tianheng 4687 946 7976 one time, virtual coordinate Yang Fan. On the other side, in the educational office of the high school, Chao Wang was sitting with Yang Wanli observing this class activity. Yang Wanli glanced at Chao Wang and asked, "Is Yang Fan really as strong as you say? This kid hides his capabilities well. Through this activity, you will get to see the strength of our class seed candidates. Isn't the Divine Kingdom defense war a friendly match? How can it test strength?" Yang Wanli expressed some confusion. Chao Wang shook his head, signaling him to continue watching. Under normal circumstances, the Divine Kingdom defense war involves students attacking and defending each other's divine kingdoms, observing others' development, and understanding their own shortcomings. However, Yang Fan was different. Looking at his students' expressions, Chao Wang understood that the number of students choosing to participate in the battle within Yang Fan's divine kingdom would certainly not be small. Even under the rules restrictions, although Luo Bing and Li Tianheng could not contribute much strength, Class 1 had nearly 200 students. Even if only half of the classmates chose to enter Yang Fan's divine kingdom, that would still amount to 20 million troops. As for the safety of Yang Fan's divine kingdom, Chao Wang was even less worried. Under the surveillance of the Federal Intelligent Life, the attacking believers could not enter the core area at all, causing damage only at the periphery. Aren't you fond of hiding? I want to see if you can still hide this time. Chao Wang looked at the projection, feeling quite pleased. Yang Fan's consciousness had long entered his own divine kingdom, and Yang Yi stood beside him. The Divine Kingdom defense war is about to begin. Are you ready? Yang Fan asked. Rest assured, Master. With the current defensive power of the Divine Kingdom, no matter how many divine beings are deployed, it is impossible to breach the defense system I have set up. Yang Yi replied confidently. Then I shall wait and see. Yang Fan's face displayed curiosity. As a deity, Yang Fan naturally knew that a large number of defensive buildings had been purchased within the Divine Kingdom, but he was still unclear about the efficacy of these structures. This was a perfect opportunity for him to let his capable classmates test the waters. Soon Yang Fan sensed spatial fluctuations in the Divine Kingdom, and two armies appeared almost simultaneously at the edge of his Divine Kingdom. A total of 400,000 troops, all second-tier beings. Besides the believer army, the consciousness of the divine being also floated overhead. The first to arrive were Luo Bing and Li Tianheng. The two exchanged glances and said nothing simultaneously, directing their gazes toward the massive island in the sky. What is that? Li Tianheng's face showed shock. It should be a wonder-type building, Luo Bing replied. He had initially thought that Yang Fan had only obtained the Wonder Spirit Peach Mountain from the midterm exam. He never expected that there would be another wonder within his divine kingdom. The rich vitality emanating from Penglai Island could be felt clearly even from their position at the edge of the divine kingdom. This building was anything but ordinary. Is this an investment from your Luo family? Li Tianheng could not help but ask. Luo Bing shook her head saying no. As the daughter of Luo Hai, how could she not know what her family had invested in for Yang Fan? Could it be the school? Luo Bing could not help but speculate. At that moment, more and more people arrived at Yang Fan's divine kingdom. Wow, no wonder his believers are so strong. The environment of this divine kingdom is dozens of times better than mine. What a rich life force. Why are there such gigantic islands in the sky? Are we really from the same class? Amazing, a hidden big shot. The scene became lively in an instant as the classmates in the sky were chatting with each other. In the blink of an eye, the edge of the divine kingdom was already filled with believers, nearly 30 million of them. At a glance, the believers looked like ants. Yang Fan's actions during the midterm exam had drawn public ire, and now he consistently topped the resources collection leaderboard of the divine kingdom. Naturally, everyone wanted to see how far his divine kingdom had developed. In the school's educational office, Yang Wanli's mouth had widened to the point that a whole egg could fit inside. 2/3 of class 1 has come. Is this kid really that hated? Yang Wanli remarked. Although they are all low tier believers, a multitude of ants can kill an elephant. The pressure should be enough to compel him to showcase his strength. Xiao Wang chuckled. Within the divine kingdom, some people had already begun to send troops to explore. Not far from their starting point, the ground began to writhe. All that could be heard were the screams of the believers, as over 10,000 were directly swallowed by the surface, followed by a thick cloud of poisonous smoke. Damn, that's a class defensive building. 1,000 Poison Swamp. 1,000 Poison Swamp is worth 2 million. Why is it placed on the outskirts? I wasn't prepared for this. As the 1,000 Poison Swamp was triggered, poisonous smoke continuously escaped, causing the surrounding believers to faint en masse. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly ordered the believers to disperse. Positioned on the edge, no one had raised their guard, and unexpectedly, they suffered a severe loss right from the start. There's one here too. It's also 1,000 Poison Swamp. I have one here as well. Before it even started, I've lost 10% of my troops. Oh, what is going on? Although these believers were not the core fighting force of the divine kingdom, their value was not low. If they were all lost here, many would surely feel heartache. Brother Tianheng, this guy's divine kingdom seems a bit sinister. Why are there so many defensive buildings set up on the outskirts? Li Qingze could not help but comment. Li Tianheng sneered. What's there to be afraid of? As long as he's not a fool, he should know that many will come to his divine kingdom for this defense war. Investing a large amount of resources in defenses on the outskirts should be meant to scare us off. Exactly, big brother is insightful. This guy is even using tactics. Li Qingze slapped his head, suddenly enlightened. I brought a small treasure pouch today. Oh, I must gather more spiritual plants from his divine kingdom to take back with me. Ha ha, like-minded individuals. Me too. Luo Bing also had a keen interest in the development of Yang Fan's divine kingdom. Along with everyone else, over 30 million human troops marched steadfastly toward the depths of the divine kingdom. What is that? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Following the sound, 1,000 robots walked out from the dense forest. These humanoid robots were entirely metallic, shining silver, each wielding a submachine gun. Moving in perfect unison, they aimed their guns at the soldiers in front of them. Seeing this scene, Li Tianheng hurriedly exclaimed, "These are patrol robots produced by the mechanical divine beings, constructed entirely of regenerative metal. Each one is worth 100,000 belief points. Quickly use your shields for defense." As soon as he finished speaking, a volley of gunfire erupted in the forest. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets fell like a drizzle, striking the armor and producing metallic clashing sounds. In the blink of an eye, blood stained the entire land. Each robot was equipped with 1,000 rounds of ammunition, and within a few breaths all were expended, resulting in the death of hundreds of thousands of human believers present. Catch up with them. It will only take a quarter of an hour to replenish the ammunition for these robots, Li Tianheng called. As a top talent of the Li family, Li Tianheng's insight naturally surpassed that of others. Out of curiosity, he had once purchased a robot to patrol in his divine realm, which provided him with some understanding. Upon hearing this, many classmates arranged for their believers to chase after them. Li Qingze swallowed hard and asked, "Brother, how did Yang Fan manage to buy so many robots?" "The recently appeared group of robots is worth 1 billion faith points. Oh, wouldn't it be better to use that money to cultivate your own believers? It's too extravagant. Just in time, we should seize this opportunity to take everything from him," Li Tianheng sneered. Just then gunfire sounded again from a distance. Li Qingze seemed to sense something and darkened his expression, saying, "It's my believers. There's a robot squad of 1,000 lying in ambush in the distance. All the believers I sent out have perished." Li Tianheng turned his head, his eyes filled with shock. Yang Fan is so wealthy. There's another team over there. They are using this forest for guerrilla tactics. Yang Fan is not acting human. With so many resources, he doesn't use them to cultivate his own believers, but instead to defend against us. March at full speed to the open area. One person shouted. Their soldiers were only second-tier beings, and in terms of speed it was difficult to catch up with these patrolling robots. At this moment a strange phenomenon was occurring in the forest. It was clearly an army of millions, yet it was completely a live target. The enemy tired while they attacked, the enemy chased while they fled. As soon as the ammunition was replenished, those robots would unleash a barrage upon the crowd. In just a few days within the divine realm, the main force had already diminished by 4 to 5 million. As a deity, Yang Fan was acutely aware of everything happening in the outside world, even while situated in the core of the divine realm. Well done. These robots are indeed a significant weapon against low-tier beings. Thank you for the praise, Master. Besides combat, the greatest function of these patrolling robots is to issue warnings. I have obtained their visual permissions, and once the divine realm's environment deteriorates, or if there is an external invasion, I will know immediately. Thus I spent 1 billion faith points to purchase them. Even if the master breaks through to demigod in the future, these patrolling robots can still be used. Meanwhile, Li Tianheng and the others had already exited the mountains. Upon reaching the open plains, as soon as the patrolling robots appeared, they would be immediately spotted. Even if they couldn't catch up, they could allow the shield soldiers to assume defensive positions, greatly reducing losses. Seemingly aware of their limited usefulness, the robots ceased to appear. Before their eyes lay a vast grassland, lush and verdant with vegetation growing half a person tall and numerous red and black flowers, while butterflies, birds, and bees danced in the air. A sense of tranquility and harmony filled the air. Sister Bing, something feels off. Such a beautiful environment, yet why are there no beasts? Not even antelopes or yaks. These unranked wild animals are present. A genius from the Luo family couldn't help but ask. It wasn't just the plain they were currently on, even the forest they had passed through was the same. The land was fertile, the vegetation lush, yet such a great natural environment had no cultivated beasts, which was indeed strange. With so many renewable resources in the divine realm, is Yang Fan not utilizing them? Upon hearing this, the crowd showed thoughtful expressions. There's a beehive. Could it be that Yang Fan's primary income comes from cultivating bees and selling honey? A massive beehive was situated in the open area with countless bees buzzing in and out. One classmate directed the believers to approach, preparing to collect it into their treasure pouch. At that moment, the beehive began to shake, and a large number of bees surged out in an instant. Just moments ago, they were ordinary yellow bees gathering nectar, but now what emerged were warrior bees, entirely black and green, and the size of a palm. Seeing this scene, Luo Bing's expression changed drastically. Quickly command the believers to flee to the nearest river. These class defensive building toxic bees will kill anyone stung by them. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly issued a divine command. Although they had never heard of such a structure, they did not dare to doubt Luo Bing's words. Due to the overwhelming number of believers and the lack of unified command, this evacuation caused numerous trampling incidents. The warrior bees swarmed, thickly black as a mass, and stung anyone they encountered. Those believers who were poisoned did not die immediately, but dragged their injured bodies to flee with the main force. Luo Bing, what is the effect of this class building the toxic bees? The worker bees gather toxic plants and condense various toxins within the hive. Those warrior bees will carry the corresponding toxins. Luo Bing explained. Li Tianheng watched those believers who had been stung by the warrior bees still running alongside the group, and couldn't help but say, "Isn't the effect weak? Is this really class?" Luo Bing shook his head. The toxic bees are a growth-type class defensive structure that requires cultivating various poisonous flowers. The longer it grows, the stronger the toxicity becomes. I see. It seems Yang Fan has only recently purchased this structure. Truly foolish to spend a large sum on a class defensive building. Li Tianheng revealed a look of disdain. In developing a divine realm, every expense must be meticulously calculated. Even for someone from a prominent family, like Li Tianheng, he wouldn't consider purchasing a class defensive building, let alone a class. In his eyes, Yang Fan's actions were nothing but a waste of resources. Luo Bing nodded, but suddenly recalled the red and black flowers he had just seen, feeling a hint of ominous premonition in his heart. Arriving at a rushing river before the believers could jump in, the warrior bees had already retreated. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they didn't continue the chase. With such a vast expanse of land, Yang Fan actually used it specifically to raise these toxic bees. It's truly wasteful. Defensive buildings generally have no resource output capability. Buying them is equivalent to throwing money away. Why would Yang Fan set up so many in the divine realm? Just to defend against us. This person is definitely insane. Under the constraints of the rules, we can't even enter the core area. How much spiritual plants can we harvest from him? Is it necessary? The crowd fell into silence, primarily because the resistance they encountered along the way had been too great. They were still on the outskirts. Just then a commotion suddenly arose among the believers below. What's going on? My believers suddenly lost. Me too. It seems to be those who were stung by the warrior bees. Are they already dead? Why are these people still? The deities could not sense their believers, and there was only one scenario for that: the believer had died. But at this moment a strange scene unfolded. Those soldiers who had been stung by the warrior bees began to twist their expressions, their limbs bending at odd angles, their bones cracking as they moved, their eyes wide open, blood streaming from their eye sockets. What the hell? Damn it, it's the zombie virus. Those bees carry the zombie virus. Yang Fan, is this necessary? You're truly insane. Li Tianheng seemed to realize something and couldn't help but curse loudly. The poison believers began to crazily bite their companions, spreading the infection from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. Believers who had not received commands from their deity were confused. Why are my brothers attacking me? Should I resist? The scene descended into utter chaos, with screams and the sounds of tearing filling the air. Tianheng, are you sure this is the zombie virus? Li Qingze shivered, glancing at the followers. He had brought along a hint of disdain in his eyes, seemingly unwilling to. For divine beings, the zombie virus is a catastrophic disaster. If one inadvertently becomes infected, all followers in the divine realm face extinction. Who among normal people would dare let their divine realm be tainted by the zombie virus? What a lunatic. I'm done with this. These followers can be your responsibility. I don't want them. Goodbye. From now on I will definitely steer clear of Yang Fan. That person is a complete madman. These followers are already dead. Don't engage with them. Let the followers jump into the river. Another suggested. As some followers entered the river, another scream echoed. The followers, submerged in the water, suddenly displayed a ghastly expression, their skin rotting at a visible pace. The river water is poisonous too. Don't enter the river, run inland. The divine realms of alien gods are not as disgusting as this. Yang Fan is truly toxic. He indeed has a penchant for poison. All these defensive structures are somehow related to toxins. Even the zombie virus has been conjured up. Who in their right mind would touch such a thing? I have only seen it in textbooks. It is said that the zombie virus is a devastating weapon for mortal followers. Only those who have broken through the refining chi or martial disciple realms can be fully immune, capable of quickly eliminating the lower populace. Yang Fan is truly abnormal. In the academic office of a school, Yang Wanli and Xiao Wang were equally dumbfounded. That must be a corpse flower. He actually cultivated corpse flowers around the toxic bees. This kid. Xiao Wang swallowed hard, his eyes filled with shock. It's the first time I've seen a divine being daring to cultivate corpse flowers. Having lived this long, it truly is my first encounter. The principal's vision is indeed unique. Yang Fan gazed at the millions of people who had turned into mindless husks within just a few hours, feeling a chill run down his spine. Yangi, what about this zombie virus? Master, according to the rules of this divine realm defense battle, the enemy's strength won't be too high. The zombie virus is just right to solve things on a large scale at once. That's not important. What I mean is my followers won't get infected one day, right? Rest assured, Master, I have isolated that area. Once this divine realm defense battle concludes, I will sell the corpse flowers and will not increase the strength of the zombie virus further. As the followers grow stronger, that small amount of virus will no longer be a threat. Hearing this, Yang Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. His divine realm did have a bit too much poison. After this crisis, the followers brought by his classmates had dwindled to less than 1 million, but most of those who remained were entry-level followers, not weak at all. Before everyone could catch their breath, a gunshot rang out from behind them. Is this ever going to end? This is just a class activity, yet it feels like a professional competition. Li Qingze cursed under his breath. It was hard won for his followers to find a moment to breathe in the woods, yet these patrolling robots appeared again. Luo Bing turned to look deep into the forest and calmly said, "The life force in this direction is the strongest. Let's go this way." Sister Bing, what about these robots? Our followers are too weak to catch up. We'll focus on defense and need not pursue. Luo Bing said, "Let's proceed like this. With so many defensive structures, I want to see what good things Yang Fan has." Li Tianheng nodded in agreement. They continued to advance, and every so often Luo Bing and the others would encounter defensive structures. They had long since become numb to this. After the ordeal with the zombie virus, no one was prepared to take this batch of followers back. If they died, so be it. Given this, it would be better to take the opportunity to probe Yang Fan's bottom line. After traveling over 10,000 kilometers, their troop strength had already decreased to 400,000. Feeling the dense vitality emanating from the forest before them, Luo Bing and the others were all incredibly shocked. What kind of structures are laid out inside? The life force seems almost tangible, Li Tianheng couldn't help but say. The aura seems like that of the moon wells and sun springs. Luo Bing expressed some doubt. Sister Bing, I estimate there are level structures with similar effects. With such dense life force, how many moon wells must have been placed? No one would be foolish enough to make such a large investment with low returns. One of the Luo family members retorted. Let's take a look and we'll know. Li Tianheng, unperturbed, ordered the followers to step into the forest first. As they ventured deeper, the life force grew even denser, and even the weary followers looked much better. It really is moon wells and sun springs, he bought a lot. One exclaimed. Looking around, the buildings were densely packed and intertwined, making it impossible to see the end. Just the moon wells and sun springs before them were probably worth no less than 100 million. What on earth is he doing? Why is he buying so many low-yield resource buildings? Luo Bing was filled with confusion. I'll take these things first, I'll share them equally with those classmates who remain here after we go out. Li Qingze smiled smugly. He had suffered considerable losses at Yang Fan's hands, and now that he finally saw valuable buildings, he naturally did not want to let them go. As the followers approached the moon wells, suddenly, an arrow shot out from the distance, landing just a foot in front of them. Humans from the outside, stay away from here, or don't blame us for being rude. The voice echoed from the forest. In an instant, numerous little elves clad in green appeared atop the towering ancient trees, drawing bows in an attacking posture. The Elven clan. He is cultivating the elven ancient trees. Luo Bing exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, admiration filled her gaze. Cultivating elven ancient trees requires a tremendous amount of time. Results cannot be seen in the short term. Divine beings have a maximum lifespan of only 500 years. At most, they can cultivate adult elven ancient trees for 10,000 years. These elven clans can only be considered subjects of the divine realm and cannot bring direct benefits like starting from divine beings to invest heavily in cultivating elven ancient trees. Whether this investment is correct or not is debatable, but Luo Bing greatly admired Yang Fan's far-sighted vision and courage. If it were her, she would never dare to spend such a high price to cultivate elven tree saplings. Looking at the tens of thousands of little elves standing on the towering trees, Li Tianheng and the others were completely unperturbed. The newly born little elves are mere mortals. Even if they are entry-level beings, so what? The disparity in troop strength is too great. The pressure the elven clan before them exerted was even less than that of those robots. Attack, seize these buildings, and leave immediately. The environment here is not conducive to combat, Li Tianheng instructed. Li Qingze nodded, just about to act when a thick vine suddenly swung in from afar. Bang! The massive vine smashed into the shield, the terrifying force directly, sending nearly 1,000 people flying. This is a clever defensive structure, a Trant. We don't know how many there are. This could be troublesome. Foolish humans, since you don't want to leave, then remain. Become nutrients for the forest. The elven clan simultaneously released their arrows, which accurately struck the unprotected eyes. The elven clan consists of master archers, each arrow striking the enemy at their most vulnerable spots with no arrow wasted. Li Qingze began issuing divine orders to command the battle. Before the followers could approach the moon, while the mountains in the area started to tremble, and countless tree roots burst forth from the ground, ensnaring the soldiers' ankles and pulling them into the earth. In the depths of the forest, a massive ancient tree as large as a small mountain slowly began to move outward. Li Tianheng recognized the source of the commotion and instantly activated his berserker talent. Berserker's enhancement: run immediately. Escape as far as you can. This is a class defensive structure, the Tree Demon King. Even followers at the Foundation establishment level may not be its match. Relying on numerical advantage is meaningless. Li Tianheng explained loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately lowered their divine orders and commanded the followers to flee. Where do the invaders think they're running to? Die. The Tree Demon King actually spoke, countless roots and vines converging from all directions. Help! My God, save me. It's so painful. The followers below cried out in agony, as those vines possessed immense strength, completely crushing their armor and bones. After the battle, fewer than 1 million followers remained. Once the fighting ceased, the elven clan in the depths of the forest bowed to the Tree Demon King, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, Lord Tree Demon. I like it here, and let us protect our home together." As the Tree Demon King's words fell, its massive form began to slowly move deeper into the forest. Outside the forest, the expressions of the crowd were equally vivid, some even incredulous. Brother Tianheng, how much is this Tree Demon King worth? Li Qingze looked at his remaining troops, asking with curiosity. Such a powerful defensive structure was like a dimensional strike against their current state. It was akin to the power of someone at the Foundation establishment level. 5 billion belief points. Li Tianheng took a deep breath. Upon hearing this, apart from admiring Yang Fan's financial resources, the others were mostly at a loss for words. For a divine being, especially a high school student, it was nearly impossible to encounter situations of invasion. Why place such a defensive structure within the divine realm? 5 billion belief points could buy an immense amount of resources to enhance the follower's strength or serve as a long-term investment to increase passive income. Purchasing defensive structures was the least advisable. Those unaware might think you were waging a divine war. Li Tianheng turned to Luo Bing and asked, "What are your thoughts?" "I'm not interested in robbing a classmate's divine assets. I'm just curious about how advanced his divine realm has become." Luo Bing glanced at the core of Yang Fan's divine realm, a hint of eagerness in her eyes. "With the Tree Demon King present, we can't go through." Li Tianheng shook his head. "Can't we just go around?" Luo Bing pointed at the grass at the forest's edge. The journey would take at least 3 or 4 times longer, and the defensive structures along the way. What does it matter if the followers die? They're just second-tier beings. Do you care about those? Luo Bing said coldly. Hearing this, Minnie nodded. Sister Bing is right. After what happened with the poisonous bees, I wasn't planning to bring these followers back to my divine realm anyway, so I might as well let them expend their remaining energy. I'm also curious how much Yang Fan has surpassed me. I used to think he was just a lowly character with despicable means. I never expected his power to be this formidable. How blind I was. After witnessing the danger level of Yang Fan's divine realm, everyone's evaluation of him rose a notch. Indeed, as long as one is strong enough, there will always be great scholars to argue for them. Even the negative opinions that had existed since the midterm exams were considerably diminished. Let's check it out together. Li Tianheng's face was filled with battle intent. At the core of the divine realm, Yang Fan could not help but ask, can the Tree Demon King fight alongside the followers? No, although the Tree Demon King is categorized as a defensive structure, it is actually a neutral being. When placed in a suitable environment, it can automatically defend the divine realm. However, it has no stance. Even its own followers would be attacked if they entered that forest. No wonder it's so strong, and only costs 5 billion belief points. Yang Fan sighed. The power displayed by the Tree Demon King, if unleashed within the technological city, would likely sweep away all his followers. Master, given the current state of the divine realm, it is actually unnecessary to acquire too many defensive structures. Due to the excessive funds provided by you, I can only plan from a long-term perspective and purchase more expensive buildings. Understood. Next up is this final big guy. Yang Fan looked at the newly installed massive cannon on the city wall. Class demolishing cannon from a second-tier mechanical divine realm cannot be moved, requires a month to charge, and a single shot is enough to obliterate a city. Valued at 2 billion belief points. Sensing that Li Tianheng and others were still cautiously advancing, Yang Fan directly removed the defensive structures along the way, accelerating their progress. Having come this far without the threat of defensive structures, Li Tianheng and the others marched much faster, bypassing the elven forest in less than a month with a direct view of the technological city. The massive technological city spanned north to south with no end in sight to the naked eye. High above, Plunlai Island was shrouded in celestial mist, resembling a paradise on earth. Right below was a technological metropolis radiating silver light, its flow shimmering gracefully. Li Tianheng turned to glance back at the deep and tranquil forest behind him, then looked at the modern city, full of contemporary aesthetics before him, feeling a sense of dissonance within himself. Sister Bing, Brother Tianheng, what path is Yang Fan taking? Is he planning to go down the mechanical route? A voice came from the crowd. Divine beings who follow the mechanical path are extremely rare, and most come from large cities, as this route consumes too many resources. Not to mention ordinary people, even large families like the Luo family, may not dare support their talents to pursue this path. Luo Bing explained, it's just a city. The cities produced by mechanical divine realms have excellent living conditions for followers, significantly increasing birth rates. As a talent of the Luo family, Luo Bing naturally has a more rational perspective. Her divine realm also has a technological city, but it is much smaller than Yang Fan's. Though she is a top talent of the Luo family with monthly family support and additional funding from her father, her recent experiences made Luo Bing feel that Yang Fan seemed to possess far greater wealth than herself. Where did this guy get so much funding? Luo Bing was filled with curiosity. At the academic affairs office of the first high school, Chao Wang finally appeared a bit more spirited. Director Yang, the battle is finally about to commence, but unfortunately Li Tianheng and their forces have been depleted too much. Even with the enhancement of the berserker talent, it won't be enough. I can't put too much pressure on Yang Fan. Chao Wang lamented. Yang Wanli chuckled. This kid is a bit uncanny. I want to see how strong the overall strength of his followers is. Yang Fan also noticed the situation outside the city within the divine realm. Let's begin. Let me witness the power of the city annihilating cannon, Yang Fan commanded. Under Yang Fan's order, the massive artillery began to turn. What is this? Is Yang Fan not planning to engage us in battle? Li Tianheng looked at the enormous city annihilating cannon, a look of confusion on his face. Luo Bing sighed lightly and said, let's go. This is pointless. What do you mean? No answer came, as Luo Bing's consciousness had already departed from this place. Countless energy patterns converged at the core of the cannon. The city annihilating cannon was activated. In the next moment, a blinding beam of light tore through the sky, heading straight for the location of the many believers. All the believers were obliterated in an instant, unable even to scream in terror, vaporized in an extreme surge of energy. 1,000,000 souls evaporated in the blink of an eye. As the light faded, the earth was no longer in its original state. The ground had been blasted into a massive crater, the edges molten and still emanating residual heat. The entire world fell into a deathly silence after that shot. Witnessing this scene, Li Tianheng and the others gaped, words caught in their throats. Is it really necessary? Who is this meant to intimidate? Yang Fan, you are quite impressive. Li Tianheng snorted coldly, and his consciousness soon left this place. Everyone gazed at the enormous island in the sky, the boundless city of technology, and the terrifying city-annihilating cannon, envy evident on their faces. Looking at the spot where the believers had just vanished, others felt a pang of regret. Every year's Divine Realm Defense War was merely a formality, a test of sorts, but this time ended in complete annihilation. In the administrative office of a high school, Yang Wanli chuckled in exasperation. This is what you wanted me to see. The pressure is indeed immense, but the target is all wrong. Chao Wang's expression darkened upon hearing this. Who knew this kid was so well prepared? These defensive structures alone must be worth nearly 10 billion. Even ordinary demigods wouldn't be this extravagant. Interesting, truly interesting. A student who catches the principal's attention is certainly extraordinary. Yang Wanli revised his opinion. After the class activities for the Divine Realm Defense War concluded, Yang Fan unexpectedly found a message waiting for him. Group leader Luo Bing invites you to join the Genius Chat group. Yang Fan was somewhat surprised hadn't he been kicked out by Li Tianheng. He clicked to agree, returning to the group chat. Welcome Yang Gu. Yang Gu is amazing. That was the city annihilating cannon, right? I looked it up. It has a market value of 2 billion. Truly generous. Are you planning to cultivate the ancient tree of spirits? Isn't the investment period a bit too long? Yang Fan. Let's put past grievances behind us. A smile can dissolve animosities. Just remember not to bring the zombie virus when visiting. I am genuinely scared. Yang Fan. As soon as Yang Fan agreed to join, a flurry of messages flooded in. Now he had suddenly transformed from a rat everyone wanted to catch into the revered Yang Gu. This rapid change in identity left Yang Fan feeling somewhat disoriented. People are so realistic. Offending a powerful person makes a whole horde of sycophants eager to step on you. Now that he had become strong, the same people began to actively seek connections. Just a rabble. After casually agreeing to a few comments in the group, Yang Fan silenced notifications and resumed his luxurious life in the presidential suite of Tianxiang. On the eve of the college entrance examination, the rankings for resource collection were finally determined. Yang Fan 85, 7 billion points. Luo Bing 67, 92 billion points. Li Tianheng 66, 94 billion points. As the assessment concluded, Yang Fan's followers were forcibly removed from the otherworldly divine realm, and he had achieved his goal of obtaining first place. I wonder what kind of building the school will reward me this time. Yang Fan felt a bit of anticipation. The reward of Penglai Island from the school had led to a tremendous transformation in his divine realm. Yang Fan's consciousness entered the divine realm, specific information appearing before his eyes. Divine Lord Yang Fan. Divine realm area 1 million square kilometers. Talent slight. Followers level 5 beings, 46 level 4 beings, 53274 level 3 beings 2. 25 million level 2 beings 10. 3 million level 1 beings 25. 7 million mortals 11. 7 million. Relatives little spirits 22718. Techniques eternal spring art. Locking heaven formation rank great success, annihilation formation rank great success, profound turtle annihilation formation rank entry level. Faith points 37. 9 billion daily faith points provided 795. 8. Buildings Moon Wells X200 Sun Springs X200 Brank. Building Monkey Wine Spring X100 Brank. Baichao Lingzhu Academy Special Life. Building Ancient Tree of Spirits 1000 Years Nurturing Little Spirits. Special Building Tao Enlightenment Stone. Brank Defensive Building Poison Bee Queen Brank Defensive Building Trant King Brank Defensive Building City Annihilating Cannon Crank 1000 Poison Swamp X50 Patrol Robots X1000. Wonders Penglai Island already arranged. Lingtao Mountain already arranged. Assets Tai Sui X610 Small mineral veins, various spiritual fruits, various medicinal herbs, and spirit plants. Drank weapons, rank weapons, frank weapons. The explosive growth phase of follower strength has ended. Under the tenfold evolution talent, even the faces of level 5 beings have all changed over the past 400 to 500 years. Without breaking through to refine Qi and enter the Tao, even level 5 beings only have a lifespan of about 400 years. Now the high-level followers in Yang Fan's divine realm are in a state of dynamic change, either dying from depletion of lifespan or from illness, yet new followers are simultaneously breaking through to fill the vacancies. The overall strength of the followers is in a slow growth process. Yang Fan is not in a hurry. The development of the divine realm requires resources and opportunities, but more importantly, time itself. During this period, aside from the income from the divine realm itself, the resources Yang Air collected from the otherworldly divine realm have all been sold. About 7 days ago, the loan from Elephant Borrowing had been fully repaid. With Yang Fan's current income, he is not short on funds and has no urgent need to seek high-yield investments for the divine realm. Because he intends to cultivate the spirit race under Yang Yi's suggestion, he purchased several moon wells and sun springs. Yang Fan can feel that as the life force within the divine realm becomes increasingly rich, the growth rate of the ancient tree of spirits has accelerated significantly. It may not even take 100,000 years to reach maturity. As the qualifications of the followers improve as expected by Yang Fan, the rank formations Annihilation Formation and Locking Heaven Formation have both comprehended to the Great Success realm. Yang Fan has waited a long time for this moment. Before the college entrance exam, he still needs to participate in a divine realm simulation battle. Firstly, to benefit the Luo family, the more than 10 billion faith points should not go to waste. Secondly, he aims to break into the top 10,000 in the county's divine realm simulation battle. After researching the enrollment guidelines of major universities during this time, Yang Fan discovered that the divine realm simulation battle is a significant boost. There are even records of high school students breaking into the top 10,000 in the simulation battle in Yangxian No. One high school ultimately taking the special admission route to join the Starry Sky Academy. Compared to the faith point subsidies from the Luo family, Yang Fan values the additional benefits even more. University is a stepping stone. Since there is an opportunity, he naturally wants to strive for the best. Yang Fan's goal for this college entrance exam is to enter the 2 strongest universities in the Federation. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. This saying is just the empty platitudes that those lesser schools feed you to recruit students. The reality is that a mountain chicken can only envy the tail of a phoenix from afar. What are the odds of entering the top 10,000 in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle with my current strength? Yang Fan asked tentatively. Reporting to the master the information about the Divine Kingdom simulation battle is a top secret of the federal government. We cannot rely solely on the information leaked online for big data reference. It's possible, Yang Yi replied. It's rare for a high school student to comprehend an A-level formation to a high level, especially in a remote place like Yang County. Given the master's current strength, there is a fair chance. Yang Air provided his judgment from another angle. Yang Fan nodded and instructed, help me filter out the strongest 10,000 elite soldiers. Based on the current overall situation, I suggest the master purchase 10,000 sets of level weapons, which will increase the overall combat power of the army by around 60%. Yang Air added. Yang Fan's eyes brightened. With his abundant funds, since his followers lacked strength, it was better to leverage external power. Level weapons, those are the war supplies of the gods. Currently, the strongest beings in his divine kingdom were only 5th tier. Having 10,000 sets of level weapons would definitely be sufficient for a supermodel. What's the price? 10,000 sets of level weapons have a current market value of 20 billion. Returning to reality, Yang Fan immediately donned his virtual helmet and entered the Luo family's base. Having previously added Luo Taidi's contact information, Yang Fan sent a message, and the other party promptly provided the coordinates. Wao Yang the genius has recently made quite a name for himself, ranking 1st in the senior year twice consecutively. His future achievements are limitless. Luo Taitai was burly but very agile, spinning around in place 360 degrees before coming over to hug him tightly. Cough cough. Yang Fan suddenly coughed a few times. The other party's enthusiasm was a bit overwhelming. During this time, Yang Fan had been enjoying the softness of beautiful women in Tianxiang, and being hugged by a 300 to 400 pound man sent a shiver down his spine. I want to purchase weapons. Yang Fan casually pushed the other party away and said. With the college entrance examination coming up, many young members of the Luo family have come to order weapons from me, but I've been keeping a set just for you. Come sit down and talk. I have some excellent Longjing tea. Luo Taitai beamed with a smile. Little brother Yang, what level of weapons do you want, and how many sets? Luo Taitai took a sip of tea. Yang Fan said, level weapons 10,000 sets. Luo Taitai spat out his tea, looking at Yang Fan as if he had misheard, and asked, what level again? Level? No way have you broken through to demigod. As soon as Luo Taitai finished speaking, he wished he could slap himself. What a stupid question to ask. The other party is just a high school student having awakened his divine kingdom for only a year. Breaking through to demigod in a year, how absurd. No, Yang Fan shook his head. Don't mind me, brother. I'm just curious. You don't even have believers of the Qi refining realm. What do you need so many level weapons for? To participate in the divine kingdom simulation battle, Yang Fan answered honestly. You know the market price for level weapons, right? Of course, about 20 billion for 10,000 sets. These are consumables for war. Are you sure you want to spend so much money on purchasing weapons? Luo Taitai couldn't help but remind him again. Yang Fan nodded seriously. To others this would be a misallocation of resources, but he was currently earning enough. Just 20 billion belief points. That's merely his weekly earnings. Cough cough. Luo Taitai coughed and continued. I have the items in stock, but unlike those low-tier weapons, I can only offer you a maximum of 95 discount. Before Yang Fan could respond, Luo Taitai explained, it's not that I'm stingy, brother. The cost of level weapons and above is very high. Even when purchased by gods within the family, I mostly give them a 95 discount as a courtesy. In the market, there are forging buildings produced by the mechanical divine kingdom, such as Lingbing Workshop and Tianqipu. With these buildings, level and below weapons can basically be mass-produced, but level weapons are different. They not only require high-level ores to melt, but also need simple formation arrays inscribed within the weapons. Level weapons and above require a blacksmith to personally forge them. The number of blacksmiths trained in my divine kingdom is less than 10,000, and all the people in the Luo family engaged in the forging business combined are not enough to meet the consumption of their own gods. This item is definitely not hard to sell. Yang Fan understood and directly transferred 19 billion belief points to Luo Taidi's divine kingdom. How generous! Among the younger generation of the Luo family, you and Miss Luo Bing are probably the only ones bold enough to spend like this. Luo Tai sighed. Did Luo Bing also purchase level weapons? She has the same idea as you wanting to climb in the rankings of the Divine Kingdom simulation battle. However, if you want to take the first place in the Luo family rankings, you might be disappointed. Luo Bing already has over 8,000 points. Luo Tai took out a card containing the prepared supplies and handed it to Yang Fan. Yang Fan thanked him and left the Luo family base. In the future, participating in real Divine Kingdom wars will surely incur astronomical expenses for weapons. Once I become a demigod and have believers of the Qi refining realm, I must also cultivate my own blacksmiths, Yang Fan decided in his heart. To inscribe formations within weapons, at least believers of the Qi refining realm are required. No wonder level weapons and above are so expensive. With a thought, Yang Fan opened the leaderboard for the Divine Kingdom simulation battle. Rank 1, Luo Bing, first tier genius points 8,761, win rate 53. 2. Rank 2, Luo Hen, first tier genius points 8,110, win rate 54. 5. Rank 72, Yang Fan, second tier genius points 1244, win rate 92. 5. By the eve of the college entrance examination, all the geniuses were competing for points, and Yang Fan's rank had dropped to 72. After loading the level weapons into the Divine Kingdom, Yang Fan immediately activated the Divine Kingdom simulation battle. 46 fifth tier beings, 9,954 fourth tier beings, all equipped with complete sets of level weapons. This was Yang Fan's strongest army at the moment. Identity Divine being, number of believers 10,000, meeting the requirements for the simulation battle. Would you like to start matching? Start. Matching initiated. Matching successful. Random battle scene. Volcano battle begins. As the intelligent life prompt sounded, Yang Fan saw the opposing believers at once. However, there were dozens of third-tier believers. Faced with such a lineup, Yang Fan couldn't even muster the slightest interest. Within a few breaths, relying on overwhelming combat power, he quickly wiped out the opponent. In a distant star domain, within a commercial apartment, a man took off his virtual helmet. Every time I win several rounds, they match me with such monsters to break my winning streak. Disgusting. In reality, Yang Fan had not participated in the simulation battle for a few months, but for him, who possessed evolution talent, his divine kingdom had already developed for over 1,000 years. With his current points and Yang Fan's strength, he was basically in a crushing state, sweeping through the ranks. 2,000 points, 3,000 points, 5,000 points, 7,000 points. Yang Fan had won consecutively for 300 matches. Points had risen from just 10 per match at the start to now 100. All believers have died. Battle finished. Federal citizen Yang Fan points 104, current points 7,542, win rate 98. 8. Would you like to continue the simulation battle? Continue. Scene generation in progress. Grassland. Battle begins. The environment changed once again, and Yang Fan's consciousness hovered above the believers, looking at the enemy army with a more serious expression. 45th tier beings with the rest all being 4th tier, and like Yang Fan, they were all equipped with level weapons. After so many battles, Yang Fan came to understand the ranking mechanism of the Divine Kingdom simulation battles. Once he achieved a winning streak for a while, opponents with power far exceeding his current points would appear. If he could win, the point rewards from subsequent battles would significantly increase. This matching mechanism was specifically designed for those rushing for points, otherwise adding points one by one would be far too inefficient. Setting up the Celestial Lock formation, all the followers stood ready. As the two armies clashed, Yang Fan's forces instantly suppressed the opponent. Strong enough in strength and equipped well, but lacking in comprehension of the formation. They must be high school students like me. I just don't know which genius they are, Yang Fan commented inwardly. There were no age restrictions in the Divine Kingdom simulation battles. After so many battles, Yang Fan had encountered opponents who had mastered a level formations, yet they had lost to him due to their insufficient strength and weaponry. Upon reaching over 7,000 points, many opponents had grasped the mastery of formations. The situation of the opposing side clearly indicated that they were high school students who had only recently awakened their divine kingdom. The comprehension of formations not only depended on the followers' qualifications, but also required time. If it were not for Yang Fan's talent for evolution, even the most basic 10,000 spirits returning to origin formation would not have reached mastery within just 1 year. Soon the opposing formation was broken and 10,000 followers were slaughtered. Battle ended points 201, current points 7,746, win rate 98. 9. Continue matching. Continue. In the outside world, the various families of the Luo clan were in an uproar. Yang Fan, an outsider genius, had now entered the top 10 of the clan. Such a long time without movement in the rankings, I almost forgot about this person. I didn't expect him to have such a breakthrough. For a genius to enter the top 10 every year as long as they do not fall becoming a deity is practically a certainty. Luo Changfeng had good luck. He truly brought a remarkable person to our Luo family. Stop hiding at home and come out to speak, Luo Changfeng. At this moment, Luo Changfeng was in a virtual office watching the Luo clan rankings projected onto the wall. Beside him sat Luo Ro, who was already showing signs of pregnancy. Well, with the strength of my granddaughter's husband, I want to see what Luo Xian and his wife can say now, Luo Changfeng said proudly. Grandpa, is my husband really that amazing? Luo Ro looked at Yang Fan's 8th place achievement, feeling a bit dazed. Once she thought Yang Fan was a good for nothing, and now it seemed she had overestimated herself. Xiao Fan has already achieved 300 consecutive victories. At this rate, that girl Luo Bing might soon be surpassed. Luo Changfeng laughed heartily. Luo Ro exclaimed in delight. Does that mean my husband has a chance to enter the top 10,000 of the county? Luo Changfeng's expression turned serious upon hearing this. That might be difficult. After reaching 10,000 points, the opponents encountered are mostly old-timers who have lived for 300 to 400 years. Xiao Fan has talent, but having awakened his divine kingdom for only about a year, the gap is too great. It has been over a decade since a high school student has entered the top 10,000. When Luo Bing awakened her ice spirit root, she similarly made bold claims aiming for this target, but now it seems the gap is vast. Just keep a calm mind. With Xiao Fan's current achievements, securing the investment of a top-tier genius in the Luo family is already a certainty. Once he reaches university, it is likely that even your grandfather will be left in the dust. Luo Changfeng was very happy. His children had all died in battle for the family, and his only granddaughter was also gravely injured in the divine kingdom with little time left. He did not expect to find such talent in a grandson-in-law. Yang Fan's points continued to soar 8,000, 8,300, 8,500. Due to his consecutive victories, his points quickly reached 9,341. First place, Yang Fan second-tier genius points, 9,341, win rate 99. Second place, Luo Bing first-tier genius points, 8,761, win rate 53. 2. Third place, Luo Hen first-tier genius points, 8,110, win rate 54. 5. As Luo Bing looked at the current leaderboard, her cool and proud expression finally changed. Why is he so strong? Luo Bing bit her lip, feeling a bit unwilling. Awakening and level talent the ice spirit root, she once had high aspirations. She had never regarded the younger generation of the entire county with any seriousness, even boldly declaring her intention to enter the top 10,000 in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle during high school, aiming for the Xingqiong Academy. The ideals were grand, but the reality was harsh. It wasn't until close to graduation that Luo Bing truly understood the difficulty involved. Even though she was a first-tier genius of the Luo family, and had the support of her father, a third-tier deity with resources far exceeding her peers. However, the development time of the Divine Kingdom was too short, and her comprehension of formations was still not on par with the older generation. After reaching over 8,000 points, progress became exceedingly difficult. But at this moment, what did Luo Bing see? Yang Fan actually had a chance to reach her goal. The points increased exponentially, and yet Yang Fan's win rate was as high as 99. What does this signify? It indicates that the opponent has been on a winning streak, and their true strength is far beyond this. Perhaps you have a chance to enter the top 10,000. Luo Bing gazed at the constantly fluctuating points on the leaderboard, murmuring to herself. In the Divine Kingdom simulation battle space, battle ended points 307, current points 9,832, win rate 99. 1. Continue matching. Hearing the prompt, Yang Fan let out a sigh of relief. In this battle, he had lost as many as 60% of his soldiers. If he had not heeded Yang Er's advice to purchase tire weaponry, his winning streak would likely have been cut short. Continue. With the evolution of space, the environment, Yang Fan found himself and transformed into a mountain range. Once he identified the enemy, Yang Fan was left stunned. The opponent's followers were not strong. All 10,000 of them were actually third-tier beings, but their equipment was extremely peculiar. Every follower was covered from head to toe in silver-white armor, equipped with uniform thrusters on their backs, wielding laser-long swords instead of the conventional iron weaponry found on the market. Clearly so weak in realm, yet they were matched against him. Yang Fan did not dare to be careless and ordered his followers to set up the Celestial Lock formation and enter a defensive state. Since he did not understand the depth of the opponent, the best strategy was to defend rather than attack. At that moment, the opposing followers held swords in their right hands and uniformly took out metallic barrel-like objects from their chests with their left hands. What the heck? Yang Fan was puzzled when countless bullets shot out directly from the metal barrels. Damn, this guy is a deity of the mechanical path. Yang Fan was utterly shocked. The number of deities of the mechanical path was exceedingly rare. In the third year of high school in the county, there were 2,000 students, yet not a single one followed the mechanical path. This was Yang Fan's first encounter with a mechanical deity. Countless bullets rained down on Yang Fan's army like raindrops. Bang 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 bang. The frontline followers had already raised their shields, blocking 90% of the bullets. It should be noted that the shield soldiers in front were all followers trained in the indestructible Vajra technique, with formidable physical strength. Even so, the bullets that skimmed past the shields pierced through their bodies. The bullets seemed endless, coming in waves without giving them any chance to catch their breath. This is too unreasonable. Shield soldiers cover the whole army charge. Yang Fan commanded. Unlike the patrolling robots of his divine nation, the weapons in the hands of the opponents were evidently of a much higher caliber. In just a short span of time, they had already lost several hundred men. If they continued to stay in place, they would only be lambs waiting for slaughter. As they advanced to around 100 meters, the opponents retracted their gun barrels and charged in wielding laser swords. God-killing formation, prepare for battle. They shifted their formation from defense to offense. As the two armies clashed, the scene before Yang Fan was almost unbelievable. Each time the opponent's weapon made contact with his soldiers, it released a powerful electric current that even paused the 5-tier beings for a moment. The most terrifying aspect was that no matter how his soldiers attacked, they could not hit the enemy. In such a complex battlefield, the opponent's soldiers moved without any superfluous actions, their speed clearly not that of mere 3-tier beings. This was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Despite his followers being stronger, they had been completely annihilated without a single casualty on the opponent's side throughout the entire battle. Battle concluded. Score 1, current score 9,340, win rate 98. 5. Would you like to continue matching? Yang Fan's followers had already revived, but he did not rush to start. Instead, he was pondering. Yang, what is going on with their weapons? Reporting to the master, these are non-mass-produced, fully automated gear from the mechanical divine nation, equipped with intelligent chips that can evade, defend, and attack on their own. Just now the master was actually battling against the gear. This is so unfair it can be like that. Yang Fan was utterly speechless. That battle was a clear case of dimensional suppression. Even though his soldiers understood the formations at a high level, they were still like fish on a chopping board, easily slaughtered. The Divine Nation simulation battle only restricts identity, and the number of soldiers, any level of weaponry, will be projected into the simulation space. Moreover, the core advantage of the mechanical Divine Nation lies in its weapons and intelligent control, thus the opponent's actions are not deemed illegal. Yang explained. Can I buy these weapons? Yes, but each set costs 100 million belief points and current funds are severely insufficient. Also, without equipping a mechanical core, their combat strength would be significantly reduced. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan's eyelids twitched violently. The total value of the opponent's weapons was an astronomical 10 trillion. No wonder he lost so miserably. He was practically crushed by money. Forget it, with this matching mechanism in place, I can't expect to win all the time. I have to continue. Yang Fan thought to himself. Over 9,000 points were not his limit. He could not possibly encounter such monsters every time. This time Yang Fan's goal was to enter the top 10,000 in the county's rankings. As the simulation battle matching continued, he watched his score fluctuate, feeling somewhat anxious. Currently, the score for the 10th place in the county's Divine Nation simulation battle was 10,240. As long as he could surpass that, he would achieve his goal. Winning 10 matches in a row, losing 1, his score broke 10,000, and his win rate dropped to 94. 2. Winning 8 matches in a row, losing 1, his score reached 10,124, and his win rate dropped to 89. 1. Winning 5 matches in a row, losing 1, his score was 10,200, and his win rate was 83. 1. 3 wins, 1 loss, 4 wins, 1 loss, 2 wins, 1 loss. Although his opponents were divine beings from the entire human race, it seemed like fate was playing a joke on Yang Fan, as his score was just hovering around the 10th mark. He had failed to break through for more than 10 times in a row. Continue, even if it's just by luck, I have to squeeze in. Yang Fan took a deep breath. If he made it into the top 10,000 of the county, he would have the opportunity for direct admission, no matter what. Yang Fan had to fight for it with all his might. Score 1, the score 2, score 1. Battle concluded. Score 2, current score 10,241, win rate 63. 2. Hearing this, Yang Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. The enemies he had faced were absurdly strong. Every battle was fraught with danger. Fortunately, he finally squeezed into the top 10,000. Citizen Yang Fan, as a high school student, has entered the local Divine Nation simulation battle leaderboard's top 10,000. Our record has been saved. Congratulations, Citizen Yang Fan, your status has been elevated to that of a genius among the human race. Congratulations, Citizen Yang Fan, your mall privileges have increased, your information access has improved, and your security clearance has been raised. According to existing information after assessment by the highest intelligent life of the Federation, a special reward of an A-level resource type building, spiritual vein, has been granted. This building is of immense value and has already been classified. Based on the comprehensive evaluation by Intelligent Life, Citizen Yang Fan has obtained exemption from the college entrance examination, and the Taichu Academy is extending an invitation to you. Staff from Taichu Academy will arrive in a day, or please prepare to leave for your studies. A series of notification sounds rang in Yang Fan's mind, leaving him completely bewildered. At this moment in the outside world, the higher-ups of the school, and even government units were in an uproar. The Intelligent Life had all turned on their red alerts. Senior High Student Yang Fan, Divine Nation Simulation Battle Score, 10,241, recognized as a genius among the human race. Recognized as a genius among the human race. Citizen Yang Fan, recognized as a genius among the human race. Representatives from Taichu Academy will come in a day. According to federal law, the local government must fully cooperate. News spread like wildfire among the higher-ups in the county. Principal Hong, what is going on? A talent like this has emerged from the first high school, and as the county head, I only learned about it thanks to the Intelligent Life from the federal government. In the virtual world, a man in a suit with meticulously combed hair looked somewhat resentful. This person was Wang Yun, the county head of Yang County, a third-tier divine, being known for being elusive. Old Wang, don't blame me, who I only just found out as well. Who could have predicted this guy would jump from a little over 1,000 points to over 10,000? Hong Bing was equally speechless. With such a genius, didn't you cultivate him in advance? Wang Yun asked, somewhat skeptical. After the midterm exam, I had my eye on him. I invested in a wonder building for him, but didn't pay much attention afterward. We've known each other for so many years. Would I lie to you? Then what do we do now? Taichu Academy is snatching people. When they ask, how do we explain? Wang Yun couldn't help but rub his temples. Yang County falls within the influence of Tiannan City. The mayor there graduated from Xinxiang Academy. Logically, if a genius emerges, they should recommend him to Xinxiang Academy. After all, geniuses are treasures that are eagerly sought after in higher institutions. Yet now Yang Fan unexpectedly burst into the top 10,000, shocking the highest intelligent life of the Federation, and even the Federation allocated a spot to Taichu Academy. Though both belong to the human race, Taichu Academy and Xinxiang Academy are in a competitive relationship. Originally recommending a genius from the human race would earn them a reward. Now that someone else has snatched it, not only are there no rewards, but they might also face repercussions from above. To speak frankly, Hong Bing sighed. You are also the deputy county head and bear the greatest responsibility. You should take the lead on this. You? In the virtual world, the Luo family base was similarly in an uproar. Luo Chengfeng stood up and pointed at Luo Xian's nose, scolding. Luo Xian, do you have no shame? The conflict among the younger generation has escalated to a family meeting, and you are disregarding the rules for your useless son. A top-tier genius requires abundant resources. If he bears the Luo surname, I would have no objections, but he is after all a Yang. Then your wife, Rao Mingming, should refrain from speaking at family meetings in the future, as she does not carry the Luo surname. This is a different matter. Luo Hai unusually slammed the table with force. With a loud bang, Luo Hai stood up and declared, what kind of decorum is this? For the family to develop and thrive, it does not rely on scheming, but on fair, just, and open family rules. Yes, Patriarch, the elders replied. The Divine Kingdom awakened less than a year ago, and being among the top 10,000 in the simulation battle shows that Yang Fan's potential is limitless. Such a genius should be vigorously nurtured by the Luo family. At this point, Luo Hai looked around and announced loudly, I declare that from now on Yang Fan will be recognized as the top-tier genius of the Luo family. His words suddenly halted, and his expression changed several times before he finally sat back down. Patriarch, what is this? Luo Chengfeng displayed a puzzled expression. No need for that. Elder Chengfeng, once you return to the real world, bring Yang Fan to the Luo family estate. Yang Fan has been admitted to the Taichu Academy, and tomorrow he will be picked up by a designated person to go to Taichu City. This is the news just provided by Principal Hong. It cannot be mistaken. Luo Hai explained. The room fell silent as disbelief showed on the faces of the 10 or so deities present. Early admission to the Taichu Academy with designated personnel sent to pick him up contained a wealth of information. 11 years ago, a genius from Yizhong School also entered the top 10,000 in the simulation battle, but that was merely enough to secure a recommendation to Xinxiang Academy. Let alone early admission, one would have to undergo a series of stringent tests before entering the school. The Taichu Academy cannot be foolish. Their intelligent beings must have detected something unusual. Otherwise, they would not have placed such importance on the matter, traveling from Taichu City to Yang County in just one day. To hurry this much, how many spatial wormholes must they traverse? The cost of resources for the journey is an astronomical figure for deities from such small places. Patriarch, while Yang Fan has yet to be admitted to the Taichu Academy, we should immediately sign a family contract with him. This person might just be a springboard for our Luo family. An elder spoke with excitement. Indeed, this child likely harbors hidden talents in his divine kingdom. Enough. The federal government protects the talented very strictly. Do not play these little tricks. Yang Fan is after all someone who came from the Luo family, and with this bond of kinship, once he becomes a high-level deity, even a drop from him would be enough for us to thrive. Luo Hai said sternly. Yes, Patriarch. Elder Chengfeng, hurry to the Yangqing villa and bring him and your granddaughter to the real Luo family estate. Understood. Luo Chengfeng replied and promptly vanished from the conference room. After he left, Luo Hai stood up and announced, next, I will declare 3 matters. First, the level construction pill tower in the storeroom will be generously gifted to Yang Fan. Secondly, I will withdraw 10,000 divine points from the family account to support his living expenses at the Taichu Academy. The elders' faces displayed pain upon hearing this, but they did not object. Given Yang Fan's current situation, he truly deserves the family's full investment. Second, from now on, Luo Chengfeng's granddaughter Luo Ro will be promoted to the status of a top-tier genius in the family. The Grand Elder will take my token to Tiannan City to seek Master Gu's help in resolving Luo Rao's divine kingdom issues. In the future, regardless of the innate talent of the child born to Luo Ro and Yang Fan, they will also enjoy the treatment of a top-tier genius, Luo Hai continued. Yes, I will go right away. Third, Luo Hai turned to look at Luo Xian, exuding the pressure of a third-tier deity. Your son is named Luo Mingxuan, correct? Patriarch, I will definitely strictly discipline this brat, and will not allow him to appear before Yang Fan. Luo Xian replied, his voice trembling slightly. Not enough. For your sake, Luo Mingxian will be expelled from the Luo family. Oh, find a quiet place for him to stay. Luo Hai decisively stated. I comply with the Patriarch's orders. Luo Xian sighed, internally feeling helpless. Brother Luo Xian, don't be so sentimental. That kid Luo Mingxian is useless anyway, just have another one. Once we break through to become deities, we will have long lifespans. How can we be bound by these personal matters? An elder from the Luo family comforted. Indeed, compared to the interests of the family, which weighs more, don't make a foolish mistake. Many elders began to remind him. Luo Xian's face turned somewhat ugly, not knowing how to refute. All right, the family meeting is concluded. You may all leave now. Luo Hai stated. After everyone left, Luo Hai prepared a message to send to his daughter. In less than a quarter of an hour, Luo Bing appeared in the conference room. At this moment, Luo Bing lowered her head, unable to hide the sense of defeat on her face. Defeated by your peers, are you unwilling to accept it? Luo Hai asked. I just feel a bit unwilling, Luo Bing replied. Luo Hai looked at his daughter gently. Once you reach university and meet more people, that pride in your heart will naturally be tempered down. Don't think too highly of your talent. It is merely a level talent, and you might not even be ranked in Tiannan City. Ultimately, Yang County is too small. I should have arranged for you to study in Tiannan City with Luo Hen back then. Father, I still want to study formations. Why did you call me here? Yang Fan has been confirmed for admission to the Taichu Academy and will leave Yang County tomorrow. Luo Hai stated. Upon hearing this, Luo Bing narrowed her lips. He is truly lucky. I will definitely work hard to catch up with him. Seeing that his daughter did not realize the seriousness of the situation, Luo Hai continued to explain. In the past century, 3 people from Yang County managed to squeeze into the top 10,000 of the Divine Kingdom simulation battle as high school students, one of whom was even above 9,000. Do you guess where they are studying at university? Luo Bing shook her head, indicating that she did not know. Although this information is not top secret, she does not have the time to study it. Moreover, she heard that as long as one enters the top 10,000 of the simulation battle, they automatically get a score of 100 for the college entrance examination and even have a chance of direct admission to excellent universities. Only one of the 3 entered Xingqiong Academy. The other 2 did not receive invitations. Luo Bing looked at her father in confusion. If this is true, even if Yang Fan's ranking is at the end of the 10,000, why did he receive an invitation? Which genius who entered Xingqiong Academy did the federal government classify as a grade genius? What do you think Yang Fan's evaluation is? A prodigy. He has been rated as a prodigy of the human race by the intelligent beings of the federal government. Luo Hai fixed his gaze on Luo Bing's eyes, his expression gradually becoming serious. Looking at her father's expression, Luo Bing finally realized the seriousness of the situation. Yang Fan's potential seemed to far exceed her imagination. Luo Bing was unaware of what it meant to be a genius of the human race, but looking into her father's eyes, she understood it was not simple. Father, but he clearly hasn't grade resource talent. Why? Hidden talent. What is that? I am merely a third-tier deity, so I do not know much. However, the Taichu Academy is in such a hurry to snatch him away. Yang Fan's hidden talent is undoubtedly extraordinary. Luo Hai took a deep breath, his expression suddenly serious. The family has decided to invest fully in Yang Fan, but I feel there is still a missing bond between the Luo family and Yang Fan. Binger, I wish to betroth you to Yang Fan. Are you willing? Father, what kind of joke is this? Before Luo Bing could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt a pressure akin to a roaring sea and mountains. Luo Hai looked at Luo Bing with a calm gaze, the aura of a third-tier deity unmasked. In that moment, Luo Hai was no longer the kind-hearted father of Luo Bing, but the head of the Luo family, a third-tier deity accustomed to power. Binger, kneel down, Luo Hai said coldly. Under the immense pressure, Luo Bing could no longer hold on and knelt beside the table. When you were young, I took you to the city government to see the world. You took a bite of the Wanhua spirit fish and came back telling me you wanted to eat more. It was purchased by the family, and do you know that it was a great spirit beast? Before your divine kingdom awakened, the family had already discovered your ice spirit root talent and invested heavily in the ice god palace. Do you still remember? Your monthly allowances, the assistance from family accountants, the provision of various rare resources, and the personal guidance from deities. From the moment you were born, you were the jewel of the Luo family, enjoying lavishness and being sought after. Having received so many benefits, now that the family needs you, you refuse. Do you think this is right? Luo Hai's tone was calm, yet his voice felt like heavy stones crashing down on Luo Bing's back. Father, I will become very strong in the future, I will. You are merely a great talent. Under the Luo family's cultivation, reaching my level is already your limit. Luo Hai continued to press. And now the grand opportunity of the Luo family is right before us, and you are unwilling to make this small sacrifice. But what about cousin Luo Ro? It doesn't matter. Stronger individuals naturally have more options in choosing partners. Do not forget your mother is my 20th wife. I understand, respected family head. Luo Bing replied slowly. As her words fell, the pressure from Luo Hai instantly vanished. Luo Bing lowered her head and slowly stood up. After leaving the virtual world, go directly to the villa in Yang City and take care of this matter tonight. Yes, family head. After speaking, Luo Bing disappeared from the virtual space. Looking at the spot where Luo Bing had just stood, Luo Hai felt a bit dazed. Bing, you are still young. My choice is not simply for the family, it is also for you. On the other side, Yang Fan, who had just exited the virtual world, was called out by Luo Chengfeng before he could check his gains in the divine kingdom. Grandpa, what is this? Seeing Luo Chengfeng anxiously pulling him and Luo Ro into the car, Yang Fan was bewildered. What was happening? Why did it seem like they were about to flee? We are going to the Luo family estate, Luo Chengfeng explained. This can be done in the virtual world, but why? The family head wants to meet you in the real world. Yang Fan was somewhat shocked, knowing that the head of the Luo family, Luo Hai, was a third-tier deity. My good grandson-in-law, no matter what happens in the future, you must take good care of Ro. She is carrying your child. While driving, Luo Chengfeng couldn't help but remind him. Upon hearing this, Luo Ro grew anxious. Grandpa, has your divine kingdom been attacked? Go away, you little girl. Are you cursing your grandpa? Luo Chengfeng rolled his eyes. Then why say such things, looking like you're entrusting me with a legacy? Luo Ro placed her hand on her stomach, her little mouth pouting. Luo Chengfeng drove to the Luo family estate and led the two of them into the reception room of the family head, Luo Hai. This was Yang Fan's first time meeting Luo Hai, who showed no signs of being a deity. His aura was warm like a gentle spring breeze, making one feel an irresistible closeness. I have met the respected family head, Yang Fan said politely. Come sit quickly. You will be heading to Taichu City tomorrow, so I was a bit anxious. Please don't take offense. Luo Hai explained. Yang Fan thought to himself as expected. The Luo family, one of the two major families in Yang County, had received the news so quickly. He had been admitted to the Taichu Academy, and it seemed this head of the Luo family wanted to get closer to him before he left. Yang Fan was not surprised by this. He had no blood relation to the Luo family, but as he demonstrated more and more value, it was only natural for the Luo family to invest more in him. Yang Fan felt gratitude towards the Luo family as well. Without their help, he would never have achieved his current success. Xiao Fan, may I call you that? Luo Hai looked at Yang Fan. Of course, family head, you flatter me. Yang Fan replied, somewhat flattered. This is a fine wine I brought back from Tiannan City. It has great benefits for the physical form of divine beings. You can give it a try. Thank you, Yang Fan said, raising his glass and drinking it in one gulp. Facing a third-tier deity, Yang Fan had no defenses. After all, with the other's strength, if he truly wanted to do something to him, he couldn't defend against it anyway, so he might as well accept the benefits. Seeing Yang Fan finish the fine wine in one go, Luo Hai smiled and continued. You have been admitted to the Taichu Academy in advance. The Luo family has decided to increase its investment in you. This is a great alchemy tower, considered the most core strategic resource in my family's treasury. Once you break through to semi-deity status, you will understand the value of this building. Thank you, family head, Yang Fan said, looking at the card in his hand, somewhat astonished. A strategic level resource, and they just gave it like this. No conditions. In addition, the family has also decided to award you 10,000 divine points free of charge. Taichu City has high living expenses, so this can be considered as living expenses. If you have any needs in the future, you can tell me directly, and the funds will be transferred to your divine kingdom tonight. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan looked up at the other person, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yang Fan was starting to doubt if he had heard wrong. This was 10,000 divine points, which when converted to belief points amounted to 10 trillion. The Luo family's investment in him was somewhat outrageous. Yang Fan swallowed hard. Family head, I do not know how I should repay you. You are a genius of the Luo family. What is there to repay? Just work hard in the Taichu Academy. Once you break through to a higher tier deity, the Luo family will benefit from your success, Luo Hai said with a smile on his face. Beside them, Luo Ro, who was unaware of the situation, also stared at her family head with disbelief. As a direct descendant of the Luo family, she had naturally heard of the alchemy tower, a treasure even deities needed. Moreover, 10,000 divine points. Luo Ro expressed that she had never seen so much money in her life. Come, let's have another drink. I will have the driver take you back later, so rest well tonight. As he spoke, Luo Hai poured another glass for Yang Fan. Luo Hai's wine is truly potent. With his current strength, after 2 cups, he felt his head spinning and sweat beginning to bead on his body. Yang Fan sensed something was off with his body. You're drunk, right? He'll have the driver take you home right away. Luo Hai swiftly arranged for a man in a black coat to help Yang Fan downstairs. Observing this scene, Luo Chengfeng glanced at the wine cup from earlier and couldn't help but ask, Master Yu. The girl Rao's talent is too poor. Even with the clan's full support, it will be difficult for her to break through to divinity in the future. Everything is for the family, you understand, Luo Hai said with implication. Luo Chengfeng sighed slightly, but did not refute. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Luo Ro asked in confusion. Ro, I have already sent the Great Elder to Tiannan City to find Master Gu. He will help you resolve the issues with your divine kingdom. Luo Hai changed the subject. Really? Luo Rao's face lit up with excitement. Due to Yang Fan's emerging talent, her life had been improving lately, but her greatest worry now was her divine kingdom's issues, fearing she wouldn't have time to see her child grow up. Now hearing that the issues with her divine kingdom could be resolved, Luo Ro couldn't express how happy she was. Once your divine kingdom is restored, the family will treat you as a top-tier genius, allowing you to go back to university. As for your child, they will also be a first-class genius of the Luo family from birth. Upon hearing this, Luo Ro, although excited, felt a hint of confusion in her gaze. The cultivation of a top-tier genius requires extensive family resources. The master has offered 2 quotas at once, making Luo Ro finally sense something amiss. Your husband possesses limitless potential in his divine kingdom, and may even lead the entire Luo family to a higher level in the future, Luo Hai explained. Luo Chengfeng walked over and patted Luo Ro on the shoulder, saying, Girl, you are pregnant, don't stand for too long. Go rest in the guest room downstairs. Luo Ro obediently nodded and left the room. Once the others were gone, Luo Chengfeng inquired, Do you know which one the master has arranged for? My daughter Luo Bing. The master is quite skilled. Indeed, everything is for the family. Moreover, Bing and Xiao Ro had a good relationship in the past. Once Xiao Fan becomes divine, they may help each other. Luo Hai replied calmly. After pondering the implications, Luo Chengfeng's expression gradually relaxed. Master, you mentioned they all married Yang Fan. Doesn't that make things a bit complicated? I am the grandfather and you are the father. What will that make us? Shut up. I seem to be a few thousand years older than you. Don't take advantage of me. Luo Hai rolled his eyes, looking somewhat speechless. Just joking, you are the master. You always took advantage of us when distributing resources. How could I dare? Luo Chengfeng chuckled. In the car, Yang Fan felt his head getting heavier and his body hot, wanting nothing more than to remove his clothes. He didn't even recall how he made it back to his room, only feeling a cool breath catch him. Am I poisoned? Bastard. Luo Hai, am I really your daughter? The next day, Yang Fan stretched lazily. Ruer, you worked hard yesterday. You? Luo Bing, why are you here? Yang Fan exclaimed in shock. Wait, what happened last night? Yang Fan suddenly understood, looking at her with disbelief. Sister Bing, what happened between us last night? Yang Fan pointed at Luo Bing and then at himself, his fingers trembling. Luo Bing sat calmly on the bed, gazing at Yang Fan with steady eyes. Should we talk about it? Last night Yang Fan said cautiously. Luo Bing took a deep breath and said, You have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. It seems you learned a lot from Tianxiang Rinjian. Luo Bing wrapped her towel and then stood up, walking somewhat awkwardly into the bathroom. Seeing this, Yang Fan realized what had transpired. The head of the Luo family drugged himself and slept with his daughter. How does this story unfold? Yang Fan felt his face twitch. Ever since his divine kingdom awakened, his physique had become stronger. How could he possibly get drunk? It was clear now that the wine Luo Hai had him drink was problematic. But was it necessary? They all consented. As a man, how could he refuse? One must admit, Luo Bing's presence invoked a desire for conquest, something even Yang Fan had fantasized about. As long as Luo Bing agreed, Yang Fan felt that if he couldn't stand it would be disrespectful to a man. What a wonderful night, yet I was in a state of poisoning. It was such a pity. Yang Fan thought shamelessly. Wait, how does Luo Bing know I went to Tianxiang Rinjian? Which bastard exposed this and ruined my image? Yang Fan suddenly froze. At that moment Li Qingze and Li Shihao, who were at his home, both sneezed. Who is speaking ill of me? The two said in confusion. After Luo Bing finished her bath, she dressed and sat beside Yang Fan. It has nothing to do with you, but it was my father who drugged you, and I consented. Luo Bing suddenly stated. Why, oi? Yang Fan asked, somewhat puzzled. The family needs to win you over. I am merely the tool for that. Luo Bing said with utmost seriousness. Yang Fan, one day, I will catch up to you through my efforts. I am not your vassal. This is the marriage certificate. Your signature is required. Our relationship has no restrictions. You and I will manage our respective divine kingdom assets. If you need anything, you can find me in the virtual world. In the future, our child can take your surname, and as for the nurturing costs, we will split it equally. After saying this, Luo Bing did not wait for Yang Fan to respond, and directly stood up, preparing to leave. Wait a moment, Yang Fan suddenly called out. What is it? Let's add each other as friends. If any trouble arises in the future, you can reach out to me. Although my strength is not impressive, I do have some wealth that can help you develop your divine kingdom. No need. With a bang, the room's door was shut. Yang Fan's expression was somewhat comical. It's just that her personality is too cold. Last night, I was not fully conscious and wanted to savor the moment.